I just played a single-player game out of boredom. The startled Sakura country asked me if I wanted to start the Third World War, simply because the game I played was a bit realistic. Others play PUBG on Golden Island to pick up gold bars for equipment. When I play, I reach into the game to pick up gold bars and exchange them for a villa. Looking at the pile of gold I just took out of PUBG, a bold idea sprouted in my mind. If I bring out the Red Alert base vehicle, wouldn't I be able to create my own military kingdom? But on second thought, it probably won't work in the country. Before I even develop, I'll be discovered by the Dragon Country's satellite. Soon, I thought of a perfect Central European clash, a military power. A country that was once extremely powerful. Moreover, its geographical location is in the center of Central Europe, bordering a port with the Erlang country. Erlang has good diplomatic relations with Dragon Country and is a visa-free country. This means I only need a passport to fly directly to Erlang, then sneak into Clash, saving time. Then I looked at my palm, and after taking out another gold bar, the light dimmed significantly. If the opportunity for a cheat code is really only once, the Red Alert base must be done in one go. I squinted my eyes and thought. After the base vehicle is deployed in the game, the starting capital is 10,000 but just sold gold for 70 million. I should have more than enough to spend on myself, but to build a mighty torrent of steel, every bit counts. Without a second thought, you suddenly smirked. Since Red Alert is a standalone game, then find someone to modify the data. The base comes with billions in funds, which can permanently solve the financial problem. With Red Alert's production speed, it only takes just 1 day to deploy. I alone can rival a nation. No need for anything else. Just having dozens or hundreds of aircraft carriers. When I think about it, it's terrifying even to myself. I immediately opened my phone and found several software engineers on Taobao, stating my requirements. It wasn't hard for the shop to agree. The original code of Red Alert is open source, can be freely modified, fee of 3,000 yuan. You can directly purchase it. After handling these matters, I hailed a taxi straight to the footbath shop. I don't know when I'll come back from overseas, so I'll redo everything I haven't done before. 3 days later, I saw that the order on Taobao was completed. The other party has already sent a file with the finished game for safekeeping. I couldn't wait to install it on the computer. It's still the version of the Republic's Glory, where the starting funds can be set to 999999999. Only needing a base car, I can utilize the technology of multiple countries. At this moment, my ambition swells unprecedentedly. With such a Red Alert base car in hand, what lies ahead, let alone a mere Central Europe, I dare to shake the world. It also reminds me that it's time to set off. In these days, I also found a Dragon National to pick me up in Ireland. Not many people travel there. After all, it's my first time abroad, even though relations between Ilang and Longwei are good. But surely, someone must find it convenient. With the help of my contact's Earth ID, the next day, I took a plane to Ilang. I just followed the crowd out. I spotted a man in his 30s holding a sign with my name on it. Hello, are you Zhang Jun? He works for a state-owned enterprise in Ilang and also runs a blog on Douyin to earn some extra money. That's how I got in touch with him. Zhang Jun was very enthusiastic, showing a big, sincere smile and saying, yes, yes, yes. Hello, brother Jiang Chen, right? Let me take you to have a meal first, take a break, and then you can tell me about your plans. I think I'll need a few days off. I don't mind. After such a long flight, the first thing I want to do when I get off is stretch my legs. Zhang Jin drove his old car, and as soon as I got in the back seat, he started chatting. Brother, why did you come to Erlang? Let me tell you, most people here aren't very friendly towards us. If you're here for tourism, I suggest you change cities. Some of these folks are quite rude and might insult us for no reason. I thought the diplomatic relations between the two countries were good, so I assumed the average person would have a similar impression of us. I didn't expect the situation to be so hostile. Before long, Zhang Jin stopped in front of a restaurant. I noticed there was a restroom nearby. Zhang Gu, you go ahead in order. I'll use the restroom first. I walked into the bathroom with my notebook. After closing the door, I checked my phone and indeed, there was no internet. Luckily, I was prepared. I took out my laptop, turned it on, and launched a single-player FPS game, Battle of Shanghai. I slowly reached my right hand into the screen, snatched a dark pistol from the character I controlled, skillfully shut down the computer, and packed it into my bag. I followed the example and removed the pistol magazine. There were a total of 12 bullets, enough for self-defense. I glanced at my palm. The mysterious light was consumed very little. Calculating based on the entire palm, the mysterious light was at 120% total, having used around 5%. It didn't affect anything. As if nothing happened, I left the bathroom. Zhang Jin was in the restaurant drinking a cold drink. When he saw me return, he quickly stood up and greeted me, inviting me to try the refreshing drink. Zhang, later you'll take me to get a SIM card. I have no internet on my domestic one. Then, take me to withdraw some money and finally help me rent an off-road vehicle. Once that's done, your task is complete. I'll transfer the money to you on WeChat later. Renting an off-road vehicle, where are you planning to go? Just exploring the nearby desert, nothing too deep. Anyway, we need to get a rugged off-road vehicle. If we can't rent one, we can buy it. After a slight thought, Zhang Jin agreed. That works out well. I won't need to take leave tomorrow. After eating, Zhang Jin first helped me get a SIM card. Once I switched it, my phone finally had a signal. Then, we went to the bank to withdraw $5,000, totaling $10,000 on me, which is sufficient for low expenses. The last one is renting a car. Zhang Jin made several calls in a row but couldn't rent one, because I'm a Manhwa person. They were afraid I would run away. There was no choice but to go to the car dealership and buy a second-hand modified Elang domestic off-road vehicle. Thank you, bro. You're really generous. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Zhang Jin stood by my car reluctantly. He really didn't want to leave. God of wealth, I started the car, waved goodbye, rest assured, Zhang Du, contact me if you need anything. With that, I stepped on the gas pedal, headed towards a supermarket I remembered from before. I went in and bought a large amount of fresh water and food, as well as a few thick clothes. Then, I selected my own spot in the uninhabited area of Clash, the largest desert in Central Europe. I needed to prepare enough supplies. In case the energy of the golden finger wasn't enough, I would have to bring out the base car and stay in the desert for a few days. Since I was here, I had to bring out the base car from the game. I opened the Elang navigation system, aimed at the route, and without further ado, stepped on the gas pedal hard. Departure target, the border of Clash and Elang. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. The checkpoint in front of me resembled a toll booth, very small with only this road. 2 Elang soldiers were on duty. Seeing the car's lights, they lazily pushed open the door of the duty room and gestured to stop my car. Then they started chattering away. I took out my passport and the visa to Clash. Do you speak English? As a university graduate, I can speak a little English. The soldiers at the border of Sarlang country scrutinized me for a moment, asked about Chans. I agreed, and they both smiled, saying, Xinxiang, what are you doing here? As soon as the words fell, I glared at the two with hostility. Zhang Jin already mentioned today that Xinxiang in Persian means insulting people, similar to calling someone a black ghost. I have a visa and a passport, I shouldn't have to report to you where I am going. Okay, I maintained a direct attitude. The two Sarlang people didn't take it seriously, but burst into laughter. Faisher, you should learn to speak properly. With a heavy thud, I slammed the car door and got out to inspect. The two men were very rough with their actions. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, took out a stack of US dollars from my pocket, and waved it out the window to see their reaction. The moment the two saw the money, their eyes lit up. However, mixed with greed was some discrimination and agitation, as they both came over to borrow money. Suddenly, I loosened my grip, and a stack of $100 bills fell to the ground. With low wages in Sarlang, the two quickly crouched down to pick them up. I chuckled coldly, whistled, and called the two fools over. With a gun in each hand, I didn't hesitate to give each of them a bullet. Both men were knocked to the ground, convulsed a couple of times, and then fell silent. I controlled the pickup truck like a fierce beast, broke through the barrier. The border station in this small town is not big. Tonight, it's just these two men. If anyone else tries to find me, it'll be like finding a needle in a haystack. After driving for over an hour, I stopped the car and didn't continue forward. It was already 2 a.m., and I couldn't distinguish the direction or reference points. Afraid of getting lost in the desert, I placed the gun beside me and closed my eyes to rest. In a daze, I sensed someone knocking on my car door. I immediately opened my eyes alertly and gripped the gun. Outside stood a man wearing a white headscarf, dressed in rags, with a scruffy beard. He stared at me in the car, his eyes gleaming like a wild beast. Seeing me awake, the man revealed a hint of disappointment and gradually walked away along the road. It took me a moment to realize that the man might have wanted to explain. I understood that the supplies I had were life-saving in the chaos and hardship of Keela. Watching the man walk away, I breathed a sigh of relief, then casually put on a mask and relieved myself. Then I took out a bottle of water and washed my face quickly. The sun had risen, brightening the sky. I checked the direction and continued driving northwest. This time, I only drove for an hour. All around, there were endless grains of sand, dunes stretching into the distance. It was time to act. I could feel excitement building within me. I eagerly opened the modified Red Alert 2, Republic's Wisdom. Trembling, I selected the superweapons and maxed out the funds before starting the game. As the screen loaded, I could vividly feel my heartbeat. I was so excited. The base vehicle quickly appeared on the screen. I raised my right hand and touched the screen. It felt like diving deep into water. My palm and arm were radiating a dazzling aura. The radiance shines as brightly as glass. In an instant, my palm felt a cold touch, and under the use of the golden finger, it seemed that no matter how large the object was, it couldn't escape my palm. The feeling of the base car was just like a steel toy truck. Suddenly, I saw a huge change in the radiance on my hand. As I retracted the base car, the mysterious radiance receded from my hand at a speed like ebb tide. In an instant, my whole palm lost its color, and then the base car got stuck. I only took out half of it, the other half is still in the computer. My pupils suddenly dilated, a strong palpitation arose. It seemed that forcibly taking out the base car would come at a cost, perhaps the golden finger warning me. I felt a sense of crisis spreading, as if a fierce beast was struggling behind me. For a moment, my face turned fierce. At this point, I exerted all my strength, disregarding everything, and completely pulled my hand out of the screen. However, as I pulled back, my palm was actually draining all my strength, and my right hand visibly turned into a withered, desolate gray color at a rapid pace. The good news is, I completely took out the base car, and the remaining trace of colorful glass radiance from the golden finger enveloped the base car. But I felt very weak, as if I had been at sea for 7 days and nights, without any strength. I collapsed onto the seat of the pickup truck, drooping my eyelids, with my right hand completely turned gray. I leaned on the seat, took more than an hour to recover slightly, limbs felt weak, as if having a high fever, slowly got up. I threw the palm-sized base car outside, and the toy-sized base car dispersed in a shining light in the air. In an instant, it grew into a colossal creature. With a heavy thud, it landed on the sandy soil, almost creating a large crater in the desert. My eyes filled with the base car. I really can't focus on the base car now. Quickly grabbed high-energy food to replenish, got off the car to inspect the base car. Even in weakness, there is a glint in my eyes. The entire base, with a cold steel color, looks very new and exudes a sense of power. But how to unfold it, that's the reality now. This is not a game, controlled by a mouse. A click can unfold the entire base car. I couldn't help but walk quickly towards the cockpit. There was a click, very loud in the deserted and silent desert. What's going on? Suddenly, the door of the base car's cockpit opened, and out jumped a man in a yellow suit, carrying a toolbox. A man in a fancy suit wearing glasses. I squinted. Isn't this outfit that of an engineer? The base engineer noticed me at the same time, was stunned for a moment, quickly came over with a questioning look, but respectful tone. Commander, where are we? Are you okay? Laughing at me as the commander, I suddenly realized, then it's fine, the engineer was already in front of me. It's okay, you are responsible for deploying the base as an engineer. He respectfully bowed and said, yes, Commander, I am Nolan, the chief engineer of the base, responsible for all the work on the base vehicle. I almost understand, the game is different from reality. But the joystick will adjust, and the base vehicle must be driven. There must be someone controlling it inside. It's just that it's not reflected in the game, but in reality, once a building is sold or destroyed in the game, some engineers and soldiers will come out from inside. And from Nolan's attitude, I also understand, in the game they treat themselves as the highest commander. Can Nolan's base vehicle deploy now, and how much money do we carry? Nolan, as the chief engineer responsible for the base vehicle, obviously knows these data very well, reports to the commander. The base vehicle can deploy at any time. We are carrying 1 million in funds. Wow, I was immediately stunned. Isn't it a string of wine? Where did all my money go? Seemingly noticing the commander's confusion, Nolan awkwardly explained, Commander, our base vehicle has limited carrying capacity. It can carry a maximum of 1 million in funds. But Commander, rest assured, our mining technology is very advanced. I will arrange mining vehicles to continuously replenish the consumed funds. I see, I can't help but laugh or cry. It's just that I was too serious, didn't consider the gap between the game and reality. According to the rules in the game, funds are converted using gold. How could one carry 9,999 gold? Nolan, how is the base's funding converted? In war, it's all about money. With 3,000 funds from the base, you can get a tank or an aircraft carrier with 5,000 funds. It's definitely not just 3,000 bucks. Commander, one fund in the base equals 500 gold. Equals 50 tons of oil. I roughly calculated in my mind. The exchange rate is fine, but there's quite a difference in the cost of some weapons. Like the tanks from the base. The cost adds up to over $1 billion. And an aircraft carrier only needs $1.2 billion. In reality, the cost of an aircraft carrier easily exceeds hundreds of billions. Forget about it, we're not short on funds anyway. We can just get another base vehicle in 10 days. Isn't that another million in funds? Bugs won't stop us. Bastard. And the thing we're not short of in Central Europe is oil. Oil is cheaper than water. Forget about everything else, I'm focusing all my thoughts on the base vehicle. Nolan, go. Unleash my full development speed, a military empire. Commander Nolan's orders. Turning back to the base vehicle, took 2 steps, then turned back to the commander. You may need to drive that pickup truck away once the base vehicle unfolds. It occupies a large area. Alright, I'm getting excited. I briskly walked to the pickup truck, started the engine, then stepped on the gas hard. The pickup truck drifted in the desert, quickly moving away from the massive base vehicle. Meanwhile, Nolan returned to the base vehicle's cockpit, starting to operate step by step. He started the base vehicle like a beast, with an engine that was truly deafening, even emitting blue flames. I couldn't help but stare. This is the beauty of industry. It took half an hour for the base vehicle to unfold. I smoked 2 cigarettes before finally calming down. Soon, the large iron gate of the base opened, and Nolan quickly walked out of the base factory carrying a toolbox. I held a bottle of water, my mouth couldn't help but twitch like AK. I went up to Nolan and handed him the water to drink. Nolan quickly put down the toolbox, looking pleasantly surprised. He respectfully took it with both hands. Thank you, Commander. The base deployment is complete. I have already issued the instruction to build the power station. We just need to wait. I crossed my arms, full of spirit, my messy hair blown by the wind, still unable to conceal my current ambition. I envisioned this moment. The base factory gate opened, several construction vehicles came out, setting up a power station and thick cables on the side. Some semicircular silver metal parts were quite eye-catching. The construction vehicles were being assembled. In the following time, buses kept going in and out of the base factory. A power station is not small, the workload is huge, it's completely impossible to build it in a minute like in a game. A whole hour passed before the electromagnetic frame was set up, then it took another 3 hours to position all the cables. Nolan was also busy back and forth. He directed a beam of electricity in the base. Activating the electromagnetic frame, instantly, lightning snakes began to move on the large metal sphere, generating a huge electric current. After passing through the power station transformer, it was transmitted to the entire base. The 2 large metal spheres were conducting terrifying electric currents just like magnetic flux coils. I can't understand this technology, even modern science can't explain it. Right now, I only care about how long it will take to complete the tank factory. Originally, the next step was the ore refining factory, but where would we find gold in this barren desert? Let the mine carts gather. Fast forward directly. Nolan naturally follows my orders, directly starting to build the barracks, unlocking technology step by step. The base factory also has restrictions. Without constructing the combat laboratory, which is the research center, advanced units and super weapons cannot be unlocked. I won't rush even if I'm anxious. This time the base factory started building the barracks. It's called barracks, but it looks more like a factory. Strictly speaking, this is not a barracks. It's actually a biomanufacturing center, relying on high-tech technology to rapidly produce soldiers from biological materials, one by one. Obeying orders and military discipline are directly engraved in their genes. Firearm use, combat skills are innate. Engraved in their bones, comparable to modern special forces. Of course, the breeding center is the core of the barracks, but it also needs to provide soldiers with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, leading to a long wait. I can only study my right hand, the gray gradually fading, returning to the normal color of flesh and blood on the palm. But when he took out his phone and opened the game, once he tried to reach into the game, the entire palm instantly turned gray, and couldn't reach in. It seems the consumption was too great, like taking out a loan. Now, I can only hope that with time, the abilities of light and the golden finger can recover. The scorching sun in the desert at noon is brutal. I hide in the pickup truck with the air conditioning on, wet my face with water. This place is unbearable. I need to quickly develop the base, establish a stronghold. No network on phones or computers, just focusing on building the base. Nearly completed by 1 o'clock, then comes the part I'm most looking forward to, the tank factory. Rhino tanks, photon tanks, phantom tanks, and so on. All will come out from the tank factory's production line. And this base incorporates technologies from all factions. The tank factory is destined to be at least twice as large. Indeed, Nolan directly controls the base factory, operating at full capacity. He went out to gather materials for hours without finishing. The tank factory's production line is extensive, producing various helicopters, tanks, and fighter jets. I took a nap in the pickup truck and woke up, the materials still not fully gathered. The construction vehicles have also started building, in the immensely vast factory area. Bit by bit, it is being constructed. The tank factory is much larger than the base factory. I was shocked. Just by looking, it's as big as an airport. He swallowed hard, thinking how long it will take to build. I couldn't sleep. Seizing the opportunity, I set up the camping tent, lit a portable campfire, and started cooking. Suddenly, I realized that the soldiers to be produced will also need to eat. In this desolate place, taking supplies to the barracks can facilitate production. Military rations, all compressed food, can make one lose their appetite. I have great ambitions now. How can my troops be so poorly supplied? It seems there is only one way, to directly take advantage of the conflict between the Klarshi government army and warlords, to swiftly seize a city as a base and provide supplies to the base. There is a glint of freshness in my eyes. Once this is decided, the ice-breaking tank will be built as planned. Let's see how long it takes to shock the world. With a budget of 1 million, the most expensive weather tank with anti-aircraft missiles, costing 3,000 each, I can produce 300 of them. 300 tanks would not be enough against the old Clash, but taking down the current Clash is as easy as pie. I personally went to call Nolan, who had been busy all day. Nolan now looks quite disheveled. Suddenly, I thought of something. Right, isn't Nolan about to produce engineers? You produce some to help you. Nolan is also happy while eating. Oh, Commander, I forgot. You are still thoughtful. I will go produce some after I finish eating. After finishing his meal, Nolan voluntarily cleaned up his utensils, quickly reported to me, and ran towards the base factory. In no time, I noticed that engineers, American soldiers, and Soviet mobilized troops kept coming out of the barracks. Under Nolan's command, they all joined in the construction of the base. Of course, Nolan only sent a team armed with rifles. They came to guard and protect me. Their disciplined running pace remains uniform, with determined faces and the fierce gaze of Rue Li. I can tell, this is definitely a well-trained team. Out of the 12, 6 are American soldiers, and 6 are Soviet mobilized soldiers. Their salutes may differ, but they are still very neat. Although their nationalities differ, luckily they all speak English. Otherwise, I really wouldn't understand Soviet. English is fine. I don't plan to switch the barracks production of soldiers to Mandarin. Let them have fun outside. Can't have the homeland taken over by the Black Wave. I couldn't help but laugh. I pointed to a soldier's rifle and said, "Let me see your gun." My command is the supreme order. These soldiers produced from biological materials obey the commander's orders without question. The soldier quickly took off the gun and handed it to me. This is the first time I've touched a rifle. Actually, it's the truth. Which man doesn't like the truth? Not bad. Though I don't know them, at least they look quite mainstream in design. I'll study them more closely later. If they haven't kept up with international mainstream equipment, we'll have the engineers work on upgrading. After the formation, I felt an itch in my hands. He held the rifle with both hands, precisely pulling the trigger. I grinned. Rifles aren't something untrained people can handle. How about I stick to playing with small handguns? I scratched my ear. Around midnight, the tank factory has started to take shape. However, in the desert, I am unaware of the outside world. Everything is changing drastically at this moment. 16 hours ago, the International Space Station in outer space was as calm as usual, with several astronauts stationed there, engaged in relevant scientific experiments and projects. A NASA astronaut, engrossed in a game of chess, suddenly heard an urgent warning nearby, the rapid beeping making him roll his eyes, wondering what was wrong with the space station again. Looking up, David Bruce froze, letting out an incredulous curse, and quickly stood up. Next, he grabbed the intercom on the table, eyes fixed on the screen, and shouted, "Hey, everyone come to the control room now." David Bruce panicked, quickly picked up the ground communication device, and urgently called the ground from the International Space Station. "Ground control, this is ISS, emergency situation, hurry." With a click, a tense voice on the communication device asked, "This is NASA, what's happening? May I ask what has happened?" David Bruce, breathing heavily, with a fearful look on his face as he said, quickly informed the superiors, "I'm sending you the footage now. A UFO has appeared in outer space, I'm sure I'm not mistaken." At this moment, all NASA staff were momentarily stunned, but quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and pressed the emergency button without delay. The entire NASA sprang into action at that moment, realizing the gravity of the situation. No one had observed it, yet a presence had appeared directly in outer space, like a ghost. This means that if it's an enemy, their technology and science will far surpass that of Earth. At the International Space Station, a chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard outside the door. The remaining 4 astronauts rushed over as the computer continued to flash red warnings. Without David Bruce's reminder, several people immediately looked over. The four of them were shocked as if struck by lightning, quickly rushing to the computer. On the dark space background on the screen, the intelligent dynamic capture camera of the International Space Station followed along. The sudden appearance of the unidentified flying object was not a meteorite, but had a metallic color coating. A huge spaceship resembling a pyramid was rotating, appearing out of nowhere, heading straight towards Earth. Two astronauts from Demau, without any hesitation, immediately informed the Demau Space Agency. The other two were astronauts from Japan and Germany, also quickly informing their respective countries. Regardless, they had to react swiftly. The International Space Station organization led by the Soviet Union and the Americans was not overlooked. At this moment, in the base's airspace, all developed countries on Earth received the message. Even without a space station, there were satellites. Ordinary people knew nothing. At this moment, all major nations entered a state of taboo. In that seemingly vast conference room, a large number of people gathered. There were scientists, military personnel, each with a very serious expression, looking up at the images sent back by the space station on the large screen. Their gaze focused on the continuously rotating pyramid-shaped spaceship approaching Earth, and soon a voice came through the speakers. "NANS," the professionals quickly reported the calculated data, 560 meters in length, 2,100 meters in width. Everyone's heart trembled upon hearing this number. What does 2 kilometers mean? The enemies that could be accommodated inside were unimaginable. Navy Admiral Grove also took a deep breath, extremely apprehensive as he watched another screen from NANS, through the video, with a speed of 106 kilometers per hour. Admiral Grove asked the most crucial question, whether the landing point is confirmed on Earth. According to current orbit calculations, General will enter the Earth's orbit in half an hour, with the landing point in Central Europe. In the spacious conference room, the faces of dozens of people have all turned pale as blood. They have always been searching for extraterrestrial beings, but now that extraterrestrial civilization has arrived, everyone is afraid. Quickly, a professional from NICE said, "General, look at this spaceship continuously flipping. I am 100% certain it is an out-of-control spaceship." Admiral Grove stood up abruptly. "Are you sure if this is indeed an out-of-control spaceship, it's a gift from the heavens to the Empire?" The entire NICE team sprung into action and soon confirmed that the spaceship was indeed out of control. Its movements didn't comply with dynamics, which explains why it was traveling at 106 kilometers per hour in outer space. This speed, on the cosmic scale, is countless times slower than an ant's pace. According to the calculations, the spaceship may eventually crash at a speed of 1 Mach. The impact at this speed in Central Europe would be catastrophic if there are no protective measures. The carbon-based life forms inside cannot possibly survive. Admiral Grove's eyes lit up peculiarly, meaning there's no chance to interpret the threat. Whoever gets hold of the spaceship wreckage will have access to incredibly advanced space navigation technology, as well as various weapon technologies. But at the same time, with the impact center as the origin, within a diameter of 60 kilometers, it will face a devastating blow. Silence. In NASA, it seemed like the quiet ridge of a horror movie, with no one speaking, a diameter of 60 kilometers, a catastrophic disaster. Comparable to doomsday. No living being could survive. They imagined that scene in their minds, the impact, the intense explosion as the sun rose, sending shivers down everyone's body. For a moment. From Marine Corps General Grove, breaking the silence, calculate the exact landing point, the rest is not your concern, international humanitarianism will assist the disaster victims. At the speed of this spacecraft, it could be destroyed in mid-air with a missile. However, when various countries confirmed that it was an out-of-control spacecraft, surprisingly, unanimously, no one made the decision to destroy it. Instead, all forces near Central Europe were mobilized. Countries were about to start competing. Demau, Manhwa, now having good relations with Erlang, belonging to the same political community, the leaders' call was made to Erlang's highest political and religious leaders' capital. Following that, along with another major country in Central Europe, Saudi Arabia, the heads of the four countries held a secret meeting. No one knew what was discussed. Time was ticking away, and 20 minutes later, the out-of-control spinning spacecraft officially entered Earth's orbit. This moment, even some developing countries captured this scene with satellites, and even some technologically advanced companies in capital got the news. The world's attention focused on Central Europe. The final landing point of the spacecraft was calculated to be in the Persian Gulf, near Erlang, Clash, and other Central European countries. Clash's only port was in the Persian Gulf, controlled by warlords, and it was Clash's only way to the sea. United States. Times Square, this open country, surprisingly had a tech company buy out New York media, broadcasting live for the first time. A spacecraft entering orbit. All satellites could capture its image. Everyone on the streets, staring blankly, watching the emergency broadcast on the big screen, the image still in Earth's near-space orbit. That huge 2,000-meter spacecraft, seemingly losing power, flipping and falling continuously. In no time, blue skies and white clouds appeared. Then, unexpectedly, the expected gravitational acceleration from NASA and various space agencies did not occur. The spacecraft continued to fall slowly at a speed of 106 kilometers per hour. At this speed, it was impossible to experience intense friction with the atmosphere, giving birth to glaring flames, more like a secret weapon landing from some country. Very strange. The actions of the high-ranking officials of various countries were all frozen. People were stunned. Had the spacecraft lost power? Why was there no gravitational acceleration? If not, how many lives could survive on the spacecraft? What kind of combat power did they have? All this needed to be measured. In the streets of the United States, some people saw this scene, sneered, treating it as a movie or AI video and passing it off with a laugh. Soon, the spacecraft entering the atmosphere could not be captured by satellites from outer space. The image could only disappear. However, dozens of Central European and Asian countries became tense, especially the coast of Erlang. People near the Persian Gulf all looked up at the sky. That massive spacecraft, maintaining high speed, crashing fiercely from the sky. It seemed like doomsday had arrived at that moment, and all people fled in terror. They didn't know if they were under attack, or what was happening. Some took out their phones to record videos. The streets were very chaotic. People were running around in panic, not just in Erlang. The people on the coasts of the Persian Gulf, Erlang, and Clash, could all see this spacecraft falling from the sky, as well as the northwest of the Persian Gulf. The residents of the coast of Saudi Arabia, known as the richest in Central Europe, were most terrified at this moment. Absolutely belonging to Erlang, 2,000 meters long, in the sky at a height of 10,000 meters, it was 10 times larger than the planes usually seen. As it fell, the spaceship in the field of vision kept enlarging. 2 kilometers, how big it was can be imagined, like half a county town falling from the sky. The sky cast a huge shadow. Buzz, buzz. Some people have already heard the intense whistling in the air. Fortunately, the increasingly large and oppressive spaceship gradually shifted and did not crash into the densely populated city. Instead, it fell on the uninhabited seaside. Boom! A deafening impact sound came, as if an infinite mountain collapsed in front, causing a strong vibration under the feet of the nearby Erlang people. It shook people so much that they could hardly stand. Flames burst out in the distance, and billowing smoke rising to the sky. Fortunately, it finally fell at a speed of 106 kilometers per hour, otherwise, it would have been a terrifying disaster. Almost no one who could see it would have survived. The residents near Erlang, after the shock, the first action was to curiously rush to the crash site. They are not fools. There is absolutely no spaceship this big on Earth. Someone shot a video from a close distance. It was uploaded to the internet. 10 people. Hundreds of people may not cause much of a stir online, but if thousands of people do, international social platforms go crazy at that moment. It caused a huge sensation, and this news spread globally at a terrifying speed, even in the dragon country that prohibits climbing over the wall. There are still many people who like to climb the ladder. On international social platforms, similar to Twitter, Facebook, international Douyin, YouTube, etc. They saw the related videos shot by Erlang residents with their phones, which were so realistic. Almost everyone was shocked. They quickly flipped through the comments section, rushing to the front line of watching the excitement. The accurate landing point is out, within the territory of Erlang, on the coast of the Persian Gulf. The leaders of the United States, Dragon Country, Russia, and other countries all received this information. Just after hanging up the phone, the Dragon Country leader who had just concluded a secret meeting stood up abruptly. A hint of joy appeared on his calm face. He quickly left the office and went to discuss. No matter what, troops must be sent to investigate. Major countries around the world set off together. Central Europe is destined to become lively, especially the Persian Gulf. The United States. 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers led the way, taking the fleet to the Persian Gulf, while the Central European hegemon, with ambiguous relations with the United States, had fighter jets taking off directly from Letup, crossing the Clash border, heading to the Persian Gulf to investigate. Not to mention Letup, the largest warlord in the Clash, whose regime was destroyed by the Americans, also received the news, and several speedboats set off from the port of the Persian Gulf, heading to the crash site of the spaceship. Everything was in chaos. No one could sit still. If this was a damaged spaceship, falling to Earth isolated and helpless, who could turn a blind eye to the technological secrets within it? At the same time, as the host, Ilang naturally had the first large army to arrive at the scene, with dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, as well as hundreds of transport vehicles, rushing with soldiers to the nearest city to the crash site, New City, 30 kilometers away from New City. The coastline. The crash site was hit by a large pit, like a meteorite crater, with seawater pouring in, submerging a small part of the spaceship, soaking in muddy water. The other half was on the ground. The dark spaceship's exterior was smashed a lot, emitting some thick smoke, like a crashed plane. The densely packed Ilang residents nearby, each holding a phone to shoot, pointing, and discussing incessantly. Thousands of people had a look of fear and palpitations, and a little panic. Although they came to watch, their hearts were extremely unsettled, with confusion about the future and a sense of disorientation about what was happening. Of course, a small number of brave people, a few as a team, approached the spaceship, wanting to see if they could go in. What was inside? To get some benefits out of it. The huge crashed spaceship, constantly emitting black smoke, was silent inside, and no one knew if there were any survivors. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the military of the Ilang country sealed off the scene, dispersing all civilians and leaving only military personnel. They acted quickly, immediately starting to violently dismantle the intrusion, trying to take advantage before other countries could arrive to benefit themselves as much as possible. But this was destined to be in vain. Liatu and the people from Saudi Bar had arrived, facing such a spaceship. No one cared whether it was within the borders of Ilang. If you don't agree, then fight. Liatu, the little overlord, showed that he was not afraid. With multiple parties entangled, there was no way out, as no one was willing to back down. With the chaos and clash now, the leaders of the government army had all arrived to get a piece of the pie. Damaoan, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, had also arrived. Surprisingly, the Americans had sent a senior officer from Liatu's military base to the scene. Helpless. In the evening, led by Wu Chang, it was decided to hold an international conference, involving more than half of the countries in the world. Extremely grand. In the early morning, when Jiang Chen fell asleep, the people at the meeting had not yet arrived, but a huge wave had already been stirred up on the internet. However, in the signal-less, desolate desert where Jiang Chen was, he had no way of knowing, unaware that in the next few days, when Jiang Chen officially attacked Clash, whether those people had finished arguing. The next day, Jiang Chen opened his eyes on the bed in the barracks, got up, quickly left the barracks, and of course, the first thing he did was to check the situation at the tank factory. "Commander! Commander!" The local soldiers stationed in the barracks saluted and greeted Jiang Chen one after another. Just as he stepped out, Jiang Chen saw a huge building in front of him. He was overjoyed. It seemed that the tank factory had been completed. He walked quickly for a while, and sure enough, dozens of construction vehicles had already started building the air command center on the other side of the open space. Nolan's construction ability was simply amazing. Due to the construction of the tank factory, there were a lot of construction and transport vehicles produced, so the remaining buildings were constructed quickly, like the air command center. The progress was already more than half, with the air command center being a 3-story building with 4 helipads below, and a radar for receiving and transmitting signals on the rooftop. Nolan was busy outside. When he saw Jiang Chen, he quickly put down his work and came to report, "Commander, the production line of the tank factory is currently idle. Do you want to produce some war supplies? In the game, tank shells are infinite. In reality, of course, it's not possible." Jiang Chen had no hesitation in relying on the tank factory to produce ammunition, as war is all about money, that is, strategic reserves. He waved his hand. "Shells, bullets, firearms needed for war, start all production lines, and store 100,000 funds first." "Understood," Nolan said loudly. He knew that the commander would have a big plan in the next few days, waiting for the tanks to go to war, so he directly sent an engineer to open the production line. The tank factory started rumbling, and one fund in the base, converted into RMB, was 250,000, which means one fund could produce at least 100,000 bullets. 100,000 funds of supplies. It was absolutely terrifying. By the time Jiang Chen finished breakfast, the Air Command Center had been completed, and next was the most important laboratory in Red Alert, the Combat Laboratory. Only by building the Combat Laboratory could advanced units be unlocked. Similarly, even with the Air Command Center, without the Combat Laboratory, Jiang Chen could only produce the Soviet main battle tank Rhino and the Allied Grizzly, not the MVP Apocalypse tank or the MVP Prism tank. Likewise, currently, Jiang Chen's tank factory could only produce armed helicopters, not fighter jets. There was no hesitation. Nolan controls all construction vehicles to start building a combat laboratory, which is a relatively large building similar to a real war laboratory. It can develop various weapons, develop blueprints, and so on. The specific functions can only be understood after completion. Jiang Chen took a look at the base's funds and found that a total of 60,000 had been spent, leaving 940,000. He thought, why not start with some cheap rhino tanks? Can't beat Tianqi. But in combat, one shot can crush bones and raise dust. The key is that they are cheap, only 900 funds compared to Tianqi's 3,000. Who cares? Explosive troops. First, get 20, then 20 armored transport vehicles, form an armored unit, and casually bring a few hundred militia to take down a city like Clash without any problems. Look at De Mao and Air Mao. Without the armored unit, relying solely on infantry combat, Air Mao was being pushed back step by step. Even with infantry tank coordination, they couldn't take down a city like Clash? Bring in a few more armed helicopters. Free stuff. Just shoot around. Thinking this, Jiang Chen waved for an engineer to issue production orders for 20 rhino tanks, 20 armored vehicles, 10 helicopters, and 1,000 of the cheapest mobilized troops. It cost less than 50,000 funds. Shortly after the orders were issued, Soviet mobilized troops, each carrying a rifle, began to march out of the barracks, and the tank factory's automated production line started. In just 15 minutes, a rhino tank was produced, and several tank drivers emerged from the barracks in sync with the factory. All for 900 funds. Jiang Chen exclaimed that it was too good to be true. So, is an aircraft carrier also all-inclusive? Build an aircraft carrier and get a few hundred people for free? No doubt. It's so damn cool. Without any officers at the base, Jiang Chen pondered and personally took command of the newly produced militia and tank armored vehicles to assemble on the other side. However, he frowned, realizing that he needed officers. After all, wars still needed to be commanded, and with the base's rapid growth, things would get increasingly chaotic with more people. He needed someone to manage it. Nolan, come here for a moment. He found Nolan and asked, Nolan, can the base produce officers? We need to address our logistics, strategic readiness, and command issues. Without hesitation, Nolan replied, Commander, yes, once the combat laboratory is completed, you can obtain advanced biological samples from inside, including officers and special units. Jiang Chen was delighted and exclaimed, Great, hurry up and build it. Once the combat laboratory is completed, report to me immediately. Yes, Commander. Next was the anxious wait. The base's production of militia was fast, and all 1,000 militia were called by Jiang Chen to stand in the shade, each standing upright with a determined expression, full of fighting spirit. It was unbelievably neat. At noon, under the high sun, Nolan, panting and sweating profusely, ran over from the construction site, shouting all the way, Commander, Commander, the combat laboratory is ready. Jiang Chen, practicing his marksmanship, was energized by the news and said, Let's go, show me. Commander, this way, please. The combat laboratory held many hidden treasures, such as the elegant and charming Tanya, the terrifying Yuri with powerful psychic attacks, the humanoid mini-Nu carrying Ivan, the timespace trooper with single-soldier teleportation equipment, rocketeers, Allied Special Forces Navy SEALs, and various high-ranking base officer biological samples. There were many more. Each one could significantly enhance the base's combat power, similar to a nuclear power plant that permanently solves the base's combat power shortage. For example, the cloning center. If a militia is produced at the barracks, the cloning center can replicate another one, allowing for faster explosive troop production with the same funds. Jiang Chen followed Nolan through the nascent base, avoiding construction vehicles. In front of him, on the flat desert, stood a building with more than 10 floors high, which was a very large laboratory. Each floor had its own function, storing equipment for research and experiments. Jiang Chen realized upon entering the building that the base's combat laboratory covered a wide range of subjects, including biochemistry, weapons and equipment, aircraft and tanks, aircraft carriers and warships, firearms, hyperspace, laser weapons, and more. Jiang Chen's task now was to fill the empty laboratory, equipped with various advanced instruments, with research personnel. Nolan, do we have samples of research personnel? He didn't believe they needed to look outside. The base's vehicles were in various remote locations that could sustain and develop the Empire's power, and Jiang Chen felt confident they would have what he needed. Yes, Commander, Nolan replied with his eyes closed, pondering. The base factory has biological gene samples of 3 top human scholars, 21 super scientists, and 50 senior scientists. Commander, do you want them all produced? Of course. Jiang Chen was shocked to carry so many. Why ask? Get them all out, put them to work. What level are the senior scientists equivalent to? Nolan smiled slightly, just a step away from the Nobel Prize. Jiang Chen was stunned, realizing the terrifying strength of the base. Licking his lips, he looked eager, and what about the top scholars? Nolan's answer left Jiang Chen's mind blank. Commander, take as many as you want. For them, the Nobel Prize is no longer an honor but a mere title. Topics like hyperspace teleportation, weather control devices, and cloning centers are all led by our top scholars. It was cruel to take as many as one wanted. Jiang Chen thought about it. Just one hyperspace teleportation device required overcoming numerous technical challenges. Any one of those challenges could win a Nobel Prize. A complete set of hyperspace teleportation equipment? Taking 7 or 8 would be no problem. Alright, hurry up and produce them. Some of the base's weapons need upgrading. Oh, and make a radar and spy satellite. The base can't function without any network. The empty laboratory needed to be put to use. Jiang Chen instructed Nolan and then headed to the camp gate. Honestly, he was also eager to see what the geniuses who invented hyperspace teleportation and weather control devices looked like. Alright, Commander, I'll go now. By the way, what about the base's officer level? Nolan asked respectfully as he walked. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, pondering slightly. What samples do we have for the officer level? We have many samples. Just the commander samples alone come in several types, with different personalities and combat styles. There are hot-tempered ones, calm ones, and intelligent ones. Jiang Chen was amused and surprised. Were the hot-tempered ones the type to start a fight at the drop of a hat? That would be the hawkish faction. The calm ones would be the doves, right? Of course, it was not that simple. Hot-tempered did not mean foolish. The biological samples of the overall commander were all very capable and charismatic. Are there any all-rounders? Jiang Chen inquired. Nolan scratched his head. No, Commander. He seemed to find it difficult to understand and lamented. Talent is innate. Their success and character are equally important factors. The Empire once tried to optimize their genes to produce all-round biological samples, but found that once their characters were optimized, their achievements were far lower than before. Jiang Chen quickly nodded in understanding. It made sense. Just like the commander of the Hawk faction, bold and meticulous, precisely because of his boldness, daring to fight and seize opportunities in battles, striking swiftly. You have optimized his boldness. Only meticulousness remains. Only knowing how to stay put. Just like the 2 poisonous talents in the 3 kingdoms, Jiasu and Li Ru, if you don't let these 2 be poisonous, their achievements would probably just be ordinary strategists. Nolan continued to explain to Jiang Chen, apart from the commander, the remaining senior officers are basically versatile, without the character flaws we are familiar with. Commander, which sample do you think we should produce? Is there a need to consider this? Jiang Chen thought not. One of each, the one with a strong personality in charge of military affairs, the steady one in charge of base logistics, and the politically astute one. Nolan was taken aback. Suddenly enlightened, the commander's idea was brilliant, placing all 3 in positions that suited them best. No thoughts of playing politics, clueless even when being manipulated. In military matters, introducing a strong personality aligns perfectly with Jiang Chen's current thinking, directly pushing against clash, confronting other forces. The attitude must be firm. Once the base is on track, with its terrifying productivity, daring to challenge anyone. Nolan couldn't help but secretly admire the commander's idea. Commander, I'll go busy myself. You wait a moment to assign them tasks. The top talents of the commander are scholars. I can't move them. You need to personally issue orders. Jiang Chen was surprised. He thought he would come down to the base himself. Nolan had the highest authority. It seems not. Alright, you go. I'll wait at the camp gate. With a farewell, Nolan quickly left to issue production orders, which needed to be carried out in the base factory. Jiang Chen then arrived at the camp gate. Staring at the bright sun, patiently waiting, in no time, he heard the equipment in the camp starting up, making gurgling sounds. From seeds to embryos, then to adulthood, rapidly passing through the nutrient solution, while also having specialized brain-machine devices, imparting various knowledge to them, as well as military literacy. When a person with a hunched body and a messy face full of long beards walked out of the camp, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his pupils filled with disbelief. Who the hell did I see? Damn! In the history of modern science, an insurmountable giant, everyone can only look up to him. The person with the highest IQ in human history. Einstein. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, his pupils shaking. The person coming out of the camp was too shocking for him. It overturned his understanding. How could the base store Einstein's genes? Jiang Chen was completely numb, as a graduate in science. If others don't know what Einstein means, the science field surely does. In the last century, with imperfect equipment and theories, Einstein proposed the theory of relativity, speculated on black hole models, and researched the mass energy equation, laying an important foundation for the birth of nuclear bombs. To put it mildly, he is a god. Amidst his shock, Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his head, remembering that in the background of Red Alert, he witnessed the outbreak of nuclear war. Regretful, Einstein created a time machine, returning to before World War II. The United States did not dominate, history was altered. This time the Soviet Union became powerful, leading to the Allied forces fighting against the Soviet Union in the Red Alert War. Damn, no wonder Nolan said top scholars look down on the Nobel Prize. If this Einstein has a background story as awesome as that, the Nobel Prize is nothing. If a time machine can be invented, just think how terrifying that is. Following this, Jiang Chen was filled with excitement and joy, feeling almost the same as when he saw the Red Alert base vehicle. An absolute genius in physics. Mind-blowing. He was like a student, taking 2 quick steps forward and grabbing Einstein's aged hands full of historical wrinkles. Professor, hello. Einstein was pleasantly surprised and quickly waved his hand. Commander, I dare not, your precious life. How can it be wasted on an old man like me? No, technology is the primary productive force. You technical scholars are the most important people in the base. Jiang Chen was very enthusiastic. Einstein was definitely a treasure in the base. With such a genius, what couldn't be researched? Jiang Chen didn't know, the Einstein in front of him was even more formidable than he understood. Under the technical knowledge imparted in the base, Einstein no longer specialized. Physics, chemistry, biology, genetics, weapons, astronomy, and so on, he was proficient in all of them, coupled with his own super high intelligence and imaginative thinking. Indescribable. He was a monster himself. Moreover, Einstein's arrogance was not reflected in this person in the base. He slightly bowed. Thank you for the praise, Commander, you can just call me Einstein from now on. Einstein, without the word love. This did not affect anything. No independent individual wants to be someone else's substitute. Although Einstein used Einstein's genes, there was still this grudge. Okay, Professor Einstein, come, take a break here, wait for the others, and then I will take you to the laboratory. Okay, Commander. Einstein spoke very slowly, calmly, seemingly nothing could make him emotional. He always maintained inner peace. This helped him think. The two stood aside, and then another top scholar walked out of the barracks, whom Jiang Chen did not know but was also polite to. 3 top scholars, 21 special technology experts, and 50 senior scientists. It took an hour. All production was completed. Jiang Chen was somewhat excited, surrounded by many scientists, and everyone headed to the combat laboratory. Next, these people would need some assistance. It wouldn't take long. His combat laboratory would soon be in full swing. Of course, before that, Jiang Chen had to state his requirements. With Jiang Chen, there were a total of 74 people. The lobby on the first floor of the combat laboratory was crowded, and if placed outside, each one would be a significant figure like a national treasure. They needed heavy protection. Now, standing straight below like students, Jiang Chen stood on a step, with the eyes of 74 people all focused on him. Everyone, the future and development of the base will rely on you. As the commander of the base, representing the future tens of thousands of soldiers in the base, I thank you in advance. Jiang Chen bowed deeply. He could disrespect anyone, but scientists deserved respect. They silently gave everything and their lives to explore the essence of humanity and the universe. Furthermore, as a leader, you also have to show some face. However, scholars like Einstein, Helens, Nicholas, and others did not dare to think so. Each of them was respectful and fearful, with dozens of people saying in unison, Commander, you are too kind. For the Empire, this is what we should do. Okay, it's time to talk business. Jiang Chen reviewed all the equipment of the base in his mind and scanned the people below. Many scholars were also eagerly watching him. He began slowly. Currently, the base's equipment is somewhat outdated. I need everyone to work together to update it. Everyone nodded. There were no objections, but Professor Einstein pointed out the issue, speaking slowly. Commander, can you be more specific? Is all the equipment to be updated? What's the urgency? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I understand, Professor. The first thing that needs to be replaced is the fighter jets and aerial firepower. The base should have the most advanced Black Hawk fighter jets, each carrying 4 missiles. I'm not sure about the speed, but let me tell you, the most advanced fighter jets internationally can carry over a dozen medium-sized missiles and reach speeds of up to 3 Mach. He is not a military person, so he can only provide these parameters. Moreover, Jiang Chen specifically researched some Red Alert background information. The original form of the Black Hawk fighter jet has long been phased out, but the carrier-based aircraft on the Allied aircraft carriers, based on the F-18, are still in service. Listening to Jiang Chen's data, Stan nodded slowly and asked, Commander, what else? His expression remained calm, as if a speed of 3 Mach was not a big issue. Jiang Chen continued, in aerial combat and operations with carrier battle groups, we will definitely need early warning aircraft, information aircraft, bombers, and reconnaissance aircraft. It seems that the base does not have production lines for these. Early warning aircraft and information aircraft, in simple terms, are airborne radars and information relay stations. Carrying a huge radar, flying at an altitude of 30,000 meters, they provide escort for carrier battle groups, which is the terrifying aspect of carrier battle groups. The most important thing is that Professor Helens, who is in charge of military readiness, raised his hand and said, "Commander, for the things you mentioned, we have relevant technical data that can be used to increase production lines at the base. However, as you mentioned, it may require upgrades." Helens hesitated slightly and said, "Commander, we need to know some international data." Without specific data, they were a bit at a loss. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. "Nolan is working on spy satellites and radars. Once there is a signal, everyone can use the network to access some public data. If we can steal real data, I will have it sent to the laboratory immediately." The spy satellite at the base is a very important equipment that can decrypt the encryption methods of satellites from various countries and steal data and networks. However, the results remain to be seen. Jiang Chen's attention shifted to what Helens had just said, and he asked seriously, "Professor, you just mentioned that the base has this technology, and increasing production lines will suffice? Modern warfare is all about information warfare when equipment is not overwhelming. Early warning aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, and information aircraft are all crucial as they provide intelligence on the enemy, preventing oneself from being blind." "Yes, Commander," Helens replied affirmatively. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and said, "Great. The last and most crucial task is for all of you to work together to develop a Hive unmanned aerial vehicle attack system. I will provide some international data for you to review later. Unmanned aerial vehicles play a strategic role in warfare nowadays. Similar to Big Mao and Second Mao, damn it, drones flying around the battlefield all day, throwing grenades, is not what Jiang Chen wants. He wants a self-destructing Hive drone that can deploy thousands at once, like a swarm of bees, densely covering the sky, terrifying people. They can automatically identify targets and initiate self-destructive explosions. Or unmanned attack aircraft can also be used, without the need for ground troops. Countless drones equipped with machine guns in the sky, pouring firepower. Who the hell can withstand that? You see, you can't use expensive anti-aircraft missiles to shoot down these cheap drones, right? Even the Americans wouldn't dare to consume resources like that." Jiang Chen explained his concept of the Hive unmanned aerial vehicle attack system to the 74 experts, and their eyes lit up instantly, sparking discussions among them. In their era, this kind of warfare had not yet been born. Helen's spirit was uplifted and excited. "Commander, this tactic really broadens my horizons. Commander, rest assured, we will start researching as soon as we get back. The Beehive-style drone attack system. It's really amazing." Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He had said basically everything that needed to be said. Tanks don't need to be upgraded anymore. In modern warfare, tanks are no longer the main force. Informationized air superiority is the key on the battlefield. Of course, I want to remind all the professors that we must have a long-term vision. We don't necessarily have to use fossil fuels for energy. How about small-scale controllable nuclear fusion? What about nuclear batteries? What about hyperspace transport fighters, or tanks? At this point, Jiang Chen suddenly had a flash of insight and his heart trembled. He thought of something very exciting. He quickly brought it up. "Don't we have hyperspace mining vehicles? It means that hyperspace devices can be fully equipped on tanks, fighters, and even Beehive carriers, right? Damn, even mining vehicles can be equipped. Who dares to say that fighters can't be equipped? I'll shoot him dead." Jiang Chen said too much all at once. Many scientists were a bit overwhelmed. As the main inventor of hyperspace transport, Professor Einstein nodded in agreement. "Commander, what you said is correct. We will start researching a new set of hyperspace transport fighter technology. And, you need to know that the base has nuclear battery technology, which is used by hyperspace transport." Damn! This news was a huge surprise for Jiang Chen. Mature nuclear battery technology. Right. No wonder he hadn't thought of it himself. The base has a special unit, the Hyperspace Legion, which is equipped with individual hyperspace devices. You can't go to battle carrying tons of oil. There must be portable energy sources. If only he could use his golden finger now. Jiang Chen thought of the arc reactor of Iron Man in the Avengers. Bring that out. Let Einstein, Helen, and others study it and replicate it. That thing is far more powerful than nuclear battery energy. Nothing more to say. Jiang Chen immediately said, "Then let's develop the hyperspace fighter for me. Whatever you need, the base will provide it all for you." "Yes, Commander." After discussing the matters in the combat laboratory, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the many researchers quickly took their positions. They headed to the meeting room to discuss who would be responsible for each system. Division of labor. It is believed that before long, the base's equipment will undergo a major update. At the same time, the barracks once again provided the combat laboratory with nearly 300 logistics personnel to assist the researchers in their research and experiments. 3 commanding officers were also completed. Jiang Chen was receiving these 3 people. Just by looking at their faces, he could tell who was who at a glance. The 3 had been waiting at the entrance of the combat laboratory for a long time. As soon as Jiang Chen came out, they immediately stepped forward and saluted in unison. Commander, Alpha, Xavier, Norton, reporting to you. The 3 each reported their names, and Jiang Chen looked at them one by one. Alpha was a rough and burly man, very robust, 30 years old, and his eyes always carried a fierce and ruthless light. Just by making eye contact with him, one could feel fear and a strong sense of oppression. This man was clearly tough, exuding a murderous aura. He was a great general. Xavier had bright and intelligent eyes, a gentle appearance, and had spoken politely earlier. He had the demeanor of a leader. Norton seemed very stable and reserved, as deep as a bottomless pool of water. No one could read any information from his face. Nevertheless, all 3 were top talents at the commander level, possessing the ability to command the 3 armies. The base is full of potential now. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly assign tasks. Alpha, the military operations of the base will be handed over to you. Alpha's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He cracked open his white teeth and cruelly laughed twice. Understood, Commander. Just tell me who to strike, and I'll tear him apart for you. Hearing the joking words with bared teeth, Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart. Truly ruthless. However, the more he listened, the more he liked it. Good job. With a heavy pat on Alpha's sturdy shoulder, Jiang Chen imitated his bared teeth expression. Don't worry, you'll be busy soon. Then he turned to another person. Xavier, you will be in charge of the base's political and legal affairs in the future. When we take down Clash or other cities and forces, everything will be under your management. Alright, Commander, you can rest assured, Xavier promised confidently. Jiang Chen looked at the last person, Norton. The logistics of the base, personnel deployment, weapon readiness, various supplies, information intelligence, all will be entrusted to you. Yes, Commander, so you mean I'm like the Minister of Defense? Norton joked calmly. Jiang Chen chuckled. Yes, exactly. These 3 individuals were indeed top talents, each with their own style and great self-confidence. This confidence was honed through hard work. With their success, Jiang Chen was confident in entrusting the future of the base to them. He could now relax as a hands-off manager. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen waved his hand vigorously and said, "Let's go, it's time to assign you specific tasks. Alpha, get ready." Upon hearing this, Alpha knew they were going to war. He was so excited that his blood boiled. Shouting loudly, "All right," with subordinates, generals, and guns at hand, as a man, at this moment, why not take control and build a career? Power is the best adornment for a man. With great ambition, Jiang Chen led the 3 individuals to his pickup truck and pulled out a map of Central Europe from the glove compartment. No internet, basic conditions, let's make do for now. Eager Alpha opened his mouth wide and firmly held the map for Jiang Chen, spreading it out on the desert ground. It's okay, Commander, paper maps are often more reliable. The 4 future dignitaries were now squatting on the desert ground. Jiang Chen found their current location on the map and pointed at it with his finger since there was no pen available. We are here now. 40 kilometers to the south is the residential area, and our position is right in the middle of Clash. Clash is currently engulfed in war, with the government forces fighting against the Sali armed groups. There are conflicts everywhere, except in the rear areas of both sides. For now, we don't need to worry about them. Alpha, I want you to quickly capture a major city nearest to us to provide basic supplies for the base. Jiang Chen pointed on the map and settled on the nearest city, Hama. It's Hama. It seems to be around 60 kilometers away. I'm not sure about the scale, presence of troops, or armed forces there. You can check the specific military strength of Clash online later. Alpha, how long will it take? Alpha was arrogant, no, confident, even bordering on arrogance. Without much thought, like a fierce beast, he replied, as fast as my soldiers, half a day for me is double, a day is triple. His eyes were as cold-blooded as a wild animal's, and after a moment of contemplation, he still said fiercely, it will be a day. Good. Jiang Chen naturally agreed. Alpha then asked, Commander, I want to ask, in what capacity are we appearing, what identities? He gestured with his hands, appearing rough and violent, but Alpha's thoughts were actually delicate, especially when it came to fighting. This relates to the way of warfare. If you are on the side of justice, then you have to consider many things. You can't harm civilians, and you can't bomb urban areas at will, and so on. Identity? Jiang Chen fell into a brief silence. He pinched his chin and pondered. What is his purpose? Not to mention the long term, but definitely to make a loud name for himself in the present. First, take the mountain as king. He probably had an idea, his gaze deep. Alpha, there is no identity, no position, as long as the battle is fought beautifully, fiercely intimidating the enemy. If you insist on saying, just 4 words, for power. Xavier and Norton were both stunned. The commander's ambition was great. Alpha's eyes were shining. He felt that this commander was just to his liking. All right, understood, Commander. Alpha stretched his muscles and bones, joints cracking like fried beans. This time he could really go all out. He was a typical war fanatic. Jiang Chen looked at the map again, pointing to the only seaport in clash, Persian Gulf. Here is occupied by the Sali armed forces. Our second target is to take the port, cut off any maritime assistance to them. Behind the Sali armed forces stood the Americans. What they wanted was not to let Clash have a complete government, constantly seize Clash's oil. Although the 3 major oil fields were not as large as Saudi Arabia's, they were still very rich. And the whole of Clash, there were oil fields big and small. It's just that these 3 were the largest, which was also the reason why Clash's military power could be strong decades ago. Now it's a game of international powers. Suddenly, a mysterious force emerged, wanting to fight the Sali armed forces supported by the Americans. The Americans would definitely not agree. As the world hegemon, in order to maintain their international hegemonic status, the Americans have always been flexing their muscles. At the same time, the port holds a very important strategic position. Clash only has this one port. Jiang Chen wants to develop the naval power of the base, so it must be occupied. Otherwise, it will have to be handed over to Professor Instan with a difficult problem. Sky carrier. Jiang Chen thought about it and decided against it. The targets in the sky were too big. With so many satellites and radars, there was no way to hide, otherwise countries would have planned sky carriers long ago. Pure sitting ducks. Alpha was a big bald man. He patted his head, smiling. Commander, I understand. I will finish reading the information tonight and tell you in a few days. You just need to wait for the results. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture. Then it's fine. You guys go prepare. You need to equip personnel. Go find Nolan. The base is still focusing on one thing and neglecting another. I'll leave it to you. Yes. The 3 of them left, each forming their own teams. Only the talents from the war laboratory, along with the current personnel, cost another 100,000 funds, plus he had Nolan produce tanks and infantry, costing another 50,000. The base was left with 750,000 funds. The weapons that could be produced were destined to be limited in quantity. So, the pace must be accelerated. Take Clash, take the oil fields, and replenish the base's funds. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen casually checked his golden finger. A day had passed. Once he touched the screen, it still turned gray. Just a bit faded. Just as he estimated, it would take 10 days to fully recover. Jiang Chen chuckled at himself. He stood up, climbed onto the pickup truck. In front of him were construction vehicles, and infantry patrolling and wandering around the super large base. Not bad. What else was there to be dissatisfied with? In the afternoon, Alpha, Norton, and Xavier began to manage the base. Alpha divided 1,000 infantry into groups, forming 3 large teams. Norton produced a lot of logistical infantry. Then he applied to build warehouses, food, clothing, shelter, transportation, armaments. He has to manage everything. It's chaotic, definitely not as simple as imagined. Meals are prepared by someone, cleaning is done by someone, the base needs patrolling, deepening, and extending the defense line, and air defense work needs to be done, to avoid being discovered. A direct missile strike would level everything. In short, everyone is very busy. Xavier is free now, helping Norton handle things. Captured Hamasity. Only then is he busy. Only Jiang Chen has become a big idler, wandering around the base, excited. This is all his doing. Using the words of the internet, all this is my territory. He is now impatient to showcase his power to the world, shock everyone, expand and strengthen, make the base the #1 in the world. Young people have no other thoughts. It's a time of boiling blood. Who dares to challenge? Forget about the small days, sticks. These things are definitely Jiang Chen's first target. All men are treated as slaves. Women are confiscated. Air Lang, the capital. It has been 26 hours since the space shuttle crashed. Representatives from various countries have just arrived, and the meeting has not yet been convened. However, several small groups have privately exchanged a lot. Led by China and Russia, they do not want the Americans and the North to get the technology. The Americans want to monopolize it. They just regret that the spaceship did not crash within the US borders. If it were something else, After hastily preparing for over an hour, all the representatives from various countries who came to Erlang finally sat in a huge conference room. Many foreign ministers began to argue endlessly. Some want full disclosure, joint research, and technological transparency. Some want a division system, whoever gets that part, it's theirs. This was proposed by the United States. They want to occupy the core area. The first proposal of technology openness and full transparency was rejected. Forget about it. The three nuclear powers, Manhwa, Russia, and the United States, were the first to oppose it. They thought, why should we work hard to research the technology, just for you to freeload? Forget it. Moreover, there are technological barriers between countries. No one wants others to catch up and surpass them. What to do? Not only the United States, but other major countries also do not want to involve Africa and other backward countries. After discussing for an afternoon, nothing was agreed upon. Each side was just arguing. The parliament was suspended. The U.S. Secretary of State secretly found Manhwa and Russia, the three permanent members of the Security Council. This time they wanted to sit together and suppress the others. They then called the remaining two permanent members of the Security Council. The five of them held a small meeting. The specific details are complicated, so I won't introduce them, but in short, after deliberation, the five permanent members of the Security Council reached a consensus. At the same time, the ugliness of politics was once again revealed. In the evening, the global meeting on the allocation of the space shuttle resumed. The five permanent members of the Security Council did not speak at first. The meeting place was as noisy as a market. No one was listening to anyone. Smack! Seeing that nothing was being achieved through the noise, the U.S. Secretary of State slammed the table heavily, stood up sharply and said, "Stop arguing." He attracted the attention of all the country representatives. There are no outsiders here, no reporters, you don't need to hide anything. The proposal I put forward is a division system, dividing the spaceship into more than 200 parts, using a military exercise to determine points. Those with high points choose first, those with low points choose later, those with no points get lost. It's that simple. Wow! Instantly, the meeting place was in an uproar. Several African countries immediately stood up in opposition. Their national strength would mean they would be the first to get lost, not even worth a scrap of copper. Don't be fooled by what the U.S. Secretary of State said. It seems like everyone can choose a piece, but in reality, weaker countries now have to compete with China, the U.S., and Russia in military exercises to get points. It's wishful thinking. They would be out of the game directly. The strength of the US, Russia, and Manhwa is definitely not just getting one puzzle piece. They would each get several puzzle pieces at least. Take away the core technology for yourself. The remaining scraps, you guys can divide among yourselves. No, we do not agree with this opinion. We also object. Aderlev, your plan is clearly formulated based on American interests. Absolutely not acceptable. This is too unfair for us. Not to mention these very weak countries in Africa. Asia, Europe have many as well. Southeast Asia. Some small countries in Europe and South America, no fighter jets, no aircraft carriers, tanks are also scarce. Real military exercises? Damn it! Not only did they not get the points, but also some tanks were destroyed, some soldiers were killed? Isn't this a loss for nothing? American diplomats simply disdain these people, not even bothering to look at them. Just like a United Nations meeting, let's decide by voting. Swish! The eyes of the African brothers suddenly focused on the face of the representative of the Dragon Country. They can only hope that the Dragon Country, which has been trying to win them over, will help them. However, the representative of the Dragon Country remained as steady as a rock. After a moment of silence, he said, "I agree." The Russian representative said, "I also agree." Seconded. That's it, arguing won't lead to anything. Relying on strength and means, everyone is convinced. The remaining two permanent members of the council, the United Kingdom and France, all agreed. The African brothers were dumbfounded. The whole room fell silent, not to mention the African brothers. Even the members of the Northern Alliance who wanted to break free from American control but couldn't, were stunned. The representative of Japan looked stunned. He was also dumbfounded. "Oh, you guys are not taking me to play?" After a brief silence in the conference hall, everyone present was smart enough to realize that this had already been discussed by others. Join forces to suppress them. A conspiracy. What can you do? No temper. Japan and Germany, two defeated countries, although they did not receive the news in advance, were still quite confident in their own strength. After some consideration, it seemed that this plan was the best. Could it be really making technology open and transparent to those African brothers? How is that possible? And with this scoring system based on real military exercises, to select pieces of the puzzle, the entire spaceship is 2,000 meters long, calculated in square meters, tens of thousands of square meters. Those with strong capabilities are at the forefront. They first chose the positions of the engines. Everyone has a chance to obtain core technology. Thinking of this, Japan and Germany also raised their hands in agreement. The rest were simply outmatched. These major powers were clearly leaving them with nothing. If you have the ability, come and take it? The faces of the African brothers turned red one by one, holding back their resentment, shouting in the conference hall, but no one paid attention to them. The dragon country, which used to indulge them, did not even acknowledge them this time. Who is more important, everyone can still tell. After all is said and done, when the technology is developed, give them a part to deceive them, then win them over again. Anyway, now, don't get involved. The United States, the dragon country, and Russia have already started to compete. All three countries have a chance to be the first in real military exercises. It depends on how large-scale the military exercises will be. If fighter jets and aircraft carriers are involved, is there a chance to destroy some of the competitors? It seems. This time, it also gave a few major powers who have been in a stalemate a chance for a direct confrontation, to test each other's strength. And this meeting, surprisingly, ended in just one day. The remaining people, no matter how much they objected, it was useless. It was the host, Iran. They requested that regardless of who takes the puzzle, they have the right to participate in the research. This was agreed upon by all countries out of respect for the host. Can't really wipe out Iran, right? The meeting ended here. As for how the next real military exercises will be conducted, diplomats from various countries must quickly consult with their domestic leaders and the military. Clash. In the deserted desert, after an afternoon, the base was finally completed in sync with the radar and spy satellites. The radar is responsible for scanning the abnormality in the air. Ground spy satellites are starting to try to search for signals, secretly entering the back door of other satellites to provide the base with a network. Jiang Chen held his phone, eagerly waiting, not used to living without the internet these days. Beep, beep, beep. When the network covered the base in an instant, Jiang Chen's phone was about to explode, with a series of messages and major news notifications on Weibo. Jiang Chen looked at the series of WeChat messages that popped up. He was stunned. He had never been so popular before, and those friends who played well didn't even know he had become a big shot. Unexpected windfall. There are a few childhood friends, with good relationships, but they hardly ever contact each other. All over the place. Who could it be? With speculation, Jiang Chen opened WeChat and looked puzzled. What's going on? Several jerks actually sent him messages, and many were mentioned in the group. His younger sister Jiang Li, Cheng Qingzhu, Xiaoyan, and Qi Yaxin added up to a lot. In China, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were anxious. When Jiang Chen ran abroad, there was no news. He didn't reply to WeChat, and his phone was off. They were both very worried. They couldn't sleep well at night, fearing that he might be in trouble in an unfamiliar place. Brother? Where are you? Are you okay, brother? I can't reach you on the phone. Reply quickly. See and reply fast. Bro, if you don't speak, I'll call the police. Bro, what's going on? Don't scare me. Something big happened on your end, and you didn't even tell me. Jiang Chen opened his younger sister Jiang Li's WeChat. From the hundreds of messages, it was clear that Jiang Li was about to cry in anxiety, sending him a message whether there was something or nothing. Jiang Chen was relieved and felt a bit guilty. He quickly replied to Jiang Li, "Don't worry, everything's fine. No signal these past 2 days, it's back now, everything's fine, good girl, I'll bring you a gift when I come back." Cheng Qingzhu also sent many messages. Although not as straightforward as Jiang Li, Jiang Chen could see her concern and replied, "Qingzhu, it's okay, no signal these past 2 days. Then there were some reports from Zhao Jiaxu. He wasn't in a hurry because he thought Jiang Chen was busy and simply not replying to him, just doing what he should as a subordinate. On the other side, Xiaoyan, are you there? Xiaoyan? Qi Yaxin, what are you doing, Qi Yaxin? Why aren't you talking? Are you hiding something from me? Got a little girl? Qi Yaxin, looks like it's true. Qi Yaxin? Qi Yaxin, check the news quickly, is it true? Something big is about to happen. After reading the messages, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. What happened? He replied to Xiaoyan and Qi Yaxin with a message saying no signal. Returning to the list, the rest were messages from childhood friends, all saying to check the news quickly. Then there was intense discussion in the group with hundreds of messages in several group chats that used to be silent. Jiang Chen's pupils slightly contracted. He opened a message from a childhood friend who loved to climb over the wall, with several videos sent, all featuring a huge space battleship on the cover. Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked. He clicked on the video, a vast and incomparably huge space battleship, like a black cloud covering the sky, passing over people's heads. Panic on the streets. People were in a panic. Then came a deafening roar, followed by a ground-shaking tremor, with dust rising in the distance, so far away that the hazy and smoky distance could be captured. Jiang Chen was really shocked, his brows furrowed tightly. This was like something out of a fantasy. It was very likely because of him. He took a deep breath. His gaze was not calm. Hurry up and open the remaining videos to check. The content is almost the same, and there is also intense discussion about the spacecraft on the foreign websites. Jiang Chen quickly looked at the time below the comments. It's exactly the same. It was when he took out the base car yesterday. He was stunned. Is this real or a game? Who is balancing themselves? Moreover, with such a large spacecraft, isn't it going to destroy the Earth? Jiang Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly continued to browse the news. He opened the domestic Douyin. As expected, such a big thing can't be hidden at all. The country didn't even bother to hide it, allowing the videos from foreign websites to come out, directly dominating the hot search on Douyin. The heat is terrifying. The entire audience is discussing it, some are excited, clamoring to destroy the world quickly. These are just some ordinary people who have long lost the joy of life due to mortgages and car loans. It doesn't matter. Everyone is looking forward to a war. Hurry up, this time finally proves that there are aliens in this universe. Ha, they found Earth. Fight, why are the aliens silent? Who is in Erlang country? Can you live stream it? Yes, leak some information. Waiting for the latest updates all day long. Hope there won't be a war. Even if there are aliens, we can still shake hands and make peace. Naive. Jiang Chen nervously kept scrolling up, not getting any useful information. In any case, almost the entire population is discussing this incident. Of course, the country dared to release the information, naturally making countermeasures. They held an emergency press conference, urging the people to maintain order, and officially announced that this was just a spacecraft out of control, falling from orbit, with no signs of life. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Out of control? That's good. If it wasn't out of control, with the technology of such a large spacecraft, it probably has the ability to destroy the Earth. It's outrageous. Red Alert base car, compared to such a large spacecraft, what kind of play will they come up with next with a space battleship? Jiang Chen was a bit afraid to think about it. He looked again to see how the situation was now. The top 10 hot searches were mostly about this spacecraft. Among them, the third place was #emergency meeting held in Erlang to deal with extraterrestrial visitors. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Erlang, Nowu City, Persian Gulf, so close. What are they going to do? Is there really no life inside? He was very skeptical. From the video, the speed at the time of the fall was not fast. The impact force, even if the spacecraft lost power, could not have killed everyone. Perhaps that was just a statement to stabilize people's hearts in various countries. He obtained gold bricks himself. In reality, a gold mine appeared, and he took out a base car with amazing technology for a day, and now a spacecraft inexplicably crashed. Jiang Chen felt this was a blatant targeting. It's like patching up. His face was very heavy, his eyes narrowed, he sat solemnly on the ground, looked up at the sky, the appearance of the golden finger, and these changes. Jiang Chen's mood was somewhat complicated, but for now, it's impossible to figure out the situation. He couldn't even find out how this spacecraft appeared. Only a few major countries. They might know. Don't think too much, first improve my own strength, at least I need to know how it appeared. Jiang Chen's gaze became firm. Moreover, the Persian Gulf is very close. It's hard to say, he has a complete chance to occupy this spacecraft. Patch up? Sorry, since it's delivered to my door, I'll take it. Jiang Chen stood up from the desert. The base's buildings were only missing a nuclear power plant, a training center, and a replication center. He glanced around the vast base. Nolan was directing dozens of construction vehicles to build a nuclear power plant, providing permanent energy for the base. The replication center he wanted would have to wait. But with the current people, Jiang Chen felt they could try to attack the nearest city to the base, Hama, under the management of Alpha, Xavier, and Norton. The various departments in the base cooperated and gradually became orderly, similar to wartime. Intelligence reports were quickly sent from the spy satellite base to the combat laboratory and command center. Alpha gathered some officers to study the intelligence in the command center. They were unfamiliar with this world and could only quickly understand it through the intelligence from spy satellites, including information about Clash and the surrounding military forces, as well as the situation in Hama. Officers below continuously gathered information and reported back to Alpha. After reviewing, it was found that Hama was controlled by the Sali armed forces, but the specific military strength was unclear. Due to the gold mines exploded in the central western clash, the main forces of both sides were deployed there. Alpha, with a shiny bald head, like a fierce beast ready to pounce, exuded a muscular and intimidating presence. He nodded in understanding, took a glance at the overall military intelligence of Clash, and noted that both the government army and the Sali armed forces had a small number of fighter jets and armored units, but the main combat strength remained the ground troops. "General, shall we attack?" asked the officer below, eager and influenced by Jiang Chen and Alpha. The base's ground troops were now all eager for battle. However, the fiery-tempered Alpha unexpectedly shook his head and revealed a sinister smile. "Why rush? When the commander says to take one city, do we really just take one city?" His cruel gaze fell downward, scanning from Hama City to the port of Clash in the Persian Gulf, drawing a straight line from the middle of Clash all the way to the port. Alpha's strong fingers pointed at each city along the route, instructing, "Check the situation along this line and report back to me." Several officers understood Alpha's meaning and felt their blood boil with excitement, responding, "Yes." They worked nervously and diligently, with the spy satellite base continuously collecting data and information from the internet. The command center and combat laboratory were extremely busy. The combat laboratory, with Stan, Helens, and Nicholas, held intelligence on strategic weapons of the United States, known internationally for being the most advanced. Stan, holding information on the B-2 stealth bomber, nodded slightly in appreciation. Having served for decades, the B-2 remained the most advanced bomber, showcasing the strength of the United States. The secrecy surrounding updates behind the B-2 made it difficult for even spies to uncover. "Helens, as the commander said, our naval and air forces indeed need strengthening. Take a look at this." Stan handed over data on the American nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Helens examined it and noted that the largest carrier-based aircraft could reach over 60, a terrifying combat capability compared to other countries like Dragonia, which had barely 30 carrier-based aircraft. The base's aircraft carrier only had 10 aircraft, lacking proportional combat strength. Helens nodded. "This matter is urgent. We need to hurry. Stan, hand over the aircraft carrier to me. I will try to make the structural drawings tonight. Nicholas, what will you do?" The three of them had already started assigning tasks. When Helens mentioned the aircraft carrier, of course, it was not just one aircraft carrier, but the entire aircraft carrier formation, close to a dozen warships. The base had all the necessary technology. It just needed to replan the size of the aircraft carrier, the keel, power, and so on, equivalent to enlarging and reinforcing the structure. Nicholas, like Helens, was one of the top 3 in scientific research, mainly in military aspects. He replied, "Then I will lead the team to update the fighter jets. Stan, I entrust you with the hyperspace teleportation and energy aspects." Stan's main focus was not on the military but on some strange power sources. For example, the Iron Curtain, hyperspace teleportation, Fisher generator, and so on. Of course, all 3 of them had this ability, but Stan's ideas were more extreme than the other 2. Stan, wearing glasses, with wise eyes, pondered, "I need you to calculate the maximum payload so that we can design the power for hyperspace teleportation. Try to reserve some space to see if we can add another Iron Curtain and Fisher generator." Helens and Nicholas were extremely surprised, their expressions frozen, as if meeting Stan for the first time, shocked by his ideas. "Good lad, you really have ideas. Stealth materials are generally divided into stealth coatings and stealth radar. Stan didn't want to study that. Instead, he directly added a Fisher generator to the fighter jets, achieving the goal of stealth where neither radar nor satellites could detect them." Stan contemplated for a while. Various thoughts emerged in his mind. "I think you can also design some unconventional weapons, such as light prisms, phantom technology. We can all add them to give the commander a surprise." Stan didn't want to be ordinary. He didn't just surpass the mainstream equipment internationally by 1 or 2 steps but by leaps and bounds. Helens and Nicholas, once again dumbfounded, opened their mouths. "You are truly a monster." However, after a moment of thought, they looked at each other and saw a glimmer of light in each other's eyes. Stan's plan was feasible. By combining fighter jets with phantom tank technology, one jet could be turned into several phantoms, or even a cloud. Coupled with stealth coatings, it was truly invisible, appearing as blue sky and white clouds. Not even the radar could detect it, let alone the Hubble telescope. Nicholas gradually became excited internally, his blood pumping faster. If they could pull this off, the commander would be ecstatic. He quickly wrote down, Plan 1, conventional supersonic fighter jets, Plan 2, hyperspace fighter jets, Plan 3, phantom fighter jets max. Helens also wrote down several plans. Putting the pen aside, she smiled, "Great. Let's lead the teams and design it as quickly as possible. We will inform you of the weight. The size should be around here, the maximum should not exceed 50 tons. You should start with a weight of 50 tons and provide me with the space required for hyperspace teleportation. Fighter jets rarely exceed 30 tons fully loaded, and the heaviest international bomber can only reach 40 tons. Stan, with a pensive expression, nodded slowly. Yes, I will compress the size of each device. Then let's begin. The three of them, along with a few young people, started sketching, while they explained and calculated the size, weight, and so on. The remaining top and senior talents were also divided into several small groups, each tackling difficult problems. Base. Zhang Chen chatted with his younger sister and friends in China on his phone, while keeping an eye on the news about spacecraft. At that moment, he heard a quick and light footsteps behind him. Zhang Chen turned around. Xavier, holding a portable computer, saluted Zhang Chen respectfully and said, "Commander, take a look at this." From the clever Xavier. Zhang Chen knew it was no small matter, took the portable computer and looked down, squinting his eyes slowly as he read the message just stolen by the spy satellite. According to the decision of the United Nations Conference, countries around the world have decided to use actual combat exercises to determine the division of space shuttles, allowing any country with political power to participate. African countries are protesting. Many leaders are furious, considering this act extremely unfair, and have issued condemnations internationally, demanding a renegotiation of the division of space shuttles, but no one is paying attention. Countries such as Iran, Lithuania, Egypt, Saudi Arabia have tried various means to enter the mysterious spaceship but failed to find an effective entrance. Actual combat exercises? Zhang Chen muttered silently, and after reading the rules, he showed a hint of disdain on his face. It turned out to be bullying the small with the big. Without thinking, the next step in formulating the rules would definitely favor the big countries, with no chance for small countries to earn points, the focus being on participation. Seeing that the commander had almost finished reading, Xavier tentatively said, "Commander, the space shuttle, a product from outer space, should our base join this military exercise to gain some technology? The higher one stands, the more they know about a spaceship capable of traveling in space, the incredible technology it contains. Describing it as surpassing the whole world is not an exaggeration." Xavier did not know that Zhang Chen had already included this spaceship in his plans, so when he came to inquire, Zhang Chen returned the tablet to him. "It says that only countries with political power can participate, and we only have a few days left. Do you think we can gain political power?" Hearing this, Xavier closed his eyes. In his mind, the scene of the base taking over the entire clash evolved at an exaggerated speed. If there was a brain-machine interface, it would connect to Xavier's mind. The scene would be absolutely amazing. Xavier's brain was like a high-speed advanced computer, considering all kinds of situations, even interventions from neighboring countries. In this situation, Xavier opened his eyes. "Commander, with the base's firepower fully engaged, in half a month, with Alpha's capabilities, we can definitely take over Clash. As long as we delay for half a month, we can participate in this military exercise." He was referring to using any means necessary, including direct bombing and heavy weapons. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook his head. "You are thinking too simplistically. Look at the Houthis, they have been in control for a long time, even the capital is under Houthi control. What will the United Nations do? They will define them as terrorists and impose sanctions on them." "So," Zhang Chen nodded thoughtfully, "we are very likely to be defined as terrorist militants. Understand, the path of military exercises is doomed to fail, but we must also get involved in the space shuttle. What you and Alpha Norton need to do is to quickly take over the oil mines in Clash to replenish the base's funds," he emphasized. His attitude was firm, and his gaze was resolute. Xavier's pupils constricted. He was also a smart person and immediately understood that the commander intended to forcibly take control. He quickly said, "Understood, I will go tell Alpha. In the future, the base's funds must not be cut off. Go ahead." Zhang Chen encouraged. Xavier nodded solemnly and left quickly. In the command center, Xavier relayed Zhang Chen's intentions, and Alpha immediately stood up, his gaze fixed on the three largest oil mines in Clash. Sternly pointing at each soldier, "Go," urged Nolan, "quickly build the replication center, hurry." "Yes, General." The three largest oil fields, two in the hands of the Sali armed forces, all in the south, in the same direction as the port, and the other in the hands of the government army, in the far north. "Since the commander said so. Can't wait any longer." Alpha pointed to a person again. "You go tell the head of the tank factory to produce Rhino and Grizzly tanks, as well as multi-purpose armored vehicles all day long. This stuff is not afraid of being redundant, and these three are very cheap, none of them exceeding 1,000 funds. Just make it." "Yes." Sensing the seriousness in Alpha's tone, the local soldiers ran out immediately, and Alpha, the bald man, raised his wrist. It was 9:20 in the evening. He put down his palm and waited with his arms crossed in the command post for 2 minutes. The local soldier who inquired about Nolan came back. Loudly reported, General, Engineer Nolan said the replication center can be put into use by no later than 2 in the morning. Alpha's face, full of muscles, tightened, revealing fierceness. You go tell him, I want it by midnight, no matter what method he uses. Yes, General. Waited for a moment again. The local soldier who had just left came back panting. Report to the General. Chief Engineer Nolan said that by midnight, an additional 50,000 funds will be needed. 50,000? Alpha didn't say much harsh words, lit a cigarette he got from Jiang Chen, and said, You go tell him to hurry up. 2 hours earlier, I will take down the oil field 2 hours earlier and make up for it. Yes. 50,000 funds are equivalent to 250 million tons of oil. Alpha was actually exaggerating a bit. 250 million tons is not a small amount. Many oil fields produce only 100 million tons annually, which is only 2 million in base funds. But there was no time to think about that now. Time is money. Nolan agreed and added some construction vehicles, and the base nuclear power plant and cloning center began construction together. Upon receiving the news, Alpha looked at Xavier and Norton and said directly, I will leave at 4 in the morning. The security of the base will be in your hands. Prepare 100 communication devices for me. Norton was in charge of logistics. At this time, there was no room for delay. Nodding heavily, rest assured. Okay. Alpha's gaze once again turned to the nearest city of Nu, as well as the Heli Lang Gorge where the Clash Government Army and the Sali Armed Forces were currently facing off. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, extinguished the butt with his fingers, which were stained with black smoke ash. He rubbed his thumb on the entire map of the Heli Lang Gorge, where the two armies were facing each other, and it instantly turned into a dark blob. It was 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Chen noticed that all the lights in the base went out at once, and after a short minute, each building lit up again in a very orderly manner. He immediately understood. The nuclear power plant was ready. Jiang Chen quickly walked towards the nuclear power plant, where there were several very large chimneys emitting smoke, burning water, then cooling it to convert heat energy into kinetic energy for power generation. With the nuclear power plant, the base would basically no longer suffer from power shortages. The only thing was not to let anyone bomb the nuclear power plant, otherwise, a nuclear leak would affect the entire base. Commander, you're here. Nolan had just come out of the nuclear power plant and greeted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded in response. Nolan, get the crack generator ready quickly, cover the entire base, this is our foundation. Yes, Commander. The construction vehicles at the base were too busy now. All were building the cloning center. Only 1 hour left. Seeing this, Jiang Chen left the entrance of the nuclear power plant and found Alpha and Xavier in the command post. The two were discussing plans in a tense deployment, instructing the 2 rows of officers nearby. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen, all of them stopped working and saluted him. Commander! Commander! Jiang Chen waved his hand. You guys are busy, I just came to take a look. Yes! Dozens of people all shouted loudly. Alpha continued aggressively. Xavier, this time you're coming with me. I won't stop after taking Hamashi. I'll be ready to cut off the Salian Armed Forces supply line all the way to their rear, so stabilize the cities we take down. This is a blitzkrieg. The enemy has no idea that there is such a force within Clash. They will be caught completely off guard. Alpha aims to expand the gains as much as possible. If we can reach the rear of the Heli Lang Canyon and cut off the Salian Armed Forces retreat, with the government army in front and the base army behind, this group of Salian Armed Forces will be dispersed. Xavier nodded. Leave it to me. Do you think I would lose the positions you take? Alpha laughed heartily and punched Xavier heavily. Alright, I trust you. Then, Alpha turned around, his sharp eyes sweeping over the faces of many officers. Everything that needs to be arranged for you has been done. Now go down and get ready, rest now, and depart at 4 o'clock sharp. Yes, General. The 1,000 mobilized troops produced by the base yesterday, under Alpha's arrangement, were all sharpening their skills and preparing to depart in the early morning for a big battle the next day. Subsequently, many officers bid farewell to Jiang Chen. Leaving the command post, Alpha said to Xavier, You should rest too. I'll keep watch. I won't go. Xavier shook his head. Norton and Alpha didn't sleep either. What's the point of sleeping? It's fine to endure a bit, and then both looked at Jiang Chen. Alpha said, Commander, do you have any instructions? Jiang Chen, sitting aside, quietly smoking, raised his head and said, No, leave the professional matters to the professionals. I'm planning to go with you tonight. He had been bored at the base these days, not having anything to do. This was the base's first battle, expanding its territory on the battlefield, something Jiang Chen had been looking forward to. Alpha and Xavier exchanged a glance, feeling hesitant. Xavier expressed some concern. Commander, you are the core of the base. We are not clear about the military situation in Hamashi. It's hard to avoid hidden dangers. Please reconsider? If something happens to Jiang Chen, what should they do? Jiang Chen naturally understood their concerns and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be in the armored vehicle, listening from behind. I won't recklessly charge to the front. This clearly failed to convince the two. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and with insufficient intelligence from the base, if a group of people from outside Hamashi City were to come and directly bomb the armored vehicle with RPGs, it would be very dangerous. Seeing the two still hesitating, Jiang Chen took a step back. If the situation is not right, I'll return to the base immediately, okay? Xavier and Alpha, both headache and helpless, could only say, alright, Commander, you'll come with us. Okay. Although the cloning center was not yet completed, Alpha continued to order the continuous production of soil soldiers. The base's barracks could produce 1 soldier per minute, 60 in an hour. It may seem few, but this speed was already very fast. Throughout the day, there would be over 1,000 people, all of them elite. Once the cloning center was operational, there would be 120 robust and well-trained soil soldiers per hour. At the same time, in the Dragon Country, in the Silver Sea City, due to a 3-hour time difference, it was only 8 o'clock domestically. Cheng Qingzhu returned to the dormitory, put on some makeup, picked up her phone. With a slightly expectant and embarrassed look on her face, she sent a message to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, I'm going to livestream. Can you come and watch later? In the base, Jiang Chen, who had internet access, received the message, picked up his phone and replied, okay, tell me your name later. Is Ali also live streaming? Well, Judge Yashu said that we should adapt a bit, play casually. He wants to see what style suits us, and then we can proceed with the packaging. A true top streamer doesn't livestream every day. Zhao Jiashu is planning to transform Jiangli and Cheng Qingzhu into this, but he also needs to consider the style, appearance, voice, outfit, and other factors combined, creating a perfect persona. Otherwise, if the videos have one style and the livestreams have another style, it will have a big impact. Okay. In the base, Jiang Chen really has nothing to do now. Cheng Qingzhu quickly sent her nickname for her voice imitation, then looked at Jiang Li beside her. Li, are you ready? Jiang Li was carefree, tidying up her short messy hair. Okay, is my brother coming? I'm so nervous. Qingzhu, are you nervous? Cheng Qingzhu rolled her charming eyes. How could she not be nervous? She was sweating in her palms. The other two roommates secretly sneered. Since the day they came back from a big shopping trip, the two of them had been sour. Now knowing that the two girls were going to livestream, they sneered in their hearts. Still want to be internet celebrities? If it were that easy, everyone would be making money as internet celebrities, who would still go to school. Although they sneered in their hearts, on the surface, the two of them behaved as usual. Women are the hardest to grasp. At this moment, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were also ready. Both of them took a deep breath, encouraged themselves internally, and then Cheng Qingzhu, on the stand, clicked to start the livestream. The two of them nervously stared at the screen, not knowing what to do, looking a bit silly. Soon, an audience entered. Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but burst out laughing in the base. Too silly. Like fools. He directly said on the screen, what are you two doing? Relax a bit, you're so nervous, one would think you're meeting a big leader. Seeing someone speaking in the livestream room, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu widened their eyes slightly, showing a flash of joy. Then they were at a loss again, staring at each other, not knowing what to say. Jiang Chen was speechless. It seemed that the two of them had no talent for livestreaming at all. Both were socially anxious. Although younger sister Jiang Li seemed carefree and lively, she was actually stubborn. And Lan. Seeing that the audience was speechless, Jiang Li felt a bit embarrassed. She thought of the streamers she had seen before and said, this is our first livestream, if you like it, you can follow us. Thank you. Jiang Chen fell silent, lit a cigarette in the base, and said nothing. Quietly typed, I'm your brother. Ha! Jiang Li widened her eyes, her face suddenly turning red, then she shouted, brother, what are you doing? I thought you were an audience. Forget it, you two play, livestream as you like. If you don't want to stream, you can close it. I'll support you too, call me if you need anything. He wasn't short of money anyway. There was no need to painstakingly teach the girls how to livestream. He just wanted to find Cheng Qingzhu a part-time job at the time. Seeing this, Jiang Li sneered and dismissed it. Cheng Qingzhu felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. She looked a bit self-blaming. Indeed, Jiang Chen wanted to help her. She couldn't go on like this, she had to learn how to stream. Jiang Chen left the livestream room. He scrolled through the videos, and currently, the news about the spaceship still dominated on Douyin. Almost every self-media wanted to ride the wave of popularity. The most requested in the comments section was to watch the livestream of the spaceship. But currently, no one could do that. Just as Jiang Chen left the livestream room, Jia Jiashu arrived and began to carefully teach Cheng Qingzhu and Jiang Li how newbies should stream. He was very patient. After all, this was the big boss's sister. John Lee was actually quite interested in this. The older brother had said that in the future, he would connect with the entertainment industry. Which girl hadn't fantasized about wearing a beautiful dress and standing under the spotlight? She studied very seriously. Zhao Jiashu acted as the manager of the live broadcast room, slowly attracting more than a dozen people to watch, while Zhang Li was responsible for chatting with the barrage. Chang Qingzhu sat there like a well-behaved child. The two were pure and youthful, with faces like school flowers, and being new to live streaming, they gradually attracted many viewers who wanted to be the big brother of the new girl. See if they can get close. With Zhao Jiashu taking care of things on the side, the two became a bit more skilled in their broadcasting, and Zhang Li loosened up, occasionally joking with the audience in the live broadcast room. According to what Zhao Jiashu said, regardless of the size of the gift, no thanks or response was given. Zhang Li was now a little rich woman, doing this very well, creating a high-end image. In order to maintain the popularity of the live broadcast room, Zhao Jiashu spared no expense, offering one big lucky bag after another to keep people and generate traffic. The number of people reached over 1,000 in just 1 hour. Zhao Jiashu was very excited. Some internet celebrities with millions of fans only have a few dozen viewers in their live broadcasts, which is very normal. Zhang Li and Cheng Qingzhu, one lively and one quiet, were both beautiful girls. With the continuous lucky bags, the number of fans kept increasing. He knew. Now he had to continue to maintain this and preferably create a big event with a topic and traffic, so that the first day would be a great success. Zhao Jiashu had a scary idea that came to mind. It even gave him chills. After some thought, he sent a message to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, I have an idea that could make our company and Miss John Lee an overnight sensation. It might cost a lot of money, would you like to hear it? Go on. Jiang Chen was a man of few words. Zhao Jiashu swallowed hard, even he was scared by the idea. Trembling, he shared the unrealistic idea, we will create a competition for the highest consecutive wins. No matter who it is, we will beat them, make them submit. Just smash them with money. Those top streamers like Douyin, San Yanggu, Huizi, and Ni, we will defeat them in a competition, gaining their respect. These streamers already have a large following. Then Zhao Jiashu will edit and promote it. It will definitely go viral. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked at the idea. He blinked, thinking, he has money, so he's going to play like this? Competing with those top streamers, preparing to spend millions in one live broadcast? He couldn't afford to do that with his 70 million in his pocket. Zhao Jiashu continued, Mr. Jiang, I can contact the management of Douyin and form a guild. We can split the profit 70 to 30, with us getting the 70%. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It was a decent proposal. After Zhao Jiashu sent this message, he didn't dare say another word, feeling very uneasy. He almost felt like he had said something wrong. Jiang Chen was wealthy, but not a fool. Moreover, once this plan was executed, it would be like an endless pit, with streamers continuously coming to him. Without a budget of 10 million, he couldn't make big promises. Also, Zhao Jiashu had no idea about Jiang Chen's capabilities. He regretted it and slapped his thigh, quickly trying to make amends. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I got carried away just now. He had just clicked send. Jiang Chen's message came in response, I think your idea is good, let's do it. Thump. Zhao Jiashu was stunned, completely dumbfounded, feeling like he was kneeling in his heart, extremely shocked. My goodness, was the boss really that powerful? He had indeed been impulsive earlier, but now he was calm and quickly said, Brother Jiang, I was wrong just now, we can't do this. It might go viral, but the money earned may not cover the expenses. Damn it! Brother Jiang was too intimidating. If they agreed, they would face losses in the quarterly and annual reports. How could he face Brother John then? His earlier thoughts were just a pipe dream. The dream of an ordinary person is to become a top streamer by spending money, making the whole internet cry. But in reality, it's not practical at all. Who has that much money? Zhao Jiashu realized that the boss Jiang Chen was also excited, and advised, Jiang, calm down. I was just joking earlier, this is too much of a loss. Jiang Chen replied with 5 words, it's okay, not short of money. That indifferent statement was full of style. Zhao Jiashu's eyelids twitched violently, his scalp tingled. Is this real or fake? Who is Jiang Chen after all? At this moment, Jiang Chen, in his heart, was filled with a mysterious sense of superiority. His breathing became erratic. His heart and hands were trembling. Uncertainly he asked, John, are you really going to do this? It might incur a lot of losses, and I can't guarantee when we'll break even. Jiang Chen remained calm. 70 million was not a small sum, but the thought of creating an unbeatable internet myth from his own hands ignited his competitive spirit. As long as he wins Clash, he will be swimming in wealth. Money is really not an issue. He calmly replied, the money for this PK won't go into the company's finances, consider it my personal funds. Contact Douyin, provide them with the company account, and activate large deposits. Manhwa. Zhao Jiashu truly knelt down to Jiang Chen this time. With a thud, his hands trembled with excitement, almost dropping his phone. At this moment, Zhao Jiashu felt as if he had won a grand prize falling from the sky. He was so excited he couldn't contain himself. By picking a boss in the live broadcast, he not only found a boss but a god of wealth. Besides excitement, Zhao Jiashu felt grateful and awed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's achievement was not just his own dream but also fulfilling Zhao Jiashu's dream. Spending a fortune. Treating money as if it were not money. Who hasn't fantasized about that? Countless netizens below were calling themselves big brothers, a scene that would satisfy anyone's vanity. Jiang Chen's words reached this point. If Zhao Jiashu hesitated further, he would be considered immature. He felt a rush of heat, excitement shining in his eyes. Jiang, should I contact Douyin now to activate the account for Anlin? Yes, send me the company account. Base. Jiang Chen, wrapped in a padded jacket, sat on the sandy ground. The base was brightly lit, with the continuous sound of industry and machinery. Soldiers walked out of the barracks. Suddenly, he had an idea, and as he thought about it, he smiled. In the future, he would start a live broadcast, let people from all over the country send rockets, fire one at the enemy. If the enemy were the little devils, they probably wouldn't stop for a night. Ha ha. Zhao Jiashu quickly sent the company's Douyin account and immediately messaged a Douyin customer service representative he had contacted before. Activating large deposits was not difficult. Douyin was eager for you to deposit. It was done in no time. Zhao Jiashu had already found a company address these days, started decorating and purchasing equipment. The matter of the live broadcast guild was, of course, not neglected. It had been arranged early on. The guild would give gifts to its own streamers, splitting the revenue with Douyin in a 70-30 ratio, while other viewers would have a normal 50-50 split. This was almost an unwritten rule on all live streaming platforms. The wealth coefficient was returned. The people had a 50-50 split. Zhao Jiashu didn't rest for a moment, adding the company's New Star Media account and Jiang Chen's Anlin account to the guild. The sub-accounts were naturally Jiangli and Changqingzhu's ongoing broadcast Ali Xiaozhu. After a few clicks, he let out a long breath. Everything was settled. Now, as long as the two main accounts gave gifts to the sub-accounts, Douyin would only take 30%. The next step was to create a persona, attract traffic. Zhao Jiashu wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge top streamers every time. It would be best to start from the lower levels and gradually work up to the top. It would be ideal to challenge a big streamer every day, continuously refreshing the popularity. Now Ali Kingzu is a new account, not well known, wanting to connect with top anchors, of course, is impossible, can only start with some small anchors. The character of the undefeated myth must be established first. After thinking for a while, Zhao Jiashu sent a message to Jiangli, Miss Ali, I discussed with Jiang Ge, you changed the title of the live room to. After a little thought, Zhao Jiashu's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he said bluntly, create the highest online PK winning streak, lose once, and give away a 911 sports car. In the dormitory, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu, who were live streaming, were stunned when they saw the message. What's going on? Is it real or fake? Who can afford it if it's real? Zhao Jiashu quickly sent his thoughts to Jiang Chen, and Jiang Li and Cheng Qingzhu were shocked, their bright red lips slightly parted, eyes full of astonishment. Jiang Li hurriedly asked, does my brother have so much money? Besides, if he has this money, why not spend it elsewhere? Why do it this way? Cheng Qingzhu nodded seriously. Exactly. Are they crazy? Zhao Jiashu shook his head on the side. I don't know either, but from what I see from Jiang Ge, it seems like he does. The difference between the two siblings is too big. From the chat with Jiang Li, Zhao Jiashu could easily judge that this is an ordinary person, but how come her brother Jiang Chen is so rich? What does he do exactly? It's getting more and more mysterious. Zhao Jiashu then said, you two change it first, consider it a gimmick, at worst, give up later, just treat it as traffic and script, it won't hurt. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Cheng Qingzhu operated on her mobile phone during the livestream, changed the name, while Jiang Chen was recharging for Douyin. He thought for a moment and directly topped up his account with 10 million. That's a whole billion Douyin diamonds. Looking at the long string of balance numbers, Jiang Chen remained calm inside. Money, for him, is just a number. As long as he has power. What can't he have? Grandpa, I want that. One word can make the big shots run away. Jiang Chen then topped up another 10 million for the New Star Media company account. Xiaoshu, I've topped up the company account, keep it for backup. When I'm not around, you can use the company account. Zhao Jiashu nodded and bowed even through the screen. Okay Jiang Gu, rest assured, when you compete with the top anchors, we will definitely start promoting days in advance to build up the hype. Without some hype, where will the traffic come from? Zhao Jiashu was very excited, very nervous, and couldn't wait to log into the company account to check the balance. As soon as he opened it, the long string of numbers made Zhao Jiashu's blood boil. He almost choked. His breathing became rapid, and his throat rolled involuntarily. 100,000 million. A billion. Wow. So much. He had never dealt with so much money before. Feeling a bit scared, the next moment, Jiang Chen sent a message, and cold sweat instantly dripped from Zhao Jiashu's forehead. I'm willing to spend money, but I want to see the results of spending, understand? Zhao Jiashu patted his chest faithfully. Jiang Gu, rest assured, you are my benefactor, I will do my best. Not to mention anything else, Jiang Chen's favor towards him. With this money, excluding company finances, the company's profits, he gets 10%, all of this is Jiang Chen's kindness towards him. Zhao Jiashu has always been very grateful to Jiang Chen. Now he also respects him a lot. Well, you go handle it, call me if you need anything. Jiang Chen replied, closed the chat window, and searched for Jiang Li's live room. Upon entering, he was very surprised. It was almost 1,000 viewers? Not bad. However, the program effect of Jiang Li and Cheng Qingju is minimal, and this number of viewers is basically retained by big lucky bags and red envelopes. At this moment, when Cheng Qingju changed the title of the live room, all the viewers inside were stunned, with rows of question marks neatly arranged in the barrage. PK loses one round and sends a 911? Really? Damn, I don't believe it. Exactly, with that kind of power, they still come to live stream? Does the streamer have a gold mine at home? Jiang Li pinched his phone, constantly receiving real-time messages from Zhao Jiashu. He knew that the two had no experience. He had to follow along. Jiang Li and Cheng Qingju read the messages, took a few deep breaths to calm their nerves, gradually stopped feeling anxious, and faced the 1,000 people in the live stream room. No more talking, let's start with a 10,000 red envelope for everyone. Call all your streamers, PK loses, and transfer 911 on the spot. As soon as she spoke, the 1,000 people in the live stream room fell silent. The next moment, chaos broke out. What the heck? A new streamer, starting with giving away 1,000 red envelopes. Rich and beautiful. The barrage became lively. Jiang Li didn't say much. Following Zhao Jiashu's instructions, she directly sent out a lucky draw that could only be won by one person. The condition was to follow the New Star Media and Alixia Qingju accounts. The lucky draw will be drawn in 5 minutes. If you haven't followed, it won't count. This was a live stream room with 1,000 people. The chances of winning were very high, keeping the audience engaged for another 5 minutes, and a newcomer's traffic reached this level. The platform's AI algorithm would allocate more traffic to Jiang Li's live stream room. The number of people skyrocketed from 1,000. The title of the live stream room was very eye-catching, and as soon as people entered, they could win a $1,000 red envelope, so new viewers couldn't wait to participate in the lucky draw, and patiently waited. As the 5 minutes passed, when the lucky draw was announced, the number of people in Jiang Li's live stream room reached 3,000. 2,480 fans. Quickly! When the lucky draw was announced, Jiang Li, following Zhao Jiashu's orders, without any hesitation, followed the fan who won the lucky draw and then took another phone. In front of all the people in the live stream room, she transferred 10,000. The 3,000 online viewers went crazy, each envious and drooling. 10,000 was not a small amount, and it was free. Damn, the streamer is awesome. This is not acting at all, right? Awesome, it's real. This streamer has something. Envious of the winning brothers. Can I also win once? 10,000 bucks. That's 2 months of work. Streamer, quickly send the second one. Hurry up, the second one. Jiang Li, of course, wouldn't be foolish enough to actually give money to the live stream audience. It was just a way to keep the heat. Cheng Qingju smiled lightly, her 2 dimples very sweet, and said, everyone wait, we're going to PK next, and after the PK, we'll send out the second red envelope. You can invite the streamers you know to join the line. If you lose, you'll get a 911 sports car. Her voice was very pleasant, and a group of men were all melting. Alright, girl, you wait, I'll call Master to come and defeat you. I'll call Shushu baby, a free sports car, who wouldn't want that? I don't believe it, how is this possible, losing and giving away a sports car, are you kidding me, with so many streamers in Douyin, can you afford it? I don't believe it either, this is too fake. Exactly, competing with others, the gifts won't end up in your pockets, losing and still giving away a sports car, isn't that just pure foolishness? Seeing the barrage, Jiang Li and Cheng Qingju kept smiling. Zhao Jiashu sent messages in real time. The two read aloud, For those who don't believe, you can stay and watch. Live every night at 8 o'clock, lose a game, and get a sports car. Ruthless. The audience in the live stream room all had this idea. Then I have to see if it's true. Tisk, those who said they'd die if they entered the factory, haven't seen them enter the factory, right? Alright, brothers, stop talking nonsense. Call a big streamer to win once, and you'll know, right? Let's go, let's go. Following that, in many live broadcast rooms with a lot of Douyin, the connected to Lilith Lakingzu barrage emerged, winning the race car. It left many anchors and viewers confused. In no time, everyone figured out the truth of the matter. Xiaojiu is a King of Glory anchor with 3 million fans and 4,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. There are several big brothers over 40 levels. Just after finishing a team battle, Xiaojiu looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room, winning the Porsche 911 sports car, and couldn't help but ask in doubt, brothers, is what you said true or false? If a new anchor dares to do this, shouldn't we teach her a lesson? Try connecting with the anchor. Exactly, give it a try. If you win, not only will you earn rice, but you'll also get a free $1 million sports car. It's a big deal. Hurry up. Seeing the barrage, Xiaojiu, who likes to make money, couldn't help but feel excited, thinking about the handsome appearance of the Porsche 911. He licked his lips, feeling dry. Alright, brothers, wait for me to finish this round, and then we'll connect. All the big brothers, get ready to support me, and for each win, I'll send out a big red envelope. Due to Xiaojiu's good skills and handsome operation, many big brothers supported him, and suddenly, viewers in their 30s and 40s said, let's do it, it's been a long time since I played a PK game. I must vote for you tonight. That's right, I want to see what this new anchor is capable of. Let's do it. Hey! Seeing the big brothers supporting him, Xiaojiu immediately started to operate, preparing to win this game and then win the race car. On the other side, many viewers found the #1 player in DNF, Shushu Baby, in his live broadcast room, constantly spamming a Lilith Lakingzu. Everyone knew that Shushu Baby, as the #1 player in the game, had millions of fans and no shortage of experts. When it came to PK battles, he was fierce. Shushu Baby didn't notice at first, but as tens of thousands of people entered his live broadcast room, many of them ran to John Lee's live broadcast room to take a look. They found out that it was true. One by one, they came back to spam, all wanting to watch the excitement. Shushu Baby finally noticed and curiously asked with a smile, who's this anchor? So fierce, I dare not even say that losing a round would send a sports car. The audience urged him to connect. Shushu Baby smiled and said, let's go take a look first, we'll talk about connecting later. Shushu Baby was not interested in the sports car. He was actually quite interested in this anchor who would send a sports car for losing a round. So, he opened Douyin on his computer and searched for a Lilith Lakingzu. Shushu Baby's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, wow, brothers, such a beauty, look at her style, her face, she looks like a college student. Wow, she's so pretty, Shushu Baby, goodbye, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shushu Baby didn't mind at all, keeping a smile on his face, and didn't close John Lee's live broadcast room due to being redirected. Instead, he brought tens of thousands of viewers to watch with relish. Hey, I saw the barrage saying that a 10,000 red envelope was just sent out, and there will be 9 more to come, is it true? Shushu Baby asked in slight surprise. It's true. It's true, it was sent out, and the lucky draw was done on the spot. It's true. Shushu Baby was a bit surprised. He hadn't seen many people so generous before. Wow, that means she's quite powerful. Although he said that, Shushu Baby was actually quite calm. With his tens of thousands of viewers and countless big brothers, with just a word, gifts worth millions could be sent out at will. As Shushu Baby was watching, suddenly, Zhang Li's live broadcast room split into 2 screens, and on the other side was Xiaojiu from King of Glory. Playing with his hair, he pretended to be cool and said, you lose and send a sports car? Cheng Qingzhu smiled slightly, yes, want to play? The rule is based on the leading time. Whoever leads for longer wins. This was a rule set by Zhao Jiashu. To avoid being maliciously backdoored, in case a streamer gathers dozens of people behind, and in the last few seconds, they rapidly accumulate points, you alone definitely won't be able to compete with dozens of people. So, the one who leads in the PK for a long time. Even if you win. Xiaojiu had the support of his big brother and immediately said, come on, is the sports car ready? How many minutes do we play? Zhang Li glanced at Zhao Jiashu's message and said, 10 minutes, the audience can suggest punishments for each other, post them in the barrage, and I will randomly select. With the blessing of Shushu Baby, and the previous 3,000 viewers who advertised everywhere, now in Zhang Li's live broadcast room, the number of people has reached 8,000, and the audience loves to watch the fun the most. Each punishment is harsher than the last. Bark like a dog 100 times. Kneel down and call the streamer mom. Kneel down and say I was wrong. I have no strength. I shouldn't have touched the streamer. Write a 1,000-word apology letter in the live broadcast. Streaking. Xiaojiao also used a secondary account to secretly watch in the live broadcast room of Zhongli Xiaoqingzhu, and suddenly shivered. No, these punishments are too harsh. Zhongli, at this moment, was like a little demon, smiling mischievously, picked up another phone, and randomly selected a punishment for Xiaojiao in the barrage. To better retain the audience, satisfy their evil tastes. Write a derogatory term on your face and ask everyone if they recognize it. Xiaojiao saw this punishment, his face turned green on the spot. Damn it, these audience members who love to watch the show, they don't think it's a big deal. Can people really do such things? It's too insulting. Zhongli and Chang Qingzhu couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile. Hee hee, can you accept it? If not, we won't PK. Xiaojiao's face darkened. Thinking of the cool and stylish sports car, he gritted his teeth. No problem. Turning around, he earnestly said to his live audience, brothers, in this battle concerning dignity, I rely on all of you here. The opponent is too arrogant. We must decisively defeat them today. The latest chapter after 10,000 words, 100 yuan big package, randomly distributes password red envelopes to the babies who have been supporting and following the updates. The password for this chapter on March 9th is 84278840, expired. Receive a free red envelope password for generating electricity for love, and you can also receive another red envelope password. The 10-minute live PK begins. Xiaojiao shouted loudly in the live broadcast room. His big brother started to exert force, sending gifts one by one, unexpectedly suppressing Zhongli and Chang Qingzhu. Seeing this, Zhang Chen made a move, and it was a carnival, instantly reducing Xiaojiao's health bar to a thread. The special effects of the gifts filled the live broadcast room. The two live broadcast room audiences, along with Shushu baby watching, tens of thousands of netizens, all were stunned. Damn, a carnival like this? Who is this big brother? Big brother, don't spend more. Watch the streamer lose the sports car. Damn, there really is a big brother. I just lost a year's salary. Does big brother need a warm bed? Please take care of me, big brother. Moreover, Zhongli and Chang Qingzhu remained calm, while on Xiaojiao's side, there was passionate music playing, and they were desperately asking for gifts. The contrast was too obvious. Zhang Chen then sent another 100 carnivals. One move. 300,000. Calculated as gifts in the live broadcast, it was 3 million health points, which is very rare in the entire live broadcast circle. The audience was dumbfounded one by one. They were shocked. Too harsh. Xiaojiao's live broadcast room only had a few thousand people, and at the beginning, the big brother who threatened to top up, suddenly, each of them fell silent. What's the point? They didn't do anything on their side. With 3 million in gifts, are they going to headbutt it? And with 300,000 gifts, it instantly pushed the live broadcast room Ali Xiaoqingzhu to the top in the province of Sulu, 6th in the country, and more viewers flooded in. Zhang Chen's carnivals kept coming without stopping. Almost every second had special effects. An audience came in, widened their eyes and looked silly. After watching live broadcasts for so many years, rarely seen such a tough big brother. At the end of the PK, the number of people in Zhongli and Chang Qingzhu's live broadcast room directly fixed at 30,000, which is almost the audience that only big anchors have. Xiaojiao lost without surprise. Ashamedly wrote turtle on his face, in front of more than 200,000 people, asking, do you know what this is? Ha ha, the audience couldn't hold back. Shrimp and pig heart. Too suffocating. Shushu baby finished watching the first live broadcast, silently opened in Lan's account, took a look, there was nothing inside. He exclaimed in amazement, brothers, this is a real big brother. Throughout the event, he gave away 200,000, 60,000, wow, awesome. Xiaojiao's total gifts finally fell short of 100,000 votes. Crushed. No wonder others said that losing one round would send a sports car. With this strength, how many in the music industry can compete? Shushu baby shook his head and left Zhang Li's live broadcast room. He thought about it and decided against it. Next, Zhang Li had several more PKs, with Zhang Chen taking action, not surprisingly, winning all 7 battles, all against live rooms with several thousand people. 7 lucky bags of 10,000 were also given out. The number of people in the live broadcast room must be over 20,000. New Star Media emerged and became known to tonight's audience. Just wait for Zhao Jiashu to edit the video. 200 carnival PKs. Lose and get a sports car. 10,000 red envelopes. With these topics, creating more heat, the subsequent traffic will be even higher. At this time, it was already 3 a.m. On Zhang Chen's side, midnight in China. He let Zhao Jiashu take charge of the rest. He left the live broadcast room himself. Base. The alpha will set off at 4 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock now. The soldiers who rested earlier all quickly organized their equipment, tanks, armored vehicles, all lined up like a long dragon. Everyone checked one by one. Figures were everywhere, with neat and loud voices, as well as the sound of running, organizing into a symphony that made people's blood boil. Jiang Chen personally experienced how difficult it was to fight. Think about those squad leaders who couldn't even do well. Not to mention managing so many teams. And time was so tight. The Alpha was indeed at the command level. In a short time, each officer arranged everything from top to bottom without missing a beat. Though small, it was well equipped. From the cloning center, soldiers were continuously produced. Now the base had nearly 2,000 combat soldiers, 45 Rhino tanks, 25 Grizzly tanks, 45 armored vehicles, and 45 armed helicopters. There was 580,000 left in funds. Most of the funds were spent on research personnel and construction vehicles, with less than 200,000 spent on soldiers and equipment, and it was only the third day today. Jiang Chen still had 7 days left. Before he could use the golden finger, replenishing the base's funds was urgent. At the same time, the base's cracked generator had been built, and now they were actively building nuclear missile silos. Having a sword and not using it was different from having no sword at all. In the tense base deployment, Jiang Chen felt that an hour had passed very quickly. At this time, it was 3:50 a.m. The Alpha and Xavier called Jiang Chen, and the three of them sat in an armored vehicle, serving as the command center. Outside was a long line of troops. The base's soldiers all sat on tanks, or squeezed into armored vehicles and armed helicopters, waiting for a command. Alpha's eyes were bloodthirsty and excited. He touched his bald head with his hand, and the fierce muscles on his face trembled. "Commander, you can give the order now." Jiang Chen took the walkie-talkie, which was actually a communication device produced by the base. The signal was very good. Jiang Chen's eyes were also filled with excitement. He pressed the button heavily and said, "This is the command center, pass the order down, all troops, move out." Received, received. Boom, boom, boom. In the desert, engines roared, lights flashed, armored vehicles led the way, kicking up dust as they sped forward. Following closely behind, a line of vehicles raced across the wide desert, forming multiple rows, advancing boldly as if they owned the wilderness. Armed helicopters from the base took off simultaneously, buzzing overhead and in front. From above, the desert was filled with over 100 armored vehicles, resembling ants pouring out in full force, ready to crush everything in their path. Heading towards Hama City, Jiang Chen and Xavier Alpha rode in the command center armored vehicle at the back, with 4 armored vehicles guarding the flanks. Armed helicopters circled in each direction above, ready to open fire without command at any unidentified target, ensuring that no one could approach the command center. In the early morning, when people were most tired, thousands of soldiers at the base were spirited and full of enthusiasm as they hurried on the road. At the same time, on the other side, in the Helalang Canyon, due to the climate, the canyon was not as lush as the Dragon Kingdom's canyons, but rather barren with no grass on the mountains, very dry, filled with rubble and various large broken rocks. This canyon was located next to a city, where a gold mine exploded on the riverbank next to the canyon, estimated to contain a total of 60 tons worth for $2 billion US. This was a sky-high price. A hefty sum. Both the government army and the Sali armed forces wanted to get their hands on it, and now they were constantly fighting around the Helalang Canyon, with supplies being continuously transported in, turning it into a crucial strategic point. However, neither the government army nor the Sali armed forces could have imagined that, besides the clash, another powerful force was rising. Hama City was located between 1 and 2. Stay tuned for the next chapter's red envelope giveaway. Hama City, situated on the edge of the desert, was also the closest major city to the clash and Erlang in the war-torn clash. Despite the ongoing conflict in the clash, Hama City still housed many clash residents, but half of the city was basically in ruins. Everywhere bore the scars of war, with residents in the clash unable to rest well at night, as any significant noise would startle them awake. The fear brought by war was deeply ingrained. Dragon Kingdom residents would guess that a neighbor was running when they heard a pat, while those in Central Europe would wonder what gun was firing when they heard the same sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the early morning, countless sleeping residents of Hama City were suddenly awakened, panic-stricken, not bothering to put on shoes as they hurried to look out the window. 2 helicopters with lights on were flying in from a distance. Currently under the control of the Sali armed forces, Hama City used its various factories to produce frontline supplies, hence the presence of many station troops to prevent a counterattack by the government army. Startled by the roar of the helicopters, the troops quickly picked up their guns, heads popping up from the building next to the Hama City steel plant and throughout the vast steel plant, looking warily at the helicopters in the sky. The commanding officer of the garrison was a brigadier general, with a neatly trimmed beard, a typical Central European, who hurried out of the room, hastily putting on his coat, and anxiously shouted, "Is it ours? I don't know. Fuck." The brigadier general cursed loudly, then slapped a soldier who replied with a pat on the ear, "If you don't know, go find out." "Yes, yes." The soldier who was hit quickly lowered his head in fear and replied. Fumbling, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed the Sali Armed Forces Command Center in a hurry. Anxiously inquiring, he panicked and shouted, "Boss, it's not ours. They said there's no mission. It might be sent by the government army." Mansur's face darkened instantly upon hearing the words. Looking displeased, he angrily punched the wall next to him and cursed as he watched the helicopters circling inside the city. "Damn it! 2 armed helicopters are clearing the way. There must be a large force behind them. Why is there no news? Send a few people out to find out how many are coming, quickly." They were all Clash people. They had spies on both sides, sources of information. There were no government military airports near Hama City, so how could these armed helicopters fly in like ghosts, leaving no trace along the way? But at this moment, there was obviously no time to worry about these things. Mansur quickly arranged for people to push out from the steel plant and the station building. It was impossible to just defend one position. The location and direction are also wrong. Damn it! Could it be Erlang's people? The direction from which the armed helicopters flew was from the north of the border. They had hardly built any defensive fortifications in that direction. The outposts were all on the west side of the government army. Then, Mansur obviously made a mistake. If the soldiers stationed in the building and the steel plant did not come out, Zhang Chen would have no idea where they were. Now, armed militants were advancing outside the city. The 2 helicopters that had been searching all along suddenly found their lair. Beep, beep. Command, command, this is Watchman. The enemy is located at the northwest steel plant of Hama City, moving towards our army and patrolling along the way. The armored vehicle command post. Alpha held the walkie-talkie, imposing without anger, saying, "Received. How is the enemy's equipment?" Currently, no heavy firepower or armored vehicles have been found. Understood. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Alpha looked at Zhang Chen and asked for his opinion. "Commander, do we need to capture them, or should I order to open fire?" To be honest, with such a large deployment from the base this time, unless the government army and the Sali Armed Forces main forces arrived, it would be a crushing victory. Follow your plan. Zhang Chen had no intention of intervening in these matters. Alpha received the order, nodded, and then coldly said, "Watchman, open fire, all armored vehicles, advance at full speed, surround the steel plant, fire at will." Sizzle. Understood. Understood. Hamas City. The 2 armed helicopters hovering in the air immediately dove towards the steel plant in a plunging posture, with the machine guns hanging under the fuselage. As they dived, they unleashed a burst of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire, in the quiet early morning, was extremely intense. Bullets with large calibers that could penetrate armored vehicles poured out like raging fire. Bang bang bang. The thick brick walls were pierced by the 24mm machine gun bullets, and the steel plant instantly became chaotic, with armed militants coming out quickly hiding. Anti-aircraft missile. Hurry! Behind the wall, armed militants who were hit and scurrying around with their heads in their hands shouted at the top of their lungs, and someone quickly picked up a missile launcher to aim. The helicopter immediately received an urgent warning of being locked on. Beep 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 beep. The pilot remained calm, quickly gaining altitude, and did not forget to quickly report on the communicator. "Report, the enemy has a single soldier anti-aircraft missile." Boom! Next to the steel plant, a missile exploded and shot out, trailing flames, making a loud whistling sound in the air. The helicopter pilot released the flares, quickly pulled the helicopter away. With the enemy having such advanced anti-aircraft missiles, armed helicopters could not attack rashly, as they could easily be shot down. The infrared-guided anti-aircraft missile hit the flare, bursting into a fierce fireball in the air, illuminating Hama City in advance. At this time, the advance team of the base arrived in Hama City. Clearing the way with multi-purpose armored vehicles, they raced on the road, heading straight for the steel plant. In just over 10 minutes, they encountered the Sali Armed Forces. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Gunshots on the street gradually became denser, bullets hitting the armored vehicles, sparks flying. The base started to fight back. Boom boom boom, heavy machine guns roared, several armored vehicles unleashed their firepower, bullets shooting out like crazy. In just 2 minutes, the Salafi militants were defeated. Human flesh couldn't compete with steel. The tanks from the base arrived, scaring the militants hiding in buildings. Tanks, the kings of the land. Facing a tank up close made one realize how fragile life was. The tanks were invincible with their thick armor. The base's tanks targeted the buildings where militants were hiding. Seeing this, the militants turned pale, terrified, with only one thought in mind: to run. A loud explosion was heard. Militants in a building felt the ground shake as the tank fired. The tanks mercilessly fired at the militants hiding in buildings. Explosions echoed on the street, buildings were destroyed, no cover could withstand the tank's power. The scene was shocking. General Mansour stood in a building near the steel factory, watching the chaos outside. He quickly called the Salafi command center, demanding answers. The situation was chaotic. No one knew who the attackers were. Mansour knew he had to focus on survival. He ordered a retreat to the steel factory for safety. The large factory complex provided better cover than the exposed building. The war on the Central European side is basically centered around individual arms factories, with conflicts within the Yasu steel plant. This is a mature industrial factory that can continuously produce steel components. There are machine tools worth tens of millions to billions of dollars coming down, and no one would bomb such a place, which also gave Mansour the courage to resist. Relying on his familiarity with the complex terrain of the steel plant, he believed he could hold out until reinforcements arrived. On the street, rhinoceros tanks rolled over the road, making it clatter-clatter sound, their tracks clanking as they advanced. Along the way, they shelled any buildings that could hide enemy forces. Just this momentum alone made no one dare to show their heads. Several tanks stopped at the entrance of the steel plant a few minutes later, armored vehicles followed beside them, and at the back, there was a team of base soldiers running extremely neatly, with solemn expressions. Gradually, troops surrounded the entire steel plant from all sides. Base-armed helicopters swung their propellers in the air and flew in from a distance, completely sealing off the steel plant. No one could escape. Alpha, Xavier, and Jiang Chen did not show up. They opened the car doors from a distance and looked on. As the overall commander, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to go to the front line, but to sit in the rear and give orders. However, the base currently had too few troops, and they were also unsure of Clash's military deployment. That's why Alpha came. "Commander, do we need the steel plant?" He still asked Jiang Chen for his opinion. "We can take it or leave it. The base doesn't need the steel plant to produce weapons and equipment, but it will definitely be useful in the future. At this stage, we need to act quickly." Jiang Chen frowned. Although it was called a steel plant, it was actually a mature arms factory. During wartime, almost all heavy industrial factories could be quickly converted into arms factories, producing various weapon components. Alpha nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie to command. With the steel plant at the forefront, an armored vehicle opened its external speakers and a loud voice rang out: "Do not attempt to resist. You only have one choice: surrender. You have 5 minutes to consider. After 5 minutes, no quarter will be given. Do not hold weapons, put your hands on your head, and come out from inside. 4 minutes." In the early morning, when the sky was just beginning to light up, it was very quiet around because the atmosphere in the steel plant was tense, and the armed militants dared not show themselves. Therefore, everyone heard the call for surrender. Their expressions varied. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of Hama City, Mansour, looked around and muttered to himself, "Wasn't it supposed to be 5 minutes? Just one sentence, and it's already 4 minutes. Damn, where are the speakers?" His men quickly handed him the speakers. Taking the speakers, Mansour's first sentence was a question that puzzled him. With some frustration, "I just want to know, where the hell did you people come from? Hey, speak!" No one from the base responded, and Mansour's frustrated voice echoed in the air. 1 minute passed, and the base was as silent as death. 3 minutes. Fuck! Mansour was furious, slammed the speakers hard on the ground, and his eyes full of killing intent scanned the surroundings with various expressions, but his subordinates' faces showed panic. "Who wants to surrender?" Silence. Many people looked at Mansour. No one dared to respond, just a pair of eyes filled with hope for survival. Don't be fooled by them. If they are government troops, you know the consequences of surrender. As arch-enemies, there was no talk of treating prisoners well. Mansour's words were fierce, his face fierce, intimidating the crowd. Then, with a sneer, he pointed to the ground with his finger, swearing solemnly, "They won't open fire. This factory can produce a large number of gun barrels, as well as artillery shells and bullet casings. It's just a scare tactic. With so many of us, we're not afraid of their attack. At most, half a day, reinforcements will arrive. Stay alert. Yes. Hold on, they won't destroy this place." The fighting spirit of the Sali militants was aroused. During the battle, everyone knew the importance of the arsenal. They had been fighting with the government army for so long, but had never violently destroyed the heavy industry factory. They could only attack with casualties, and this was often the most brutal, the most difficult. 2 minutes. The countdown to death from the outside world did not scare these people this time. Each holding a gun, hiding, ready to shoot anyone who dared to enter. 1 minute. In the last minute, there was no sound at the steel factory, and the two sides confronted each other at a critical moment. In the rear, Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, gestured to Alpha with a nod, and picked up the walkie-talkie. Fire, he said fiercely, showing a chilling smile. Thank you very much. Please support Kai Kai for free. Thank you Ka Ka Ka. Around the steel factory, the mechanical sound of tank gun barrels rotating could be heard, especially piercing in the quiet early morning. General, their tanks are attacking. Someone shouted, and the armed militants in the steel factory all changed their faces. Mansour remained relatively calm and shouted, "Don't panic, it's just a scare tactic." His eyes contained a coldness. Looking through the window, he couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. The dark gun barrels were all aimed in their direction. Get the horn. Mansour shuddered involuntarily. He spoke hesitantly, and one of his men quickly brought the horn over. He shouted, "Call your leader out, I want to negotiate with you." Negotiate my foot. Jiang Chen and Alpha remained indifferent, taking out cigarettes from their pockets and giving one to Alpha and Xavier each, as if they hadn't heard anything. Snap lighting a cigarette. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, dozens of tanks opened fire, shaking the ground. Jiang Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette. Alpha, what's the plan next? It's not like before now, communication is too advanced. I estimate that this news has already reached the desks of neighboring countries. There was a violent explosion at the steel factory. At the moment of the attack, Mansour's face was full of disbelief. They actually are willing to destroy this place. Alpha exhaled smoke, revealing a big white tooth. Commander, Hamas City only provides basic supplies to the base, but cannot provide funds. I plan to head towards the port all the way. That is the core of the Sali armed forces and a strategic location we must take. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter the Persian Gulf or get oil. Chaos reigned in the steel factory. Various structures collapsed rapidly under the bombardment, with shells breaking through windows and causing chaos inside. With precautions in place, this journey won't be as smooth as this time, but the majority of the Sali armed forces are in Halirong. It's possible that we can take the port in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen pinched his cigarette, nodding and analyzing with a smile. Inside the steel factory, madness reigned. Hundreds of Sali militants collapsed, their faces full of despair, waiting for the bombs to fall and meet their death. Many of them were like Mansour. They didn't understand where these tanks came from. They couldn't figure out why, for the sake of a few hundred people, they would rather destroy an arsenal. Xavier suddenly thought of something and paused in his smoking motion. Commander, do you think the Americans will intervene? Isn't it their capital behind the Sali militants? This was an open secret. It's just that Xavier, Alpha, and the others were not familiar with this world, so they were a bit conservative in their statements, not daring to be completely certain. He was thinking that due to the crash of the spacecraft in the Persian Gulf, there were American fleets and military officers and soldiers from some military bases over there. Moreover, it was said that 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were rushing to the Persian Gulf. Xavier threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stomped it out with his shoe, and said without hesitation, "Clash, Liasu, both are major oil-producing countries in Central Europe, and oil is linked to the US dollar, which is crucial to America's financial hegemony. They won't allow a major oil-producing country to fall into someone else's hands." Jiang Chen nodded. Even if he didn't understand economics, he knew that financial hegemony was one of the main reasons for American dominance. The reason the US dollar is called the greenback is because it used to be backed by gold, but now it is more tied to oil. International oil transactions are settled in US dollars. The US frequently causes trouble in Central Europe because another major country is working globally to de-dollarize, threatening American dominance. It's possible, and once we show our hand and take over all of Clash, even a certain major country behind the government forces, unsure of our background, may assist them. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. Boom! The steel plant collapsed completely, followed by a series of explosions and billowing smoke, burying hundreds of lives during the conversation of the 3 men. Jiang Chen glanced at it, not paying much attention, and continued the previous topic. Let's act quickly, catch them off guard, seize the oil fields first, and with the funds, we won't be afraid. Understood. Okay. Alpha and Xavier responded in unison. Immediately, Alpha took the walkie-talkie, directed the troops to retreat, and conducted a citywide inspection to search for other military locations. In the future, Hamas City would be a base outpost. But on the surface, it was the core. Hamas City could be destroyed, bombed, but not the base. A missile hitting the base would result in huge losses. Hamas City was used as a decoy. The steel plant burned in a raging fire, black smoke billowing, leaving the residents of Hama City bewildered as they watched the thick black smoke. The gunfire ceased. Many people opened their windows, nervously watching the base troops patrolling and searching the city, with helicopters buzzing overhead. Panic and fear were evident in their eyes and faces. At the same time, deep in their eyes, there was a hint of hatred. Jiang Chen wasn't without sympathy, but looking at the faces of these foreigners, he couldn't muster any sympathy, thinking about those people in Erlang. Holding on to technology picked up in the desert, they still looked down on the people of Manhwa, boasting about a tiny place all day long. Was it necessary to sympathize with them? Meanwhile, many people in Hama City took out their phones and secretly filmed from the streets and through the glass windows on the sides of buildings. This is how modern society is. In the information age, videos of the base troops marching were quickly uploaded to the internet, spreading throughout the Clash and Central Europe region's local networks, gradually attracting attention. The neat marching, advancing tanks, and dozens of armed helicopters flying in the sky, such a military force, dropped a bomb internationally. Everyone was speculating which country was causing trouble again. Ordinary terrorists wouldn't have this level of equipment. So many armored units, and they were well trained. Ergang. The headquarters of the Salif Armed Forces is located next to this port city, where there is a huge military base with various radars and anti-aircraft systems in operation. On the airstrip, there are several slightly outdated fighter jets, reconnaissance planes, and bombers. In the past few years, the Clash government army purchased more than 30 fighter jets internationally, capable of competing with the government forces and even gaining a slight advantage. The strength of the Salif armed forces can be imagined. Never underestimate any armed force that can cause trouble in a country. In the sturdy anti-aircraft bunkers of the military base, it is the command center of the entire Sali armed forces. The leader, Sali, a middle-aged man with a white headscarf, deep black eye circles, and a very gloomy look. At this moment, he remains silent, with a gloomy face, holding a tablet, looking at incoming intelligence and the video of the base troops marching in Hama City. It's not even 8 in the morning. Awakened urgently, Sali was very unhappy. Looking at the bombed steel plant, he took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and dialed a familiar but never contacted number. Is it you? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. No. You don't know? I don't know. You also don't know? I don't know. The two coincidentally fell silent. They fought fiercely in Clash. That was Clash's own business. Now another one popped up. Sully rubbed his face forcefully, feeling annoyed. 1,000 people in Hama City, all killed in action, quite a number. Not government troops. Not his own either. The Americans behind had contacted early on. The entire U.S. intelligence department was also puzzled. Startled by this news. All mobilized troops and soldiers. It's even less likely to be from neighboring Yilang. Shoot. Damn it. Sully cursed, stood up from his chair, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. Who on earth could it be? And where did they come from? What is their purpose? Just after finishing the call with Sully, President Clash also sat silently in his chair, frowning, and immediately contacted the Dragon Kingdom that had always supported him. The intelligence department there also had no information. It's just absurd. President Clash of the government army, Muslet, loosened his tie feeling suffocated. A powerful force that appeared out of nowhere. He felt a bit breathless. Muslet looked out the window with a melancholic gaze. Even the capital presented a half-riddled appearance, clenching his fists involuntarily. He murmured, I will handle all of this. A little after 8 in the morning. Muslet's government army and Sully's armed forces intelligence department went into full operation, dispatching people to investigate near Hama City. At the same time, not only Clash, almost every country that received intelligence was also caught in suspicion, such a force with a large number of armored units emerging. And no one knew? What are the intelligence departments doing? If it were just ordinary terrorists, no one would care, but deploying hundreds of armored units in one go, this number is somewhat terrifying. If there were no backers, no one would believe it. Internationally, while the surface seemed calm, there were turbulent undercurrents, intelligence agencies, spy satellites, all trying to find out who was behind it. Little did they know, there was no one behind the base. Not a trace to be found. Meanwhile, videos of the base being filmed were broadcast in various countries, with armored vehicles and tanks passing by. Ordinary people just glanced at it, not paying much attention. Over in Central Europe, battles raged all day. Rockets were fired incessantly, either you bomb me or I bomb you. Everyone was used to it, thinking it was just two parties fighting again, not realizing it was a new force. Some military enthusiasts and bloggers who studied international situations noticed something unusual and secretly followed the situation in Clash's Hama City. That is, the base. No one knew that the base's next actions would shock the entire world. Clash. In Kufit City, to the lower left of Hama City, and to the lower right of the Heli Lang Gorge, the three formed a triangular area. Clash is not large horizontally. To go from Hama City to the Heli Lang Gorge, it only takes over 260 kilometers. With a forced march, it would be half a day's time. Sali armed forces are the main force against the government army. The situation in the Rarirang Canyon is tense. A ceasefire was declared today, with all attention focused on Hama City to uncover the mysterious forces and their intentions. They dare not continue fighting until they understand the details. It's too dangerous, 300 kilometers away. They are still suspicious of who these people are, although both sides deny they are their own. But who else could occupy that position? Can they easily trust people? Outside Kufit City, defensive fortifications are being prepared for potential attacks from Hama City. The situation is tense outside Kufit City, with crude and advanced rocket launchers being set up, ranging from hand-pushed carts with makeshift welded barrels to advanced rocket launch vehicles similar to Katyusha. The main force in their war consists of these cheap rockets, capable of launching distances ranging from 5 to 100 kilometers. High-precision missiles are kept as a last resort and not used casually. However, these rockets should not be underestimated, as their power is comparable to missiles, relying on sheer volume. The larger rockets have diameters of several tens of centimeters and can easily destroy a building. Kufit received intelligence that two armed helicopters from Hama City were flying towards them, estimating their arrival soon. Indeed, just 10 minutes later, two black dots appeared in the sky, the base's reconnaissance drones coming to scout the armed deployment towards the port city. Unlike Hama City, Kufit City surprisingly has a significant presence of Sali armed forces. It is one of the two important supplementary cities for the front line in the Rarirang Canyon, with nearly 10,000 stationed troops and various forces well equipped. The leader of Kufit, dressed similarly to Sali, with a white headscarf and a black mamba tattoo extending from his neck to his face, stood on a building observing the two drones in the distance. He then coldly ordered, "Bring the Stinger." The Stinger, a famous single-soldier anti-aircraft missile, was brought to him by his subordinates. The Black Mamba, a ruthless major general, enjoys torturing enemies to satisfy his own pleasure. He adjusted the Stinger on his shoulder, aimed at the approaching helicopters, and prepared to fire. The Stinger, known for its infrared guidance and automatic tracking, only requires aiming, locking, and firing, allowing for quick missile changes. However, its drawback is the short range of only 3 kilometers, with a significant decrease in hit probability beyond that distance. The drones learned their lesson from a previous encounter in Hama City and refrained from flying closer to Kufit City, opting to take photos from a distance and transmit the data back to the base. Meanwhile, in Hama City, Alpha received reports and examined enlarged images of the enemy's military deployment in the temporary command vehicle. He pointed out various rocket launchers and explained, "Commander, there are many indiscriminate rocket attacks. If our ground forces advance, they will create a bombing zone on the route, and we must break through to reach Kufit City." He was waiting for the Scout Hawk to return with intelligence before deciding how many people to take on the attack. Because they needed to leave some people to guard Hama City, they couldn't take everyone this time. However, upon seeing the situation, Alpha furrowed his brow. With the current strength, crossing over from the bombing area would result in significant damage. At that time, the Sali armed forces would not sit idly by, and the Heli Canyon could send people to attack Hama City. The rear could also continuously support Kufit City. Could it be that the base's plan to quickly sweep through Clash is about to fail? Jiang Chen looked seriously at the enlarged picture, tapping his fingers on the chair. Tap, tap, tap. The command center was very quiet. He didn't want to wait either. The base urgently needed funds, and there was indeed a solution, but Alpha was hesitant to ask Jiang Chen for it. Jiang Chen spoke up himself. "Let's use high-precision missiles to clear the area, swift and decisive. Contact the base and prepare several V-3 missile vehicles." Alpha was satisfied, his mouth splitting into a smile, full of spirit, and he responded loudly, "Yes." Jiang Chen took out his phone and contacted Norton at the base, dialing twice, and the other party answered the phone with a calm and steady voice. "Who is this?" "It's me, Jiang Chen." Norton, in charge of logistics at the base, was immediately taken aback, speaking respectfully, "Commander, what are your orders?" "Prepare 20 V-3 missile vehicles, we need them here." Jiang Chen suddenly thought of another matter, paused, and continued, "Could you also ask Professor Instan if the bomber design is ready?" Norton nodded continuously, noting the commander's words, then asked, "Commander, do we need to use the V-3 missile vehicles now?" "Yes." Norton hesitated for a moment, looking towards the base. The spy satellite had been made, mounted on a rocket platform, but not launched into space, only carried by several dozen antennas on the ground buildings. accessing the network and information. He hesitated, saying, "Commander, our spy satellite has not been launched into space before," fearing it would attract the attention of various countries. "The ground antennas currently cannot provide precise guidance for the V-3 missiles. Do you want to launch it now? Alternatively, the ground spy equipment can forcefully attack other satellites, gaining computing power, but this is unstable." The exposure of the base had always been a major issue. It was better to expose it later. Accumulate strength to deal with it. If a satellite is launched, it is almost certain that spy satellites from various countries will lock onto its position immediately. Moreover, launching a satellite requires applying for international approval. Launching without approval could easily trigger warnings from various countries' air defense systems. This is not an easy matter. Following the proper procedures, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to submit the necessary documents and qualifications, apply for the orbit, calculate the orbit, and wait for the launch. And so on. It all takes time. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also felt a bit of a headache for a moment. The base's satellite would eventually need to be launched. Fighter jets, early warning aircraft, missiles, all require satellite support. Otherwise, manual targeting would be very difficult. "Let me think about it," he left a sentence, considering the pros and cons. The biggest problem now is that once the base is exposed, can he bear the consequences? Reality is not a game where you can die and start over, nor can you recklessly deploy all forces and engage in a decisive battle with the enemy. With over 200 countries globally, it is not like a game with a maximum of 8 players, with various differences leading to complexity. For now, the best choice is to stay put and watch from afar. Wait for Instan and others to improve the fighter jets, various weapons and equipment, then produce the most advanced equipment. After 7 days, he could use the cheat code to supplement 1 million in funds himself, or bring out some other black technology weapons. This is definitely the best choice. Do we have to wait? Jiang Chen held the phone, his eyes deep, various thoughts flashing through his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately made a firm decision. There is no need to scare yourself. When you encounter indecision, waiting may not always lead to a good result. He has never been a timid person. Just like Alpha, he is a hawk. Even if the base is exposed, it is not possible to provoke a siege by various countries. They only know that there is a military base here. And the satellite. It must be there. Jiang Chen has always been passionate, wanting to quickly sweep through Clash, as well as Alpha and the ground troops. What are they waiting for? To lose their fighting spirit? He now has only 4 words. Just do it. Norton. As soon as he spoke, Alpha and Norton on the other end of the phone became serious, as this concerned the strategic direction of the base. "Commander, go ahead. Launch." "Yes." Alpha took a deep breath, the commander's order refreshing his understanding. He strongly felt. He's on the right track. A strong leader will lead a strong team. Alpha instantly took out the communicator, shouting wildly, "Order, leave 6 teams of sentinels to closely watch and guard the Heli Lang Canyon. The rest, attack Kufit." Feeling the excitement and fighting spirit in the commander's voice, the soldiers on the other end of the communicator also became excited. "Roger! Roger! Roger!" In Hama City, after resting for an hour, they quickly got up from their respective seats and checked their equipment. The base's logistics supply vehicle. On the way to Hama City. This time it was a big move. The government army and the Sully warlord received the news immediately. The direction was Kufit City. In this way, the vague relationship became clear. The mysterious force was targeting the Sully warlord. In the Igang air defense base, Sully's narrow eyes emitted a dangerous light, slamming the intelligence report to the ground with a grunt, full of resentment. "Oppose me, I think they are looking to die." He gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. The gold mine was about to be captured, but a third party emerged. Everyone was angry. Sully squeezed out the words from between his teeth, with a furious tone, "Go. Increase supplies to Kufit, and solve these people for me as quickly as possible." Damn it! Stirring up trouble in Clash, without considering their own status, Sully really wanted to hit someone now. He felt like there was an ant crawling on him, disrupting his grand plans. Sully's core subordinate Saddam comforted him. "Leader, I'll go now, everything will be fine, leader." Kufit City has reinforcements on the front line, they rely on tanks. Outdated. "I know." Sully, full of impatience, said, "I just find this fly annoying. Without it, in 2 days at most, we could have taken the Heli Lang Canyon. 42 billion US. How many weapons can be bought with that?" "Alright, daring to come to Kufit City, they are digging their own graves," Saddam said with a sneer. He was well aware of the weapons in Kufit City. They were completely overestimating their strength. Walking into a dead end. He left coldly, giving orders to the Black Mamba in Kufit City. then he called the 5 secret military bases near Qufit City. Qufit City. The Black Mamba hung up the phone, glanced at the 2 armed helicopters still circling in the distance, feeling a bit frustrated. He had been aiming for half an hour. He couldn't wait for the sentinels to enter range, which made him angry. He picked up the walkie-talkie, a bit frustrated and angry. "I don't care how you do it, shoot them down quickly, I need to proceed with the next deployment." After saying that, he left. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. The 2 sentinels immediately heard the red alert signal. Qufit City was very important, and the dilapidated rural buildings outside the city were hiding Sully's armed militants. It was they who used poison darts to lock onto the helicopters. Boom! Boom! The ground was shaking, and 2 missiles with flames were making a loud noise in the air, cutting through with astonishing arcs. The alarm was urgent. Almost in a straight line, there was no time to hesitate. 2 helicopters, both piloted by experienced base pilots, released chaff at the first moment. Luck was not on their side, facing the Stinger anti-aircraft missiles with an accuracy rate of over 70% within range in the Afghan war. It was too difficult to evade. Even after releasing chaff, the locked-on alarm remained urgent to the point of suffocation. The 2 men showed no panic on their faces, only determination to face death. They made a sharp turn towards the dilapidated building attacking them. Press the attack button. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several small rockets hanging on the racks were simultaneously launched, causing a violent explosion with the 2 base drones and the dilapidated building. Flames soared, countless fragments exploded and fell from the sky, landing on the ground with a clatter, burning and shaking as they fell to the ground. The situation was even worse upstairs. Hit by several rockets, it was like a missile strike, flames billowing and erupting on the spot, spectacular and intense. Drip! At the temporary base command center, the signal from the drones disappeared. Alpha squinted his eyes. "Commander, the drones have been destroyed." The last information received was that there are many enemy attack points outside the city of Qufit. War inevitably involves casualties. Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, but when he heard that his men had been destroyed, he felt a bit heavy. They were loyal soldiers to him. He sighed silently. Jiang Chen said, "The base is too shallow, there is no time for espionage and intelligence work, even launching a missile now is restricted. Laser guidance, TV guidance, radar guidance, the base needs to catch up quickly with these technologies." There was no way. From taking out the base vehicles to the present, the base had only been developed for less than 4 days. It was not easy to obtain the technology quickly. Alpha touched his bald head, did not speak, his eyes showing a fierce light. Now, they could only wait for the base's missiles. The troops stayed 60 kilometers away from the city of Qufit. They were all dispersed in the wilderness. It was also difficult for them. With only a force of 2,000 people, it was really not enough to forcefully attack a well-prepared defensive position. They wanted to launch multiple attacks from different points, but they were afraid of being caught and unable to escape. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to return to the base first, urging the combat laboratory to quickly produce many technologies, even if they had to produce more researchers. After informing Alpha, 4 armored vehicles and 10 armed helicopters cleared the way, with Jiang Chen sitting in the bumpy armored vehicle heading straight for the base. Meanwhile, in the vast desert, some yellow sand covered a massive complex of buildings with a thin layer. The wind was not strong today. In the base, Nolan was on the towering rocket launch pad with a few engineers, conducting the final checks, while Norton stood by watching. The rocket capable of launching satellites was equivalent to carrying nuclear warheads, capable of striking globally with intercontinental missiles, which the United States often blocked and sanctioned. Just this missile alone, with a length of 28 meters and 5 stages of propulsion, could send spy satellites into space orbit hundreds of kilometers above the ground. "Is the orbit calculation ready?" Nolan asked loudly over the walkie-talkie. The preparations were basically fine. The concern now was that if they launched and ended up in the same orbit as others, they might directly collide and destroy someone else's satellite, or worse, crash into the International Space Station. "Chief Engineer, our data is insufficient. Only Manhwa has publicly released the parameters of the space station's orbit, so we can only calculate our own orbit and do not know the situation of other satellites' orbits," came an anxious voice over the communicator. The Dragon Country space station has been in close contact with American satellites many times, so the orbit parameters are announced every day. "I've done this. If you collide again, regardless of whether it's intentional or not, I'll consider it intentional." "What to do?" Nolan looked at Norton. Norton closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and decisively said, "Ignite." "Okay." Nolan kept pressing the intercom, waving his hand continuously, and shouting loudly, "Everyone evacuate, prepare to cool down and ignite, all units prepare, countdown 20. The engineers on the workbench quickly moved away. Norton also took a few steps back, the moment of ignition reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius. Anyone standing nearby would be courting death. 5, 4, 3. Nolan stared at the carrier rocket, shouted the last word, the ignition program ignited autonomously, and with a boom of a violent explosion, a fierce flame soared into the sky, sweeping everything around. The cooling water evaporated into steam almost instantly, spreading out like a smoke bomb. The terrifying high temperature spread, and Norton, 100 meters away, felt a wave of heat coming towards him, the thrusters accelerating explosively. With a boom, the carrier rocket soared into the sky. In less than a minute, it reached the troposphere at an altitude of 8,000 meters. The propellant was still abundant, and a few seconds later it pierced through the clouds, reached the stratosphere. At the same time, next to Clash's Air Lang, the anti-missile system was instantly activated, and exciting anti-aircraft alarms sounded at various military bases. What's going on? The heads of several border military bases' anti-aircraft systems were all startled. They quickly checked the situation. On the anti-aircraft radar, a red dot ascended rapidly, the monitor's pupils dilated, unbelievably shouting, "Boss! At this speed and altitude, it's either a cruise missile or an intercontinental missile." What? They were all in a panic, instantly lying next to the radar screen, staring fixedly at the red dot above. Quickly calculate the landing point. Is it really an intercontinental missile? The leader said. They were about to call Air Lang's leader for urgent evasion. Intercontinental missiles, the trump card of the five powers, usually used to launch nuclear warheads, capable of striking most places globally. They are the nation's key weapons. Faced with intercontinental missiles, the probability of successful interception is very low. Air Lang now has diplomats from around the world gathered, discussing matters of space shuttles. If they were all blown up by a missile, and the missile was launched from the Air Lang border, this time, Air Lang would not be able to wash its hands even in the Yellow River. The tension in the control room was high, the heads of several military bases were all tense, and intercepting intercontinental missiles was very difficult. It can only be intercepted at the terminal stage, when it re-enters the atmosphere from space. But at this point, the missile's speed had accelerated to Mach 25. The interception probability was extremely low. Staring at the screen intently for a while, the monitoring technician, with a look of doubt, said, "No change in trajectory, still continuously rising. Boss, this seems to be a carrier rocket?" Phew! Everyone in the entire monitoring station breathed a sigh of relief. The leader patted his chest, put down the phone with the number dialed, and sighed, "Thank goodness, it's a carrier rocket, it has nothing to do with us, it's the United Nations business." After looking at the screen for a while, the signal disappeared. The anti-missile radar could not detect objects already in space. The base's satellite had reached an altitude of 50 kilometers from the ground, officially entering Earth's orbit, but its altitude was still rising. Spy satellites are at a similar height to the space station. Both are in low Earth orbit. The current low Earth orbit is densely packed with satellites, with very few positions available. The base's carrier rocket, like a wild bull, squeezed in directly. The air defense alarm at the Alang military base did not sound this time. Instead, it was the alarm from satellite monitoring stations around the world. All lights were flashing red, urgent warnings. United States. Nowadays, as one of the top global companies, Xinhuan has over 1,000 satellites, all in low Earth orbit. They are said to be for private use. Civilian. What exactly is going on? Who can explain? At this moment, in Xinhuan's satellite detection room, a piercing alarm sounded, and on the computer screen, there was a transparent image of the Earth. The Earth was surrounded by countless green dots, similar to Xinhuan, but at this moment, 3 dots that were supposed to be green turned into urgent red, flashing continuously. Originally joking with colleagues, a person quickly turned his chair around, his face serious and surprised as he looked at the 3 red dots. Numbers 598, 599, 600. Weren't these 3 launched just over a year ago? How could they have problems so soon? He wondered, clicking on the 3 red dots with the mouse. Warning! Warning! Emergency evasion required. Warning! Warning! Emergency evasion required. Warning! Warning! Emergency evasion required. The danger alerts for the 3 satellites were exactly the same. The person was stunned, his face showing more confusion. What's going on? We haven't received any recent notifications. Is someone launching satellites? David, what's happening? 2 colleagues came over to inquire. They all stared at the screen. As David explained, he activated the camera on the satellite that had been off all along. As soon as the image appeared, all 3 of them were shocked. Oh my God! They were startled. On the blue Earth, a carrier rocket was heading straight towards the 3 satellites. It seemed like there was a real orbital conflict. David widened his eyes and cursed loudly, "Fuck. Where the hell was this launched from? No declaration, no notification, what the hell is going on?" He quickly typed a series of commands on the keyboard. He needed to activate the emergency evasion function of the satellites. However, in order to get the satellites into orbit, the limited propellant had been at maximum power from the start, with almost no resistance in the thin atmosphere of outer space. At this moment, the speed of the carrier rocket had accelerated to nearly 20 Mach. Just as David had entered a series of commands, the three of them watched in astonishment as the carrier rocket passed by their satellites. It was a close call. Phew! David finally let out a sigh of relief. But he was still shaken, his face filled with indignation, realizing that his job could have been on the line. He quickly reported the situation to the leadership. At the same time, in the United States, in a secret military base, several spies at a satellite detection station were also dumbfounded at this moment, sitting in their chairs in a daze. They watched as their military satellite narrowly missed a carrier satellite. There were too many satellites in low Earth orbit. In the United States alone, there were no less than a few thousand, many of which were unknown high-resolution spy satellites capable of capturing details up to 10 centimeters. In other words, anything 10 centimeters long on the ground could be clearly photographed. These spy satellites were constantly monitoring various locations around the world, searching for military bases, strategic strongholds, and more. It was very dangerous. Almost colliding, the personnel at the military base monitoring station were a bit angry. Who is this? Launching satellites without declaration, blatantly disregarding others' property. Advanced countries like Manhwa, Russia, and the European Union. Almost all satellite monitoring centers received messages about unidentified satellites being launched into orbit. Initially, the monitoring centers were a bit surprised, but as the message reached the higher-ups, they couldn't sit still. When it comes to impending war, the person in charge of the intelligence department of a country is most likely to survive the longest. He not only knows the enemy's military situation, but also understands the personal characteristics of high-ranking officials very well. Spies, special agents, all under the control of the intelligence department. Alright, I got it. Don't worry, in these few days, I will give you a result. In an office of the Pentagon, the director of the CIA and the Central Intelligence Agency, Karen, calmly replied to the other party and then hung up the phone expressionlessly. His face was as unchanging as a glacier. When questioned by his superiors, there was no sign of anger or fluctuation on his face. Instead, he casually dialed the subordinate in charge of the Central European region. Director. The subordinate's tone was a bit humble and self-blaming, as if he knew he was about to face a storm. Karen asked with a faint smile, "Do you know what it means to launch a satellite?" On the other side, Anthony rolled his eyes. Launching a satellite meant they had the capability to strike the globe with intercontinental missiles. Intercontinental missile technology was a major event that no one could ignore, as this technology had always been strictly guarded by various countries. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Anthony wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The data from various sources indicated that the satellite was launched from Clash. It was intriguing. There was a mysterious force at play, launching a satellite. Anthony was puzzled. Is it the Dragon Country playing tricks behind the scenes? But where did the Dragon Country find so many European and American mercenaries? It doesn't seem possible. Damn, this is strange. He cursed all the way, arranging for people to investigate quickly. Similar situations were also happening in the Dragon Country. Several people were sitting together in a meeting. The Minister of Intelligence was drinking tea and smoking one after another, his hair almost falling out due to worry. If it's the Americans, why would they attack the Sali militants? It was even less likely to be the Russians. On the Ukrainian battlefield, the Russians did not have enough ammunition and equipment, with half of it being supported by allies. It was unlikely they had the energy to go to Clash. Stop thinking so much, old Zhao. Just investigate quickly. Once we find out, everything will be clear. Intercontinental ballistic technology, hopefully it's from our allies. Clash Desert. Nolan and Norton were nervously watching the screens at the monitoring station. When they saw the satellite enter the technician's projected orbit, their faces relaxed. They both showed joy. Norton gestured to the people below, quickly informed the commander that the satellite has entered orbit and can provide guidance for the missile at any time. Yes, it was very thrilling just now. If the base engineer hadn't maneuvered the missile to avoid it urgently, it would have collided head-on with the satellite. Jiang Chen was about 80 kilometers away from the base at this moment. When he received the call, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with a smile, "Great, prepare V3 for me. I think 20 vehicles are not enough, bring another 20. Great. Now that the base has a satellite, All that's left are fighter jets and bombers. Jiang Chen hung up the phone, his eyes gleaming with anticipation to return. Send a free love power for the dish, and receive another red envelope password then. Thank you, Brother Hongju, for the Great God certification. More updates tomorrow. Promises made, promises kept along the way. There were many Clash poor people, watching on both sides of the road, as several armored vehicles sped by, kicking up dust all the way. During this time, from Erlang, Liatu, Liasu, Saudi Bakwa, neighboring countries of Clash, many people arrived through the border, each carrying some travel bags, heavy inside. They are all intelligence personnel from other countries, some received by the government army, some received by the Sali armed forces. The destination is the same, that is Hama City. Stop and rest for a while. Jiang Chen took out a cigarette case from his pocket, lit one, and said looking up. The armored vehicle slowed down. Jiang Chen jumped out of the car, took out a lighter and lit it, with armed helicopters hovering around, ready to fire without hesitation if anyone approached. The surroundings were desolate, with no one around. He looked around, and just as he was about to retract his gaze, his eyes suddenly focused on the distance in the sky. Jiang Chen used his hand to shield the sun from his forehead, looked intently, quickly got back into the car and took out the walkie-talkie. Go check out the black dots in the northeast direction. What are they? Received. Commander, we also found them, about to report to you. Radar shows they are aerial units. Go take a look. The multifunctional armored combat vehicle at the base is equipped with anti-aircraft missiles, and the armed helicopters also have matching radars. This thing is so close. Just scanned. It means it has just taken off. Jiang Chen frowned, flicked the cigarette butt, decisively got into the car. That thing is most likely the unmanned aerial vehicle active on the Central European battlefield recently. It can conduct reconnaissance, strike, and drop bombs. Cost effective. He could almost be sure that it was sent by either the government army or the Sali armed forces to gather information about the base from the base all the way to Hama City. There couldn't be no one along the way. So the general direction of the base. Just a little investigation is needed to know it's in the desert. Commander, I see it, a jeep, a team of people controlling the drone, capture or kill? The armed helicopter pilot asked seriously. Kill, don't bother. Jiang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, then waved, drive, back to the base at the fastest speed. Yes. A burst of machine gun fire sounded not far away, followed by a deafening explosion, in front of the large-caliber machine gun of the armed helicopter. The armored vehicles couldn't withstand it. Not to mention a jeep, it was directly blown up on the spot. The unmanned drone without anyone controlling it quickly crashed down. Jiang Chen felt a sense of crisis. Can't cut corners. There were too few watchful eyes left in Hama City, just guarding against the enemy's major movements. This kind of single vehicle couldn't hold up at all. So, money must be spent to be vigilant. The base has cracked generators, which spy satellites cannot detect, so the specific location can only be explored by people. The longer it can be hidden, the better. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen's convoy entered the already very large base, a rocket launch base, with the gate tightly closed, occupying a separate area. One of the rockets stood inside. Very large and tall. That is a nuclear missile launch silo. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, a bit shocked. The base's nuclear missiles are carried by intercontinental missiles, so the rocket is very large. It can be seen from far away. Nuclear bomb. Equivalent to a sword hanging over everyone's head, the success rate of defending against intercontinental missiles is terrifyingly low. Having a nuclear bomb, it gives the confidence to overturn the table. On the other side, construction vehicles surrounded the base, forming a circle, building something. Jiang Chen could see something similar to a magnetic coil. Estimated total of dozens. Iron Curtain? Jiang Chen was a bit excited. Once the Iron Curtain was built, the base would have the ability to counterattack decisively, just like in the game. It could withstand nuclear bombs, making it an invincible defense. He calmed himself down and walked into the base with large strides. Besides the buildings, the base's anti-aircraft system was now the most sophisticated. Patriot anti-aircraft missiles were everywhere, densely packed like greenbelts in a residential area, with each Patriot turret as big as a small car. On his way back, 10 kilometers from the base, Jiang Chen encountered foreign soldiers patrolling outside. Norton still valued the base's security but hadn't had time to fortify it too far. Commander! Norton and Nolan received the news and came out to greet Jiang Chen. He waved them off and went straight to the point. How are the V-3 missile vehicles preparing? All 40 vehicles are ready, Norton said, leading Jiang Chen to where the vehicles were parked neatly in the base's open space. The V-3 missile vehicle, a medium-range missile, could target objects within 100 to 3,000 kilometers. It was 8 meters long and 9 meters in diameter. Each of the 40 vehicles carried 3 missiles, totaling 120 missiles with 500 kilograms of TNT equivalent each. They could easily destroy a large shopping mall. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the 40 huge trucks lined up, exuding an unstoppable momentum with their military green paint, reminiscent of Dongfeng Express. "Alright, wait for me a moment," Jiang Chen said anxiously, heading quickly to the combat laboratory. Sally's armed forces must have an anti-aircraft system. According to online sources, they used the American Patriot anti-aircraft system, similar to the base's. The Patriot system intercepted a hypersonic Dagger missile during the Manhwa War last year, gaining great fame. Therefore, it was best to have fighter jets carrying tactical missiles to destroy the Qufat city's air defense system to unleash the full power of the V-3 missile vehicles. On the 6th floor, the combat laboratory was bustling with people focused on developing more advanced weapons and equipment for the base. Jiang Chen found Professor Einstein and others. "Professor, although I know time is short for you, the base can't wait any longer. What weapons have been updated now?" he asked eagerly and expectantly. "Commander." Professor Einstein slowly addressed him with a smile. "As expected, after a night of hard work, the latest fighter jet has been designed. Helens, come here." Helens was in charge of integrating technologies like hyperspace teleportation, Iron Curtain, and Phantom into the fighter jets. The specific design was Helens' responsibility, while Nicholas was in charge of naval operations. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and impressed by the results achieved overnight by the talented team. Next to him, Helens rubbed his tired eyes and handed over thick stacks of blueprints. With a slightly tired smile, he said, "Commander, as expected, here are the conventional 6th-generation stealth fighter and bomber. The strategic bomber is halfway done and should be completed tonight along with the electronic warfare aircraft." Of course, this was not solely Helens' effort. Even if he grew up with fighter jets, he couldn't have done it alone. It was the result of the entire team of over 30 people working together on research and design. Jiang Chen took the blueprints with trembling hands, feeling unprecedented excitement in his heart. 6th-generation aircraft. 2 of them. No, Professor Helens is not clear about the classification of fighter jets in this world, thinking that bombers are the same as fighters, with algebraic divisions. He just expressed it in this way. No one can understand how excited and explosive Jiang Chen's mood is at this moment, just like an ordinary person who has been suffering for half a lifetime suddenly won a $1 billion prize. What concept are 2 6th-generation aircraft? Very terrifying. Nowadays, no country in the world has a 6th-generation fighter jet in service, either it is hidden, or at least not openly. And Manhwa's most advanced Sword 20 has always been said to be a 4th-generation aircraft externally. At that time, according to European and American standards, it is indeed a 4th-generation aircraft, but according to the Russian classification standards, it belongs to the 5th generation. In terms of actual combat power, it should be equivalent to a 4th and a half. Of course, this is based on parameter division. Specific combat power. Only actual combat can test it out. Unfortunately, Manhwa's Sword 20 has never participated in combat, so it is difficult to know its specific combat power. As one of the world's top 3 powers, truly 5th-generation aircraft have not been in service, from which it can be seen how shocking 6th-generation aircraft are. "Professor, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Chen sincerely held Professor Helen's wrinkled hand and said heavily, "Commander is joking, this is what I should do, not hard." Professor Helens is also 50 years old and very humble. Then, Jiang Chen asked the key question, "Professor, how do you classify bombers? Because you have come for a short time, you may not be aware that bombers do not have the terms 5th or 6th generation," he explained to Helens. Jiang Chen learned how powerful his bomber was. "Is that so?" Professor Helens was indeed slightly stunned. He searched on the table and pulled out a drawing. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He quickly supplemented his military knowledge. He was too familiar with that appearance. "Commander, I made parameter adjustments based on this bomber, because I checked online, this is the most advanced bomber today." The drawing is none other than the famous B-2 Spirit strategic bomber from the United States, with a similar appearance to the Peregrine Falcon. Highly recognizable. "What about the fighter jets?" Jiang Chen urgently asked. Helens brought another drawing. Jiang Chen's breath stopped. He took a cold breath. "Strong, too strong," that's all he could say. Apart from the F-22 Raptor fighter jet, who else could be on the drawing? The big brother among fighter jets. Some say the F-35 is more advanced than the F-22, which is true in some aspects, but in terms of combat power, it is definitely not as good, just a little bit. The F-22 is not for sale, while the F-35 is. A clear distinction between high and low. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say at this point. He just felt surrounded by a strong sense of joy, flipping through the drawings lovingly. He noticed the word conventional prominently marked on the drawing. Professor, what does this conventional mean? Helen smiled at Nicholas and Einstein. Commander, this will give you a surprise later. Okay. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, without asking further. He understood bombers very well. The main difference between conventional and strategic is the flight distance, duration of combat, ability to carry nuclear warheads, etc. Strategic bombers can operate globally. The B-2 Spirit bomber once flew continuously for 77 hours, refueled in the air 10 times, traveled back and forth 55,000 kilometers. So far no one has been able to achieve these 3 records, teaching the world a lesson. Conventional bombers only strike nearby, far from such high standards, running the engine continuously for 77 hours. It's very technically challenging. Nolan, how long will it take to manufacture on the production line? Jiang Chen flipped through a thick stack of drawings, looked at the staggering data, and asked casually. The Mirage 1, with a maximum speed of 3.5 Mach, far exceeding the standard of 3 Mach for 6th-generation aircraft. Cruise speed of 2 Mach. Full-body stealth coating, capable of absorbing various radar waves, unmanned intelligent driving, over-the-horizon radar, vertical takeoff and landing. It is a multi-purpose fighter jet. No more than a day. Nolan, who came with him, answered from behind. The base's war vehicle factory can add new production lines. As long as there are blueprints, they can be handed over to the base corps to manufacture the production lines, and then assembled in the war vehicle factory. Hurry up, take it and get it done. The Iron Curtain can be stopped for now. Produce the Mirage fighter jet as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen handed all the blueprints to Nolan and sternly instructed. Okay. Nolan didn't dare to be careless and quickly left. Norton, contact Alpha and ask him to wait a little longer. Be on alert. This time, go big directly to Kufei City. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Okay, I'll inform him right away. After Norton left, Jiang Chen also deliberately instructed the 3 professors to rest well, emphasizing the importance of their health. He had originally wanted to give them some tasks. Forget it. Let's take a break first. Not long after, he also left, found Norton outside, and quickly briefed him on the tasks. Norton, when entering the desert from Manhwa City, some defense facilities must be set up. Don't skimp on funds. Leave 200,000 emergency reserves, and use the rest as you see fit. Norton's heart tightened. There must be some situation for the commander to say so. He nodded seriously. Also, we can't rely solely on missiles and fighter jets to destroy the enemy's air defense systems. Do we have inexpensive rocket technology at the base? Find Nolan and set up a production line for rocket launch vehicles for me. I have only one requirement. Jiang Chen extended a finger. Produce as much as you want. Launch fiercely, bomb fiercely. Anti-aircraft missiles are expensive to make, so I'd be happy to see them used for rocket missiles. Understood. Norton noted each point in his heart. Jiang Chen nodded. There was nothing else to do next. Electronic warfare aircraft, multi-warhead missiles, hypersonic missiles, the research personnel needed to rest. Take it step by step. He raised his chin slightly. Go ahead. Okay. Norton left quickly to find Nolan, while Jiang Chen stood at the base and watched construction vehicles enter the war vehicle factory. The base's ground troops were still in production. From 4 a.m. until now, 120 soldiers per hour, totaling nearly 1,000, and many transport trucks were leaving the war vehicle factory. After watching for a while, Jiang Chen went to rest and conserve his energy. He was only waiting for the fighter jets to be produced. The base was developing at full speed, the Iron Curtain was stopped, all construction vehicles were building a new 6th-generation Mirage production line upon Jiang Chen's return. It only took 4 hours. Nolan had just arrived, panting heavily, and ran to the door of the room where Jiang Chen was resting, but was stopped by 2 people. One was tall and cold, with a murderous look and wine-red long hair. The other had a crazy look, a bit deranged, and a sinister smile. Tanya, Yuri, I have urgent matters to discuss with the commander, please step aside. Nolan hurriedly explained, and Tanya coldly explained, the commander told me before he rested that once the production line was ready, we should build 4 aircraft without worrying about the funds. He asked me to tell you. Nolan was taken aback. How did the commander know so quickly? He had also wanted to surprise them. He felt a bit embarrassed. Well, okay. Nolan scratched his head and quietly left, and the brand new fighter jet production line started operating directly in the war vehicle factory. The sound of explosions rang out. The cost of building a 6th-generation Mirage fighter jet was the same as an aircraft carrier, requiring 5,000 funds. But don't forget, the base's financial system was losing money on tanks. On aircraft carriers, it was making a killing. As for the two bodyguards at Jiang Chen's door, Tanya, the cold-blooded killer, top female special agent, a standout in the game, completely beyond normal. Slaying single soldiers, able to compete with tanks, armed all over, a perfect killing machine. Yuri. There is always a hint of madness on his face, with a modified machine behind his head, possessing the ability of mind control, and the skill of mind shock. The mind machine at the back of his head. It can release an aggressive electromagnetic wave, just like an electromagnetic pulse grenade, capable of killing people nearby, with the downside of not distinguishing between friend and foe. Purely a product of technology. The two of them were prepared by Norton for Commander Jiang Chen, to protect his safety and prevent accidents. Approaching evening. After a night of rushing around in the morning, Jiang Chen, who had slept for 6 hours, woke up and checked his golden finger in the room. The lime color is almost gone. It is estimated that it will completely fade tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, some abilities will be restored. After tidying up, he went outside. Yuri and Tanya, inseparable, like venomous snakes hidden in the shadows, silently following Jiang Chen's footsteps as he prepared to find Nolan. He froze as soon as he looked up. Then his eyes brightened, intense surprise, unable to contain his excitement. Jiang Chen stepped forward and ran towards the tank factory. The sandstorm was coming head-on. He didn't care at all. There was a huge fighter jet that had just come off the production line, being dragged towards the airstrip in the Air Command headquarters. Fighter jet. It's really cool. Only when you see it in front of you can you feel the intense excitement and joy it brings you. Shining with a metallic luster all over, the sleek body crafted to aerodynamic perfection, striking a majestic figure that appeals to anyone's aesthetic sense. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining. The more he looked at the Mirage fighter jet at the base, the more satisfied he became, bursting into laughter on the spot, nodding repeatedly, and praising, "So cool." Reluctant to leave, he followed behind the towing vehicle all the way to the Air Command headquarters, where he widened his eyes to find that another one had already landed there. This is the second one. Great. What are we waiting for? Quick, you guys, refuel, bring the missiles over and hang them up. I bet Alpha can't wait. Jiang Chen shouted loudly to the special agents at the Air Command headquarters, sensing the commander's impatience. Several people quickly took the walkie-talkies and called the relevant units. Soon, Nolan and Norton arrived, followed by several transport vehicles. The missiles were brought over. Not to mention Alpha, who was waiting outside Kuthiai City for the base to deliver the missiles. Jiang Chen, who had just woken up, couldn't wait to see his Mirage dominate the battlefield. 6th generation aircraft. Stealth performance further enhanced. Patriot air defense system, for such an advanced stealth fighter, is simply baffling. The scanning principle of radar is to emit multiple radar waves, which will reflect back when they touch an object, and then be calculated by the computer. The role of stealth coding is to absorb radar waves and infrared rays. In the eyes of radar, a stealth fighter does not exist. That's why it's called stealth. Radar waves are divided into many types. Long wave, short wave, X wave, S wave, and so on. The more radar waves a stealth material can absorb, the more advanced it is. Jiang Chen didn't know how many radar waves the Mirage could absorb. He trusted in Helen's. With just these 2 points, infrared-guided and radar-guided missiles would find it difficult to lock onto the base's Mirage fighter, requiring more advanced fire control radar. The base's engineers quickly equipped the fighter with air-to-ground tactical missiles, and the fuel truck also came to refuel it. 2 pilots, wearing equipment, sat upright in the cockpit, ready to take off at any time. This time, with the Mirage 6th generation aircraft improved by Helen's, fully stealthed, it can carry 12 air-to-air and air-to-ground tactical missiles. These are small missiles, like daggers, designed to strike at the enemy's key facilities, straight to the heart. Belonging to heavy fighter jets, with a top speed of 3.5 Mach, the materials, engine technology far exceed international standards. Ground personnel waved flags, signaling for takeoff. Takeoff! Jiang Chen was full of anticipation. With a command, the engines of the 2 fighter jets roared to life, emitting dazzling energy beams from their slightly concealed nozzles. The plasma beams were a brilliant blue with a hint of orange, indicating extreme heat. Accelerating along the runway, the engine nozzles' flames lengthened continuously, providing ample thrust. The 2 engines had vectoring nozzles to support vertical takeoff and landing. The sight of both nozzles spewing energy was truly awe-inspiring. Whoosh! In an instant, they reached the end of the runway. The aircraft's body pulled up 90 degrees terrifyingly and astonishingly, then rapidly ascended, disappearing into the clouds. Awesome! Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise Helen's. Truly awesome. The maiden flight was like a real battle, making them probably the only ones globally. Next, Jiang Chen quickly took Norton to the Air Command Center. The base's officers on duty became busy. 40V-3 missile vehicles drove out of the base into the desert, where 3 huge cruise missiles lay flat. At this moment, the missile silos began to rise, tilting 60 degrees towards the sky. Alpha, this is the base, you can deploy now. Jiang Chen was excited, contacting Alpha with a long-range communicator. By now, it was dark. Alpha had been waiting 60 kilometers from Qufit City, not advancing recklessly. However, this afternoon, several probing rockets were fired towards Qufit City, killing 2 soldiers. If Alpha hadn't ordered them to rest separately earlier, the casualties would have been greater. The drones from Qufit had been continuously surveilling Alpha's troops from above, but Alpha ignored them, cautioning everyone to be careful. However, his warlike heart was already filled with anger. Now, upon receiving Jiang Chen's command, Alpha stood up with a fierce expression, roaring like a tiger in the mountains. All units assemble. Depart! His face was extremely fierce. This time, he would surely seek revenge fiercely. Boom! 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 In the desolate wilderness at night, armored vehicles and tanks roared to life, their lights illuminating as the soldiers sat inside. Slowly moving out. Report, Commander, the enemy is on the move. At the same time in Qufit City, someone hurriedly entered Black Mamba's resting room, reporting loudly. Black Mamba suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a bloodthirsty and cold gaze. Seeking death. Inform everyone, be on high alert, prepare for battle. He stood up, put on a black jacket, wrapped a white headscarf around his head. Understood. Following the messenger, Black Mamba arrived at the command center of Qufit City, where everyone was already in action. On the screen, a high-definition night vision drone captured the movements of the base's troops. Everything was clear. In the bright green image, black-clad personnel and tanks with red lights swiftly advanced across the wilderness, still dispersed to avoid being bombed by enemy rockets. Just this few people coming to their deaths? Black Mamba showed no signs of panic. Instead, he smirked coldly. The defenses outside Qufit City were very strong, with bunkers, trenches, and explosive points all in place. They had fought long battles against the government forces here and had never been breached. This defense line spanned the entire clash and extended to the second logistics city, Sivo City, in the hotly contested Rilong Gorge. It was the strongest defense line of the Sali armed forces. At the same time, the government forces of Clash were closely monitoring Alpha's movements. When they acted, the senior government officials gathered in a control room to observe. Clash of unknown forces began to attack the Sali armed. The news spread like wildfire. In the government army's monitoring room, several officers and 2 people of Chinese descent stood in front of the screen. The 2 Chinese immediately reported the situation to their superiors. The intelligence was sent back to the country. Although it did not alarm the big shots, the Dragon country's intelligence department did not dare to be negligent, and 3 leaders quickly monitored the situation. Which faction do you think this is? Do they have the confidence to take down Qufit City? The hall-level leader in charge of investigating the clash of unknown forces frowned and asked in doubt. The other 2, a man and a woman, were the heads of the intelligence group. Like the 3 of them, including the American Anthony, they were ordered to investigate the situation on this side of the base as soon as possible. The head of the intelligence group, Yang Kuan, pursed his lips and said, Director Chen, from what we see now, the most likely is the Great Russia. But according to our information, the Great Goose is also investigating. After speaking, he added with a wry smile. Then pointing to the screen, showing synchronized night vision images, if they only have this many people and want to take down Qufit City, it is undoubtedly a foolish move. Yang Kuan turned his head, looking inquiringly at his deputy behind him, Yi Jianqing, who had a cold look and was holding a tablet in his hand. There are no abnormalities near Hama City, they only have this many people. That's strange. What are these people thinking? All 3 were a bit surprised. 2,000 people may seem like a lot, but facing a fortified defense line and a day's preparation by Qufit City and the Sali armed forces, there was really no chance of success. Colleagues, CIA. Since the launch of the carrier rocket, spy satellites have been scanning and photographing near Clash Hama City, with advanced high-definition spy satellites that can directly capture the ground through clouds. The troops stationed outside Alpha were also closely monitored. The moment he moved, several people immediately began to observe, and Anthony, who was in charge of the matter, sat in a chair with a bucket of fries, watching with relish. Interesting, daring to attack proactively, the higher-ups must have overestimated. Go, closely monitor the desert edge northeast of Hama City, see if there are reinforcements, and how are the shots of other movements in the desert. He casually ordered the subordinates. The vehicles at the base came from the desert, and this information was known long ago, thanks to the high-definition spy satellites of the United States. They were already searching for the base in the desert. With a resolution of 10 centimeters, they could clearly capture the tire tracks and follow the trail. Boss, no other military forces have been found near Hama City. It seems that there are only these people, and filming in the desert is still ongoing. Anthony paused at the words. Shaking his head, it's impossible, they will definitely make a move, otherwise it doesn't make sense to wait for an afternoon. Could it be that they are really going to their deaths? He was a bit incredulous. Yes. As for other countries, it goes without saying. But based on the current situation, the most puzzling thing for all countries is why dare to attack? There is no need to think about it. Alpha's troops, against the strong defense and powerful firepower of Kufit City, will definitely suffer a major defeat. Jiang Chen also did not expect that with a slight movement of the base, while appearing calm on the surface, all countries had their eyes on him, all because the base launched a satellite. The influence of the intercontinental rocket was too great. No one dared to ignore it. If this satellite had not been launched, the level of surveillance on Clash by various countries would definitely not be so high, just watching for fun. And now, no one actually had confidence in the base to take down the heavily defended and powerful Kufit City, believing that they were going to their deaths. In the Clash base, Jiang Chen and Norton were closely watching the Mirage fighters quickly arriving over Kufit City. How's the situation? He asked with a hint of nervousness. Commander, report that everything is normal, not detected or locked on. Number 2 is normal. The report came through the intercom. Jiang Chen relaxed. Indeed, Professor Helen's stealth technology perfectly bypassed the Patriot air defense system. Good, the spy satellite is analyzing the images, awaiting orders at any time. Roger. Roger. No one in the world noticed that 2 fighter jets were freely flying in the airspace of Clash at this moment, evading the armed Patriot air defense system. The government army's self-developed air defense system purchased from Erland was collectively silent at this moment, unable to detect the Mirage fighter jets at all. Just like years ago, when rumors spread that a B-2 stealth bomber was seen over the Dragon country, no one knew how many times it had come. Now, the Mirage fighter jets could freely fly over Clash and Erland, going wherever they pleased, invisible to everything except the naked eye. On another computer at the Air Command Center, a base satellite synchronized with the Earth's orbit captured the entire Kufit City, currently being analyzed by the computer to identify the most likely radar buildings. Citywide scanning. Too slow. Much too slow. The base had no intelligence system, too shallow to locate the enemy's radar positions from scratch. Who knew when to go? Like 2 other armies in battle. Where you have military bases, where you have radars, base stations, important transportation bridges, we've already figured it out for you. The first thing to do when the war starts is to bomb these. Jiang Chen couldn't wait, his eyes narrowed, impatiently saying, Norton, fire a salvo, let's see their air defense response first. Fire a salvo. Norton was stunned, that meant 40 missiles. The base was equipped with cruise missiles carrying 500 kilograms of TNT equivalent. Not cheap rockets. Used for air defense testing. The commander was too extravagant, Norton thought to himself, who made the base without rocket launchers. Now they were building a bomber production line. The cluster rocket vehicle had to wait. Norton picked up the intercom, V3 missile vehicle ready, coordinates in the middle section of the Kufit City defense line, fire a salvo. First team, Roger. Second team, Roger. Jiang Chen immediately ordered loudly, spy satellite ready, aim at Kufit City, analyze wherever the air defense missiles are launched from first. Understood, Commander. As long as air defense missiles are launched, the defense system's deployment locations will be exposed, making it relatively simple to locate the air defense radar. All preparations were in place. The huge missile vehicles at the base input specific coordinates one by one, and then, 40 operators simultaneously pressed the red launch buttons. Boom! In the desert outside the base, a series of explosions rang out, as if the earth was cracking and bursting. Thick smoke mixed with flames billowed from the missile launchers. Surrounding smoke filled the air. 40 cruise missiles soared into the sky, a scene that stirred the blood. Jiang Chen looked out through the glass window at the base. Half of his face was illuminated red by the flames, his eyes sharp and focused. The missiles quickly ascended and adjusted their positions in the air, accelerating. With a sharp whistling sound breaking through the air, they headed straight for Kufit City. The base was only a little over 300 kilometers away from Kufit City, a fleeting distance for supersonic missiles. Woo! Woo! The entire city of Kufit immediately sounded a piercing and urgent air defense alarm. The bearded black mamba in the command center looked bewildered at the flashing red lights on the ceiling. He then looked at the screen showing the footage from the drones. No rockets were fired. Where did they come from? A phone next to him rang. The operator answered on speakerphone. A voice of joy came from the other end. Boss, it's in the desert. We saw it in Hama City. The missiles were launched from the desert. Good. The black mamba clenched his fist and said, take some people in, feel it out, and find the exact location. No problem, boss. After hanging up the phone, the Black Mamba impatiently tapped his ear. Turn off the air defense alarm. It's probably just some old rockets, nothing to be afraid of. The strong defense line of Kufit City completely withstand rocket bombardment. Ha! Just as he was halfway through speaking, the Black Mamba suddenly realized something. His face changed suddenly. It's not rockets. The desert is over 300 kilometers away. Rockets can't reach that far. Missiles? Ha ha ha. The Black Mamba's expression was extremely vivid and surprised, as if he had seen this kind of weird tactic for the first time. He burst into laughter. They actually use missiles to deplete our air defense. This is truly a tactic that people can come up with? The Black Mamba couldn't help but burst into laughter. The SAL military officers in the entire command center all realized, one by one, they smiled happily, and the command level of the base was suddenly looked down upon in their minds. Ah, boss, these people are so funny. We were on high alert and deployed all afternoon for this. Many people shook their heads and laughed. The originally tense atmosphere relaxed at this moment. In general, cheap rockets are used first to deplete the enemy's air defense missiles. When the depletion is almost complete, rockets mixed with missiles are launched together, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish. You turn on the air defense, I'll continue to use rockets. If you don't turn it on, I'll use high-power missiles, targeting a decoy. Unstoppable. The Great Goose Intelligence Department. Several middle-aged men with a taste of political commissars looked puzzled at the screen. When the missiles were launched from the base not long ago, they were discovered by the Great Goose Intelligence Department. Observing at this moment, are they not mistaken? One person spoke, the others shook their heads. Even in their country's war with Ukraine, they never had the audacity to use missiles to deplete the enemy's air defense. The speed at which war burns money is unimaginable to ordinary people. 1 minute of close-range cannon fire costs more than a year's salary for an ordinary person. The Great Goose has been fighting with Irma for nearly 3 years. If it weren't for the mysterious great powers like NATO and countries like Erlang sponsoring ammunition, they would have been economically crushed long ago. Unless these people have no experience in actual combat? Otherwise, they wouldn't fight like this. Speaking of which, the more I look at it, the more it resembles that country in the east. Another person said with an uncertain tone, with a probing tone. Others nodded in agreement. Then, another person raised a soul-searching question. But why, when watching the video, do those soldiers have a taste of our own? The group fell silent, each falling into doubt about life. United States. CIA. Even the most powerful spies with their spy satellites, at the moment the missiles were launched, locked onto the base in the desert. Click, click, click. The spy satellite frantically took pictures. After the images were calculated and displayed by the computer, the people in front of the screen were all dumbfounded, incredulous. Boss, the picture was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. How could this be? This shouldn't happen. Is the satellite malfunctioning? The technicians checked strangely. No problem. Why is there no image? It's too strange. The spy satellite has high-definition night vision, special technology that can penetrate clouds and then be reprocessed by the computer. How could it be pitch black? If that doesn't work, you should still be able to see the desert. You ask me? Do I understand technology? This won't do. If you can't switch to another one, and if that doesn't work, someone is playing tricks. Send someone over to investigate. Anthony said irritably. Just now, the CIA director called him again, with the same calm tone, asking for results. Anthony knew, the more calm Karen was, the more serious the consequences would be. He took out his phone and sent several photos confirming the location of the base to the boss Karen first. He added, I think it's a trick played by Manhwa and Big Goose. They are a wealthy family with many smokers. They directly used missiles to test the air defense, and Big Goose is responsible for sending people. To be honest, when Anthony saw the missile launch, he also felt something was wrong for a moment before realizing it. This person is really bold. Testing the air defense with missiles, isn't that too much? This base move. The intelligence chief of Longwa, Yang Kuan, opened his mouth and said, maybe others have information, and the Kufit City air defense system didn't activate? Before he could finish speaking, in the night sky of Clash, dozens of bright missiles with flames trailing behind them could be seen with the naked eye in Kufit City. They were faintly visible among the clouds. Boom! 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 At this moment, in Kufit City, several places erupted with anti-aircraft missiles shooting out at extremely high speeds. The piercing sound of breaking the sound barrier and sonic booms were extremely loud in the night. Several bright fireballs instantly exploded in the sky, illuminating the city like fireworks, very dazzling. What now? Yi Jianqing seemed to disregard the face of his superior, with a faint tone that clearly carried a sense of ridicule. Yang Kuan touched his nose silently and said, I really don't understand. Boom! Explosions continued in the sky above Kufit City. Anti-aircraft missiles require high speeds and can easily break through several times the speed of sound for interception. In addition, the latest American Patriot air defense system has strong computing capabilities. 40 cruise missiles. Almost the entire army was wiped out. Only one missile, which was not intercepted at first, fell to a position about 2,000 meters above the ground and was intercepted, erupting into a fireball that illuminated half the city. It was terrifying. However, the 40 missiles also consumed nearly 60 to 70 anti-aircraft missiles, activating the entire air defense system of Kufit City. Black Mamba didn't mind at all, but instead couldn't stop smiling. Alright. He would feel sorry for anti-rocket missiles, but not at all for anti-missile ones. On the other side, Jiang Chen's mouth also slightly curved up. On the computer screen, there were 4 citywide anti-aircraft radars covering Kufit City. At this moment, everything was analyzed. Who will have the last laugh is still unknown, and the real show has just begun. Synchronize the data. Jiang Chen looked expectantly at the screen where the 4 control radars were found, and the technicians at the base quickly operated under the command of the Air Command Center. They immediately sent the data to 2 Mirage fighter jets. In the sky of Clash, the 2 fighter jets circling around had tactical helmets worn by the pilots, with a semi-transparent map displayed on the glass screen in front of their eyes, marking the targets that needed to be hit with red dots. With the pilot's focused or dispersed gaze and brainwave control, the map could be zoomed in or out. This was the most advanced tactical helmet, similar to those used by the US military, and just the helmet alone cost up to $1 million. The base only needed 5,000 funds. The fighter jets, pilots, equipment, all included in one price. Commander, received. Okay, Commander. The 2 pilots replied, then confidently communicated on their channel, I'll take the left side, and you take the right. No problem. The other pilot responded readily. At an altitude of 15,000 meters, at this height, the existence of the fighter jets could not be seen with the naked eye. The 2 Mirage jets began to move away from Kufit City. Then, one of the jets suddenly turned around. The throttle was opened to the maximum. The fighter jets burst into the fastest speed, a speed that was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, followed by the 2 calmly operating, diving towards Kufit City. Speed once reached 3.5 Mach, 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Directly locked onto the anti-aircraft radar, the missiles suspended on the 2 fighter jets immediately fell one after another. Under the acceleration of the fighter jets, the initial velocity of several air-to-ground missiles is a terrifying 3.5 Mach. With a few boom sounds, the dropped missiles activate. The propellant violently surges out. The speed goes from 3.5 Mach, soaring again. It's so fast that it's almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. When the missile is activated, the anti-aircraft alarm in Kufit City, which had just stopped, sounds again with a woo-woo. Coming again? Black Mamba showed an extremely surprised smile. Then he shook his head and asked his subordinates with a hint of sarcasm, are they stupid? Not even one missile from the first wave has fallen. Are they setting off fireworks for us? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere in the entire command center was harmonious, with those who needed to drink water doing so, and those who needed to smoke doing so, not paying any attention to the sounding anti-aircraft alarm. Even if 1 or 2 fish slipped through the net, what could happen? After all, they couldn't bomb themselves. This shows why nuclear bombs are said to have more deterrent power than destructive power, because ordinary missiles target civilians' children. Nuclear bombs treat everyone equally. Boss, it's not polite to only receive and not give back. We can also let their troops taste the flavor of rocket launchers. At this moment, a Salian armed officer suggested. This person looked disdainful and complacent, looking down on others. Let them see what real war is. Ha ha ha. Black Mamba laughed and said, okay, I was thinking the same. Let's prepare to show them some colors with the rocket troops. The officers at their level were talking and laughing, while a soldier who had been staring at the anti-aircraft radar suddenly had a drastic change in his expression. Something's wrong, boss. He shouted in horror, his voice turning into a scream, come and see. Something's wrong, the speed is too fast, it's launching directly above us. What? Black Mamba's smile froze on his face, and several people were shocked by this news. They quickly went to see, and the radar showed more than a dozen missiles. Almost on the screen, they leaped a great distance in just 1 second. The bottom right corner was flashing with astonishing speed. 6 Mach. Damn! What the hell is going on? Black Mamba's forehead bulged with veins, asking angrily, with a mix of shock and disbelief. The anti-aircraft radar needed time to intercept the missiles. It required time to calculate the missile's trajectory, to intercept in advance, or to automatically intercept, but all of this required time to lock and calculate. Launched from above. 6 Mach 2040 meters per second. It was almost a matter of seconds. Not to mention interception, the anti-aircraft radar had just detected it, and the next moment, the missile came down. As expected, before Black Mamba could finish speaking, there was an explosion not far from the command center, and the signal on the screen in front of them was lost instantly. The soldier in front of the screen went black. "It's over. Boss, our radar has been destroyed." His face instantly turned pale, his voice trembling and a bit panicked. The anti-aircraft radar was too important for modern warfare, and they were facing an enemy who treated missiles as if they were not missiles. Fighter jets. Black Mamba gritted his teeth, his pupils dilated, asking incredulously, how could they have fighter jets, and stealth ones at that? He had rich combat experience. Of course, he could instantly think that, except for stealth fighter jets, it was almost impossible to accurately pinpoint and detonate from above. "Quick, check the other 3 radars." Black Mamba commanded loudly, with some cold sweat on his forehead, no longer exuding the same aura of power as before. The implications of stealth fighter jets were a bit profound. It was either a big country or an eastern power. Should he personally take action? "Boss, the other 3 also have no signal, all destroyed. What should we do now?" The local soldiers looked anxious, operating the computer continuously without any signal. "Activate the backup," the Black Mamba shouted, waving his hand to signal everyone to quickly arrange for combat. "Hurry, move, order the rocket troops to attack. No matter what, first annihilate their ground forces." He was impatient. While speaking, his eyes occasionally drifted to the monitoring outside the command post, where one monitor could see the sky. It was evident that the Black Mamba was a bit nervous. The command post quickly issued the attack order. Outside the city of Kufit, there were many rocket launchers distributed, all concentrated next to the defense line. Bored Salafi militants leaned against the sandbags in the trenches chatting and laughing. Inside the fortress, machine gunners sat on the ground, a few of them smoking together to ease the tension of the impending war. Upon receiving the order, many Salafi militants smiled indifferently. "Hey, did you hear that? They are getting impatient up there. What's the rush? Their ground forces are still 40 to 50 kilometers away, they dare not come over. Alright, let's go and launch a couple of rockets. Let's go." At this moment, in the sky of clash, countries were all watching the images taken by spy satellites, with dozens to hundreds of missiles streaking through the stratosphere like a meteor shower, heading towards the city of Kufit. In the Dragon Kingdom, the head of the intelligence group, Yang Kuan, became more and more puzzled. "Chen Ting, Xiaoyi, what do you think? The first wave didn't hit, this time launching more. Do they really intend to break through Kufit's air defense with missiles?" The senior official shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't understand. At this moment, they were still unaware that the air defense of Kufit city had already been destroyed by the base. Monitoring the city of Kufit, various countries were filled with doubts, watching the vast number of missiles flying towards the city. As they watched, suddenly everyone realized something. Their pupils contracted simultaneously. This distance. As they watched, Chen Ting's mind went blank, suddenly stood up and stared intently. No movement in the air defense? What? No movement? Head of Intelligence Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing hurried over, their expressions changed. It doesn't make sense. When the first wave was at this distance, the air defense missiles had already been launched. What's going on? They were puzzled. Yi Jianqing immediately picked up a tablet, checked the images taken by other satellites, and global big data collected through keywords. It's similar to when someone mentions sensitive political words on WeChat. That message will be collected by big data to analyze you. Is there a problem? All countries have this screening system. Yi Jianqing quickly stopped, frowned, and said seriously, "Shen Bureau, team leader, look at this." She actually found a video taken by a resident of Kufit City. Dozens of missiles appeared out of thin air in the sky and hit some facilities in Kufit City. It's the radar. The radar of Kufit City has been destroyed. Yang Kuan recognized it at a glance and concluded. However, his tone sounded very shocked. "I got it." Yang Kuan suddenly shouted, his eyes shining, and analyzed logically, those people, the first wave of missiles was actually them searching for Kufit City's air defense. The fighter jets were already waiting above, then they destroyed the radar and launched the second wave of missiles. In this way, even if Kufit City wants to activate a new radar, it's too late. They are bound to endure this round of bombing. And they are stealth fighter jets. The radar can't detect them. Chen Ting and Yi Jianqing suddenly realized, nodding in agreement, so that's how it is, it does make sense. After that, Chen Ting smiled calmly, glanced at the two of them. It seems that we all guessed wrong about the first wave of missiles. Yang Kuan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, he was also questioning at that time. Why use missiles to deplete air defense? Originally, they are not for depletion. they are meant to be completely destroyed. His thinking is not on the same level as others. As long as the air defense of Kufit City can be destroyed, losing some missiles, what else can be done? In the time they were talking, the V-3 missiles from the base had already reached the airspace above Kufit City, ready to launch rockets at the Sali-armed militants. Immediately, everyone looked up at the sky, stunned. Countless flames, falling rapidly from the sky, a spectacular scene, and soon someone woke up suddenly. "Where is our air defense?" He panicked, shouting in fear. The remaining people then reacted. "Air raid! Air raid!" Hysterical shouts echoed along the entire defense line of Kufit City. All Sali-armed militants quickly panicked and sought cover. Who would care about launching rockets at this moment? They all wished they had 8 legs to run into the bunkers. The Sali-armed militants were like dumplings, jumping into the trenches one after another, hiding behind sandbags, tightly against the cold ground, fearful and praying inside. "Don't let it hit us." In the command center, Black Mamba clenched both hands tightly together, watching in shock as the missiles fell from the sky on the screen. Bang! Boom! Upon touching the ground, the missiles produced intense explosions, mushroom clouds with thick black smoke and hot flames rising from the ground. Puff, puff, puff! Soil scattered everywhere, creating a large crater in the ground. Dozens of missiles, like flowers blooming everywhere, directly blew up a section of the strong defense fortifications outside Kufit City into pieces. The terrifying power and shockwave lifted countless people. Now there were limbs and arms everywhere. Continuous screams. "Spread out! Spread out quickly!" Someone shouted loudly in the chaotic dark scene, sounding like an officer. They were too arrogant. They didn't take the base's air raid seriously. In the trenches, people gathered around various firepower points. The casualties were extremely heavy. 2 missiles from DE killed 1,500 people who had just gathered to rush to the front line, showing how powerful the missiles were. Outside Kufit City, there were many 3- to 4-story firepower points. Several collapsed. In an instant, they buried hundreds of lives. The Sali-armed militants were dumbfounded. The command center was far away, and they were a distance from Kufit City in the city. No one would have expected the defense fortifications to be set up right on the edge of the city. Instead, in this direction, a factory, a building, a mountain valley, could all be part of the defense line. So, some people saw the flash of fire in the sky just now, but they never thought that their formidable air defense system had just been destroyed. The defense line of thousands of people was suddenly disrupted, and the atmosphere in the intelligence agencies of DE and the United States monitoring the base was very eerie at this moment. Who could it be? There were actually stealth fighters, something they had never thought of before. In the whole world, only the F-22 and F-35 of the United States had participated in combat with stealth fighters. DS Goose 57, Longwa's Sword 20, had never had any combat experience, and now, another stealth fighter had emerged. Who is it? The threat level of the mysterious base in the desert has risen again. This tactical operation against Kufit City has once again made the power of the base even more mysterious in everyone's minds. At the same time, they were slow to react. It turned out that launching missiles was to draw out the air defense, further destroy it, not as they thought. Others were fools. Instead, it was very clever. Not simple. We must quickly investigate. The actual military exercise is imminent. Who is causing trouble? Anthony finally took a serious look at the base for the first time. The emergence of stealth fighters. He was just surprised, had to face it, could bypass the Patriot air defense system. What about the Iron Dome anti-missile system? What about the THAAD anti-missile system? He knew that the Sali armed forces used the latest Patriot air defense system. Many military bases in the United States have the same model. It shows that the stealth performance of the mysterious fighter is very powerful. If it can bypass THAAD, Iron Dome, hey, most of the United States, others can come and go freely. Just thinking about this, Anthony in his heart, the level of attention at the base went up 2 levels. However, Jiang Chen, who was at the base, didn't care about these at the moment. Next to 40 V-3 missile vehicles, one by one engineering vehicles were helping to replenish and load missiles. The use of coolant is also free. Just after a round of missiles hit, Jiang Chen ordered to strike the second round, with an interval of only 5 minutes, 40 V-3 missile vehicles at the base. This time, 3 missiles on each missile vehicle, without any reservation, were all launched directly in Kufit City. Artificial bombing area. One wave subsided, and another wave rose. Just bombed by a round of Sali armed forces, in the ruins and gunfire, many people have not recovered, their faces full of dirt, looking in horror towards the distant sky. More meteoric fire appeared than before, as if the entire sky is covered by missiles. Just seeing this scene makes people feel fearful. And the air defense is broken again, the Sali Armed Forces crowd is in chaos again. Damn it, hurry up, is the backup air defense radar not ready yet? Black Mamba slammed the table, furious. No one in the command dared to speak, only anxiously explained, "Boss, we're working on it, pulling it out of the warehouse, then calibrating it, it will take at least half an hour." Now they are all in a panic. If so many soldiers die, Kyufit City is lost. Even if the command is fine, they cannot escape punishment. After venting, Black Mamba quickly took remedial measures. "Hey, quickly launch rockets for me. Don't hold back, bomb their ground forces to death. Yes, now." He picked up the phone and quickly ordered other hidden firepower points of the soldiers. There are many hidden firepower points near Kyufit City, small military bases in garrisons. Using rockets can completely attack the forces of Alpha. Moreover, rockets are simple and rude, do not need guidance, and basically rely on experience to bomb an area. The hit rate is impressive. Black Mamba, with a look of hatred, stared at the footage returned by the drone, cursing, "If I can't hit your lair, I will destroy you." Among the 3 secret bases, adjust the location quickly, launch dozens of rockets towards the forces of Alpha, adding up to more than 100. Boom, boom, boom. There were intense explosions outside, the earth was shaking. Black Mamba held onto the table, staring at the screen. He couldn't control what was happening outside Kyufit City. The bombing was too brutal. The entire defense line was directly bombed one by one. Faced with such firepower, no one could do anything, and outside Kyufit City, the flames of war were flying. Mushroom clouds continued to rise. It seemed as if meteorites were falling from the sky, with intense explosions, forming a line, bombing all the buildings on both sides of the road. In this situation, who dares to hold the position? The Sali Armed Forces soldiers, one by one, abandoned their positions and ran into the city in a panic. This was also an order from above. Anyway, Kyufit City is so big, as long as they hide inside, can they bomb the entire city once? Then they will be directly equated with terrorists. As for the defense line, when their ground forces arrive, they can rush out and defend in time. It has to be said, this method is very good. War is not a child's play. No one foolishly defends and waits to be bombed to death. Base. Norton calculated the time and looked at the screen, asking, "Commander, they have abandoned the defense line. It will take about half an hour for Alpha to arrive. Should we launch a strong attack next? Another round of alley fighting. This stage, it's the most difficult to endure. You don't know where the enemy will pop out and shoot you from houses, rooftops, toilets, restaurants, all possible." "We'll talk about it later." Jiang Chen shook his head without giving a direct answer. He was thinking about how to avoid alley fighting and take down Kyufit City as quickly as possible. Besides massive bombing, it seems that relying on ground troops for a direct assault is the only way, which is undoubtedly time-consuming. Engaging in urban combat becomes a war of attrition as the enemy keeps reinforcing. Jiang Chen doesn't want a prolonged battle. It's meaningless to waste so much time. If he could occupy 1 or 2 oil fields, he wouldn't mind the consumption. He turned to look at a detailed clash map on the table. The Salian armed forces can provide continuous support from the rear. The side city, Sivo City, can also provide support, and the troops from Helilang can also make a surprise attack. Looking at it this way, Alpha seems to be somewhat isolated. Modern warfare is about pushing forward along a whole line. There's no room for a single sharp knife to be inserted. It means certain death. 2,000 people are too few. With the existing 1,000 ground troops at the base, at most, there are just over 3,000 people. How can we fight? Jiang Chen kept looking at the map, his eyes deep, contemplating any feasible methods. Suddenly, he paused, then his eyes lit up. Got it! He almost forgot that the base had a powerful weapon for alley fighting, capable of instantly killing individual soldiers. At the same time, a crazy idea kept popping up in Jiang Chen's mind. Bombing! Bombing! Ruthless bombing! Anyway, no matter what, he would definitely be labeled a terrorist. So why not do something terrorist-like? Would that not be a slap in the face to those self-righteous people? Norton, relay my orders to continue bombing. Target. Jiang Chen hesitated, struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Kyufit City. He thought of the detestable sticks, and the despicable devils. Who knows, he might be accused of genocide in the future. But what does it matter to be called a terrorist? It's just a scratch. Besides, history will only be written by the victors. The loyal base soldiers and officers would not consider this too cruel. Norton would execute Jiang Chen's orders without hesitation. Yes, the base's 40 V3 missile vehicles began reloading ammunition, and Nolan also received Jiang Chen's new production order. Directly produce 50 single soldier killing machines. Estimated completion in 30 minutes. On the other side, All the tasks ordered by Black Mamba were finally ready at this moment. With excitement for revenge, Black Mamba, with a face full of anticipation, watched the footage transmitted by the drone. Wait to die, all of you. He was a bit neurotic, muttering, I will blow you to pieces. Breaking through our defense line, what can you achieve without ground forces? Boom, boom, boom. The 3 hidden firepower points around Kufit City launched rockets, targeting the Alpha forces. The base's super radar completely covered this distance. The spectrum imaging immediately issued a warning. Various countries also took notice, seeing the rockets arcing towards the Alpha forces. They all showed approval. Manhwa. Director Chen, who had been paying attention, quietly said, Salian armed forces are smart. Instead of waiting to die, as long as they cover a large area with rockets, once these people die, the bombing from the mysterious base will be ineffective. Yang Kuan, in fact, stood on the side of the mysterious base in his heart, because as long as you fight against the Americans, we are friends. Alas, these people are finished. Except for tanks, everything else will be blown away. Yang Kuan shook his head helplessly. The armor of the armored vehicle couldn't withstand rocket attacks. Tanks were fine, but being bombed like this, how could they fight back without support from Hama City? The CIA was also paying attention, and Anthony smiled. Good, let these damn troublemakers get what they deserve. Everyone knew that behind the Sali militia was the United States. The American people, especially those in power, loved their country and were proud, naturally intolerant of forces that threatened their country's interests. Unfortunately, someone lamented on the other end. Countries watching the situation showed different expressions, with the Great Goose, Longwa, and Air Lang camps hoping for more enemies for the United States. The United States and NATO countries were gleeful and ready to watch the show. Blow up these bastards, don't cause more trouble. A French black leader cursed maliciously. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers from Kufit City, Alpha's troops were deployed along a road, each armored vehicle carrying soldiers. At least 20 meters apart, Alpha received a warning from the base that the enemy had launched rockets. The small radar on the armored vehicle detected the incoming rockets synchronously. Multi-purpose combat vehicles. The Red Alliance Army units were equipped with 12mm machine guns and 2 sets of 9 anti-aircraft missiles. Alpha remained calm. Despite the air raid alarm, he calmly took out the walkie-talkie, continue forward, activate the anti-aircraft insurance, and replenish ammunition. Originally 45 armored vehicles, Jiang Chen sent back 5, leaving 40 vehicles with at least 720 anti-aircraft missiles, enough to intercept 360 of the enemy's missiles. What's the rush? Kufit City. Black Mamba stared at the screen of the drone, clenching his fists, seemingly addicted like gambling, continuously gesturing. Blow them up! Blow them up! Dozens of rockets flew towards the night sky. Black Mamba saw this and let out a chilling laugh. Yes, blow them up quickly. Suddenly, swish, swish, swish. In the wilderness, missiles were launched from the launchers on the armored vehicles, ascending with flames trailing behind. Sizzle, sizzle, boom. The rockets that came down like a rain of bullets were all hit in the air, creating a spectacular display of fireworks. Black Mamba's fist stopped mid-air. His eyes were about to pop out, feeling like he was about to crush his teeth. Why was this happening? Damn it, he was getting furious. It was too unbearable. Holding back his anger, he punched a cotton bale, feeling like he was exploding with rage, a fire burning in his chest. Damn it! What kind of armored vehicle is this? Why does it have anti-aircraft missiles? Can someone tell me? I've never seen such small anti-aircraft missiles. The deputy commander of Kufit City was also a bit stunned. Damn it! The more Black Mamba thought about it, the angrier he got, his eyes turning red. If he didn't wipe out this unit today, he would not be at peace. Grabbing the communicator, he roared, keep firing. Shoot as many as you can. Anti-aircraft missiles needed to reach the speed of sound. Generally, they were not small in size, requiring propellants to accelerate to the speed of sound. However, the anti-missile system on the base's armored vehicle made a missile look like an RPG. You should know that even the most advanced individual Stinger anti-aircraft missile had a body length of at least an arm's length, but this one was cut in half, only as long as a forearm. So, everyone thought that the 2 launchers on top were for firing rockets, ground-to-ground firepower output. No one expected them to be anti-aircraft missiles. People around the world watching were surprised. At this moment, one by one, the faces were all puzzled, staring at each other. Anthony restrained his previous gloating smile. He sat up straight seriously. Enlarge the image for me, quickly, enlarge it again. He ordered the technician sternly. On the multifunctional armored base, 2 missile launchers were enlarged. It was like a Dragon Country firework. 3 holes lined up in 3 rows. The whole thing was not even as big as a basin. Anthony was puzzled. In their intelligence system, they had not received any information about any country developing such a convenient anti-aircraft system. He sat stunned in his chair. Since this mysterious force emerged, the intelligence system that the United States was most proud of seemed to have been rendered useless. Initially, before two countries even started fighting, the United States began evacuating a month early, while other countries started evacuating only after the fighting began. This showed that the U.S. intelligence had almost infiltrated all countries, and it was very precise. But now, facing the base, they were constantly under attack. Anthony felt incredulous and his confidence was shattered. Tanks and fighter jets were not a big deal. Many countries had this technology, but this small anti-aircraft system was the first to appear in the Central European region under his responsibility. He was now in a panic. Dragon country. Director Chen, who had always maintained a calm expression, showed a hint of surprise for the first time as he closely watched the images coming in sync from the government army. He asked solemnly, Xiaoyang, Xiaoyi, are there such small anti-aircraft missiles? Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing. They were also shocked at the moment, both nodding their heads in unison. No, we've never heard of it. Not only were they small, but they were also so convenient to carry and launch. This technology was too advanced. The United States doesn't have it either? Director Chen continued to inquire. This matter was of great importance. If others had it, Dragon Country must have it too. Yang Kuan thought for a moment and replied confidently, at least so far, according to our intelligence, there have been no reports of the U.S. developing such small anti-aircraft missiles. Then, Director Chen was about to say something but froze. What does this mean? If the U.S. doesn't have it, how could the Dragon Country have it? It's a joke. The Dragon Country has been declining in recent years. Although stronger than the Dragon Country, it is definitely not a match for the United States. The military budget did not support them in developing such an advanced anti-aircraft missile because it was unnecessary. So, our speculation was all wrong. This force is neither the Dragon Country nor the United States. But who else has the capability? Director Chen said, deeply furrowing his brows, thinking of one country after another. India? Impossible. Britain and France? It didn't make sense. These two little brothers were eager to cling to the United States and wouldn't dare to set up a base to oppose the big brother. Japan was out of the question. They didn't have the courage. German tanks? Forget it. It's no longer the S1 S2 season. Who else could it be? Director Chen was deeply troubled, feeling a sense of confusion in his mind. None of the countries seemed to fit the bill. What was going on? Director, I don't know who has this capability. But currently, according to our intelligence, the world is focusing on developing anti-stealth radars, and even fewer countries are developing anti-aircraft missiles, Yang Kuan said, both shocked and puzzled. His implication was clear, no one had such small anti-aircraft missiles. With this summary, the situation had taken a bizarre turn. Whose mysterious base was Clash? Suddenly, many people wanted to know, especially the next day when the reports from tonight were submitted. It immediately attracted great attention. Director Chen stared at the screen without blinking, furrowing his brows and said, Xiaoyan, later contact our special envoy to Clash, find out what's going on as soon as possible. Okay. Yang Kuan nodded solemnly. The crowd continued to observe the situation. In the city of Qufet, the Black Mamba commanded the troops to withdraw from the city and also brought out rocket launchers and grenades. He didn't believe that this group of people couldn't be killed today. However, another group of missiles appeared on the horizon, lighting up the night sky and rushing towards the city of Qufet, causing panic among the Salafi armed militants in the city. Watching the missiles streaking across the sky, he swallowed hard. Should we attack from the outside or inside? The soldier moving the rockets stopped, looking a bit panicked. It should be from the outside, right? There are civilians inside. Who dares to bomb on such a large scale? With the destruction of the air defense, the sight of any missile could make the soldiers on the battlefield tremble with fear. Stop talking so much. Hurry up and move. As long as we bomb the ground forces, we can hide. They just wanted to complete the mission quickly and hide in the underground bunkers. Bombing civilians on a large scale. Regardless of your intentions, you will be labeled as villains and face international condemnation and sanctions. In the command center, the Black Mamba and others saw the incoming missiles, but didn't pay much attention, their fixed mindset making them think that no one would bomb the city. Qufet City is an industrial city. As an important supply city on the front line, it has well-established production lines for ammunition, vehicles, weapons, medical supplies, and food, giving it a high strategic position during wartime. No one is willing to destroy a ready-made industrial supply city. Hurry up. The Salafi armed militants moved the ammunition one by one, occasionally looking up at the sky. Gradually, they were suddenly shaken in their minds, full of palpitations. "Run fast!" someone in the crowd shouted, causing chaos, and when others looked up again, their pupils shrank. The missiles were heading straight for the city. Whoosh! The entire city of Kufit was in chaos, with Salafi armed militants, including civilians, all looking in panic at the incoming missiles. Boom! A missile hit a chemical plant, triggering a series of violent explosions, causing nearby buildings to shake violently. Crack! The intense shockwave shattered the windows of residential buildings. The earth trembled. The Salafi armed militants were full of fear, their legs weak, looking around in horror as explosions erupted all around them, as if they were in the midst of a fire. The missiles in the sky fell with a whistling sound, accompanied by flames, cries, curses, and explosions, creating a scene of war that swept over the city of Kufit once again, stirring up memories of some elderly residents of Kufit City. It was as if they were back decades ago, those 3 months of continuous bombing. Except for the sturdy defense command center where the Black Mamba was located, the Salafi armed militants outside Kufit City were completely in chaos. The walkie-talkies in the command center were all shouting in confusion. The chaotic orders could not be accurately given. The Black Mamba sat slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the hellish scene in Kufit on the screen, at a loss. How dare they? Aren't they afraid of provoking public outrage? No one could answer the Black Mamba's question. Senior officers were busy stabilizing the morale, and the command center was filled with shouts as they used walkie-talkies to instruct the Salafi armed militants to find shelters on the spot. Why isn't the backup radar ready yet? Boss, we need to contact the higher-ups, we need support. If this continues, Kufit City won't be able to withstand several waves of bombings. It was obvious that they were being bombed to death, and there was no air defense. What to do? They could only take the hits. This is the importance of air superiority in modern warfare, that is, if the base bombers don't get ready, otherwise, Kufit City would have been bombed beyond recognition long ago. Don't shout. I know what to do. At this point, we must fight to the death and preserve our forces to fight them. The Black Mamba's eyes were blazing, roaring loudly. At this moment, Alpha was 20 kilometers away from Kufit City and encountered several ambushes on the way. These people were arranged too far from Kufit City. They were not bombed. He relied directly on the defense of the Land King tank, crushing past without any casualties. That's how it is in the wilderness. No anti-tank mines were deployed. The tank just rampaged through. No one could do anything against this big guy. The Sal-armed militants in the ambush trenches could only wait to die. Without contacting the Black Mamba, Sal, who was far away in Igang, had been following this battle, originally thought to dispatch 5,000 people in the afternoon. Thought they could easily harvest this disruptive force. Sal and his deputy. At this moment, both were silent, watching the bombed Kufit City, forcibly suppressing their inner anger. Just a few rounds of bombardment on the defense line. They had at least 2,000 casualties, and the next bombardment on Kufit City would probably result in another 1,000 casualties, without even touching an enemy's finger. Over 3,000 of their own casualties. Sal was getting angrier as he watched, the raging fire surging in him, almost uncontrollable. Trash, all trash. I see they have been too comfortable for too long. Kufit and Sivo City are both very important. Frontline important supply cities, for the Sal militants, absolutely cannot be lost, but Sal had never encountered his own people being so embarrassed by others. Sal took a deep breath and said to his deputy, contact the Black Mamba, have the people in the city disperse, fight them in the streets, fight a protracted battle, strictly monitor the border, without reinforcements. How long can these few people hold on? Send another 2,000 people from Sivo City, send 1,000 from the Heli Canyon to Hama City, block their retreat. He was very angry. Without killing these people, it was hard to vent his anger. Yes. The deputy began to contact the Black Mamba. Needless to say, the Sal militants in Kufit, the Black Mamba's side was not foolish either, commanding everyone, in small teams, dispersed in the city to set up defenses. Base. Jiang Chen also ordered the bombing of Kufit City to stop. If the enemy scattered, it wouldn't be worth bombing again. A dozen missiles might only kill a few people. But he had a strange smile on his face. Street fighting? Sure. Jiang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Nolan, how's the production going? Commander, still need 10 minutes. Okay. Outside Kufit City, Alpha was only 10 kilometers away. At this distance, he had already encountered many enemies sporadically. Fortunately, in the wilderness, there were no buildings. Tanks could push through. The Sal militants seemed to have no anti-tank mines. RPGs hitting the tank did nothing. He quickly advanced. 10 minutes later, officially entered the heavily bombed defense line. with dark bodies scattered everywhere. In front of him was the burning Qufit city. Alpha shouted loudly on the walkie-talkie, "All troops line up. Advance slowly in units of armored vehicles and tanks, equipped with infantry tank coordination. Wuji, move freely, search for key positions such as the enemy's command post and ammunition depot." Roger. Roger. Close combat officially began, known as the meat grinder, a life and death struggle of street fighting. How long would it take to win this time? Long Kingdom, Intelligence Department. We have entered the assault phase, no need to watch anymore. Director Chen withdrew his gaze and began to think about how to report this time. Street fighting, always the most time-consuming and manpower-intensive. Starting to compete in logistics supplies on both sides, whether the forces can keep up, ammunition supply lines, materials, manpower, any line problem, would lead to the failure of this battle. Next, it would revolve around Qufit City. Both sides would use all means, blow up bridges, cut off supplies, disrupt the rear. Let's see who can hold on. Director Chen, what do you think? Can the mysterious forces take down Qufit City? Yang Kuan's face showed some lingering excitement. It was the first time he had seen such an intense war. Even the Gusen Ermao had never bombed on such a scale. Lietu had indeed used white phosphorus bombs on Gaza refugees, but that was a one-sided massacre, not really a war, and all the intelligence was there. There was no live broadcast on the scene. Definitely doomed to fail. Director Chen confidently gave his analysis in 4 words. Now the border is strictly controlled. No matter which country the mysterious forces are from, it's basically impossible to reinforce, relying on a city like Hama. Where is the supply and logistics? Yang Kuan was taken aback. He was actually quite supportive of the mysterious base, and had even thought about whether they could take down Qufit City in a month. But now, indeed, it's hopeless, unless they continue bombing, but without ammunition supply, they will run out sooner or later, he said with a hint of regret. Yi Jianqing glanced at Yang Kuan. Enough, hurry up and make a report, find the information. Let's go. Yang Kuan clicked his tongue, and walked to the door of the monitoring room with Director Chen and Yi Jianqing, then turned back to the technicians and said, You guys continue monitoring. If there is any intelligence, remember to report to me in time. Okay, Team Leader Yang. The intelligence agencies of various countries who observed the information about this battle left the monitoring station one after another, basically having a bottom line about the mysterious base. They had to go and do the reporting work. Because the street battles really had nothing to watch, the Sali armed forces still had nearly 10,000 people. It could take months, or even years, to take down Qufit City. Could they wait for a year? No one thought that the mysterious forces could quickly take down Qufit City, because it was simply impossible. Otherwise the Sali armed forces would have been able to crash into it. 2 cities in one day? What are you playing at? Better move on quickly. The intelligence departments of various countries were nervously doing their reporting work, focusing on stealth fighters and micro anti-aircraft missiles. These 2 points were very important, and at the same time, the exploration of the mysterious base did not stop. Anthony had been thinking all along. Why were the spy satellites showing black images? What kind of technology was this? Clash. At the edge of the desert near Hama City, a car swayed and continued the work that was not completed during the day. The government army and the Sali armed forces were all using drones to explore the base in the desert. Qufit City. The battle on the Alpha side had officially begun, without any fancy moves, just the simplest infantry tank coordinated advance from World War II. He commanded the troops to enter the city from the entire east side. Advance 1,000 meters. Then retreat. In order to encircle and consume a part of the enemy, real war was not just a matter of theory. The difficulties of street fighting could only be understood through personal experience. Whether it was a Sali armed fighter or a base warrior, in the ruins of Qufit City, everyone was on edge, not knowing from where the enemy would shoot at them. Bang! 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 The short and urgent gunshots from all around made everyone highly tense. This was just the beginning stage. Everyone was exploring and clearing out a place to stay. Only then would the long-term consumption begin. In the rear, Alpha was on the phone with Jiang Chen, and when he heard Jiang Chen's words, his eyes lit up. Good. Commander, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Alpha couldn't help it. He excitedly punched one of his subordinates with a sandbag-sized iron fist. With a loud thud. General? It's okay, I'm just too happy, too good. The commander will send us reinforcements. Qufit City will be the enemy's nightmare. Alpha patted his subordinate's shoulder heavily, his eyes gleaming with excitement, looking forward to the enemy's screams in fear. On the other side, without the big bombing, the Black Mamba gradually stabilized the situation, withdrawing some troops and sending others in small teams. The remaining forces attempted to encircle Alpha by leaving the city. Both sides unexpectedly wanted to encircle the other. The battle was intense. However, the disparity in forces led to a fierce and protracted battle, with Alpha feeling distressed hearing casualty reports. With limited resources, he took out a walkie-talkie. Contract the defense line, do not advance, the base's support is on the way, protect yourselves. Roger. Roger. All units began to retreat, and the Salam armed forces, with at least 10,000 people, were not something the base's 2,000 troops could overcome. The Black Mamba received the battle report and finally showed a relieved smile. We can't beat them with heavy weapons, but I don't believe we can't outnumber them with people. Quickly, surround them, don't let anyone escape. Finally finding a way to vent his frustration. In any case, trap them for 4 hours, the reinforcements from Cebu City will block their retreat. This time, even if they grow wings, they won't be able to escape. Meanwhile, in the base, along with the newly produced 3 Mirage fighter jets temporarily acting as transport planes, carrying ammunition for airdrops, took off from the Air Command Center. Jiang Chen, Norton Nolan, and 2 bodyguards watched the fighter jets leave. He turned and asked, Nolan, how much longer until the production line for bombers and rocket launchers is ready? 2 hours. How much funds are left? 420,000. Alright, I understand. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead slightly. The financial pressure had to be resolved quickly, or something would always be holding him back. Take out 20,000, and make another 40 terror robots. Yes. Jiang Chen breathed out, looking at the night sky. With 90 units, taking down Qufit City shouldn't be a problem, right? At that moment, a voice came through Norton's walkie-talkie. Commander, General, Hawkeye reports an anomaly in the Heli Lang Canyon. Troops have been dispatched, and they seem to be heading our way. Norton's expression changed, becoming tense. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked, how many people? 1,000. Norton. He rolled his eyes, thinking that the Salam armed forces 50 to 60,000 regular troops were all coming. Jiang Chen smiled suddenly. 1,000 people? Who do they think they're underestimating? As he smiled, he suddenly paused. Heli Lang Canyon? Wait, isn't there gold there? And the terrain is flat, with no anti-aircraft cover. Damn! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up mischievously. This was like a gift falling into his lap. Jiang Chen remembered reports he had seen back home, a gold mine worth $4.2 billion, supplementing the base's funds by over 100,000, equivalent to 26th-generation fighter jets, or 20 aircraft carriers. Moreover, this was just the additional value. The most crucial point was that he could severely damage both the government forces and the Salam armed forces in one fell swoop. Norton, come with me. Get the topographic map of Heli Lang Canyon and all the intelligence we have, and have it delivered to the command center. Jiang Chen was eager, urging his companions to leave the airport quickly. Norton, who was still puzzled, didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. Without much thought, he followed Jiang Chen to the command center, where they roughly outlined the topographic map and the deployment of the two forces. Then they spread it out on the table. Jiang Chen gestured with his hands on the map, his eyes focused, comparing the government forces and the Salam armed forces. There were no major cities near Heli Lang Canyon. Both forces were stationed in the surrounding small towns and camps around 2 rocky mountains on the front line. Desolate. Too desolate. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled more and more, unable to contain his excitement. There was a river between the 2 mountains, and the gold mine was on the riverbank. The 2 armies faced off. Neither side backed down. Commander, don't worry. A force of 1,000 men won't have any impact on our base, Norton reassured, thinking Jiang Chen was concerned. Ha! Jiang Chen looked surprised and amused. What am I worried about? I want to strike here. What? Norton stared at the map, eyes widening in astonishment. Attacking Heli Lang, where nearly 100,000 people were stationed, was no small feat. As he looked, his pupils suddenly contracted. This place is so empty? I understand, Commander. I'll calculate how much ammunition we need to strike them hard, Norton exclaimed joyfully. When bombing a place, the first wave is most effective when the enemy is caught off guard. So it's best to hit hard in the first wave. Of course, one must calculate the missile and rocket launch points and distribution. Alright, go quickly. Jiang Chen patted Norton on the shoulder, picked up the walkie-talkie from the table, and said, Nolan, once the bomber and rocket launcher assembly lines are ready, start production immediately. We have a big operation tonight. Understood, Commander. Putting down the walkie-talkie, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took out a cigarette from his pocket, saw that it was his last one, and lit it for himself. He began to smoke. Everything was now arranged, just waiting for the bullets to fly a little longer. In less than 5 days, he could achieve this level. It was already quite good. Qufit City. The Black Mamba was at the peak of his life at this moment. General, Manlang Street, Manhwa Avenue, our men have all gathered, the outer perimeter has successfully left the city, and now they are surrounding. He grinned widely, listening to his subordinates' reports. A fierce look gleamed in his eyes. All right, this time no one should even think about running. Once the encirclement is complete, spare no rocket and hit them hard inside. Yes. The Black Mamba sneered coldly and grunted. Bomb me, why aren't you bombing now? It's been so long, it's time for me to let off some steam. If Alpha knew his thoughts, he would definitely be amused. The Rhino and Grizzly tanks from the base were still rampaging through Kyufit City, just giving up some of the streets they had occupied earlier. The tanks were not polite in the city. They fired when necessary. Although it seemed like the base was surrounded and at a disadvantage, the Saley militants surrounding the base were cautious and nervous. On the other hand, the defenders of the base were full of fighting spirit. Alpha waited quietly in the armored vehicle, tapping the iron plate rhythmically with his fingers, making a clang-clang-clang sound, his round angry eyes fixed on the time. Click! His movements suddenly stopped. He smiled quietly, then became serious and said, "It's about time. The base's reinforcements should have arrived. Send my orders, launch a counterattack. Now, everyone has only one task, free attack, let Kyufit City descend into chaos. The more chaotic, the better." Several supervisors responsible for issuing orders immediately relayed the command to the various squads. The defenders of the base were excited, especially the armored vehicle and tank drivers. At this moment, they were as excited as if they had taken stimulants, each loudly responding with received, then eager to get back on the move. Boom! 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 The roar of engines filled the streets as the base's armored forces, without any rules or discipline, drove their armored vehicles and tanks into Kyufit City like wild bulls. They charged down the streets. Boom! Over 100 armored vehicles, like fish in the sea, scattered in all directions, without organization, without discipline, just rampaging. It was chaos. Complete chaos. So many armored forces dispersed, in no time, almost every street in Kyufit City had an armored vehicle running amok. 2222. Multifunctional armored vehicles fired machine guns at Saley militants. Boom! Tanks too. Recklessly firing, only those with guns upstairs were shot at. Tanks as huge as beasts overturned many parked vehicles on the streets. On the Saley armed side, of course, there were tanks too, and the two tanks directly confronted each other along the streets, exchanging fire. Bang! Bang! Completely testing the skills of both drivers. The scene was unimaginable, as if it was not real, but had become a battlefield game in a modern urban setting. It was more like entering a lawless city of sin. Intense gunfire and combat sounds erupted. The two tanks bombarded wildly. The civilians in Kyufit City who had not fled were trembling in fear, too terrifying. Is this really not a dream? They were almost scared silly. Having lived for so many years, they had never seen such chaos, with people upstairs tremblingly filming with their phones. On the street below, tanks on one side, tanks on the other side, engaging in a showdown. In the sky, armed helicopters fired missiles at the tanks on the ground, with two fire god machine guns continuously spewing flames. Strafing in Kyufit City. High-speed bullets formed a distinct bright red arc with tracer rounds, engulfing everywhere in a blaze and smoke of war. He fearfully posted the video online. With reluctance and grievance, who will save us? This is not human, this is hell. What did we do wrong? Why does the war never stop? And at this moment, in the pitch-black invisible deep space, 3 Mirage fighter jets flew by, their ammunition bays opened, dropping one by one with parachutes, like dandelion fluff, filling the sky above Kyufit City. Death was approaching, nightmares were about to strike. In the dark night, flames flickered, occasionally lighting up the parachutes floating down from the sky. What is that? Some people saw it, looking up at the sky with confusion. More people paid no attention. The attention of the Saley militants was all on the armored vehicles roaring past on the streets, with a small number of them holding individual infrared-guided missiles. They launched them at the base's armored vehicles. Boom! Dragging long flames behind them, the missiles flew through the city, but the terrain was too complex, with buildings everywhere. It was difficult to achieve results. The Black Mamba had celebrated too early, now their command center was in chaos again, with each officer looking bewildered. General, these people are simply a bunch of lunatics, rampaging all over the streets, not holding positions. They have no idea what they are doing. After fighting for so many years, I have never heard of such tactics. Several officers cursed angrily. They were completely at a loss for how to deal with the base's approach, being led around like a bull with a nose ring, stirring up trouble in Kyufit City. The Black Mamba was still holding their ground, full of momentum. Let them use whatever tactics they want, we will block the soldiers and bury them in the earth. They can't escape. Let this be their final madness. Ah, the officers sighed helplessly. They were powerless in this situation, with the base not holding its ground, running amok in the city. They could only passively watch one-on-one battles. Report! Suddenly, a solid-armed soldier rushed in, looking hurried. Leader, esteemed officers, a soldier just reported that some airdrops were spotted in the sky above the city, and they have landed now. We don't know what they are. Airdrops? The Black Mamba and his subordinates, puzzled, exchanged a glance. Send someone to check it out, quickly. It must be the enemy up to something. Yes. Sprinkled on the street. A small team of Sali militants, holding guns, looked curiously at an iron box that landed in front of them from the sky with a parachute. Let's see what's inside. After speaking, the captain opened the walkie-talkie and reported, Commander, we have something in front of us, going to check it out now. Good, remember to report back immediately. Roger. In the command center, the Black Mamba and his subordinates listened to the walkie-talkie on the side, waiting for the results. On the street, several soldiers with guns walked by without paying much attention. They never thought that this iron box, similar to a large suitcase, could pose any danger. The enemy wouldn't go to such lengths to airdrop a bomb. Hey, do you think this is the enemy dropping supplies for them? They don't seem to have brought a logistics team? It's possible. Come on, let's open it and see. In front of them was a silver metal box, shining brightly, very new, and 6 people just crouched down. Before they could react, the iron box clicked open, startling them, and they quickly stepped back. What the hell is this? With a bang, the iron box opened automatically, and the 6 people, with a hint of surprise, one of them quickly took a flashlight from his combat uniform. Suddenly, he paused, staring blankly at the dark interior of the iron box, where a pair of bright red compound eyes lit up and emitted infrared rays outward. He felt a bit flustered. The cold crimson eyes were dotted with many points of light. Before they could raise their guns, there was a sudden clank of metal collision coming from inside. Chirp! Suddenly, one person's eyes widened in disbelief, full of dilated pupils, trying to speak but only making ha-ha-ha sounds. The next moment, a hot red fountain gushed from his neck, and he frantically tried to cover it with his hands, blood oozing from between his fingers. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. Help! Help me! He managed to utter a plea for help, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his neck, eyes wide open. At the moment of death, he had no idea what had happened. It wasn't until he fell that his teammates realized what had happened. The scene unfolded too quickly, and several people rushed over to try to save him. Fuck! Who saw what just happened? Hold on. Manhwas, quick, be on guard, perimeter alert. Where's the first aid kit? Give it to me. Hold on, quickly call the medics. We need emergency treatment here. The scene was filled with terrified and anxious shouts. Looking back at the iron box now, there was nothing inside. The entity with the crimson eyes had disappeared, moving at lightning speed. No one saw how it escaped. Commander! The captain was terrified. Holding a gun, he looked around, speaking incoherently, Commander, it's a... As he spoke, his pupils dilated. His throat made a gurgling sound, like being choked with water. Then he began to cough violently, blood spurting from his mouth, nose, and throat, feeling like blood was being sucked into his lungs. It was choking and suffocating. Unconsciously, his legs gave way, his body lost all strength, and he fell to the ground, clutching his neck, his feet twitching uncontrollably. Captain! The members of the team panicked, as they hadn't saved one person yet. Another one fell. Go check on the captain, it's a devil. The enemy dropped a devil, did you see it? No! Look, over there! Someone screamed, pointing to a dark figure crouching on a nearby tree branch, with only 2 eyes emitting bloodthirsty red light. Bang 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 bang! Just as the gun was raised, the speed of that thing was simply beyond what the naked eye could follow, directly flashing a residual image. A terrifying robot, made of special alloy, shaped like a spider, with 6 sharp long legs, shimmering with cold light, and a metal drill in the abdomen, specifically designed to destroy tanks in red alert. Faced with infantry, can kill in seconds. In the alley, the intense sound of gunfire gradually dwindled, leaving only sporadic shots, while Black Mamba listened to the panicked voices coming from the intercom and the command center. The atmosphere in the command center became increasingly heavy. The fearful voices of the soldiers. Like encountering a monster, the repeated calls of devil cast a shadow on the hearts of the faithful people like clash. Boss, this. The subordinate holding the intercom was speechless. The report just now was completely useless. Black Mamba took a deep breath, his face serious. No matter what it is, continue to have people search. We must at least know what it is. Tell the others. Attack directly. Be careful. Okay. This is the only way for now. At this moment, Black Mamba still did not know that he was facing a terrifying existence, with 50 spiders descending. All began to move freely. Lurking in the darkness and shadows, in the chaotic city of Kufit, they emerged like demons harvesting lives from hell. For Black Mamba, the next hour was pure torture. All units reported that there was a devil killing in Kufit City, but no one saw what it was. The entire command center was filled with a stifling atmosphere. Too many teams had disappeared. No movement. If before, the intensity of gunfire in Kufit City was 100%, now, only 70% remained. Bodies of solely armed militants could be seen everywhere on the dark streets. Almost all of them had their throats slit, or they had a bloody hole in their bodies. Boss, what do we do? Think of a solution quickly. I'm thinking of your damn solution, not knowing what it is. How can I think of a solution? Order to defend, everyone defend. Black Mamba cursed loudly, his face dark red with anger. Everyone was too scared to speak. Defend, defend, it sounds simple, but the enemy's armored vehicles were rampaging in the streets, not giving any chance to defend, turning everything into chaos. At this moment, outside the perimeter of Kufit City, the Mirage fighter jets once again dropped a large number of airdrops, and the second wave of terrifying robots arrived. The backup radar had just been restored. It was destroyed again by the Mirage fighter jets launching missiles, intercepting only a dozen airdrops in the air, with the rest smoothly landing outside. Then, at a terrifying speed, they rushed towards Kufit City. At this moment, looking down from the air into the city, the Alpha forces had already occupied more than half, squeezing the remaining half. The space was shrinking. The killing speed of the terrifying robots was getting faster and faster, with terrified screams and random gunfire everywhere. Requests for support became more urgent and frantic. Along with the gradually silent voices, they were transmitted back to the command center. Someone finally couldn't bear it, looking at Black Mamba imploringly, and said, "Boss, retreat, we can't hold on anymore." Black Mamba sneered, "Retreat? Where to retreat to? Going back will also get a shot. Pick up your weapons, I don't believe how powerful their devil is. Pick up your guns, don't be a coward. Guards, open the door, charge out." Now it's not a question of whether to retreat or not, but whether they can retreat successfully. Although the command center was in the rear of Kufit City, now, the enemy had occupied most of it, and their people were all compressed into this part. Occasionally, they could feel the ground being crushed by tank treads. Puff! Puff! The command center's large iron gate had just opened when a red light flashed, and immediately two people fell to the ground without closing their eyes. "Be careful! Boss, it's him, the devil!" Black Mamba and the remaining officers quickly picked up their guns vigilantly. The red light disappeared. Human eyes could hardly keep up with the speed of the terrifying robots, and they were all a bit panicked, not daring to go outside. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a tank rumbled past from outside. Then it suddenly braked. The barrel turned in directly aimed at the subway-like large iron gate. Black Mamba and the group of people felt their backs light up, feeling their body hair stand on end at that moment. "Quick, retreat! Go to another exit!" Terrified voices shouted, and the group of people quickly ran back. At the same time, boom! A deafening sound rang out, a shell aimed at the entrance of the civil defense gate, blasting directly in. Black Mamba only felt his ears ringing, his scalp tingling. His mind was filled with fire, his body lifted off the ground, and the next moment his eyes went black, losing all sense. The base's war discipline was too decisive. They didn't give you a chance. They fired directly. And, it wasn't over yet. This looked like a civil defense project, and those who could stay inside were definitely high-ranking. The base's war discipline called for reinforcements. In no time, several armored vehicles carrying soldiers arrived. They began cleaning with their guns. Soon, Black Mamba and the officers of Kufit City were carried out one by one. The base's war discipline, upon seeing the shoulder insignia on the enemy's uniforms, eyes lit up. He picked up the walkie-talkie happily and reported, "Commander, the enemy officers have been captured by our side, some dead. Should we provide emergency treatment?" Elfagio considered for a moment. "No need to treat the dead, the living. No need to treat either, tie them up. Wait for the commander's orders." "What's the point of treating them? They're not leaders of a country." "There's no need to treat those of no value." With the capture of Black Mamba's command, Kufit City fell almost entirely under the control of the base's military, and the remaining scattered soldiers fled in disarray. Kufit City had become their nightmare. Every person who escaped had a pale face, almost unable to forget the scene of their teammates being throat-cut in front of them. They couldn't even see what was happening. Too terrifying, too horrifying. After escaping the city, these people wished they had 8 legs, running as far as they could. Elfagio occupied the civil defense fortifications and drove the armored vehicles in. Reports from each team came in smoothly. Send my orders, armed helicopters to sweep outside the city, chase for 10 kilometers, kill as many as possible, don't let the enemy escape. Alfagio revealed his cruelty. Understood. Buzzing. Dozens of helicopters took off, madly strafing outside the city, the bullets from the machine guns cutting through flesh like a sharp blade. In the wilderness at night, the cries of the solely-armed militants could be heard everywhere, facing the base's pursuit, their legs weakened, fear in their eyes, directly losing their courage. Only a small number of soldiers who desperately ran 10 kilometers managed to survive. The rest of the more than 10,000 people were buried in Kufit City. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everything settled down. Alfagio was high-spirited, picked up the phone, and reported to the base. Commander, Kufit City has been completely taken. I have deployed forces on the outer defense line, the rest are resting in place. I am ready to continue the assault on the oil fields overnight, not giving the enemy a chance to breathe. He was too ambitious. Jiang Chen was a bit shocked listening. After taking a deep breath and calming down for a moment, he asked, "Are you sure the base's war discipline can handle it? They've been awake for almost a day and night. They had been resting in shifts since 10 o'clock last night until 3 in the morning. Among them, 1,000 people had just finished their shifts and hadn't rested. Now at 10 o'clock in the evening, they were going to travel again, then fight. My goodness, it's really using the base war zone as robots. Commander, now is not a matter of whether we can hold on, we must hold on. Whether we can hold on or not, we must fight this battle. Alpha is very firm and brave, he is a warrior, and also a top commander talent of the base. He has his own control of the battlefield situation." Alpha explained his understanding to Jiang Chen. Now the enemy has not reacted yet, it is the best time to expand the results of the battle. If we wait for them to react, it will be a series of tough battles. That's his character. Bang! Good. Jiang Chen slammed the table, loudly said, "Since you are confident, then I will leave it to you. Bring all the terror robots, I'll wait for your good news." "Yes, Commander." Alpha stood up suddenly, exuding a domineering aura. Base. After hanging up the phone, Nolan came in from the door and said, "Commander, the production line for bombers and rocket launchers is ready. I have initiated the production program for 4 bombers and 20 rocket launchers." "Is it enough?" Jiang Chen didn't ask Nolan, but turned to ask Norton. He calculated the ammunition needs. "Not enough," Norton shook his head. "According to the calculations, for the first wave of coverage strikes, we need at least 50 rocket launchers and 20 bombers. 100,000 people. It's not a small number, and they are not all standing together waiting for you to bomb them. The camps are separated. Just like Kufit City. There are trenches and individual defense works like a long wall." Jiang Chen looked down at the time. "It's 10 o'clock at night now. There's no time to produce so many. The sooner we launch the attack, the better. When Alpha moves, there will definitely be a reaction on the front line. No more talk. How many rocket launchers can be produced by 2 a.m.? The time to produce fighter jets and bombers at the base is 1 hour per aircraft. Commander, like tanks, 1 every 10 minutes, so in 4 hours, it's 24. Nolan blurted out without calculating. He is too familiar with these things. Enough. Jiang Chen calculated for a moment, smiled silently. "Norton, don't forget we also have 40 V-3 missile vehicles and 4 Mirage fighters. Rocket launchers and V-3 missile vehicles can be launched quickly as long as there is enough coolant. With sufficient ammunition, we can fully keep up with the bombing rhythm." "That's true." Norton nodded, then turned to the technical staff in the Air Command Center and said, "Hurry up, use spy satellites to capture the deployment of the Helilong Canyon, don't miss any." "Roger." The base once again went into full operation, all for a world-shocking operation tonight. When it's bright in the morning, no one can imagine, or dare to think, what will Clash look like? 12 o'clock at night. In Longwa, it's only 9 o'clock now. Director Chen, wearing glasses, supervises Yang Kuan in collecting various information and data. They are preparing to report to the higher-ups. Yang Kuan and Yi Jianqing looked at rows of data, frowning one after another. "Director Chen, according to the information we have now, all aspects are proving that this mysterious force probably does not belong to any country." Yang Kuan became more and more shocked as he looked, and stated his conclusion. "Now, Longwei and Dai, Erlang are loyal partners. Just now, regarding the Clash incident, there was an exchange of intelligence, and it was surprisingly discovered that NATO countries did not provide a large number of troops and weapons to Clash. Neither Dai nor Longwei did. It can't just come out of thin air, right?" Director Chen was also puzzled at this point. How could this be? It doesn't make sense at all. Capital? What about capital? Director Chen suddenly thought of this. Capital? Yang Kuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Director Chen, how is that possible? Although our intelligence may not be top-notch, but it's impossible for us not to notice such obvious things. Many of America's capital is also ours. Then it's difficult. There is only one possibility, the secret base of the Clash government army? Exclude all impossibilities, and only this remains. Is that so? Yang Koan and Yi Jianqing glanced at each other. The Clash government army has always been secretly funded by the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that they have been pretending all along? Developing technology in secret? Not reporting to the superiors? Let's report this first. The rest, we'll see in the next few days. How long can he hide? Director Chen didn't pay much attention. Being able to sit in a special department at this position. And it's the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how much Clash stirs up trouble, he still looks down on them from the bottom of his heart. It's the natural hierarchy of disdain, just like hearing that a country in Africa has invented stealth fighters. Would we care? No. In his heart, he is still just a piece of trash. Okay. Clash. Gang. Sully felt like he was dreaming. The industrial city of Kufit, the logistics corps, 15,000 infantry, plus dozens of armored vehicles and a strong defense line. And yet, it was lost in just 2 hours? How? Could he accept and believe this? It's simply impossible. Who could capture a heavily guarded city in just 2 hours? Moreover, the enemy was only over 2,000 people? He felt like someone was playing a joke on him, and Sully burst into an unbelieving laughter. But this laughter was extremely cold. Even in the Igang command post, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. None of them dared to think that Kufit City could fall so quickly. And according to the reports that came back, casualties were at least over 80%. It's terrifying. Are you saying they are all made of steel? Sully coldly questioned his subordinate reporting the situation. Despite this subordinate being a major general, in this situation, he was instantly filled with fear and trepidation. Leader, I can't believe it either, but it's true. We need to figure out a solution quickly. Kufit City has always been treated as a frontline city by us. Once we cross this defense line, it's a clear path to the rear, he said with a bitter face, not daring to take a breath. The situation is too complicated now. What's going on with the enemy, being able to take Kufit City in 2 hours? Just a while ago, Black Mamba reported that they had surrounded the enemy. The reversal was too sudden. Leader, according to the reports from the escaped soldiers, we had them surrounded, but the enemy airdropped some secret weapons. The soldiers called it Devil, invisible and untraceable. The soldiers all died at the hands of the Devil. Devil? Sully laughed, then his smile faded, and he roared angrily, fuck your devil. Excuse. It's all fucking excuses, a bunch of useless people. Damn. Sully suddenly became furious, stood up and roared hysterically, scaring everyone to tremble and bow their heads. Not a single person dared to speak. The command post was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sully was furious, full of killing intent. The thought of losing Kufit City filled him with nameless rage, completely unacceptable. Where are their people now? He coldly inquired, his eyes fierce. Leader. Still in Kufit City, the subordinate answered cautiously, afraid of angering Sully again and being shot dead. Sully wanted to kill these people. He took a deep breath. Then what are you waiting for? Does Kufit City have no anti-aircraft defenses? Are we saving the missiles for the next life? Fighter jets, bombers, don't we have any? Can they provide air support, and we can't? Use them. You idiots. Everyone's mind shook. Yes. The leader is serious this time. Missiles and fighter jets, those are their treasures, rarely used against government forces, but this time they used them without hesitation. Get out, all of you, no matter what methods you use, get me back the city of Kufit. Don't touch the people of Harilong, the rest can be mobilized. Sully waved his hand in annoyance. The crowd left, leaving only him in the office. Sully sat quietly for a while, reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed an international number. The CIA director Karen in the United States picked up the phone and gestured for the office staff to leave. He answered. Hello. Sully tried to sound better. Your Excellency Karen, what is going on? Why does Clash have such influence, and I haven't received any information from you? Karen had wanted to have a good chat with Sully, but he was immediately blamed by the other party. His eyes narrowed. He picked up the phone and walked to the window, his left hand in his pocket, his face indifferent, his tone indifferent. So, you're asking me? Sully, if you're not clear about your identity, I can help you. Don't forget, you're a dog. I can replace you anytime. Sully's eyes filled with anger, his face fierce. This was undoubtedly the biggest insult to him. He wanted to slap Karen to death, but Sully dared not. He took 2 deep breaths, and the other end of the phone was not in a hurry, seemingly waiting for his attitude. Sully endured the shame, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Your Excellency Karen, I was too harsh because Kufit City was lost, 2 hours. At this rate, the entire Sali armed forces will be gone. What? Karen, who was calm in front of the window, couldn't help but be stunned. Kufit City lost? 2 hours? When did this happen? Karen became serious, moving from the window to the computer, searching for Clash's intelligence tracking. The latest information showed urban warfare. Just now. Karen stared at the computer for a while before saying, "You mean, they took over Kufit City through urban warfare in 2 hours?" "Yes, so, Your Excellency Karen, you should understand my feelings now. They have secret weapons for killing. Do you know, I have 15,000 people, even if they stand there to be killed, it wouldn't take 2 hours to kill them all," Sally said resentfully. On the computer in front of Karen, the latest news was updated, showing that Kufit City was controlled by a mysterious force and was currently being reorganized. Karen remained silent, clicking on "mysterious force" with the mouse. Some synchronized updated information appeared. Invisible fighter jets, satellite launch, spy satellite shielding technology, mini anti-aircraft system, precision-guided missiles, mysterious individual killing weapon, report, so many? Karen's eyes showed a slight change. The mysterious force that he had never paid much attention to had grown to such an extent? He clicked on mysterious individual killing weapon, and the information inside was almost identical to what Sully had said. In 2 hours, relying on this weapon, they killed throughout Kufit City. There were also several pictures taken by spy satellites. It was clear to see the bodies strewn across the streets of Kufit City. With a red light, Karen enlarged one of the pictures. Only black blurry remnants could be seen. "I understand. How do you want me to help you?" Karen closed the data, opened another to look at, and said the words Sully most wanted to hear. Sully impatiently said, "I need their specific information and more ammunition. You have military bases in Clash, Lyasur, and Letu. Help me bomb this damn base. You have to be clear, this is not up to me. But you have the ability, don't you?" Sally's question made Karen chuckle lightly. He did have it. His position in the United States was very high. Presidents are elected every 4 years. He, as the director, has been sitting steadily for more than 10 years, and no one can replace him, even the high-level officials of various countries. Even some of the high-level scandals in the United States are under Karen's control. "Sally, wake up. We need to be able to act directly. What do we need you for?" Karen was not polite. Sally could only endure his anger. "Then what do you suggest? If the other side launches an attack on me again, first destroy the air defense, then missile bombardment, and then engage in street fighting, using lethal weapons, your hard-earned experience in Clash will be in vain." "Alright, don't panic. I'll look into it and give you an answer tomorrow." After saying that, Karen hung up the phone directly, although he was a little surprised at the power of the mysterious base and the amount of technology. He was not worried at all. Because the military strength was weak, with only 2,000 people, it was difficult to defend the city of Hama, let alone defend another city like Kufit. As long as there was a slight consumption, wouldn't it be over? But Karen would not let Clash develop like this naturally. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and called the US military base in Clash. This military base was not large. It was a member of the global US military bases, and Colonel Karlov was stationed there. "Hello, Director Karen, how are you?" As a US Army colonel, he was very respectful to Karen. Karen was used to it and said, "Karlov, do you know about Clash?" "I do. You mean the mysterious force?" "Yes." "Well, Mr. Karen, we can now confirm that the other party's base is in the desert 60 kilometers northeast of Hama City. The specific location is clear, but the spy satellite cannot capture it. The other party has shielding technology. We sent drones, but they were shot down." Karlov blurted out everything he knew. Karen shook his head. "I didn't ask you that. Wait until dawn, issue a notice, find an excuse to cruise over and take a look at the base in the desert on the other side. What if they shoot us down? Do they dare?" Karlov was speechless, and he patiently explained, "I know they don't dare. I'm saying what if? What if they say they didn't see our notice? What then? Then we'll talk after being shot down." Karen did not reply much. No one knew what he was thinking. After finishing the call with Karlov, Karen called Anthony from the intelligence bureau. When Anthony saw the caller ID, he was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. When the street fighting started, he stopped caring, feeling at ease, thinking it would take at least 10 days or half a month to see who would win. But it turned out to be just 2 hours. His subordinate came running to report that Kufit City was lost. At that moment, Anthony's mind was buzzing, full of disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? 2,000 people took down a city with over 10,000 people in just 2 hours. It was simply unbelievable. However, the fact was there. He couldn't help but believe it. Sally's forces were about to be wiped out, and he still hadn't grasped the specific information about the mysterious force. Could he not be afraid of Karen's call? Anthony swallowed hard, feeling uneasy, and answered the phone. "Boss, any instructions?" There was silence on the other end of the phone. Anthony felt like his heart was about to stop, an invisible pressure falling directly on him, making it hard to catch his breath. After a moment, a faint voice came through the phone, and Anthony's face turned pale. "Tell me, should I shoot you dead, or you solve the matter of Clash? I have a headache, there's a lot of work to do with the spaceship. Can you please not bother me with Clash's affairs again, dear?" "Anthony?" Anthony really wanted to curse. "What can I do? Use my head to solve other people's fighter jets? That's real combat power. It's not about public opinion. What should I do? It's all because of those useless people armed by Sally. What the hell is going on? They are really useless. That's what I'm saying." Anthony didn't dare to vent his anger on Karen at all, quickly begged for mercy and loyalty. "Boss, I really want to solve it too, but I really have no way. You have to believe me. I haven't been lazy at all. This force is too mysterious. The weapons used in the alley battles, we have no information at all, no photos. It all takes time. Boss, give me a little more time. It's really too bizarre. So bizarre that it can't be more bizarre. You have to know, there are no walls that don't leak wind in the world. When other countries develop a secret weapon, there will be rumors. But this Clash, it's just outrageous. It's like it really came out of thin air. It's baffling. All the evidence shows that no one in the world knows about this mysterious force. Everyone is trying hard to investigate. Dragon Country. Yang Cohen finished writing the report. Director Chen, take a look. If there are no problems, we will submit it to the higher-ups. Come, let me see. Director Chen just took the documents. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and a monitoring staff with wide eyes rushed in, shouting loudly, "Director Chen, Team Leader Yang, Team Leader Yi, something happened. Kifat City has been taken over by a mysterious force." "What?" Yang Cohen raised his head abruptly, looking shocked. The documents in Director Chen's hands slipped directly to the ground. He was stunned at this moment, extremely surprised. "Are you sure? Just a while ago, he hadn't forgotten what he said. Defeat is certain. Did they really win?" "Very sure." Bang! Director Chen widened his eyes, full of disbelief, feeling like a sledgehammer hit his heart. This news was extremely shocking to him. It's a real slap in the face. Yang Cohen and Yi Jianqing were also dumbfounded. How is it possible? 2,000 people against over 10,000 people. Even if the American legendary five-star general, MacArthur, came, it wouldn't be possible. How did they do it? Director Chen didn't care about the documents anymore, his eyes serious, gestured to Yang Cohen to follow. "Hurry, let's go see." The few of them quickly arrived at the monitoring station. Someone brought over some photos. Director Chen, Yang Cohen, and Yi Jianqing quickly took them, similar to what the Americans captured, a bit blurry in the night. Kifat City was flashing with many red lights. Director Chen, Team Leader Yang, look, this is it. It's said to be the new weapon of the mysterious force. Is there a clearer one? Yes, this one, we just took it. They are assembling, so we can capture it clearly, otherwise, it's too difficult to capture at night. Several latest photos were displayed on the machine screen. Many large dog-like shapes, with strange armored vehicles and tanks gathered together. The soldiers were resting and eating. Those monsters were guarding nearby. What is this? Director Chen's gaze froze, incredulous, staring at the screen, his eyebrows furrowed. Yang Cohen and Yi Jianqing were also looking seriously. It looks like robotic dogs? Robotic dogs? Mature killing machines? The more they talked, the more shocked they became. Yi Jianqing muttered, "How is this possible? Does it have enemy identification technology? Based on what principle? Facial recognition intelligence? No idea." No one knows how the terrifying robots at the base achieve enemy identification systems, unless Einstein and others come to explain it to them. But no matter how it's done, numerous technologies, numerous systems, killing techniques, energy technologies, gathered on such a small machine, the feeling it brings is very shocking. It means it's extremely advanced. Although robots internationally are almost indistinguishable from humans in simulation, can they have a complete set of killing techniques? Impossible. Not to mention remote wireless control. With one command, all the killing machines in the city can receive it and then gather together. And the energy technology that can support 2 hours, or even more, of combat. Leading the world by far. Only those who understand this can feel that the technologies on both sides have reached an incredible level, while laymen will only say, "Isn't it just a robot? Who doesn't have one?" Only those who understand can see the extraordinary, while those who don't are like frogs at the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. Director Chen and the other two fell silent as they watched. The mysterious power seemed to have exceeded their own understanding. Director Chen looked solemnly for a long time, leaving only one sentence, "Report immediately." Yes. Yang Kuan clearly felt the seriousness of the situation. Almost at the same time, when countries received the news that Qufit City had been taken over, the reaction was the same as in Dragon Country. Amidst all the shock, they were also frightened by the terrifying robots revealed at the base, all wondering who these mysterious forces were. The base took down Qufit City in 2 hours. It was a lesson for the whole world. Before this, no one could have imagined that the fierce battle of Qufit City would end so quickly, essentially slapping everyone's faces. The intelligence departments, high-level officials of various countries, and even the military of various countries. They all had to carefully study the situation of this battle. Taking down the city in 2 hours of street fighting, this data was too terrifying. As the news spread, the military of various countries convened meetings overnight. Even if they couldn't replicate the robot dogs, they had to find a way to deal with this thing. Jiang Chen himself couldn't believe that just one terrifying robot from the base had already stirred up such a big storm. Clash. By 1 o'clock in the morning, outside Hama City in the desert, a large convoy arrived, and then soldiers armed with guns descended from them. The Sali armed forces came to collect the 1,000 people in Hama City. At the same time, 2,000 troops from the Sibo City supporting Qufit City also stationed themselves 10 kilometers outside Qufit City, following orders from their superiors. They were not allowed to enter the city. They were not allowed to enter the city. They were not allowed to enter the city. Sali was afraid, fearing that his 2,000 men would suffer inexplicable losses, so he decided to engage in guerrilla warfare and hold the position. Heavy machine guns were set up, and even if the devil was made of steel, it could be shot to pieces if it dared to charge. At this time, the base in the desert was brightly lit, with the factory rumbling into operation. On the roads that were planned from the beginning, cars were driving. Newly produced rocket launchers looked no different from the Katyusha of a big goose, slightly larger than a regular pickup truck, painted in sand yellow, with 6 rows of gun barrels, 9 in each row. It could launch 54 rockets at once, with a maximum range of 300 kilometers. In addition to the rocket launchers, transport vehicles were also carrying soldiers and rockets, driving towards the V-3 missile vehicle outside the base. On another wide road nearby, just off the line, Mirage stealth bombers were being transported by trucks to the Air Command Center. Like fighter jets, they also had vertical takeoff and landing, unmanned intelligent driving, and other technologies, with a larger size than fighter jets because bombers needed to carry a large number of bombs. The base's Mirage bomber was not a strategic bomber, with a small fuel tank and an operational radius of only 2,000 kilometers, with the remaining payload all going to the ammunition compartment. The Big Goose's Tu-160 strategic bomber could carry a maximum of 30 tons of bombs. The base's Mirage bomber could carry 45 tons. This was an incredibly astonishing number. 45 tons. A 250 kilograms bomb can completely destroy a basketball court. 45 tons is nearly 200 basketball courts, accumulated together, can completely destroy a small town. Air Command. Commander, the reinforcements armed by Sali are all stationed outside 2 cities, they have not entered the city. The person below reported the situation. Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Is this scaring them? We don't need to worry about them outside. Norton, send someone to clear the route. The distance from the base, the rocket launcher can't reach the Heli Lang Canyon. Commander, rest assured, I have arranged it. The rocket launcher is going to head towards Hama City. Along the way, people definitely cannot be allowed to see. If the news leaks out, both sides in the Heli Lang Canyon will definitely be on guard. How is it on the Alpha side? They have already started moving, expected to reach the Black Desert oil field by dawn. Jiang Chen silently nodded. Sali's armed forces probably received the message as well. Now he doesn't need to think. There must be a lot of people monitoring Alpha. Just this time, did Sali's armed forces guess where Alpha is going? He smiled. Port of E. What did you say? Those people are on the move again? Sali was horrified when he heard the news. His hands trembled uncontrollably. What are these people trying to do? Are they crazy? Are they trying to kill me? The missiles, why haven't you launched the missiles? Why is there no movement yet? He ordered the missile launch an hour ago. How come those people still have the mind to set off? Leader, the missiles were launched, but did you forget they have air defense? They were intercepted, then they restored the air defense radar of Qufit City, used our air defense missiles to intercept the missiles we launched. The deputy commander saw this situation and temporarily stopped. Sali? In fact, since 10 o'clock, Alpha has taken over Qufit City. By the time Sali received the news, it was already 12 o'clock. In 2 hours, he had already restored the air defense of Qufit City, only to assemble the terrifying robots. If you can use missiles to bomb others, of course, you have to guard against this point. Alpha may look rough, but in fact, very cunning. Sully was so angry he was about to spit blood. Quickly go and see where they are heading. After passing Kyufit City, they have too many choices. Quickly send our people to station and guard various road checkpoints. These people fight too strangely. Only attacking, not defending the city. Then what is the purpose of taking the city? Once they leave, their own people can go back to Kyufit to defend. Haven't they completely sealed them off? Sully was very annoyed. He found that he couldn't figure out what these mysterious forces were up to. He had never seen this kind of fighting style before. After they leave, the troops stationed outside Sibo City send a small team into Kyufit City to investigate. If there are no problems, continue to take over, then continue to send people over, block them inside. Understood, leader. Sully anxiously waited. On one hand, he was a little worried that Alpha would directly attack the Portavi where he was. On the other hand, he hoped that his troops could re-enter Kyufit City. Give Alpha a hard time. Indeed, if it weren't for the financial pressure from the base, Alpha wouldn't have taken this risk, giving up Kyufit City to occupy the oil fields. Of course, he must have left a backdoor. In no time, Sully received another report from his subordinates. Leader, we temporarily can't distinguish their direction, heading southwest, which is our direction. Are they crazy? Are they really crazy? Sully's head was about to explode. What's going on? Relying on 2,000 people, wanting to take down his headquarters? He cursed in frustration. He simply waved his hand and ignored it. Go! Let them come. We have set up checkpoints along the way with several thousand people. I'll wait for him to come over. I wonder how many people will be left when he arrives. On the other side, in Kyufit City, upon receiving the news, the Sibo City militia stationed outside divided into a 10-person team and began to enter the city. The battle had long ended. But now, there were still some places burning with large fires, thick smoke billowing. The streets were very quiet, except for the occasional crackling of flames and the sight of corpses. There was no movement at all. Just coming in and seeing such a tragic scene, the 10-person team felt chills in their hearts. They felt like they had not entered Kyufit City, but had entered hell. Bodies were strewn everywhere. It was fortunate that these 10 people were experienced veterans. If they were not firm-willed, they would have been scared silly by now. Nearly over 10,000 people died here. The throats of several thousand people were cut, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the blood flowed like a river, permeating the entire city with the smell of blood. Even though these 10 people had seen many dead bodies before, facing this scene, their lips trembled. Are they devils? Killing so many people and not handling the bodies, and how did they kill so quickly? I don't know, it's too cruel. The 10-person team was a bit afraid to look. The scene was extremely bloody, hitting people's hearts directly, causing disgust and fear. Hey, what's the situation? Came the inquiry over the radio, and a militia member responded softly, Sir, everything is normal at the moment, just a bit gruesome. Understood, continue forward. Yes. The 10 individuals endured their discomfort, walking cautiously step by step, trying not to look at the dead bodies with their eyes wide open and their pupils dilated in horror. Kyufit City was too quiet. Darkness engulfed everything. It was like a ghost town. Outside the city, the military officer from Sibo City waited for about 10 minutes, picked up the radio, and asked again, Hey, what's the situation now? Any anomalies? Sizzle, 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 hello? Hello? He asked several times in a row, but the other side was as quiet as the dead, with no one responding. The officer was stunned for a moment, then put down the radio. Looking up, he saw Kyufit City, shrouded in darkness with flickering flames. At this moment, it seemed like a man-eating monster. He shivered. As a military officer, he didn't know what exactly was happening in Kyufit City, only hearing that there were devils killing people inside. Silent and invisible. No one saw what they looked like, so the higher-ups issued 3 consecutive orders. Do not enter the city. Do not enter the city. Do not enter the city. Now it seemed that even if the people had left, Kyufit City was still a restricted area. He took a deep breath, blew the whistle, and loudly declared, All set up camp to rest, be on guard. Get ready to enter the city at dawn. The incident in Kyufit City was just a small episode. At this moment, time continued to pass, reaching 2 o'clock in the morning. In the desert, Jiang Chen's base was very busy, but still maintained order. People were coming and going everywhere in the base, and the shouts were boiling. The last Mirage bomber came offline, heading to the airport, while the other 3, with ammunition loaded and fuel topped up, were ready to take off at any moment. Outside the base, the 40 V-3 missile vehicles did not move. Their range was sufficient, while the 24 rocket launchers were covered with canvas, only revealing the front of the vehicles. No one knew what was behind them. They were followed by dozens of covered transport vehicles, forming a long queue. They set off from the base towards Hama City. If someone were to open the yellow cloth on the transport vehicles at this time, they would see that the vehicles were filled with long and slender rocket projectiles, each measuring up to 1 meter 8. Along the way, armed helicopters flew alongside, multifunctional armored vehicles accompanied them, and in the sky, Mirage fighter jets were also cruising in the dark. This mission could not afford to fail. If such a dense ammunition is bombed by the enemy, it would be a big joke, so the base is very cautious. This is like stealing a chicken. As long as it succeeds, the government army and the Sali armed forces will completely lose the capital to confront the base. Jiang Chen will not give them a chance to catch their breath again. The long dragon-like convoy, as it travels a certain distance, can see the base's local soldiers controlling the area along the way, passing through checkpoints. The base's missile unit arrived at the outskirts of Hama City in about an hour. They stopped. This place is exactly 300 kilometers from the Heli Lang Canyon, within the range of rocket fire. The base's accompanying local soldiers quickly deployed defenses in the surrounding area. This is a huge operation. It could not escape the close surveillance of various countries monitoring the base. As soon as the missile unit left the base, it was spotted by spy satellites from several major countries. Anthony stared at the screen, his eyes showing some bloodshot veins, looking a bit tired. What are they up to again? Don't these people ever sleep? On another screen, Alpha's troops were advancing, having been on the move for 2 hours but had not yet reached the Black Desert oil field. However, they were getting close. Along the way, they had not encountered any defenses set up by Sali militants, as Sali had deployed defenses on the important road to the port of Igang. Unexpectedly, Alpha changed course and headed towards the oil field. Anthony looked at one screen and then another, feeling helpless. Time was too short, and he had no time to assign other tasks. He felt these people were as tough as iron and had excellent discipline. In this day and age, unless the military task was particularly difficult, soldiers would have already started to show dissatisfaction if they were only given compressed food rations all day. The base. After enduring for so long, Jiang Chen felt no trace of sleepiness. Instead, he felt as energized as if he had just had an adrenaline rush. Just now, the report came in. The rocket launchers had reached their designated positions. Now, all that was needed was his command. With a map of the Heli Lang Canyon in his hand, Jiang Chen noted that the logistics of the 2 small towns belonged to the rear. The rest were either stationed on the Rocky Mountains or in various positions. At the front line, the battle was still ongoing, with each side eager to gain control of the 2 mountains and extract the gold. "Commander, it's almost time, give the order." Norton's eyes also gleamed with excitement. If this carefully planned operation succeeded, it would undoubtedly be recorded in the base's history. How is Alpha doing? How much longer do they need? Jiang Chen asked impatiently, and Norton glanced at the situation. They are likely close, but once Alpha seizes the Black Desert oil field, it will inevitably provoke a counterattack from the enemy. Terra robots are not effective in field battles, so we may need to send reinforcements. Most of the oil field areas were open and spacious. Terra robots were best suited for urban warfare in complex and changing environments. If they were exposed in the wild, they would not withstand the damage. Defending a city was simple in ancient times. Attacking a city is simple in modern times. Understood. Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to Alpha, his eyes shining brightly and clearly, picking up the communicator beside him. With each action, his heart skipped a beat. He pressed the call button. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. It was time to end all of this. He took a deep breath and said, "Attention all units, this is Jiang Chen, reporting intelligence. The airport is ready. V3 missile unit is ready, targeting strategic objectives. Fire God missile unit is ready." Outside Hama City, after a response, the base commander waved his hand, and the local soldiers standing next to the rocket launchers vigorously pulled with both hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the yellow cloths covering the vehicles were torn off, revealing the dark rocket launchers. And then, the yellow cloth on the transport vehicle was torn off, and bright orange rockets, with no cover, mixed with some hay, were exposed to the world's eyes. Click, click, click. The soldiers one by one took the rockets and inserted them into the launchers, with cold agents like fire extinguishers in hand, all ready. Action. Jiang Chen was decisive, his voice resounding like a bell. With the final command given, the rocket launch vehicles did not hesitate, each vehicle adjusted its angle and fired directly. Boom, boom, boom. Like firecrackers, one after another, the rockets shot out with a swoosh. Base. At the airport, 4 bombers and 4 fighter jets took off at the same time, and the supersonic roar filled the air instantly. Like the sky exploding. Boom boom boom, they disappeared. The missiles on the 40 V3 missiles, with long flames trailing behind, spewed thick smoke and plunged into the sky along with the fighter jets. The three military powers of Longwa, the United States, and Daegwa. In the control room, the personnel and superiors were all stunned, standing in front of the screen with shocked expressions, watching the astonishing scene before them. With such massive firepower, what were they planning to do? Conquer the country? Yang Kuan. Director Chen couldn't remain calm, swallowing his saliva. Quickly investigate where these missiles and rockets are landing. I got it. Director Chen had a bad feeling. The rockets from here couldn't reach the port of E, nor could they reach the capital of the government army, any core city of the Sali armed forces. This distance was not enough. There seemed to be only one possibility. The Raralang Canyon. Who are they targeting? The Sali armed forces, or both sides? Director Chen felt that things were getting out of hand. Behind the clash government army was Longwa, and the Sali armed forces were supported by the United States, fighting against dollarization in Central Europe. Originally, everyone thought that the mysterious force was an enemy of the United States and an ally of Longwa. He and Yang Kuan, Yi Jianqing, and others were looking forward to seeing the United States in trouble. But now, it seemed that the trouble had come to them. If both sides were attacked, this mysterious force would be a third party. It didn't belong to the Huai Alliance. What did they want to do? Yang Kuan sensed that something was wrong and immediately made a call. The person he contacted was a special envoy of Longwei in Clash, who had been with the senior government army officials in a control room, watching the drone footage of Alpha. Hello? Yang Kuan was anxious. Team leader Yang, what's wrong? The special envoy was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Clash had no spy satellites, and he was in the capital, completely unaware of what was happening. Yang Kuan urgently said, quickly tell them that there are a large number of missiles heading towards the Raralang Canyon. Tell them to disperse, quickly. It didn't matter who they were targeting now, dispersing was the right move. Okay. The special envoy's pupils dilated suddenly. The United States. Anthony was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, quickly contacting Sully and relaying the message. When Sully heard it, his head was about to explode. He was furious and couldn't help but shout madly, "What are you guys doing? You only call after the missiles have been launched. In this short time, how can people be evacuated in time?" They were definitely more urgent than Longwa, because it was uncertain whether they would attack the government army, but it was certain that they would attack the Sali armed forces. Anthony never expected Sully to curse at him. He was directly enraged. How the hell would I know? I don't have X-ray vision under the cloth. If it weren't for you useless people, I would be at the disco now, damn it. Being scolded by a superior was one thing, but this useless Sully, what kind of attitude was this, daring to curse at him? Anthony was full of resentment, towards Jiang Chen, towards the inaction of the Sully armed forces. Everything was thrown into chaos by Jiang Chen's base. You guys are the real trash, the biggest trash. You even have the nerve to claim to be the world's top intelligence agency. With such strong capabilities, you can't even make a fart. The person involved, Sully, was furious. This time, he didn't back down and directly confronted Anthony. The Sully armed forces that he had spent more than 10 years building were on the verge of being wiped out. Sully couldn't contain his anger. After cursing, he didn't wait for Anthony to react. He hung up the phone and quickly called the Heli Lang Canyon. However, as Sully said, the missiles were launched before any notification was given. By the time Heli Lang received Sully's call, it was too late. In the sky, an endless meteor shower seemed like a world-ending disaster. Whether it was the frontline troops engaged in battle or the logistics personnel in the rear, at this moment, everyone looked up in shock at this terrifying scene. Countless rocket missiles covered the entire sky, carrying a frightening whistling sound as they fell one by one. And in the higher layers of clouds, one by one, the missiles reached their designated targets, with their warheads facing downward, falling at supersonic speeds that could easily knock down anyone within a 2-meter radius. The frontline commander, holding the phone receiving Sully's call, stood dumbfounded at the door, watching the sky raining fire. His lips trembled, and his eyes lost their luster. "Leader, they have arrived." And it wasn't over yet. Everyone looked terrified as bombers appeared, opening their bomb bays to release a dense rain of bombs, causing a devastating blanket attack that left everyone in despair. Just as verified at the base, the Heli Lang Canyon had only a few poison thorn anti-aircraft vehicles at the command post to protect it from attacks, with a terrifyingly small air defense range. The commander of the Sully armed forces, holding the phone, could no longer hear what Sully was shouting on the other end. His ears were filled with the whistling of missiles and bombs, as well as the panicked voices of the surrounding soldiers. The Poison Thorn anti-aircraft vehicle had just launched a few anti-aircraft missiles. The next moment, several hypersonic missiles tore through the sky with a sonic boom, appearing in front of them in the blink of an eye. The command post was directly hit by several missiles launched by Mirage fighters, resulting in a devastating explosion. Fuck! Sully was hit by a violent explosion coming from his phone, causing a ringing in his ears. He moved the phone away and cursed loudly. Then, in frustration, he burst into Arabic, Jilalilalayama dead law. Bang! He slammed the phone to the ground, breathing heavily, his eyes full of hatred. He knew it was all over. On the front line, rockets struck the ground first, triggering a chain of explosions in the Heli Lang Canyon. Flames erupted one after another, leaving both government troops and Sully's forces in disarray. Following that, missiles and high-altitude aerial bombs were dropped, the real heavy hitters. With a loud bang, they fell to the ground, creating huge mushroom clouds of fire on impact. At this point, describing it as spectacular was no longer appropriate. But that was the reality. Boom! 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 Huge, scorching mushroom clouds of fire blossomed one after another on the ground, causing the surrounding air to ripple with heat. Even those who weren't killed outright, if they dared to take a breath, the scorching air would sear their airways, turning their faces purple in pain, and the next moment, clutching their throats, they would collapse in agony. They watched helplessly as a bomb fell beside them. All they could see was a fiery red glow. This bombing was definitely all-encompassing, with fighter jets swooping in and bombers carrying out their missions seamlessly coordinated. Dragon Country. When Director Chen saw the grand fireworks rising from the government army positions, his vision darkened, his legs weakened, and he quickly grabbed the nearby chair for support. It's over. All over. Manhwa has invested for more than 10 years, secretly consuming huge manpower and material resources, providing ammunition, and even having to think hard to avoid being discovered internationally, then arranging for the government army to pick it up in the deserted desert. Just like this, it was bombed. Submerged. And all of this is all because of the dereliction of duty and intelligence work. Someone is bound to come out and take the blame. As the head of the Central European region, he definitely can't run away this time. No matter where. Factional struggles are absolutely terrifying beyond anyone's imagination. The officialdom. It is a place where people are killed without using a knife. Director Chen's shoulders were trembling lightly, never thought that a force that he did not take seriously would now ruin his own future. He had no intention to look anymore. Things have come to this. Director Chen forced himself to calm down, took out his phone. He wanted to find a way out for himself, find connections, to keep his official hat. United States, CIA. Anthony's face was ashen, his mood as desperate as Director Chen's, watching clusters of explosions on the screen, a sense of powerlessness filling his heart. How to explain to Karen? Unless he comes up with a solution now, to cut off the future of the mysterious force, not let them continue to develop, find an excuse to get the US military involved. Directly take over clash. Anthony's brain was running at high speed under the crisis of death. Public opinion. Towards public opinion, they are ruthless. I can manipulate public opinion. Let the international community put pressure on them. What else? He looked at several screens, and as he watched, Anthony stared fixedly at another one, monitoring the image of a satellite. Satellite? Suddenly a flash in Anthony's mind, regretfully slapped his thigh. Damn. How could I forget about this? The base can launch missiles, precision-guided, and then fighter jets strike the anti-aircraft radar. All because of this satellite. The mysterious force launched a satellite into space without proper procedures, using this as an excuse to destroy their satellite, and then citing the security of the US military base, citing the World Peace Police, directly send people to take over the Sully armed forces. The idea is simple, but in practice, it is definitely not as easy as a few words, but at this moment Anthony has no other way. He quickly conceived the feasibility of this remedial measure, thinking about how to report to Karen. At the same time, Clash, Red Alert Base. From the beginning of the bombing, several time-space mining vehicles came offline from the production line, Nolan adjusting the directional coordinates. As soon as it started, there was a buzz. The surrounding void fluctuated. The time-space mining vehicles disappeared. In the midst of the flying shells, there were explosions all around. Several mining vehicles hummed and swayed heavily on the riverbed, vigorously digging out chunks of gold ore. The drill bits and gold ore burst with sparks, contrasting with the surrounding explosions. The bombing lasted for a full hour, gradually subsided. The Helalang Canyon was completely engulfed in flames, with charred and shattered bodies everywhere, heavy casualties among the government army and Sully armed forces. The commanders of both armies also sacrificed here. The firepower of the base is not at all like that of a broken country like Clash should have, more like that of a major power, conducting a de-escalation strike against a small country. The international community quickly reported on the matter. The great bombing event that shook the world was due to the late hour, so few people have seen it so far, but the next day, it will directly hit the top of the hot searches in various countries. Base, 4:30 in the morning, the rocket launch vehicles returned one after another. The time-space mining vehicles also brought back full loads of gold ore for storage because the base did not initially have a ore refining plant. It is now under construction. In no time, Alpha reported good news that there were only a small number of Sully warlords stationed at the Black Desert oil field, and he easily took them down. At this time, the armed guards of the base are needed, because the Black Desert oil field stores over 1 million barrels of crude oil, with hundreds of thousands of tons yet to be filled, all of which are money. Large oil tankers are available at the oil field, but they need to be guarded on the road. It's best to bury an oil pipeline to continuously supply the base. Jiang Chun ordered Alpha to guard it well. Take your time to figure it out. The oil pipeline is too labor-intensive and cannot be solved in a day or two, but relying solely on oil tankers is not practical. The Black Desert oil field produces 60 million tons of oil a year. That's 165,000 tons per day. How many trucks are needed to transport it all? But when Jiang Chun calculated the funds involved, he couldn't help but feel excited. 165,000 tons is equivalent to 3,300 base funds. In just 2 days, it's a fighter jet and a tank. Damn it! Who else? With the acquisition of a $4 billion gold mine and an entire oil field, Jiang Chun finally resolved the urgent matter in his heart, and now it's time for various follow-up work. Back in the lounge, Jiang Chun tossed and turned for an hour before slowly falling asleep. He fell asleep. Explosions erupted internationally, news about Clash quickly climbed the hot lists of various countries, almost dominating military channels. All were flooded by the mysterious base. #explosive. Clash's mysterious force, stealth fighter jets appear, who's behind it? #horrific. Mysterious force massacres Qufit City, casualties estimated at over 30,000, is this still Earth or hell? #various news headlines, each accompanied by some videos. Some show fighter jets launching missiles. Countless missiles bombarding Qufit City, and videos of civilians in the city capturing the flames of war, armored vehicles crashing through the streets. It's too intense. Such a large-scale war has attracted global attention, overshadowing the Eastern Front. U.S. diplomats held a press conference overnight. Facing the camera, they displayed the grim video of Qufit City, condemning the mysterious force as terrorists for bombing Clash. Countless civilians and soldiers were killed or injured. Their actions will face the harshest international sanctions. This is not war, it's a massacre. We strongly suspect their weapons are sponsored by the Dragon Nation. While criticizing, they didn't forget to throw dirt at political opponents. Quite a character. Naturally, the Dragon Nation couldn't back down. How could they admit to something they didn't do? Their spokesperson directly stated, "We have always pursued peaceful solutions to any problem. The Dragon Nation has maintained a neutral stance internationally. The U.S. claims are baseless, they are the world's largest war profiteers." No one cared about their irrelevant verbal sparring. Most people found the spokesperson's statements entertaining. If you believed them, you'd be a fool. If the Dragon Nation were truly as harmless as they claimed, they would have been devoured by the Northern Alliance long ago. But there's nothing they can do. Forced into a corner. Leaving aside the verbal battles between nations, all playing with public opinion and throwing mud at each other, due to the base's actions, even the government forces were badly beaten. Therefore, the Dragon Nation also issued a statement regarding the base. Regardless of who is behind Clash, we hope to stop the war as soon as possible and engage in peace talks. Such actions that disregard civilian casualties are pure international terrorism. The Salif armed forces are about to be defeated. The Northern Alliance, led by the US, naturally spoke out internationally, condemning the base's actions. The UK, France, Germany, the US, Japan, South Korea, and others all announced sanctions against the base. They demanded the mysterious force reveal themselves promptly. Provide an explanation to the international community. They widely publicized the base's cruelty and atrocities, circulating videos of the tragic scenes in Qufit City on various social platforms. They aimed to force the individuals behind the base to come forward. And it worked. Public opinion is the most lethal weapon. Foolish civilians manipulated by politicians, deliberately promoted. Countries have emerged insulting the base, demanding an immediate halt to the base. In such public opinion, the top wants to send troops to the base, naturally gaining the approval of the people, rather than protesting against war. In short, Clash is on fire, and mysterious forces are also very popular, especially when the news of the latest bombing of the Helilong Canyon was released. It directly topped the hot searches of various countries. Such a large-scale operation. In the history of modern warfare, it is very rare, with blanket bombing directly in the Helilong Canyon for an hour. just watching the video. Countless viewers around the world can feel the despair of the troops stationed in the Helilong Canyon. Explosions almost never stopped for that hour. Both mountains were bombed with craters. It's heartbreaking. Almost every video has countless people commenting below, with very high engagement, on the Dragon Kingdom's TikTok, on Twitter in the United States. The big bombing incident surged to the top of the hot list. Damn! This blanket bombing is too damn scary. What's going on with Clash? Oh my god, can anyone survive this bombing? How many more people will die? What are they trying to do? Who is behind this? This is a terrorist organization. I just want to know, what are they trying to do? Is World War III starting? Who is behind this, so powerful? I've read through all the events. I can only say, this mysterious force is too scary. Go check it out. From being discovered until now, just one day, has turned Clash upside down. I've seen it early. Damn, at that time I didn't take it seriously, thought it was just a small warlord. This time really got me confused. Stealth fighter jets, terrifying killing weapons, this force is going to be a big deal. Many people only went to read the full context of the events after seeing these two comments. It's okay not to read, but once you read it, people who understand a little bit were all shocked by the base's bold moves. The volume these days is very low, just a few dollars. Actually only wrote a little bit of the book. Later, we will have to confront the major powers. I don't know if I can write it. Brothers, cherish it. The young author doesn't want to play the victim, but it's really tough, working a day job and still having to write, no time to play games, sob and those keyboard warriors. I really don't want to say, just earning a little money, you watch for free, and still criticize. If you want to criticize something I can't refute. Criticizing me for being ignorant? I've checked all the data, not a single false statement. Where do you think I lack knowledge? Ask them and they can't say anything. I'm embarrassed for you. In today's information age, as long as it's not deliberately concealed by the state, the context of events is generally very clear, due to the shocking nature of the big bombing incident this time. Basically, a lot of people are clicking to view the details. When they see the mastermind, they were all stunned, gradually dumbfounded. Oh my god, what the hell? So the big bombing was done by the tank armored forces yesterday? I thought it was another group of people. Ah, wow, how long has it been, causing such a mess? Many people saw the video of the Clash tank forces appearing yesterday, shelling the steel factory, and at that time, no one paid much attention. The turnaround came so quickly. No one expected it. From the inconspicuous tank forces, to the night raid on Kyufafet City, then the big bombing of the Helilong Canyon, resulting in the internationally renowned 6.15 big bombing incident, all carried out by a single force, and all within a short day. Too exaggerated. No, what's going on here? Clash is such a terrible place. How come there are such fierce people? This rapid combat operation, it reminds me of a lightning strike. Poland? Don't say. Please don't say. Stealth fighter jets, taking down a city defended by 10,000 people in a 2-hour alley battle with 2,000 people? Ha! My face is full of confusion. Can humans really do this? To borrow a phrase from the author of Riding the Winds of the Blue Sky, it's so terrifying. It's really outrageous. How did they take down the city in the alley battle? The news said there was a mysterious weapon. What is it? More and more people, with faces full of confusion and shock, are watching the unfolding events in utter disbelief. The strength of the base makes one's scalp tingle. That stunned look. It seems like hearing a huge joke, someone below quietly said. Maybe some people don't understand the significance of 2,000 people taking down a city defended by 10,000 people in a 2-hour alley battle. Let me explain to you, it's like in ancient times when 2,000 infantry charged, killing 10,000 cavalry. If that's not clear enough, well, just think of it as Emperor Qin Shi Huang creating rockets in 2 months. Damn! The audience, suddenly wide-eyed, couldn't believe what they were hearing. How is this possible? Indeed, it's simply impossible, but now the mysterious force is showing you. How can one not be amazed? Moving on, after taking Kyufafet City, the forces of the mysterious power once again advance, covering 246 kilometers, and once again capturing an oil field. Fighting continuously for 24 hours, covering at least 500 kilometers, without sleeping along the way, just eating some marching rations. Gurgle. The astonishing data once again dazzled countless people, including retired veterans, who swallowed hard. Damn, that's amazing. I can only say that, you all should know, this is not a trip, it's a war, there are frictions along the way. It's too terrifying. I've been on the internet for 24 hours, I'm already exhausted, let alone carrying a gun and fighting for 24 hours. Is the team really so disciplined? Of course, there is no shortage of armchair warriors who talk big without experience. It's just 24 hours, right? I work a night shift, and then go out to play during the day. what's so special about this? You guys are just exaggerating. I don't think it's a big deal. Seeing this kind of pretentious talk, naturally, someone retorted, you guys don't understand anything, treating war like child's play, you go to work, does anyone shoot at you? The battlefield requires full attention, even the slightest movement can startle a person. Under such high tension, these two upstairs, let alone 24 hours, would be scared by just 2 shots. Haha, so true. After being criticized by many, the armchair warriors reluctantly fell silent. Seeing these data, almost everyone admires the combat effectiveness of the mysterious force. It's all about discipline and willpower. They are no less than the hard-working soldiers of the Dragon Nation, definitely a well-trained regular army with such strong combat capabilities. Many people have a strong intuition. Next, Clash will definitely not be calm. With such a rapid offensive, like sweeping fallen leaves, the mysterious force is definitely planning a big move. It's just unknown who is behind it. Countless people are intensely curious. After watching, I can only say it's fierce. These are real tough guys. The upcoming major bombing event will also test their strength. With a dispersed force of 100,000 people, not gathered together, but accurately bombed, even their rockets have no deviation, it's too fierce. What's this? All stealth fighters, bombers are out. I'm so excited. Which family does the mysterious force belong to? The rabbits? If they are going to start season 3, let me know. I'll spend $2,000 in advance. Hurry up and start. I don't want to go to this damn class for another day. Open fire. Everyone, don't follow blindly. Without experiencing war, do you really think it's fun? Following blindly leads to disaster. Although I know that no one wants to be a wage slave, when real war comes, there will be no place for anyone to cry. Being born in this peaceful era is my blessing and my regret. Now I just want to know, who are the mysterious forces? Why don't they appoint a spokesperson? What are they planning in Clash? I really want to know. Just when one wave subsides, another rises. What's happening in Europe and China? A spaceship just crashed yesterday, and now such a big incident has occurred. Could it be related to the spaceship? I don't know, but I feel like the world is about to be in chaos. Basically, all countries around the world are fervently discussing this incident. The commotion caused by the base is indeed significant. It's not just a minor conflict. Nearly 100,000 people have died, which is equivalent to the outcome of several months of war in other countries. The base did all this in just one day and night. Who wouldn't be afraid? Moreover, a spaceship just crashed yesterday, and people were already restless. Many have decided not to go to work and are waiting at home for Season 3 to start. Not to mention ordinary civilians, even high-ranking officials from various countries are urgently convening meetings to discuss the spaceship and the mysterious forces, which has been a topic of lengthy discussion. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials, the spaceship is extremely important. Since Jiang Chen is currently only in Clash and hasn't received much attention, they have decided to send someone to make contact first. The most important thing now is to determine the ownership of the spaceship. Suddenly, everyone realized a problem. The mysterious forces erupted at this time. Could it be that they also want to lay their hands on the spaceship? In the Dragon Kingdom, in a meeting room filled with many top executives, someone raised this question, and everyone fell silent. Frowning, they began to contemplate. Those who could attend this meeting were almost at the peak of the pyramid, receiving information that had been reported layer by layer before reaching their hands. Originally, the main purpose of the meeting was to discuss the spaceship. The mysterious forces were just mentioned in passing. Indeed, no matter how much Clash causes trouble, it is impossible to escape the eyes of the P5. But when someone raised this sensitive issue, it made people think deeply. Are you suggesting that they want to lay their hands on the spaceship through what means? The political power in Clash or by force? A senior military staff member, with sharp eyes and a venerable appearance, stared directly at the person who raised the question, giving off a compelling aura. From his tone, it was easy to hear his disdain for the mysterious forces. Political power is impossible, and as for force, it's just a matter of bluffing. They can only play around with armed warlords and can't step onto the stage. As one of the P5 and the world's second largest economy, with military power ranking at least in the top 3, he had the confidence and capital to say such things. These were all older generation people, rough in speech but not in reasoning, and their tough attitude revealed their stance. No one should even think about laying their hands on the spaceship. There is no room for anyone else. The more people involved, the less each person will get, and the P5 will not agree to that. Yi Lao, I was just speaking casually, don't take it seriously. I'm just worried that if no one else comes forward, chaos will ensue, and the U.S. might take advantage of the situation. He was considering this, not really afraid of the mysterious forces getting involved. That's possible. The most important thing now is to find out which country is behind the mysterious forces. Let's have the lower levels contact them as soon as possible. Another person agreed. And with that, the conversation at the base came to an end. Those who could sit in this position may seem friendly on the surface, but in reality, under the unanimous quasi-tuning of various countries, some fearless journalists rushed into clash on the same day and went to Hama City to find out the truth. Let's not talk about these. Clash. Base. When Jiang Qin woke up again, it was already noon on June 16, the fifth day of the base's development, and he slept very comfortably this time. No one disturbed Jiang Qin. He stretched lazily, took out his phone to reply to messages from home, reassuring everyone, and then got up to wash. The basic conditions of the base are still a bit poor. Transport vehicles have been continuously bringing back living supplies from Hama City to supply the base personnel, but lunch still consists of some compressed food. It hasn't fully gotten on track. After finishing lunch with a few bites, Jiang Qin habitually reached for a cigarette from his pocket, suddenly paused, smiled bitterly, and realized he had smoked his last one yesterday. Goodness! How did life become so tough that he, the lord of the city, was suffering like this? Is there any justice in this world? Norton. Jiang Qin immediately took his dedicated communicator from Tanya behind him and shouted, "Commander, do you have any orders?" "I'm in the Air Command Center," Norton, the head of the base's logistics department, who was already up and about, replied. He had no time to slack off. "Have the transport vehicles from Hama City bring me some cigarettes. I'll come over now to understand the situation," Jiang Qin said. Upon hearing this, Norton smiled and said, "Commander, they have already been brought back. Come to the Air Command Center, I have everything ready for you." "All right." With subordinates being so attentive to even such trivial matters, Jiang Qin felt content. With such capable support, what was there to worry about in achieving great success? He arrived at the Air Command Center, which was being used as the base's headquarters because of the various monitoring instruments present, with some underground fortifications to be built in the future. It all had to be done slowly. "Commander! Commander!" Every soldier Jiang Qin encountered along the way saluted and greeted him, and the Air Command Center itself had a modern high-tech architectural style. Walking inside, he felt like a true boss. The feeling could be summed up in one word: refreshing. In no time, Jiang Qin found Norton, who was holding a foreign cigarette that Jiang Qin didn't recognize, and handed it to him. Jiang Qin opened it and threw a pack to each soldier around him before lighting one for himself. "How's the situation?" Norton reported. "Currently, everything is normal. After last night's bombing, both the government forces and the Sali warlords are severely weakened, and they have ceased hostilities. The 1,000 people in Hama City have also retreated. Commander, it's now our turn to attack." According to estimates, the Sali armed forces may only have 2,000 to 3,000 regular troops left, while the government forces may have a bit more, around 5,000 to 6,000 regular troops. Xavier is in Hama City, and we have sent some people over to assist in stabilizing the situation. This morning, Xavier told me that there are many journalists from Erlang and Saudi Bar who want to ask the commander if a statement should be made. Our international reputation is currently poor, which is not conducive to future development. A portion of the personnel has been left at the Black Desert oil field in Alpha to guard it, while the rest are removing nails along the route and sending oil tankers to transport crude oil to Hama City. The base's Iron Curtain device is now built, and work is underway to construct the hyperspace conversion device. The operational laboratory has provided blueprints for strategic bombers and carrier-based aircraft, and the production line is also under construction. Now, what we need is a port. Norton's report was extensive, and Jiang Qin felt for the first time how cumbersome the responsibilities of being a leader could be. He had to make decisions on every report. Just listening to it all made his head spin a bit. He waved his hand and said, "Norton, hold on a moment. Let's take it step by step. I know the base is thriving now, but isn't this too much to handle? Should we build an oil pipeline? Should we build underground fortifications? Should we repair the roads in the desert? Building? Where do people come from? Where does money come from? Can't just grab labor and clash. That would cause global public outrage. Paying salaries, okay, no money. The tens of millions in Jiang Qin's hands spent in clash, isn't that telling Longwa that he is a member of the mysterious forces in clash? Norton and these people don't even have an ID card, not to mention a bank card. Yes, there are oil fields, but if you don't open up trade, who will trade with a terrorist like you? It's either a fool or a stubborn person. The base does have the conditions for explosive soldiers, but the base's funding compensation mechanism, building aircraft carriers, is the most cost-effective. Using it to build ground troops, even the pants will be lost. There is not that much funding now. Support Jiang Qin's explosive battle on the ground. Jiang Qin listened to various situations and realized that what the base urgently needs now is an identity. Where are you from? What do you want to do? What benefits do we have with you? Just like ancient uprisings and rebellions, you have to shout slogans. Only then can sustainable development be achieved. Moreover, to purchase various building materials, food, and supplies, you also need an identity, which is troublesome. Jiang Chen then thought of what Xavier said about journalists. He made up his mind. Okay, let Xavier make a statement, he should have no problem with that. Now keep an eye on the port, calculate the forces. With Alpha's character, I estimate it will only take a couple of days. Good. After notifying, Xavier in Hamasity set up a temporary command post, dispatching the city's supplies. Seeing the news, he immediately sent out a signal. The mysterious forces are about to show up. All the people in Hamasity who want to find out the news are excited and rush to the outside of the temporary command center. This is an administrative building, considered one of the better buildings in Hamasity, now occupied by Xavier, located in the center of Hamasity. Several armored vehicles are parked at the entrance of the administrative building. The base is on high alert at all times. At this moment, the crowd outside is boiling. It has been almost 2 hours since the news was released, and a large number of international journalists have rushed here from Erlang. They were originally reporting on space shuttles. Now they all rushed over. In addition to these journalists, the civilians of Hamasity are all gathered here, discussing loudly. At first glance, it seems very lively. When will it start? It's already afternoon, why hasn't it started yet? Yeah, who can ask if the news is true or false? Don't let us make a wasted trip. The ground troops are holding the cordon with guns. No one dares to break in. The base is notorious for being ruthless, no one knows what's inside, so basically everyone follows the rules, just shouting. Except for these journalists. Many people from around the world are also paying attention to this incident. The appearance of the mysterious forces is undoubtedly very attractive to everyone. Everyone has been curious for many days. Inside the administrative building, Xavier is having a final conversation with Jiang Chen. Okay, Commander, I understand, okay, that I got it. After saying several sentences, Xavier hung up the phone, changed out of his military uniform into a suit. He is around 40 years old, but looks very young and intelligent. If you ignore his status as the top commander of the base, he looks more like a strategist, with eyes that always carry depth. Xavier's thoughts are unpredictable. Let people in. Xavier waved to the ground troops beside him, adjusted his tie, and then entered the conference room. He sat in the chief position. Clatter! As the cordon outside was opened, the journalists rushed in like crazy, and the civilians of Hamasity also squeezed in to watch the speech that would determine their future lives. People from various countries who could be sent were also present at this speech. They were all thoroughly checked to ensure they were not carrying weapons before entering the venue. Everyone saw the Chief Xavier, with a British rustic appearance, and remembered his expressionless face. Then they found their seats one by one. When almost everyone had arrived, Xavier raised his head slightly, scanned the whole room, and spoke first. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xavier, and I will be in charge of politics, diplomacy, trade, and other matters in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the audience raised their hand and asked, Mr. Xavier, does this mean that there is another person in control of your faction? That's correct, Xavier admitted. Another journalist asked, where are you from, what are your intentions in Clash, and where do you come from? This time, Xavier did not answer him, but instead looked silently at the quiet venue, where everyone had different expressions. This is not the question session now. Wait for my notification before raising your hand to ask questions. Guards, maintain order in the venue, and remove those who do not cooperate, Xavier instructed. The armed guards on both sides responded loudly, yes. Their voices echoed in the large venue, and just this momentum alone was enough to intimidate many people. Seeing everyone sitting down, Xavier continued, I know many people are curious about us and want to know our intentions. Today's meeting is also a declaration to the outside world. The entire conference hall, with dozens of cameras, including civilians from Hama City, raised their phones and aimed at Xavier. Surprisingly, many people were live streaming the event, and there were a lot of viewers in the live broadcast room. Who in the entire Central European region would not pay attention to this matter? Even the distant emperors of Manhwa and the United States were paying attention. Facing the camera, Xavier remained calm and composed, saying, first of all, the base is not terrorism. All actions are strategic measures and not intended to harm civilians deliberately. For those who have been mistakenly injured, the base provides full medical reimbursement and $100,000 compensation for each death. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd exclaimed, life cannot be measured by money. There were too many people present, so Xavier did not bother to identify the person and simply brushed off the matter with a sentence. The actions of the base were indeed inexplicable, but a superficial explanation would suffice. As for compensation, they would pay when they had the money. If not, they would have to wait. Xavier ignored the noisy crowd below, as the local soldiers maintained order, and the international journalists were not interested in this. They were more concerned about what the base wanted to do and its objectives. Secondly, the base's purpose is simple. Clash has been in war for a long time, and the people are suffering. Many cannot even have enough food to eat. Our only goal is to liberate Clash. Regardless of who the enemy is, Clash is not a place for power games between big nations. It should be a place with national sovereignty and dignity. Therefore, we can only stop war with war. Therefore, to achieve this goal as soon as possible, we apologize for injuring civilians. As soon as this was said, the noisy Clash civilians suddenly quieted down, looking at Xavier in surprise. Is this true? It's not that they are naive, but after decades of war and Clash, no one wants to live like this. As for whether it's true or not, only Xavier knows. Next, I hope that the civilians currently living in the city can temporarily move to the countryside, away from the conflict zones, and wait for further instructions. Our plan is to establish a new government in Clash in half a month. Wow! As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked, their eyes widened in disbelief. Half a month? So soon? To be able to say this at such a meeting, it was actually a conservative estimate. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this mysterious force really so confident? Did they really have the power to do this? When speaking in public, it is clear that neither the government army nor the Sali warlords are being taken seriously. Well, both sides are causing a lot of trouble now. In the end, many people want to know where we come from, but I don't think that's important. What matters is that we just want to bring peace to Clash, ensure the people live prosperously, and help the country become developed again. It's that simple. So, if anyone is interested in investing in Clash, if you need to trade in crude oil or anything else, feel free to contact me. Clash also needs to be rebuilt, the country has no income, and for those looking for work, you can come to Hama City in a few days. Alright, that's the end of my speech. Now, you can raise your hands to ask questions. Xavier gestured, indicating that there was nothing much to say publicly. His words were smooth and ambiguous, making it hard to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Only one key piece of information was revealed. They took over Clash in just half a month. Nothing else was mentioned. But even though no important information was disclosed, by presenting it this way, the base no longer felt like a terrorist organization. This was because both Xavier's appearance and demeanor, as well as the fully armed, neatly dressed soldiers, did not fit the image of fierce, disheveled terrorists. It was out of place. An accident happened carelessly, and I don't have time to write today, so I'm taking a day off. Actually, I haven't even met her. Some things are hard to explain. It's unfair. Due to the limit of less than 1,000 words, the following is just randomly excerpted. May, the beginning of summer, the sunlight became increasingly intense with the chirping of birds. At this time, a jasmine flower placed in a corner of the window embarked on a pure summer rendezvous of life. The white petals were arranged in layers, with delicate yellow stamens, resembling a maiden in a white sandskirt, standing gracefully among the green leaves. As the summer breeze passed by, the pure white skirt swayed elegantly, emitting a light and elegant fragrance that was soothing and refreshing, making one forget the mundane world. Jasmine flowers, belonging to the olive family, bloom for an exceptionally long period, with two types of blooming in summer and winter, but I only know about the summer blooming. From early summer to late autumn, the full petals and delicate fragrance of the flowers accompanied me, providing a cool and tranquil summer. My favorite time is on summer nights when the gentle evening breeze dispels the heat of the day. As my family sleeps, in the quiet study room, away from the daytime hustle and bustle, listening to the occasional chirping of insects outside the window, the carefully tended flowers on the windowsill send waves of floral fragrance with the wind. Brewing a cup of clear green tea, picking a few jasmine petals, and watching the white and green colors intertwine, while inhaling the elegant fragrance of tea and jasmine, the phrase peaceful years, tranquil present life always comes to mind. What a beautiful jasmine flower, with a fragrance that surpasses all other flowers in the garden. Standing quietly in front of the flowers, listening to the blossoming of the white petals, the elegant floral fragrance swirling around, the jasmine flower's fragrance fills the summer. Throughout the entire summer, the fragrance of jasmine purified my soul and uplifted my mood. The brilliance of summer flowers, June, life and death, warmth and cold are self-evident. Preface the sky in June, the bright sunlight shining through the window, making it bright and hot, always waking up drenched in sweat at 5 in the morning. The sky in June, the scorching wind, brushing away the last remnants of coolness. Drinking a glass of ice-cold water does not stop the burning temperature. The sky in June is clear and sunny, with sparse clouds in the distance, appearing pure and delicate in the piercing sunlight. The sky in June, the damp white shirt in the wind, leaving a faint scent of powder after fluttering. The sky in June, listening to the cicadas in the afternoon, the green grass is all vibrant, the songs in the ears seem even noisier. In June, the gentle and delicate floral dress, under the shade of the trees, only the appearance of hair soaked in sweat. In June, the cigarette smoke burned at the fingertips, scattered and drifting, no longer burning the restlessness, unable to bring fresh reveries. In June, the snow night that was lost, a bit blurry, unable to be retrieved. In June, wanting to immerse in water, just immerse in water, following her tranquility, following her by the side of the beloved. In June, wanting to cultivate superior Buddhist teachings, remembering the Buddhist principle, a calm mind naturally cools. In June, full of joyful expectations, a touch of rainbow, a pond of lotus flowers, a diary written in the sound of rain. In June, before sleep and after sleep, tossing and turning, the starlight on the rooftop, don't catch a cold. The child on the cloud edge, finally intolerant of the heat. The familiar sky, with clear and warm winds, a beautiful day in the human world. The summer of Dien, with clear blue skies, the end of the fragrant world. Now, enduring the scorching days, enduring the baptism of sweat. In the bitter summer, leaving behind a few words with the smell of sweat. If one day, I can endure this hot weather without complaints, without irritability, if I can still maintain peace and calm, then my practice will be complete. Fragments of summer, reaching out, wanting to grasp a cool breeze to give to you. Let you sleep peacefully. Often, many people judge a person based on their appearance. This statement indeed changed many people's perception of the terrorists. Instead, it made people think more. Is the base really trying to end the war with the clash? Xavier's voice just fell. The reporters below eagerly raised their hands, and Xavier casually pointed to one person, who stood up excitedly. Mr. Xavier, you just said that the base is not terrorism, then why do something similar to terrorists? This sharp question caught Xavier's attention. Xavier understood that many of these reporters were intentionally trying to discredit the base. He smiled slightly, not showing haste. What is the definition of a terrorist? How about the actions of Litu towards Gaza? Why aren't they called terrorists? How about the US towards Clash and Liasu? Is the US also a terrorist? This is war. Xavier's examples were very good, leaving the reporters speechless, as Litu directly attacked civilians, worse than the base's terrorism. Mr. Xavier, can I understand that you are confusing the concepts? We are referring to the base's actions, not Litu and the US. Xavier understood that this reporter had a strong bias. You can't reason with him. He smiled. If you insist on thinking that way, we can do some terrorist acts. Remember him, don't let him leave later. What? Ah! The whole venue was suddenly stunned, unable to believe what they heard. This was being broadcast live. Who knows how many people were watching? How dare he say that in public? Is he crazy? The reporter who asked the question just now was also dumbfounded, staring blankly with a wide-open mouth. Looking back, the surrounding soldiers, each with sharp eyes, were all staring at him. He couldn't help but turn pale. Nervous inside. Mr. Xavier, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Xavier's gaze was deep, revealing an inscrutable expression. Xavier ignored him and waved his hand. Meaningfully said, I know that the base has touched the interests of many people, so some people want to discredit us at all costs. This statement from the base is not a concession on our part. If anyone wants to label us as terrorists, isn't it a bit unfair if we don't do some terrorist acts? Alright, please continue with the questions. Xavier smiled, but the many reporters in the audience became cautious for a moment. Who dares to ask now? Will they really be caught and executed later? Only a few international journalists raised their hands weakly at this moment. Hello, I would like to ask, who exactly founded your base? Where do your weapons and fighter jets come from? Sorry, it's classified military information, no comment. Does the base really have stealth fighter jets and the rumored weapons of mass destruction? Sorry. Following this, whenever faced with certain questions, Xavier always used classified military information as an excuse to refuse to answer. This left the journalists feeling deflated on the spot. Throughout the entire statement, apart from what Xavier wanted to say, they didn't manage to ask any questions. Everyone was stunned. Shortly after, another very sensitive question was asked. Mr. Xavier, if the base were to establish a new regime in Clash, what would be your stance on the space shuttle in the Persian Gulf? As soon as this question was raised, the whole room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Xavier, trying to glean some information from his expression. Yes, this was also a journalist on a mission. Now, all countries are very concerned about the division of the space shuttle. However, Xavier remained calm and responded with surprise, "Isn't it supposed to be shared? How come? Are we in Clash not considered a country? So, does that mean you will also participate in the competition for the space shuttle wreckage?" Xavier smiled without saying a word, his meaning already clear. This was like a bomb. Various countries watching the person in charge of this declaration behind the scenes suddenly showed a dangerous look in their eyes. If real combat exercises were used to divide it, the combat power displayed by this mysterious force was truly unpredictable. Xavier and Jiang Chen's intention was to first release some signals to see what other countries meant, whether they wanted to continue smearing the base or acknowledge the future regime of the base. It was also to prepare for any response. Anyway, no matter what, Jiang Chen would definitely get involved. The technology involved in supporting interstellar travel with the space shuttle was top-notch. Why not take advantage of it without using any cheats? This declaration lasted for 2 hours. Finally, it ended. The news instantly spread to various countries, reaching the global stage. For a moment, whether overtly or covertly, waves of reaction surged. The Northern Alliance led by the United States began to smear the base. At this time, Clash was even more chaotic, with the government army and the Sali armed forces immediately contacting the Dragon country and the United States for support. Half a month. Like a death warrant, the ruling regime of Clash couldn't sleep at night. In the afternoon, Sali sat in his office, looking at the base's declaration, silent and full of anger and extreme hatred in his eyes. His decades of hard work, all buried last night. This was undoubtedly a deep-seated grudge. Soon, a call came in. When Sali saw the caller's name, his eyes flickered, and he answered the phone. After a moment of silence on the other end, a voice came through. "What do you think? Do you even need to ask? I want to kill him. In half a month, what does he take us for? He completely disregards us, no matter who is behind him, I will kill him. Shall we join forces? Let's deal with this guy first, then we can continue. I also have the same idea. It's a deal." Good. That afternoon, shortly after the end of the base's declaration, the Clash government army directly held a press conference, announcing that they would carry out military revenge against the base. Shortly after that, the Sali armed forces surprisingly also issued a statement through their representatives. To be continued. With the most severe measures, retaliation will be taken against the mysterious base, and it is expected that within a week, the base will be uprooted directly and completely eradicated. Wow! Netizens around the world who love to watch the excitement are once again shocked. These two parties are going to join forces to destroy the mysterious base first. Clash is becoming more and more lively. In the evening, the United States representative to the United Nations made a first-time statement that the mysterious base is conducting large-scale terrorist activities in Clash and sternly rebuked it to stop immediately. Otherwise, the United Nations has the right and obligation to impose sanctions on the mysterious base, not limited to financial and military sanctions. The United States also stated that if Clash needs it, they can provide some military supplies to combat global terrorist activities. At first glance, the mysterious base is actually being targeted by everyone. Clash has become the current hotspot globally, with countless people's attention focused here. Next, whether the mysterious base will establish a new regime, or be swallowed up by government forces and the Sali armed forces, becoming the biggest highlight. In the evening, at the base, the construction of the Red Alert, the necessary buildings, is currently completed, including nuclear missile launch silos, hyperspace converters, iron curtains, and weather controllers. Most of the construction vehicles at the base are resting, with the remaining half building a second airport 10 kilometers away from the base in a horizontal position. With the replenishment of gold mines and crude oil brought in today, the base's funds. Currently, there are still over 350,000 remaining. At this time, Jiang Chen stood at the entrance of the base, watching a base vehicle covered with yellow cloth drive away, heading deeper into the desert for future needs. In the sky, rockets kept coming from a distance, intercepted by anti-aircraft missiles over the base, as government forces and Sali armed forces have begun to launch an offensive against the base, consuming the base's air defense. Like fireworks, exploding in the air, Jiang Chen watched the base vehicle go far away, looked up at the sky, and the sparks of the explosion imprinted on his eyes. There are government forces from the west, and there are Sali armed forces from the southeast. Although they are severely weakened, they are not to be underestimated. In terms of the number of troops on the front line, the base is still inferior to these two parties. Commander, go to the command center first, it's more secure there, even if there are any fish that slipped through the net. Norton reminded. The base's Patriot anti-aircraft missiles can be seen everywhere. He was afraid of any accidents. Okay, let's go, I heard that the Sully armed forces and government forces are now gathering? Jiang Chen asked casually as they walked. This was what he had seen on short videos on his phone. Yes, flexing their muscles, all the fighter jets and bombers are ready to come out, and we are going to have a decisive battle with them. I heard that they want to crush us in one fell swoop, Norton said with a hint of amusement in his words. The fighter jets of both parties are quite outdated, either eliminated by major powers or having some functions disabled. They are cherished like treasures. It's not that Norton is underestimating them, but the base's air defense, apart from the most advanced stealth fighters, no matter how many aircraft come, they cannot break through the base's air defense. Trying to imitate what the base did to Qufit City, it won't work. The crack generator makes spy satellites and radars blind, so beyond visual range attacks are non-existent for the base. It can only let pilots launch missiles by visually observing the target. But before you even see it with your naked eye, the anti-aircraft missile has locked onto your fighter jet, unless you let the USB-2 Spirit bomber try. Another method. Use hypersonic missiles to directly attack the base, which is possible to break through the air defense, as no air defense system dares to claim 100% interception. Currently, the opponent is using saturation rocket attacks, consuming the base's air defense. Jiang Chen didn't know what other tricks there were, but obviously, the base was not one to sit and wait for death. Jiang Chen arrived at the command post. Waves of red dots appeared on the radar from several directions, continuously attacking the base. He had no expression and asked, "How is Alpha doing?" "We've been in contact all along, no abnormalities at the moment. The other side seems to not care about the Black Desert oil field for now because they know we can't transport much. As long as they take down the base, the crude oil and oil field will be theirs." "That's good." Jiang Chen felt relieved. After a pause, Norton continued, "Commander, according to our predictions, the government army and the Sully armed forces are likely to mobilize tonight, surrounding the base from multiple directions. We need to respond quickly." Despite the massive bombing of the Heli Lang Canyon, the base's strength seemed formidable, but upon closer inspection, apart from logistics personnel, there were less than 1,000 combatants. "Only 1,000 people. Don't panic," Jiang Chen said with a confident smile. "In this day and age, still relying on infantry charges? Without air superiority, no matter how many come, I have one word for them. Bring it on." Norton chuckled. "All right, Commander, I'll go gather intelligence." "Good." On the other side, the government army and Sully had a different perspective. They were very confident that this time's massive assembly would annihilate the base in one fell swoop. They came to avenge the great hatred of the Heli Lang Canyon. In Igang, Sully reviewed the three armies with full confidence. This time, he mobilized all forces, deploying all kinds of weapons without reservation. All of Sully's anti-aircraft vehicles, tanks, missile vehicles were on high alert, ready to move with the troops. Fighter jets, reconnaissance aircraft, and bombers were also fully deployed. He had 16 fighter jets and 6 bombers. The government army had a similar setup, totaling nearly 50 aircraft, not counting helicopters. Sully was most excited that Anthony had contacted him, and this time, the United States would provide crucial assistance. This would directly lead to the defeat of the base. Therefore, Sully was extremely confident. "When I break into the desert, all your weapons will be mine. Damn base, this time, I will make you pay in blood." Igang was in action. The capital of Clash was also in action. The government army now harbored deep hatred towards Jiang Chen, having done nothing but losing 50 to 60,000 people and millions of dollars worth of military supplies. It was like cutting a big piece of flesh from them. The capital and surrounding garrison cities were all nervously preparing for battle supplies. When the time came, they would split their forces and attack Hama City and the desert. The current president of Clash, Harold, couldn't believe that with the entire military might of Clash, they couldn't take down a small base. Their ammunition could cover the desert. That night, all over Clash, lights were on, and trucks transporting supplies were urgently preparing, gearing up for a major battle. It wasn't easy, just mobilizing ammunition and logistics would take a long time. Hamas City. The city where Xavier stayed seemed relatively calm, but many people couldn't sleep because of the constant explosions in the distant sky. Some international journalists stayed in Hamas City, filming and reporting throughout the night, with some even live streaming. The cameras were pointed at the sky above the desert, where rockets seemed to rain down endlessly, bombarding non-stop. Netizens from various countries who are keenly following this matter are also amazed in the live broadcast room. "Wow, this is serious. Such intense bombing. Can the mysterious base really withstand it?" People from the United States, China, Europe, and other European countries can directly watch the live broadcast of Hamas City because there are no network restrictions. The discussions in the live broadcast room are varied. As for Dragon Country, due to firewall restrictions, those who want to watch have to bypass the firewall, but there are still many people doing so. Illegal bypassing on international social platforms. Watching the situation in Clash. Wow, new information just came in. Clash has been bombing continuously for 3 hours, although it's intermittent, but they've probably launched nearly 500 rockets. Watch this video. It was filmed on a mountain nearby. All the rockets were intercepted in the air, not a single one fell. Impressive. Intercepted 500, this is crazy. Can the air defense hold up? Clash is going crazy. They wouldn't attack continuously throughout the night, right? At this rate, the mysterious base might be in trouble. Even if it's not in trouble, the air defense pressure is too high. There's no way, they only have that small area. Everyone knows if that gets bombed, the mysterious base is practically gone. Exactly. In the live broadcast rooms of international social platforms, under the videos brought over from Dragon Country, many people are discussing. This time, the mysterious base. Can it withstand the pressure? Without strategic depth, without multiple hiding places, once the air defense is breached, their days are numbered. It's been 3 hours, and the rocket attacks are still ongoing. They're done for, with this high-intensity assault, without external reinforcements, they'll be finished sooner or later. What can they do? The current situation of the mysterious base is basically known to everyone. No country globally is a friend of the base, relying solely on such a small military base. How much supplies can they have? Under continuous bombardment, how long can the air defense hold out? There's no way, unless the mysterious base takes the initiative to strike, hitting the enemy's artillery positions to relieve the air defense pressure, but once the base strikes, the enemy will know the air defense can't hold, and the next attacks will be even more intense. Insightful, brother. Let's guess, how long can the base's air defense hold out? Someone raised this question, and suddenly, the comments section and the live broadcast room were flooded with responses. For a perfect interception, often one rocket requires multiple air defense missiles to intercept. Given their base's location, there's no chance for replenishment. I think they can hold out for at most another 3 hours. I think it might be longer. They must have some preparations. Maybe they can last another 5 hours? Amidst countless discussions, more and more people gathered in the live broadcast room or under the videos, wanting to see when this attack will end, or if it will be breached. As time passed, in the blink of an eye, it was already early morning. The continuous bombing between the government forces and the Sali armed forces had been ongoing for 6 hours. They were all dumbfounded. The air defense of the mysterious base remained as solid as a rock. Not a single missile reached the ground. Is it possible that all the air defense missiles are stored in the ammunition depot? No one had ever thought of that. The base has no supplies, but it does have production lines. Ammunition is cheap, and a small amount of funds can produce a large quantity. They have as much as they need. The base. Jiang Chen yawned in the command post and turned back from the reclining chair. Norton, haven't they set off yet? Not yet, Commander. Maybe I overestimated them. Their preparations probably won't be completed tonight, Norton said with a somewhat helpless expression. They had thought the other side would act tonight, but based on the current intelligence, it seems unlikely. Hi, I've been waiting for nothing. Alright, I'm going to bed now. Let's not take any action and show the world how strong the base's defense capabilities are, and dispel some people's ideas. Jiang Chen waved his hand in boredom and walked out. Alright, Commander. The passive defense of the base does seem disadvantageous from the outside. Anti-aircraft missiles are much more expensive than rockets. Jiang Chen could easily send fighter jets to destroy the enemy's artillery positions, but not taking action is a way to flex muscles to other countries. The whole night passed. Not to mention the government army and the Sali armed forces, even the netizens from various countries waiting in the live broadcast room couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it! It's already dawn, and the anti-aircraft defense is still so strong. This mysterious base is like a bottomless pit. I give up, I'm numb, waited all night for this. There's no movement at all. Too damn impressive, this anti-aircraft defense. I don't respect anyone else, just this mysterious base. The cost of firing anti-aircraft missiles is probably enough for 2 hairs a year, right? Almost, too powerful. The whole night. Nearly 10 hours have passed, the sky is getting slightly brighter, and nearly 10,000 anti-aircraft missiles have been fired. The strategic reserve is terrifying. No wonder they dared to speak out. Half a month to take down Clash. If there are this many anti-aircraft missiles, what about bombs and other offensive missile weapons? You don't even need to think about it, there must be more. By noon, after a night and a half of preparation, the government army and the Sali armed forces finally stood ready, following various orders from multiple cities. They set off in an encirclement formation. On the main roads of Clash, there were long convoys of both armies like dragons. All their assets were on display. The people of Clash instantly captured this scene. It was posted on international social platforms. Everyone who saw it was instantly fired up. This is Clash, using the strength of a nation to attack a small base in the desert. It directly broke records. In the world, there has never been a military operation with such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. It's too shocking. Countless people flooded social platforms, watching videos from various angles and cities. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly a dozen cities sending troops to the mysterious base. Oh my god. This is too exaggerated. The mysterious base has truly set a world record, 1 city attacking 10 cities. 4 sides singing, 8 sides ambushing. Damn! Thank goodness the mysterious base isn't in the center, otherwise looking at the network map from the sky, it's like being completely surrounded. The most crucial thing is that the rocket attacks are still ongoing. It's damn spectacular. Almost everyone who saw this scene was shocked, especially those who made high-altitude visual marching maps. From a bird's-eye view, Hama City and the mysterious base are truly completely surrounded this time. It's like in some Three Kingdoms strategy games. A single arrow piercing through the clouds. Thousands of troops coming to meet each other. The armies departing from various cities are like rivers converging into the sea, heading straight for the mysterious base in the desert. The government army and the Sali armed forces at various military bases are pulling out artillery. After officially marching in, the rocket attacks have become more intense. The people in Hama City have been hearing thunderous noises since last night. Is the mysterious base not going to respond? This time, the two armies of Clash are really going all out. It feels very intense. I feel like it's over. Just this scene alone is so terrifying. How many people can the mysterious base send to respond? Last night, there were sporadic rocket attacks, but now it's very intense. The government army and the Sali warlords are going all out, firing all the rockets they can at the base. The sky is covered, and the mysterious base seems to be submerged. Suddenly compared. The big goose and the second goose are just like playing house. This is war. The mysterious base must move, otherwise once the air defense is breached, no one can survive. Is it possible that the mysterious base can't move now? What the heck? Seeing this sentence, everyone was stunned. Since the mysterious base appeared, there has only been one unit, going in and out of Clash. No one else. And now this unit, deep in the heart of the Sali armed forces, is finding it difficult to return. And the geographical location of the base. It is destined not to be able to support more units, no matter how the outside world discusses the base. At this time on the airport, the fighter jets are ready to take off. Zhang Chen rubbed his ears, his face showing some impatience. Damn it, didn't sleep well all night. The Foundation has shown the world almost enough. It's time to show them a tougher stance. How is the situation with the reconnaissance aircraft? Zhang Chen asked sideways. During this time, the base was certainly not idle. 2 reconnaissance aircraft were sent out since dawn. Because the base's radar cannot cover the entire Clash, there is only one spy satellite, which is currently insufficient, so electronic reconnaissance aircraft were sent out. Commander, the situation is fine. The routes of all the enemy armies have been identified. The reconnaissance aircraft has been discovered, and is now on its way back. Norton was confident. All the confidence comes from the Mirage fighter jets parked at the airport. A total of 10. On the second airport built last night, there are 5 more. A total of 15 sixth-generation fighter jets, firmly holding the air superiority over Clash. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said, okay, then proceed according to the plan. It's not our style to passively take hits. Prepare to counterattack. First take out all the enemy artillery positions. Understood. The second airport is called an airport. It is actually an air command center, equipped with spy satellites and ground stations, enabling real-time communication with 0 delay. Norton picked up the communicator, immediately began issuing orders. Zhang Chen took a sip of water, slowly retreated from the airport. Not all 10 fighter jets were deployed, only 5 were activated. The 4 engines roared together. Buzz. Internationally, fighter jets are either single-engine or twin-engine, but the base's 4-engine configuration is the first of its kind. But the design is still very cool. 2 of them are rotatable to support vertical takeoff and landing. After the fighter jets take off, they retract like the talons of a falcon. Other fighters can only maintain maximum speed for a short time. The base's 4 engines can maintain maximum speed all the time. Zhang Chen knew that the base was being watched by many people, and he didn't think he could hide it. Under the gaze, the 5 fighter jets took off instantly, avoiding incoming rockets, ascending rapidly in a burst of explosions. Then with a sonic boom surpassing the speed of sound, they flew in several directions with a loud boom. Boom boom boom. 2 of them flew over the sky of Hama City, startling countless people. covering their ears because for fighter jets, 40 kilometers pass by in an instant. They did not deliberately climb to the stratosphere. So in the troposphere, the sound of the fighter jets passing by is very intense, and the people of Hama City all came out to watch as a black dot streaked across the sky, leaving a long trail of air. Thoughts emerged in their minds. The mysterious base is counterattacking. It's possible. The air defense can't hold up. And no matter what the reason is, the real show is about to begin. The government army and the Sali armed forces have set up outposts in Hama City. So, almost at the same time, they received the news of the base's fighter jets taking off. Sali looked at the silent air defense radar. It seems that they are indeed stealth fighter jets. Issue a unified order, the highest level of alert for all air defenses. The enemy aircraft have taken off. He didn't seem too worried on his face. Knowing that the base had fighter jets and bombers, this time, all troops advanced in batches, wanting to emulate a large-scale bombing like the one in Helilang. It's not that simple. And the accompanying anti-aircraft vehicles are also ready. Vice General, let our fighter jets show up and tell them that it's not just them who have fighter jets. Sali snorted. Yes. His deputy quickly gave the order. Immediately, several fighter jets took off from the Portavi, flying low over the city, seemingly displaying sovereignty, flying towards Hama City. Sali also wanted to test the base's air defense range. At the same time, the government army also quickly responded, with several fighter jets taking off, all heading towards Hama City, and the two armies had exchanged information on fighter jets. When they meet, they will be displayed on their respective aircraft radars. Avoid friendly fire. Gerard called Sali, with a cheerful voice on the other end. Buddy, it seems that their air defense is about to collapse. We must now defend the air firepower and be careful with stealth fighters. Losing air superiority decades ago. Being bombed to pieces, this is something that any Clash person cannot forget, and the subsequent understanding of the importance of air superiority. Do you have a way? Our aircraft are not as advanced as others, and air superiority is not something we can just have. Sali responded, but his tone was relaxed. It seems. Not very worried? There is no way. If the radar can't detect them, we can only use our fighter jets to intercept theirs, to ensure air superiority as much as possible, Gerard said bluntly. If the anti-aircraft radar doesn't react, it means the anti-aircraft missiles are useless. Stealth fighters come and go as they please. Of course, there are some ways to deal with stealth fighters, such as electronic warfare aircraft, which use electromagnetic interference against stealth fighters. Or highly maneuverable interceptors. Keep chasing them. Another way is to use spy satellites for dynamic monitoring, tracking stealth fighters, calculating their trajectory, and attempting to intercept them with missiles. And the most difficult but also the simplest method is to improve radar technology to penetrate stealth coatings. There is no other way. Obviously, these technologies are not possessed by the Clash government army or Sali's armed forces. Sali smiled faintly, speaking freely on the phone. I have a way, but I have conditions. Gerard on the other end was stunned for a moment. His pupils slightly contracted. What method do you have? He signaled to his subordinates not to speak, listening attentively, while inwardly wondering how Sali could have a way to deal with stealth fighters. What's going on? I said, I have conditions. Sali spoke lightly, using this as a bargaining chip. Gerard pondered briefly and said, tell me. I'll be direct, there's no room for negotiation. After taking down the mysterious base, we split their technology and weapons 64-40. Sali was firm and resolute, increasing the initial 50-50 split to 64-40, meaning, don't argue with me. It's pointless. Gerard remained silent, and after a moment, a voice came through the phone. Okay, tell me your method. Don't worry, it won't be long before they become blind. Sali hinted. Gerard looked pensive, slowly nodded. I understand. What about now? Their aircraft have already taken off. I'll contact them immediately. For now, let's use our fighter jets to deal with them. The two hung up, and Sali made another call. A few secret words were exchanged before hanging up quickly. Across the ocean. In the United States, the Star Ring Group is located in a coastal city, with a grand building that is 40 stories high. At the top, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. 36th floor. It is the satellite base of the Star Ring Group, with thousands of satellites controlled and transmitting data on this floor. At this moment, Anthony, accompanied by two subordinates, sits in an office with a slightly overweight middle-aged man, their eyes locked. A slender secretary brings in several cups of coffee. Please, Brian gestures, not caring if Anthony drinks, takes a sip himself, and savors the taste. Suddenly, leaning back on the sofa, he calmly asks, whose idea are you carrying? Karen, Anthony replies with a smile, softly uttering the two words. Calmer than Brian. Karen. This name is well known among the American elite as the head of American intelligence. Moody, cunning, and ruthless. Brian had already anticipated this, placing his coffee on the table, crossing his legs comfortably on the sofa, nodding in agreement. They say capital can control everything, but there is more conspiracy theory involved, with politics outweighing capital. The factions involved are complex. It's not a one-size-fits-all situation. Just know that Karen doesn't need capital support. His stance towards capital is superior because capital cannot manipulate politicians. To dismiss Karen? Moreover, if you have this idea but haven't acted on it, you'd probably be invited for tea at the CIA. What does it mean to be the head of intelligence? Karen. Brian laughs, but surprisingly doesn't refuse Anthony's request. Go ahead, what's in it for me? The Star Ring Group has the most private satellites globally. Ostensibly for communication, they have been working as spies for the US, providing information for cooperation. If there is a conflict with the US, they can access all user data. We are all family. Discussing benefits seems a bit awkward, Anthony jokes as Brian loosens up. Am I at a loss then? You know the Treasury won't reimburse you. How about it, can't the mighty Star Ring afford to lose a few $1,000,000? Then there's nothing to discuss. Brian shrugs, admitting that a few $1,000,000 is nothing to him. But even in a cooperative relationship, businessmen seek profit and don't make a fuss. Anthony sighs inwardly, knowing there's no easy way out. So, what benefits do you want? Brian tilts his head slightly, appearing pensive but already determined. Star Ring is preparing to enter the weapons industry. Let Karen facilitate the procedures for me. Anthony's expression changes. Indeed. The information he saw was correct. Brian is ambitious, and the intelligence agency has long known that the Star Ring Group wants to research heavy weapons but lacks the qualifications. Karen anticipated this and instructed Anthony to agree to the request but with certain conditions. In the current international situation, arms dealers are all eager to profit. Without a veteran arms dealer to mediate, it's difficult for newcomers to pass official procedures. I can agree, but all of Star Ring's weapons must be transparent to intelligence. And you must handle this matter for us, Anthony decisively agrees, following Karen's instructions. No problem. Brian readily agrees, pledging his word. It's just a satellite, right? Simple. Anthony's purpose was simple, to let Star Ring Company take the blame for destroying the satellite of the mysterious base, as the United States stayed out of it. This would render the heavy firepower of the base unusable without the satellite. Without the satellite, the base's fighter jets, missiles, and most of its capabilities would be paralyzed. Even though the fighter jets had their own fire control radar, without the guidance of the radar satellite, their combat effectiveness would decrease significantly. Even instant communication would become a challenge, as once they connected to signals from other communication companies, the base's intelligence would become transparent. Anthony couldn't wait any longer and urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's get started. The battle over there has already begun, and Director Karen and I don't want to hear about what the mysterious base's fighter jets have been up to." All right. Bradley Weiner smiled. The group then moved to the Satellite Control Center. The place was very large, with the entire floor divided into rooms separated by bulletproof glass, filled with various electronic instruments and screens. There were armed security guards at the elevator entrances and in the corridors. According to our information, when the satellite of the mysterious base was just launched, it was very close to your satellite, so it should have triggered a collision avoidance alert, Anthony explained briefly to Bradley as he walked with a tablet in hand. I'll give you a channel to join in and sync some data from the satellite of the mysterious base. Bradley nodded in agreement, glanced at the orbital data of the base satellite on the tablet, and then headed straight to a room. Boss. The group quickly arrived at the office of satellites numbered 590 to 600. The office was small, with only 3 people inside operating. When they heard the door open, they turned around and were startled to see the 3 visitors. They quickly stood up. Boss, why are you here? Bradley, as the boss of Star Ring Group, rarely visited such places, so it was the first time they had seen him. They were somewhat nervous. At that moment, they heard hurried footsteps outside the door, and the supervisor of the satellite department rushed in anxiously. Boss, sorry, I was busy with something just now. After speaking, Supervisor Smith looked inquiringly at the employees in the office. David, is something wrong? No, I don't know either. David quickly waved his hand. Anthony took a few steps forward, smiling. Hey, buddy, don't be afraid. It's okay. Just do your job when we tell you. Oh, okay. David approached and reassured him, placing his hands on David's shoulders and guiding him to the control panel. Anthony leaned down. Connect to Channel D. F189 CK582. What channel? The satellite. David turned to look at the supervisor and the big boss Bradley. Bradley pulled a chair and sat down beside him, nodding in approval. Anthony winked. "Hurry up, buddy." Seeing the approval of the big boss, David quickly connected, and a shared screen appeared showing a corner of the deep space orbit, with a satellite floating quietly in space. David widened his eyes. Isn't this the one that was launched a few days ago and almost collided with our orbit? Yes, that's the one, Anthony laughed. Bradley gestured, and Smith quickly approached. "Go make a few cups of coffee." "Yes, sure." He sat down beside them, quietly watching Anthony operate. At that moment, Anthony's attention was fully focused on David and the screen, giving instructions step by step. "Find the closest satellite to this one, calculate the distance and fuel, see if you can get close to it." David was puzzled, looking at Anthony. "What are we doing? You're not thinking of crashing into it, are you?" He thought of a ridiculous possibility. David looked shocked. Anthony was very persuasive, using a mix of coercion and temptation. He stared at David, who shivered and said, "Don't worry about it, it's not your concern. Whatever happens, our big boss will handle it, and you might even get a bonus, understand?" David was a straightforward person who couldn't argue with Anthony's imposing manner. He nodded and checked the information. Number 599 and number 600 are the closest, with enough fuel. 599 is moving in the same direction as the satellite, so a slight adjustment and acceleration are all that's needed. It's like two people running parallel on a road, matching speeds. By slightly increasing speed and adjusting direction, they can make contact with the other person. Brilliant! Anthony clapped his hands and leaned back on the table, looking at Brad with amusement. He then glanced around and noticed a surveillance camera above. He chuckled. "Mr. Brad, don't you have anything to say?" They were all sharp individuals at this level. Brad understood instantly that Anthony was afraid and trying to shift all the blame onto him. He shook his head helplessly. "David, right? You used our satellite to collide with that other satellite." Suddenly, the department head, Smith, carrying a tray of 6 cups of coffee, froze at the door, looking surprised. He hesitated to speak, realizing that no matter how much loss occurred, it had nothing to do with him. He nervously handed out the coffee to Anthony and the others, then stood aside, observing. David swallowed nervously, wondering if he had misheard. The cost of launching a satellite is in the millions, and they had just casually collided with one. Wasn't he worried about disputes arising? Despite this, David continued operating the satellite control program. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. This was satellite warfare in space. To be able to create this was beyond his wildest dreams. David stared intently at the screen, his fingers dancing on the keyboard, unlocking various security programs with passwords. He then targeted the base's satellite. Trembling, he used his fingers to press the ignition button, and the office fell silent as the 8 people watched. Click! The crisp sound of the keyboard echoed as the satellite from Star Ring Company began continuous propulsion in space, heading towards the base's satellite. Meanwhile, clashes were happening in various locations. Salim militants were launching rockets, causing panic among government troops. Explosions rang out overhead as fighter jets flew low, creating a spectacle. As they watched the fighter jets, a missile detached and ignited in mid-air, hurtling towards them. A loud explosion followed, triggering a chain reaction of explosions at the rocket base. The fighter jet had already disappeared into the distance. The scene repeated in various places, catching the artillery off guard. They thought it was over when the fighter jet passed, only to be surprised by a missile launch that seemed effortless and stylish. In just a few minutes, Salim and Herard received news that over 20 artillery positions had been destroyed. They were not surprised and immediately prepared the next batch of rockets. "What's the use? I have plenty of rockets. This time, I've prepared a lot for you." Sally stood on the secret building, looking out the window, watching the Agon's fighter jets take off. In order to completely eliminate the base, they were well prepared, with hundreds of rocket launchers, exposing a maximum of 30 at a time. So, after the first batch of clash artillery positions were completely destroyed, Jiang Qin didn't have much peace before rockets rained down again. Intercepted with a rumble overhead. Jiang Qin raised his head, squinted slightly, realizing that it was useless to attack the enemy's artillery positions, and decided to start the final battle directly. Crush all their forces. Norton, let all our air combat units take off. V3 missile vehicles ready, rocket launch vehicles ready, let's blow up one of their troops upside down. Received. Please give me a gift, I will send red envelopes to everyone when the manuscript fee is paid. Love you all. Air Command. Norton began to issue orders one by one, with Jiang Chen by his side. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded beep 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 from a machine in the command center, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? It's a satellite alarm signal, Commander, someone is approaching our satellite. The engineer quickly checked and shouted back. Jiang Chen and Norton exchanged glances, then quickly approached the computer. Indeed, an emergency obstacle avoidance alert was triggered on the screen. Bring up the footage. Norton's eyes flickered, already knowing what to do, and said seriously. The engineer quickly operated the camera, searched for a moment, and soon locked onto a satellite, which was advancing towards the base. Commander, it seems that the other side is well prepared, should we evade? The engineer quickly asked, while also quickly operating. The base's satellite still had some residual fuel. A simple evasion is possible. It must be the force behind Clash that has taken action, trying to destroy our satellite. This will drag the base's defensive and offensive operations into a quagmire. Norton spoke quickly, patting the engineer's shoulder. Initiate evasive action. Now the base has only one satellite. No matter who the other side is, this satellite must not be destroyed. Jiang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie synchronously, with a calm expression, and shouted, Nolan, do you copy? Yes, Commander, what's up? Start the satellite production line. On the other side, Nolan could clearly sense Jiang Chen's anger in his tone and quickly replied, understood. The engineer operated quickly. But the satellite was too fast, in synchronous orbit, moving at the same speed as the Earth's rotation, beyond the speed of sound. So, just as the base's satellite propulsion system was activated, the engineer felt deflated as he stared blankly at the screen turning into a mess of colors. No need to think. The base's satellite was destroyed. Norton and Jiang Chen remained silent. It wasn't the engineer's fault, the speed was too fast, making it difficult to react. But anyone would be angry. If I'm not mistaken, Clash doesn't have its own satellite. Find out who did this, we're not done with them on this matter. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, with a hint of killing intent. This unexpected event caught him off guard today. But with his character, he will definitely seek revenge. On Norton's side, he also picked up the walkie-talkie for the first time. At this moment, communication within the base was only possible through ground station signals. The coverage was not particularly wide. Fortunately, the first wave of fighter jets had finished attacking the enemy. They were currently reloading ammunition. Otherwise, they would lose navigation. Nolan, speed up the satellite production line. Our satellite was maliciously destroyed, and it is crucial for the base now. Jiang Chen picked up the walkie-talkie again. Got it. Nolan was startled, that's how it was. But the production line was fixed, and he couldn't do anything in a hurry. It takes an hour to produce a satellite. Command Center. The engineer brought up the screen that had just been automatically saved in the background, opened the internet, and directly initiated a global comparison. The answer jumped out in an instant. Commander, it was done by the American Star Ring Group's satellite. The engineer also gritted his teeth. Although the other party's behavior was not a problem, it had just caused him to fail in front of the commander. He now held a grudge against the Star Ring Group. Star Ring? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. The famous Star Ring was well known to everyone, and of course he knew about it, but he never expected that the Star Ring would actively participate in this war. Fine, whether it's Star Ring or Ball Ring. This time, I will definitely crush you. Norton, you stay here and watch. I need to go to the combat laboratory. With these words, Jiang Chen walked away with a fierce aura. The Star Ring Group has thousands of satellites under its control. They have very mature launch technology. Since the other party has already picked a fight, it is estimated that launching just one satellite from the base is not safe. What if it gets destroyed again by the other party? And especially at a critical moment in the war? Therefore, Jiang Chen believed that the base must have some countermeasures in space, on the satellite battlefield, in order to carry out retaliation effectively. In no time, he arrived at the 11th floor of the combat laboratory. The three of them were designing blueprints, and when they saw Jiang Chen rushing in, they all stood up and said, Commander, you're here. It's okay, Professor, please sit down. Jiang Chen gestured from a distance. When he approached, he said, our satellite was destroyed by the enemy. I am producing a second one, but I want to equip the satellite with some weapons that can attack and defend. Do you have any ideas? Upon hearing this, the three fell into silence, thinking frantically. Just a few seconds later, Einstein said, Commander, there is no oxygen in space. If we want to attack, we can consider laser weapons. The technology of the light prism tank can be modified and installed on our satellite. Damn! Jiang Chen was shocked. Is this what a big shot is like? The plan was proposed before he could even catch his breath. And it was so brilliant. He liked it. Okay, Professor Einstein, let's go with your suggestion. Jiang Chen immediately agreed, with a slight smile on his face. You like playing with satellites, huh? Let's see how many satellites you have. Shall we start designing now? The Hive drone mothership will be ready soon. Einstein turned to look at the computer, feeling a bit reluctant. They had been working on this for almost a day, and the commander's idea was definitely a very great one. He even thought it could replace aircraft carriers. What? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. So fast? This trio keeps surprising him. No wonder producing one of them costs more than an aircraft carrier. It's worth it. He directly focused on the computer screen, wanting to see what the Hive drone mothership that Einstein mentioned looked like. It was a bit disappointing, as it only showed internal structural diagrams. There were no external design images. Jiang Chen had to suppress his excitement and said, "Professor, let's put this on hold for now. The satellite is urgent right now. We need to get it out quickly, or the base won't be able to fight the enemy at all." "Okay, let's start now." Einstein, Nicholas, and Helens put away their current work, saved it, and immediately found the dismantling diagram of the satellite. They began to figure out where to start. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "3 professors, I'm counting on you. Remember to have the guards inform me when it's ready. We need to modify the production line quickly, time is tight." As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 understood the importance of the task. Helens nodded and said, "Don't worry, Commander, we will try to make minimal changes, and if possible, we won't touch other components. We can produce a set of components first, and then use them directly to save a lot of time." "Okay, sounds good. It's best this way." Seeing the 3 people getting into work mode, Jiang Chen didn't stay long as he had other things to attend to. He also asked Nolan to prepare the components. Due to the base's satellite being monitored by many countries from time to time, the scene of Star Ring Company colliding with the base satellite was seen by all. No one expected this to happen. It's quite astonishing. Star Ring Group didn't try to hide it. They directly posted a statement on international social media. "Due to the unknown satellite, not reported during launch, it collided with our satellite in orbit. We are very sorry for this incident. To the owner of the satellite, please follow the proper procedures when launching satellites next time." The statement caused a sensation. Many countries reposted it. Now, many eyes are on the Clash battlefield, and this news has become the latest update on the Clash war. Mysterious base satellite suspected to be destroyed. Whoever sees this news is shocked. This is a global first. No war has ever involved satellites before. Has the mysterious base's battlefield expanded to space now? And what's up with Star Ring Group? What? Isn't Star Ring Company supposed to be civilian? How could they do this? Can we still buy electronic products from Star Ring Group in the future? Although the quality of domestic products is a bit lacking, it's better to buy domestic products if possible. After all, it's someone else's child. Apart from a few comments targeting Star Ring Group, netizens from various countries, especially those from the north, are just watching the show. Serves them right. They launched the satellite without reporting it. This serves them right for being selfish. They got what they deserved, right? Oh, where is this mysterious base located? I don't know whose side to take. Definitely siding with the good guys. They are terrorists. I heard that last time. A journalist was left behind as a laborer and had to work for a month before returning. Is it true? With the only satellite gone, won't the mysterious base be in trouble? Ha ha ha. Star Ring Group's statement, similar to that of a robber, not only did not anger the public but instead received a lot of applause, because the countries in the north have already portrayed the base as a villain. So, naturally, they received the support of the people. The news is sensational. Some videos have been released, and it's unclear which country recorded them. In space, Star Ring Group's satellite accelerated and collided with another satellite. Both satellites and all their parts shattered in space, drifted off orbit, and became space debris, floating farther and farther away. In Hama City, Xavier, responsible for base diplomacy, received the news shortly after the incident, along with Star Ring Group's robber-like rhetoric, which made him very angry. "Commander, we can't let this go. The base has never suffered such a loss." Xavier was indignant and immediately contacted Jiang Chen. "I'm preparing. It's always us provoking others. How dare a civilian group like Star Ring provoke us?" Jiang Chen responded coldly. "Isn't that seeking death?" Despite his indignation, Xavier remained calm. "But there is a problem. If we, as an armed force, openly retaliate against Star Ring Group, the name of terrorists may stick to us." "What do you suggest then?" Jiang Chen asked after some thought. Xavier's point was valid. Military retaliation against a civilian group wouldn't end well. He wasn't afraid of carrying that name, but at this stage, Clash needed rapid development. It needed a positive reputation externally. After some thought, Xavier said, "Commander, let's say the satellite isn't ours but belongs to a company we cooperate with. We can retaliate in the company's name, and it won't be linked to us. Moreover, subsequent trades can also be conducted through the company, which is much more convenient. Our base can produce a large number of components, such as chips, for trading. Infrastructure is very costly. After the base is established, a large number of signal base stations, radar base stations, etc. need to be built. Jiang Chen's goal is to build his own empire into an unprecedented one. Of course, capital is needed. Okay, you handle it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This could indeed work. Although it's just a change of appearance, it looks very different in the eyes of others. Soon, Xavier registered an account on an international social platform, Third World Industry. Third World Industry, we strongly condemn the behavior of Star Ring Group, maliciously destroying our satellites. This is a terrorist act, a bandit act. Third World Company will definitely retaliate in kind. The response quickly went viral. Third World Industry. What kind of company is this? Has anyone heard of it? I don't know, but who cares? Regardless of what kind of company it is, as long as we know they are related to the mysterious base. How should we retaliate? Without industry, without operations, we can't sanction Star Ring Group. I think they are just talking. They can't possibly fly up and shoot down Star Ring's satellites, right? Of course not, they are still worrying about what to do without satellites. This is a new company, probably launched by the mysterious base to make a statement. This is entertaining, Global netizens were amused by the Third World's response, not thinking that the Third World or the mysterious base would resort to the same means. Launching satellites to retaliate by hitting satellites is even more unlikely, let alone sending people to retaliate against Star Ring Group within the US. So, everyone felt that this was just tough talk. Star Ring Group. Blade and Anthony naturally saw this news, as it spread very quickly, and Xavier confirmed it to the reporters. Third World Industrial Group is the base's partner. In a leisurely office, Blade elegantly leaned against the table, took a sip of coffee, a hint of contemptuous smile on his face as he glanced at the news. He didn't take it to heart at all. Anthony chuckled. Mr. Blade, are you afraid of retaliation? He couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Alright, the matter has been taken care of for you. If you have nothing else, go fulfill our promise. If you need any information, tell my assistant. Blade didn't want to waste words on this matter. He thought it was unnecessary. Anthony nodded, stood up to bid farewell. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Mr. Blade, when we say the matter is taken care of, it also includes the satellites they will launch later. Of course, Blade readily agreed. Later? Joking, how many satellites can there be later? Star Ring Group has thousands, why fear a few insignificant ones later? The world is currently under blockade. Without supplies, there are very few who can independently produce satellites. So, Blade didn't believe that the base could launch many satellites. With Blade's approval, Anthony called two subordinates. Let's go. Blade followed behind. As they prepared to return to their office, Smith, David, and a few others stood up respectfully, politely seeing them off. Upon returning, David breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize his palms were sweaty. Satellite collisions, a century-breaking news, happened under his watch. He must boast to his friends tonight. Clash. Half an hour after the base satellite was destroyed. Harold, how about that? I told you I had a way. What do you think? Sally boasted to the government army president, Harold, very pleased. Admire. Harold's face was full of envy. To be honest, when he received that message just now, even he was surprised, shocked, didn't expect it. Sally's method. It turned out to be so exaggerated. It scared him. Also, he didn't expect the extent of the U.S. support for Sally's armed forces, even resorting to using capital to destroy the satellite of the mysterious base. The dragon country behind him doesn't have this kind of courage. Although weapons and military satellites are abundant, they can deal with Sally's armed forces, but facing such advanced weapons at the base, there is no way. Being praised by an old opponent like this, Sally was extremely pleased in his heart, laughing loudly, and then with a sense of revenge, said, now that the mysterious base is in chaos, we must act quickly, keep the artillery firing, and kill them as soon as possible. I know, it's already arranged. In the base, there were more intense rocket and artillery attacks than last night. Shooting wildly, giving a very arrogant feeling. Do they really think they are bullying the weak and the sick? Jiang Chen looked at the rockets being intercepted and exploding, a cold smile on his face. So this chapter is written under the premise that the anti-aircraft will intercept their own. Those who understand this, please don't criticize. If it weren't for the base's full anti-aircraft defense, he would have retaliated with rockets. The fighter jets with stealth coating would be fine, but now they are launching missiles and rockets. It's putting pressure on the base's air defense. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Jiang Chen silently thought. In the tank factory, the assembly line had already started to assemble the satellite. The second satellite component is also in production, just waiting for the drawings from Professor Einstein to modify the production line. Wait. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened, showing an extremely sharp look. There is a way after all. Damn it, how could he forget about the base's super weapon? Damn it! He had always thought that without becoming powerful, it's better not to use it, as it could easily provoke a global response. Spatial temporal conversion and nuclear bombs cannot be used. Is it okay for me to use the weather controller? Thunder and lightning. That's a natural disaster. What does it have to do with my base? Do you think I control it? Damn it, I have to deal with him. I am not someone who can be bullied. Jiang Chen became more excited as he thought about it. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Norton, the enemy is now dividing their forces. How many troops are the largest? What kind of equipment do they have? Or, do you have the location information of Sally and Harold? Not more than 10,000. As for the airport, we haven't found it. The reconnaissance aircraft dare not go deep, and the locations of Sally and Harold are not very clear either. Is that so? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. It's a bit of a loss. The super weapon must not be used too many times. 1 or 2 times of natural disasters can be explained. You can't bring down destructive lightning every day. It can destroy a whole area. That's too fake. Or should we wait? When they gather their forces when they get closer, the reconnaissance aircraft has been searching for the enemy's command center these days. Let them experience the feeling of ascension at that time. Bathing in thunder. Jiang Chen thought sinisterly, a smirk on his face. At this moment, Nolan brought the transport vehicle and finally pulled the satellite out of the workshop. Commander, it's ready. Good, you launch first. I estimate that when this one goes up, it may also be attacked. Let the engineers watch. Let them be arrogant for a while. Wait for Professor Einstein's message later. Yes. The transport vehicle instantly pulled the satellite and headed to the rocket launch base. Everything was ready here. At this moment, just 1 hour away from the satellite being destroyed. Wait. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that the air defense was on, and they couldn't launch the missile, or their own missile would shoot down the carrier rocket. Damn. Xinghuan, you've caused big trouble. If I don't take you down this time, my surname is not Jiang. Jiang Chen was itching with anger. What to do? Activate the Iron Curtain? Nolan, who had just taken a few steps, also realized the problem, turned back and looked at Jiang Chen with a troubled face. Commander, the base's air defense is on, we can't launch. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Nolan, how long does it take to activate the Iron Curtain and cool it down? The Iron Curtain device also generates a lot of heat. Where there is energy, there is heat. Nolan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Commander, it's not just about cooling down, it also needs to be recharged. It will take 3 days. 3 days? Then after launching this satellite, they won't be able to launch the new satellite from Instan. Jiang Chen could only say, then let's not launch it for now, let's wait for Professor Instan's message. Okay. There was no way, this was war, this was reality, not a game. The base had been operational for less than 6 days. To achieve what they had done so far was already very good. They were limited by their resources, they could only take it slow. In the future, they would build more bases to avoid such problems. Jiang Chen considered it a learning experience. He continued to wait patiently. Outside, the Clash army was advancing step by step towards Hama City. According to the latest intelligence, the leading forces would arrive at Hama City in less than an hour. In this situation, Xavier had to withdraw from Hama City back to the base, as they couldn't predict what the Sali militants might do to him. As the armored convoy withdrew, the reporters in Hama City once again stirred up rumors. It's over, the satellite has been destroyed, the fighter jets can't take off. The mysterious base is in real trouble now. People have evacuated from Hama City. Are they preparing for a desperate move? It's a disaster. Without fighter jets, their base probably doesn't have many people. Otherwise, they would have built defenses in Hama City long ago. This time they might be caught off guard. I can't stop laughing. They said they would take down Clash in half a month? Now they might lose the base in a week. It's really laughable. Mysterious base, I didn't want this either. The young people have no sense of honor. They attacked my satellite, what can I do? Ha ha ha. Finally, we can see what the mysterious base looks like. There have never been any photos of it leaked. Where are the spy satellites of various countries? What are they doing? Yeah, I'm curious too. In such a tense situation, the base had no choice but to unleash all its firepower, with various ammunition and weapons production lines running at full capacity. As Xavier withdrew, the base received the news that the Sali armed forces had reached Hama City and started deploying military facilities. bringing out artillery units to bombard the base heavily. It was clear that they were on the brink of a crisis. Nolan anxiously waited, calling all available engineers and preparing the machinery for modification. If things went well, they wouldn't need to stop the production line. Instead, these senior engineers would directly carry out the modifications, saving a lot of time. The desert was very hot. The sun scorched the earth, causing the air to shimmer in the high temperatures. Although Jiang Chen was not worried, he was still busy in this atmosphere, sweating profusely. "Commander, we've secured the second oil field. Do you need me to return for defense?" At this moment, Alpha, who had been leading troops outside, called. Jiang Chen went straight to the command center. The cool air from the air conditioner was refreshing. He said, "No need, the base is well prepared. Even if they attack, they won't be able to break in easily." After a pause, Jiang Chen asked again, "Alpha, are you not far from the port now? There are 2 oil fields, both controlled by the Sali armed forces. The second oil field is on the edge of the western desert of Clash, with the port in the middle." Alpha replied, "It's about 300 to 400 kilometers away. This distance, under forced march conditions, would take about 5 to 6 hours. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen rejected the idea that had just come up. Forget it, it's better to stay and guard the oil fields. With enemy fighter jets and bombers, they wouldn't dare to act rashly in the oil fields. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it outside." "Understood, Commander. I'll find an opportunity to see if I can sneak the terror robots into the city of Igar to disrupt their rear lines," Alpha said ominously. The idea was very vicious. Jiang Chen did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, news finally came from the operations laboratory that the new blueprint was ready. It was handed directly to Nolan. After resting for a while, Jiang Chen rushed over from the Air Command headquarters to check. Nolan and a dozen others had already started working in the workshop. Seeing him, Nolan's eyes lit up. "Commander, great. This modification is very convenient. No need to disrupt the production line, just need to add an additional launching device and charging device." The attack system was considered independent. There was no need for major modifications to the original satellite. Similar to exoskeletons, it was a direct addition, like screwing a cap onto a bottle. It could also be understood as docking. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. "How long will it take to complete the modification?" "We are producing the laser device, it should take about half an hour, and everything will be completed." Nolan estimated the time. Jiang Chen took the tablet computer from him. The blueprint of the new satellite was displayed on it. Like a dragonfly, the light prism emitter was not the kind of laser that refracted light like a prism, but was directly stimulated by high-energy batteries. It was equivalent to an energy weapon. Very powerful. Even in games, a group of light prism tanks together, the heavily armored Apocalypse trying to charge through would suffer heavy losses. The power was very high. "Let's make do with it for now. We'll settle the account with the Star Ring group later, after we've dealt with the current troubles. But it's better to be prepared." Jiang Chen returned the tablet to Nolan. Nolan and the others started dismantling and preparing for the interface. Meanwhile, outside, there was no chance for the base to catch its breath. The vanguard of Hama City boldly began to march into the desert. Their mission was to take a look at this mysterious base, see what it looked like, who it belonged to, and test the strength of the base. If it was weak, it would be best to take it down. This unit consisted of about 2,000 people, mostly infantry, with only a dozen or so armored vehicles. The officers divided the troops into several teams to advance. Behind this team, there were a dozen civilian vehicles from Hama City, with journalists from various countries holding cameras, recording, wanting to witness and report on this moment. Seeing that the Sali armed forces did not stop them, some residents of Hama City even followed out of curiosity, discussing and taking pictures with their phones. The mysterious base. It had never been seen before, and now it was finally going to be revealed? In no time, the reconnaissance unit controlled a dozen drones to take off and prepare to investigate the situation. In the operations information vehicle, the officers and some staff members watched the footage transmitted by the drones on the screen. The desert stretched endlessly, barren, with only occasional greenery and tamarisk trees visible. The rest was a patch of sandy yellow. They are moving along the route without setting up any outposts? And there are no drones patrolling the area? Is this reasonable? One staff member furrowed his brow deeply. The silence was a bit eerie. It is said that not only us, but various countries have secretly sent drones before, all of which were shot down. How come this time there is nothing? Another officer was also puzzled. Years of combat experience. Even if there are heavy guards ahead, daring to break through the dragon pool and tiger's den, there is nothing here, which is very puzzling. Often, calmness precedes a storm. Is it possible that not only the people of Hama City have withdrawn, but their base has also been secretly evacuated? After all, this time, they have no satellites and can no longer fight us. Oh, that's also possible, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. This is modern times, under the high-definition cameras, no ambush can exist, so the only explanation is to withdraw the troops. Otherwise, the officers at the base are fools. They don't even know how to defend. Order the whole army to advance slowly, then use drones to take a good look, fly forward in several parts, confirm that there are no issues, and then we will advance quickly. Yes. At the same time, behind the troops, various journalists from different countries, as well as some international social media bloggers from Clash, were operating drones to take off. They started filming live broadcasts. Audiences from various countries immediately flooded in, eagerly watching. Wow! I didn't expect to see a live broadcast. Wow. Is this the desert where the mysterious base is located? Clash's actions are so fast, they have already reached our doorstep. Why is there no one here? Has the mysterious base given up resistance? Yes, the straight line distance from here to the base is only 40 kilometers, in less than an hour. At full speed, we will arrive in less than an hour, and no one has come out to check on us? As expected, just as I thought, once the satellite is gone, the mysterious base is done for. It's true, they've given up. Whether it was the military drones, journalists, or some Clash bloggers, the footage captured in the desert showed absolutely no movement. It seems that there is no mysterious base ahead. Only the desert. Just in this silence, there was a hint of eeriness. The many viewers in the live broadcast didn't think much about it. They just saw the empty desert without any defenses and assumed that the mysterious base had given up. Indeed, anyone who sees this empty scene wouldn't think much. It's not ancient times, so why bother with ambushes? In front of high-definition cameras, no ambush can escape detection. They can't be buried in the yellow sand, hidden in the desert, right? If that were the case, large-scale ambushes would surely be discovered. Moreover, with the high temperatures in the desert, being buried in the yellow sand is no different from being a boiling egg. As the drones went deeper, there was no trace of anything in the entire desert, except for some tire tracks left by the base's vehicles. Seeing this situation, the solely armed vanguard unit relaxed their vigilance and, although it was a bit strange, the officers ordered, full speed ahead. Roar! The engines of the vehicles started to roar, rushing through the desert at the fastest speed. Seeing this, some onlookers and reporting teams behind them also accelerated. There were many viewers in the live broadcast. They were extremely excited, and on the largest international social media platform, overseas TikTok, Twitter, and other live streams, the number of viewers broke through 1 million online in a short time. Moreover, this number was skyrocketing at a rocketing speed. The heat was too high. No one expected that just the possibility of seeing the full picture of the mysterious base would attract so many viewers. Some larger companies and newspapers have started paying attention to this matter. Nowadays, in society, traffic is king, and the overwhelming traffic means money. This is inevitable in any country. It looks like the mysterious base may have really given up resistance. They have advanced nearly 10 kilometers into the desert, and the drones have explored almost 20 kilometers, still without any signs of resistance. Yes, the troops have started advancing at full speed. I've never seen a battle go so smoothly. If the mysterious base is surrounded, it's all over. Maybe they don't have any other choice. What can they do? Makes sense. Several live streams were very lively, with audiences from different platforms engaging in intense discussions. From the current scene, one fact is clear. The mysterious base has probably indeed given up resistance. After all, the border is sealed off, there is no support, no personnel, no weapons, and even the only satellite has been destroyed. It looks like a dead end in every way. There is no way to stop the force that gathers the entire Clash. A blogger from Hama City was excited, feeling that this adventure was worth it. The live streams they hosted had no less than 1 million viewers each. The traffic was unbelievably high. Describing it as enviable would not be an exaggeration. Before this, they didn't have many followers, but they seized this opportunity with their quick thinking. With over 1 million online viewers, the gifts they received could cover their salaries for a year at Clash. Suddenly, as the live stream was getting exciting, the convoy ahead slowed down, each vehicle hitting the brakes. The sudden change left everyone a bit puzzled. What's going on? Weren't we advancing at full speed? Why the slowdown? After looking at the footage from the drones, it was clear that the road ahead was wide and obstacle-free, with just some desert tamarisk trees that military vehicles could easily drive over. How could this cause a slowdown? However, not only the journalists and civilians following the Clash from behind, even the armed men from Sully were puzzled. What was happening up front? In the information warfare vehicle, several officers were also at a loss. Picking up the radio, why did the convoy stop? report the situation ahead. Lead vehicle, do you copy? Hello? After calling for a while, something very strange happened. No one responded. Then, a voice filled with fear came over the radio. Report, all our comrades in the convoy ahead have passed out, and I feel a bit uncomfortable. Those behind, not knowing why the convoy had stopped, got off to investigate. They found each person with a pale face, furrowed brows, appearing to endure intense discomfort, yet with their eyes tightly shut, in a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, besides fear, they also felt uncomfortable, as if their bodies were no longer under control. There was a sense of restlessness and discomfort. Passed out? What the? In the command vehicle, several officers looked at each other in disbelief. All these people suddenly passing out, there must be something supernatural going on. But the drone footage showed nothing in the desert. Could it be that they were really seeing ghosts? The officers in the command vehicle, along with the chief of staff, couldn't sit still. They quickly grabbed the radio, opened all channels, and nervously said, "Everyone, report the situation and your physical condition. Report, no abnormalities, just don't know why the convoy stopped. Reporting, all normal. Report, no enemies found." They first reported the situation, then began reporting their own feelings. Vehicle 033 reporting, physical condition seems like catching a cold. I think I have a fever. I also feel a little uncomfortable. Very tired, want to sleep, just had a nosebleed. Listening to the reports one after another, the military officers in the command vehicle all stood up in unison, their pupils shrinking violently. Something is definitely wrong. There's something fishy going on. Whether it's experience or intuition, they all tell them that their troops have fallen into a trap. Hooah! With a thud, a chief of staff who had just stood up sat back down weakly on the chair, and the rest of the people all looked over, only to see that his face was surprisingly pale, with many red threads in his eyes. It startled everyone. "What's wrong with you?" The officer who felt his legs go weak gradually became dazed. "I seem to have a fever, feeling like there's a fire burning inside me." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed with a thud, and the person next to him quickly supported him, but the next moment, his complexion turned ugly and uncomfortable. His face, which was just rosy, turned extremely pale in an instant. He suddenly shouted, "Quick, leave, there's a big problem here, I feel very uncomfortable, I can hardly breathe." He covered his neck, his face turned purple, as if being strangled. The next moment, he fell to the ground just like the officer before him. This sudden turn of events left the remaining people in a panic, their faces full of horror. What the hell is going on? It's too terrifying. Silent killings. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The officers shouted in horror, but it was too late. At this moment, he finally understood what was happening to his subordinates. He felt extremely hot inside, as if he were in a furnace. He was burning all over, feeling extremely uncomfortable. This was an unprecedented feeling. Next, the officer looked in horror at his palms, blood-red spots appeared on his arm's skin, spreading like acute urticaria on his skin. Why is this happening? His eyes were full of terror. After a few breaths, he seemed to have turned into a monster, scratching his whole body as if covered in ants, unable to resist the itching. It was itching to the bone. Tear. The officer suddenly froze, his pupils dilated violently, trembling as he looked at the bloody piece of skin he had scratched off his hand. Trembling lips, "What's going on?" "My skin, it's melting." Yes, his whole body was covered in blood-red spots, and then it turned into pieces. His skin was being burned inch by inch, accompanied by intense pain and itching. The next moment, the officer couldn't bear it anymore and fell in the vehicle. Of the entire force of nearly 3,000 people, only the last few vehicles managed to escape. The survivors were only 2 or 3 dozen Sali militants, along with the last few dozen journalists and residents of Hama City. Although they didn't know what was happening, seeing the soldiers on the military pickup truck writhing in discomfort and falling to the ground, the people behind them ran away like mad, only daring to stop far away. Everyone was extremely afraid. This was too bizarre. There were no chemical gas bombs, no attacks from mysterious bases or biological weapons. How could such a thing happen silently and unexpectedly? Is there a ghost in this desert? Moreover, in such an open desert, chemical gas bombs were not feasible, and there were no food issues. How else could this be explained? Most importantly, at this moment, everyone was utterly confused, not knowing what had happened. They just heard the order to retreat and ran, only to see many people falling to the ground. Everything else was unclear. So, currently, various journalists, Clash bloggers, and a few live broadcasts, as well as millions of viewers from around the world, were also utterly confused. Anchor, what's going on? Why did we just run? Didn't see any drones. Did the troops from the mysterious base come out? Yeah, Quickly explain. I'm so curious. What's going on? Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost, desperately running away? Where is the frontline troops? Inquiries flooded the live broadcast. Several anchors also used broken English, looking anxious, and explained with difficulty, I don't know, something's not right in this desert. Look, besides us dozens of people, everyone else inside is silent. What the hell? How is this possible? Not to mention the audience, even the people left on the scene are very eager to figure out what happened. They controlled the remaining few drones and started filming this specific situation. Suddenly, ugh! Just as they saw the footage from the drone, a sound of retching came from the scene. This was followed by a chorus of ugh sounds. In that footage, the soldiers lying in the desert, their flesh and blood blurred, almost unrecognizable, seemed to undergo some kind of chemical reaction, their bloody bodies melting away. Just like a pool of blood. It was a completely gruesome scene. They had never seen anything like it before, feeling extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. At this moment, audiences from various live streams around the world also began to retch, staring in horror at the unbearable scene on the screen. How could this happen? What exactly occurred? Everything was fine, yet people were turning into blood. Was the mysterious base researching biochemical weapons, biological weapons? This is too terrifying. It wasn't until now that countless people realized why there was no one in the desert. The mysterious base hadn't abandoned it, but had long deployed this silent and invisible way of killing. How did they do it? It's so cruel. I study chemistry. This seems like using strong acid to corrode people, but there are no conditions for strong acid in the desert. I can't think of what else could have been used. The mysterious base is killing people invisibly, without a single soldier. They managed to kill so many people. Where did they learn these twisted methods? It's so terrifying, I can't even eat dinner tonight. Cruel, disgusting, horrifying, shocking, using these words to describe it now is not an exaggeration. The scene was absolutely unbearable. To melt a person alive into blood, anyone who saw it would want to vomit. The scene was visually shocking, and the mysterious base's actions once again put them in the spotlight. The Sali armed forces and the government army received the news first, and upon watching the video, everyone was stunned in place, followed by sounds of retching. The government army quickly issued a statement, strongly condemning the mysterious base as a very dangerous terrorist organization, conducting research on biochemical gases on a large scale, which is absolutely unacceptable to clash. Such a horrifying incident occurred in the desert, resulting in the deaths of 3,000 people in an instant, and the bizarre way of death instantly caused a global sensation. While people were discussing it, detailed information about the casualties spread rapidly to the desks of military research institutes around the world. Major countries such as Dragon Country, the United States, and Great Goose quickly held emergency meetings. Last time it was a killer robot, now this. I don't care how you do it, right now, immediately. Tell me, what kind of weapon is this? What's the principle? Can we replicate it? Summon all relevant researchers. Hurry! Give me the answers at the fastest speed. The leaders of the Military Science Institute were serious, banging the table loudly, issuing a direct order, even though many present were highly respected elders. This time, the things displayed by the mysterious base were too exaggerated. No bombs were dropped, no need for any risks. Deployed without being detected. Easily killed so many people. If they want to carry out terrorist activities in any capital city with a large population, wouldn't that directly paralyze everything? It's even scarier than a nuclear bomb. So, even if it can't be replicated, the principles of this thing must be identified, as well as ways to counter it. Otherwise, this mysterious base will be too unsettling, and no one in the world can sleep peacefully. In the meeting room, apart from the leaders, the rest of the people actually don't know the specific situation. At this moment, picking up the documents in front of them, they start to look through them one by one, just opening the first page. Everyone frowns deeply, feeling uncomfortable inside. As they flip through the documents page by page, the meeting room becomes quieter and quieter, with only the sound of paper flipping faster and faster. Shocked. On site, dozens of military academy personnel with at least a doctoral degree, each person's face shows a hint of shock to varying degrees, silently killing so many people. The drones did not detect any anomalies. This is a bit eerie. What kind of gas bomb, gene bomb, can all be ruled out immediately, because to use them, you would have to drop the bomb, but the data shows that there was no sign of explosion at the scene. Moreover, gene weapons are not just talk, it's not that simple to research them. Without more than a decade of sampling experiments, it's just not possible. After all, the big shots at the Dragon Military Academy include many talents proficient in various fields. After reading the documents, a senior scholar said after a moment of contemplation, from the appearance of the deceased, it is obvious that their immunity has been completely destroyed. The only thing that can achieve this level in the air seems to be strong ionizing radiation, including alpha, beta, and gamma rays, with internal and external radiation, which can cause death in a short period of time. Strong ionizing radiation? Could it be nuclear radiation? The question was raised, and everyone had a sudden realization in their minds, as if it were true. The old scholar continued to focus on the documents. Nuclear radiation is also a type of ionizing radiation, but according to the data from Hiroshima, the radiation produced by the nuclear bomb explosion at that time was not sufficient to reach this level. What? That's not enough? In other words, the radiation from the mysterious base is much more powerful than that of a nuclear bomb explosion? Some people were very shocked, their expressions in disbelief. Dear God, how strong must this radiation be? It can make a person lose control of their immunity in a short time. The cells in the body proliferate uncontrollably, then the body collapses and turns into blood. Can protective suits withstand it? It's unclear. Given the intensity of this radiation, it's not advisable to risk trying. Even if there were no immediate deaths, various sequelae would occur upon return. In the vast meeting room, a young man in his 30s furrowed his brow slightly. He felt somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. At this point, the leader of the military academy spoke. Do we have the ability to replicate radiation weapons? Should we try to research this area? The old scholar's somewhat cloudy eyes were lost in thought for a moment. I don't recommend it. This thing is very dangerous. A nuclear leak would render an area uninhabitable for miles around, let alone this radiation being many times stronger than nuclear radiation. Once leaked, the consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Then there's a problem. The range of radiation is very large. They have deployed radiation weapons to a location just 20 to 30 kilometers away from their base. What does this indicate? The leader of the military academy looked piercingly, emphasizing by knocking on the table. Then he said solemnly, it means they have fully matured technology, capable of controlling the opening and closing of radiation at will, as well as its range. This mysterious base cannot remain, and neither can this weapon. It is strategically comparable to a nuclear bomb. Which city can withstand such a silent blow? With just a few sentences, the atmosphere in the meeting room became extremely heavy. Everyone was contemplating, if this is indeed a mature technology, capable of being opened and closed at will, what consequences will that bring? That's exactly it. A nuclear bomb that can walk and explode at will. Moreover, it is very likely that this is a directional radiation, similar to a flashlight, hitting the desert from their base. So, regardless of whether this weapon is dangerous or not, I have decided to start a research project. Even if it cannot be developed, I must find a way to counter it, or find chemical materials that can withstand such strong ionizing radiation. If it's directional, then it would be invincible. Ionizing radiation is a form of energy, and many forms of energy propagation in nature rely on radiation, so as long as this weapon exists, further research can be conducted. It is not difficult to produce directional radiation. Then it wouldn't be a walking nuclear bomb. It would be a nuclear bomb that hits wherever it is directed, directly ignoring air defense, which would be terrifying on the ground battlefield. The mysterious base fell silent again. The news that came out caused a sensation globally, exploding on the news websites, generating extremely high heat. This is a new type of high-power strategic deterrent weapon. Once it was revealed, it immediately soared to the top of the hot search list, overshadowing any news about celebrities' scandals. It's a strategic deterrent, comparable to nuclear weapons. The whole world was shocked, and all kinds of speculations emerged. Various bloggers came out to exaggerate, writing on the popularity of the base. In the situation where word of mouth spread, the mysterious base was directly described as unfathomable and extremely terrifying. In an instant, in this large-scale dissemination, another hot term made it to the trending list, directly occupying the second place. #radiation engineer #there were too many discussions about this matter, and some people naturally noticed the radiation engineer in the Red Alert game. What's more, the most coincidental thing is that this thing happens to be Clash's exclusive unit. Although the term radiation engineer has emerged, what everyone felt was only shock. Currently, no one is thinking about the Red Alert base vehicle side, as it is too far-fetched, just thinking that the base has researched the radiation engineer technology in reality. However, suddenly, the military channel started buzzing with excitement when the radiation engineer appeared. The base's multifunctional armored vehicle, along with the Rhino tank. They were also scrutinized frame by frame. Damn! This is so similar, it's almost identical. It can't be true, don't scare me. Is it possible that someone really has a Red Alert base vehicle? Damn. Wow, this makes sense, the things in Q-Fate City are explained. Damn, Terror Spider? This is outrageous. Once again, the mysterious base dominated the hot search. Hashtag mysterious base stirs up red alert. Hashtag the multifunctional armored vehicle and the Rhino tank, armed helicopters were successively exposed, and even the terrifying robots could not be concealed. This really puzzled people a lot. Wow, is the novel coming to life? This. It's unlikely, the world has gone crazy, or the mysterious base has gone crazy. How could there be products from the game? The only explanation is that their chief weapons engineer really likes Red Alert, so everything they create is based on Red Alert. I also think that the Red Alert base vehicle is simply impossible. Exactly, how could it be possible? The mysterious base did not provide any explanation. There were discussions everywhere, on the streets and alleys, all talking about Red Alert. For a while, the game Red Alert unexpectedly gained a new lease of life, directly ignited by Jiang Chen. Although there are currently many doubts, people just talk and laugh, and they haven't really thought that someone could have the same system as in the novel, possessing the ability to manifest fantasies into reality. This point, Jiang Chen had to be grateful that inertia thinking prevents people from accepting things beyond their cognition, otherwise, this time, the base might really not be able to hold on. But obviously, he had already put one foot on the edge of the cliff. As more things exposed by the base. Even if this is a very incredible thing, it will be gradually accepted by people, after Jiang Chen knows about the outside situation. Very fortunate not to use the weather controller. Otherwise, it's really inexplicable. And amidst the lively discussions outside, in the desert of Clash, the preparations for the launch of the second satellite at the base are all in place, and the Iron Curtain does not need to be opened. The base has updated the enemy identification function of the air defense system. All existing missiles, rockets, and carrier rockets have been added, and the air defense radar can still detect them, but will not attack airborne objects at the base. Commander, all units are okay. I am ready to launch 3 carrier rockets first. If there is a situation, we will continue to reserve. Nolan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of dirt, reporting the situation with a knowing smile. Okay, launch it. Everyone has worked hard. After the end of the Clash War, there will be a chance to let everyone rest for a few days. Jiang Chen also felt something in his heart. Watching the busy figures at the base, he deeply felt that he had pushed them too hard. Hardly had a day off. Now, the satellite is the top priority of the base. Since the United States has already taken action, Jiang Chen understands that he must be fully prepared. So he directly had Nolan produce several more. Soon, the carrier rocket entered the countdown for launch. On the spy satellite building, the orbit was also being calculated. With no data for the first time, it could only rush up recklessly. And in these days, the base's satellite already had some orbital information. After all, only above Central Europe, in the geostationary orbit, there are not many satellites in the region 300 to 500 kilometers above the ground. Seeing the countdown start, Jiang Chen also said to Norton, arrange the remaining matters. Once the satellite is on the right track, immediately launch a counterattack against the 2 armies of Clash. Yes. At the airport, fighter jets loaded with ammunition were ready to take off at any moment. At this moment, a loud boom came from the base's rocket launch base, and the cooling pool below boiled in an instant. Steam engulfed everything. The tall carrier rocket rose synchronously, like a wild horse breaking free, galloping into the sky. The ballistic intercontinental missile defense systems of neighboring countries such as Iran and Saudi Arabia were activated again. The base's carrier rocket, in full view of the public, plunged directly into the sky, in the desert, 30 kilometers away from the base. Dozens of journalists and local soldiers who had just survived the radiation zone raised their heads, their eyes widening, staring blankly at the base's carrier rocket ascending, and this scene was directly broadcast live to a global audience. This is another satellite launch? Is it from the third world industry, or the mysterious base? Everyone reached a consensus. The base did not sit idly by. They were still looking for opportunities, and at this point in time, the Sali armed forces and the government army. Several units were very close to the city of Hama. A trapped beast will still fight. Countless people witnessed the base's carrier rocket, amidst numerous intercepted rockets, rising to an altitude invisible to the naked eye. Space. Cold, dry, dark, the outer layer of the deep blue planet, a rocket broke free, gradually losing all sound around it. There was no air. Stage by stage, the multi-stage propulsion fell away, in a short time, once again sending the base's satellite into the budgeted orbit, starting to synchronize its movement with the rotation of the Earth. Just when everyone thought it was over. In the desert, in less than 10 minutes, another carrier rocket soared into the sky, viewers from around the world watching this scene. Everyone's eyes widened bit by bit. 2 of them? The logistics reserve of the mysterious base is really exaggerated. In a short period of time, not to mention the anti-aircraft missiles, even the satellites are prepared so fully? However, 10 minutes later, everyone was stunned. The third one is coming. A thought emerged in their minds. Is it over yet? Could there be a fourth or fifth one? This time, millions of people in Clash's live broadcast room anxiously waited for about 10 minutes, and finally there was no fourth one. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know how to describe it. The mysterious base, terrifying as it is. At the same time, when the first satellite of the base had just entered orbit, Bradley at the Star Ring Company in the United States immediately received a message. Oh, satellites with reserves? He chuckled and waved his hand for his assistant to get busy. Then he stood up confidently, adjusted his suit, and walked out of the office as if surveying his territory like a lion. With a slightly proud and arrogant posture, he headed to the 36th floor satellite center. Ding ding. After taking just a few steps, his phone in hand started buzzing. Without even looking, Bradley pressed the earpiece of his headphones against his ear. Hello? Bradley, this is Anthony from Central Europe. Before Anthony could finish his sentence, Bradley interrupted. I already know. I will handle it now. Since we agreed on cooperation, I will make sure to help you. There was a brief silence on the other end. Anthony's laughter came through. Great, we'll rely on you, Mr. Bradley. Bradley smirked. It's just a satellite, right? Next time, no need to call. I can handle not just 1, but 10. He hung up the phone, took a private elevator, and as he arrived at the 36th floor, the base's second satellite was being launched into orbit, continuously adjusting its trajectory. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room where David was, the monitoring of several satellites triggered an urgent collision avoidance alarm. At a glance, he felt his scalp tingle. The calculated trajectory on the computer screen showed that the new satellite was on a collision course. Oh my God! David's face went blank, and he blurted out a curse. There was no time to act now. The satellite was approaching rapidly. He didn't need to think twice. This was definitely intentional. Retaliation had arrived. Supervisor Smith, come to monitoring room 8, we have an emergency. David quickly called for his superior, knowing very well that he couldn't handle this on his own. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the monitoring office was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with a calm demeanor, entered followed by Smith. Seeing Bradley, David was stunned for a moment, then hastily stood up. Boss, why are you here again? Smith, I need you for something. There's an unidentified satellite rapidly entering our orbit. Of course, the newcomer was Bradley. Without David saying a word, both he and Smith's gaze fell on the screen. After understanding the situation, Bradley smiled faintly. He stepped forward to adjust David's tie. I'm here now, no need to panic. David was dumbfounded on the spot, looking at his boss in disbelief, then filled with admiration and surprise, his eyes full of worship. Oh my God, is this really the boss? So handsome. The calm and composed manner in handling things was so captivating. Soon, David realized that if the boss was here, it meant he had already anticipated this situation. Instantly, his respect for Bradley grew even stronger. Boss, what should we do in this situation now? Sit down. Bradley's voice was calm as he patted the chair. Then, he looked at the screen, crossed his arms, and remained calm and composed. Let it collide. If it doesn't collide, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Hearing this, David instantly understood, realizing that this was the satellite launched by the Third World Industrial. By the way, boss, he suddenly remembered something. This is their second satellite launch. They just had one more, which has entered orbit. Oh? Brad raised an eyebrow, a smile slowly appearing on his face as he nodded. It seemed that he had underestimated this mysterious base. Unexpectedly, they had some skills. With a hint of disdain, he casually said, as if it were as simple as drinking water, where is the first one? Let's use our satellite to crash into it. I really want to see how the Third World industry will retaliate against Starring. David and Smith were stunned. Quickly coming back to their senses, David said, all right boss, the first one that was just launched is in their original orbit. Our satellite can hit it perfectly. Proceed. Got it. David became excited again, realizing that they could crash again. This kind of great achievement, who else in the world could achieve it? It will be a significant addition to their resumes. On the other side, in the desert of Clash, journalists from various countries eagerly watched several Clash bloggers who couldn't stop smiling, feeling quite uncomfortable. Damn it! They had worked hard to capture the material, only to find out that it was already circulating online before the news agency could even edit it. And their material was more comprehensive than theirs. Recently, the popularity of Clash was indeed too high. Although major official media outlets were authoritative, this was the era of online information. Traffic is king. Seeing the lively scenes in the live streams of civilian bloggers, some formal companies immediately seized the opportunity. In the United States, an account that previously released a video of two satellites colliding in space suddenly started a live stream, and the content was not something ordinary people could broadcast, because the background of this live stream was in space. The video account belonged to a relatively small navigation and communication company that was not globally recognized. However, they happened to have a satellite with a camera function in the space above Central Europe. Upon learning that the satellite from the mysterious base had been launched, and the previous video had brought significant profits, they decided to focus on it this time. Because the whole world knew that the third world industry was planning to retaliate against Starring, could this retaliation involve a collision of satellites? Therefore, they came up with a tempting title, Third World Launches Satellite Again, Space Collision Showdown, and started a live stream set in space. Since the account had accumulated a large number of fans from the previous video release, when Manhwa Communications went live, it immediately attracted many curious viewers. As soon as viewers tuned in, their eyes widened with excitement and surprise, thrilled by what they were witnessing. Oh my god! This is a live stream from space. This is so powerful. Hey, look! That newly launched satellite seems to be on a collision course with another one. What the F***ck? Is there really a space collision showdown? Not only the viewers but also the people at Manhwa Communications felt a surge of excitement, realizing that they were about to make a fortune. In space, this scene was watched by tens of thousands of people who had just tuned in. A satellite accelerated to the extreme, with the carrier rocket already detached, was heading towards another satellite. Judging by the trajectory, it was clearly on a collision course, making everyone's scalp tingle. Is this the third world industry's way of retaliation? No holds barred. Manhwa Communications' livestream was quickly shared among friends, and at that moment, everything happened so fast and was so thrilling. Manhwa Communication is live on the international TikTok platform. As soon as the broadcast started, it became popular. The intelligent algorithm of TikTok directly pushed the live broadcast room to the hot list, and instantly, thousands of viewers poured in. The online number skyrocketed like crazy. In an instant, it jumped from 150,000 to 210,000, increasing by tens of thousands every second, and within a few breaths, it soared to 1 million online viewers. Every viewer who came in, seeing this scene and the crazy barrage, held their breath for a moment, staring at the two satellites on the screen getting closer and closer. Are they really going to collide? Unlike last time, if they collide this time, it would be equivalent to a declaration of war, a nobody from the third world industry. Who gave him the courage to confront the powerful star ring head-on? Even with a mysterious base behind him, in terms of capital alone, he couldn't compare to the star ring, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Do they really dare? At the same time, at this moment, the third satellite of the base was launched by a rocket. The first satellite also entered orbit, testing without any problems. The product made by the base's same source seamlessly connected to the base's ground station. Once again, it could provide precise guidance for missiles and fighter jets. Boom! 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 In the desert, dozens of people who had just been stunned watching three satellites launch into the sky were once again stunned, watching the fighter jets take off from the base, roaring in the sky. Then, each turned in the direction of the clash east, the heartland of something. The fighter jets had just taken off, and in the blink of an eye, the base's counterattack came in full force. Rockets were launched from various directions of the base, hitting the artillery positions of both clash armies, creating a scene of relentless bombardment with ammunition. On their side, the viewers in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes, counting with bated breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 jets. Oh my, the mysterious base has so many fighter jets. They've been hiding them so well. Damn! 10 stealth fighter jets. Just 10 jets. What's so surprising about that? Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. You know nothing. Do you know what 10 stealth fighter jets mean? The Clash government army, combined with the Sali armed forces, doesn't even have one stealth fighter jet. Only major powers have this kind of thing. Now that the base satellites have been relaunched, if Clash doesn't find a way to counter the stealth fighter jets, it's hard to say who will win next. If the base only had 4 or 5 jets, with Clash having over 30, they still had a fighting chance. But now, 10 jets came out at once. The situation became a bit murky, and at this moment, the discussion in the live broadcast room was heating up when suddenly a group of people rushed in, shouting loudly, "Hurry up! Do you have 2G network? The base and Star Ring are about to fight in the sky, come quickly, everyone!" In a semi-dazed state, these viewers one by one came to the Mackay Communications live broadcast room, squinting to take a closer look, and instantly they were stunned. Damn! Seamless live broadcast connection? Viewers from around the world were excited, feeling as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They never expected such a good thing. At this moment, in space, the huge deep blue planet below, the atmosphere emitting a shimmering light, was very magnificent. One satellite was already extremely close to another. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were collectively nervous, holding their breath, witnessing this historic moment. In the end, the satellite launched by the mysterious base stopped just under 5 meters from the Star Ring Group's satellite. Entering a synchronous orbit, it maintained a distance of 5 meters from the Star Ring Group's satellite. They did not collide directly. The live broadcast room was tense with countless people, their eyes widened and faces showing displeasure. Damn! What the heck, so nervous for nothing? What is the mysterious base up to? Are they going to collide or not? Damn it, where's the promised collision showdown? Third world industry, are you guys capable? I've even taken off my pants, and you're showing me this? We were so close to the climax, and you stopped? So annoying. Trying to make me laugh. Is this the revenge that third world industry talked about? Is it supposed to be this amusing? Aren't we just here to watch a joke? Yes. The foreplay was so intense, everyone thought you were going to collide. This is tit for tat, but when it came down to the crucial moment, you stopped. In this way, isn't the statement made by third world industry a slap in their own face? Star Ring. When Brad saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No collision? That's unexpected. If they won't collide, aren't they just delivering it to our doorstep, then we'll collide. Too funny. Smith and David were also puzzled. Are there really people like this? What kind of mindset is this? How do they think? The two of them couldn't understand at all. David, both satellites, all collided. I saw the news saying that the third one seems to have been launched too. Check the distance, I leave it all to you. Brad instructed with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He felt that this task was too easy to complete. He thought it would be more troublesome. Mysterious base. What a good person. Alright boss, very simple, I'll start operating right away. David excitedly rubbed his hands, stared at the screen, his eyes shining. He first released the first satellite. Ready to eat the meat that was almost in his mouth first, his 10 fingers quickly set up the program on the operating system. In space, 2 satellites, less than 5 meters apart, this distance, in the scale of the universe, can really be ignored. Very, very close. While David was operating, in the base, Jiang Chen and Norton's group were also at the satellite monitoring base, with a faint smile on their faces. Soon, Star Ring Group's satellite thrusters started. In the live broadcast room of Mackay Communications Company, the foreign audience who had just been cursing and feeling lost opened their eyes seriously again. Hey! Look, third world industry didn't make a move, Star Ring is going to act. Oh wow! Well done! Ha! Third world industry won't be able to sleep tonight. Don't you understand that the early bird catches the worm? Star Ring Group's satellite, in the dark and deep blue space background, released a burst of energy. It was obvious. It was about to move, and at this moment, the base's satellite propulsion system unexpectedly started synchronously, under the gaze of countless eyes. The two satellites started moving together. At this moment, everyone had only one thought: the mysterious base was panicking, trying to evade. Isn't this just reaping what they sowed? As expected, Star Ring Group's satellite directly rushed towards the base satellite in space, in the night sky, capturing people's attention. Unexpectedly, the base's satellite was faster. Different from jet propulsion, it was emitting a bluish ion energy from its tail, quickly moving away from its previous position, throwing the enemy several meters away. Star Ring Group. David was not discouraged. Instead, like a patient hunter, he was about to go full throttle and perform this chase scene. He watched the screen as if in a trance, creating an exciting scene with his own hands, but suddenly, the base's satellite stopped running. A few auxiliary thrusters moved slightly, adjusting the angle slightly. A circular opening resembling an electromagnetic constraint was aimed at Star Ring's satellite, but inside was a maze-like prism light enhancement technology. What are they doing? Realized they can't run, so they stopped running? Choosing to stand and die now, too late. It's a bit strange. Countless people in the live chat room were mocking and ridiculing the mysterious base without reservation, all wondering why they hadn't acted earlier. But at this moment, the explosive chat messages gradually decreased. From all over the world, more than 5 million people were watching the live broadcast. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the screen, completely captivated. It seemed like something extremely captivating was happening there. Then, their eyes gradually widened, staring blankly at the screen, as if they were frozen in place, motionless. I can't believe it. Someone was eating and made a shocking sound, dropping the chopsticks from their hand. This? The expressions on their faces shifted from mockery, sarcasm, and schadenfreude to astonishment, confusion, and now shock. It all happened in an instant. Clang! A viewer suddenly stood up, eyes filled with disbelief, as if witnessing something unimaginable, standing there speechless. Everything originated from the screen, from the base's satellite, as the prism device aligned with the satellite of the star ring group, emitting a dazzling blue energy. In the silent space, that energy was deep, pure, and blue, starting from a small spark and growing rapidly, now the size of an adult's fist. The energy was accumulating. In that moment, the countless viewers in the live chat room were all silent, staring at the screen in disbelief, anticipating the impending shock. They seemed to understand. Each person felt something, knowing what the base's satellite was about to do, but the fact that it hadn't happened yet was the most captivating moment. Their eyes were filled with amazement and anticipation, clenching their fists, wishing they were up there themselves. Hurry up! Do it now! Sensing their thoughts, the base's satellite emitted a blue light beam from its mouth. It cut through the space in a straight line, elegant and slender, shimmering in space, momentarily overshadowing the Earth's blue light. In the eyes of millions of people, only this deep blue energy beam remained, piercing through the void and hitting a satellite just tens of meters away. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, the Star Ring Company's satellite visibly exploded into many sparks, with parts shattering in space, even causing a small explosion. Like fireworks blooming. Time froze in that moment. The flushed faces of countless people were filled with intense satisfaction, as if reaching a climax. So excited. It was like watching a Hollywood blockbuster, a scene only seen on screens and in science fiction movies, now unfolding before their eyes in reality. The excitement and accelerated heartbeat at that moment were indescribable in words. Only through first-hand experience could one understand. This moment was truly exhilarating. Woo 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 woo. The audience in the live chat room were as excited as monkeys, shouting wildly, "Huh? What did we just witness? An armed satellite is about to settle the score with the Star Ring group. You know, this is a sophisticated energy weapon." Many couldn't contain their excitement, watching the explosion in space. They couldn't help but express their thoughts in the chat. Oh my god, is this the mysterious base? Can someone tell me, what else do they have up their sleeves? Laser weapons, other countries have them too, but they are still in the experimental stage, not yet deployed in actual combat. Unexpectedly, the first to use it is the mysterious base. Surprising. Now, can other countries just sit still? Yes, it's so exciting, and this is in space, with more stringent conditions than on the ground. This indicates that their laser or energy weapon technology is already very advanced. No wonder they dare to confront the entire clash with just one base. Awesome. The barrage exploded. The grand show staged on the mysterious base finally began, and this was just the beginning. What would the retaliation look like? It turned out, the mysterious base wasn't foolishly sending themselves to the doorstep, but rather bringing armed assassins. Now it seemed like they were playing with the Star Ring group. Want to crash into me? Come on. Come over and I'll give you a shot. The Star Ring group was completely played, falling into a trap, and at this moment, in the office where David was located within the Star Ring group. The atmosphere was very subtle. David stared blankly at the screen, the satellite losing signal, a hint of embarrassment on his face. This, damn it, third world industry, you don't treat people right. Too dog-like. He was still gleefully preparing to give them a hard hit. But the result was, the other side was not a sheep. It was a fierce tiger. Charging directly towards their satellite, they didn't even consider them a threat. David stiffly turned his head, looking at his boss. Brad, boss, I can't do anything, they brought weapons. In his embarrassed gaze, there was also a hint of shock, but he didn't dare show it in front of Brad, carrying laser weapons on the satellite. Who wouldn't be shocked? Brad lowered his gaze, still replaying the scene in his mind, a faint blue energy beam attacking. To be honest, he was feeling terrible. It was a complete reversal from before. It was very uncomfortable. Check the other two, if they also have weapons. Hold off for now, I'll figure something out, Brad said solemnly. No expression. The Star Ring group didn't have the qualifications for weapons, otherwise, they had the technology to equip the satellite with defensive weapons. Their hands were tied by the rules. It wasn't about being technologically behind. This was what made Brad most uncomfortable, knowing they had the means to win, but having to helplessly watch. How could he not feel uncomfortable? Hearing this, David felt the oppressive atmosphere in the office. He swallowed nervously. Okay, boss. Slightly adjusting the angle of the camera and accessing other satellites, soon, on the other two satellites of the base, clear prism devices appeared, dazzling. Seeing this, Brad snorted coldly, his face cold. He left the office directly. Just as he took a few steps, David's uncontrollable shout came. Boss! Boss! Come quick! They've launched an attack! Brad paused. He closed his eyes deeply, took a deep breath, forced himself to turn back, and returned to the office. Sure enough, in space, the opponents he had once ignored as sheep, at this moment, 3 satellites, all emitted dazzling light. Like an eternal painting in space. The scene was magnificent and beautiful. Against the backdrop of the deep blue atmosphere of the planet, like 3 shooting stars embellishing the sky, 3 fireworks bloomed. Brad couldn't hold back anymore, he let go and left, leaving only David and Smith staring at each other, not daring to breathe. While Brad felt uncomfortable, millions of viewers in the Mackay Communication live broadcast room were thrilled, truly enjoying the spectacle, worth millions of fireworks, with a sci-fi movie filter. Damn, who wouldn't enjoy it? Awesome. Damn, it's worth it. The third world industry is exploding. Revenge is swift. It's so satisfying, so exciting. This is revenge, bring it on. Huh, I've already shared it in our country. Damn, the traffic, you guys don't need to worry, it's like going crazy. A war in space. This generation never imagined that one day, the flames of war would spread to space. It's so sci-fi. Now, it's really happening. How could it not be explosive? Dragon Country. The reposted video, in a short period of time, not only broke through 1 million likes and comments, but also directly dominated the hot search lists of major platforms. And the audience in Manhwa who couldn't watch the live broadcast, they are also frustrated. It's so regrettable. Missing such a world-shaking moment. Report. Third World Industry, within 5 minutes, has destroyed 10 satellites of the Star Ring Group. Report. It's 13 now. Damn, didn't you just see it? The mysterious base's laser weapon, hitting from quite a distance, those 3 just now, almost tens of kilometers away. Doesn't it consume energy for them to transmit? It must consume. The last attack just now took a long time to accumulate before it was sent out. That scene, shining like a little sun. They won't be able to continue attacking. The satellites of the Star Ring Group nearby are all gone. They can only look for others in the area. Will the mysterious base stop? No one knows what the mysterious base will do next. They only had one of theirs destroyed, but they destroyed 13 of others. Thinking about this, many people were extremely shocked. The Star Ring Group has kicked an iron plate. They've encountered tough opponents. They're going all out. No negotiation. What a loss. Meanwhile, in Clash, in the desert, Jiang Chen, not fully satisfied, withdrew his gaze. Watching the base retaliate, he felt comfortable himself, letting out a sigh of relief. It feels great. Xavier and Norton were also there, both grinning. 13 satellites, that should make them feel heartbroken for a while, tens of millions of dollars to come. Hey! Jiang Chen laughed, feeling heartbroken for a while is not enough, stupid Star Ring, they provoked us for no reason, we have to make them really regret it. Xavier, use the Third World Industry account to say something, make them compensate us, or we'll continue to strike. Ha! Xavier's expression suddenly became very exciting. Alright, this is the part 1 like. At the beginning, the statement made by the Star Ring Group when they destroyed the base satellite was still vivid in Xavier's mind, looking like a bandit. It made him furious. This time he caught an opportunity. Xavier took out his phone and quickly edited with the Third World Industry account. At Star Ring Group, this is just the beginning. If you don't continue to see satellites being destroyed, you better apologize and compensate us with $1 billion. This matter will end here. Damn! The netizens following Xavier's account were collectively dumbfounded. So ruthless. They laughed. The Third World Industry, no one takes it seriously. They destroyed 13 satellites, and now they demand compensation of $1 billion? It feels somewhat reasonable yet unreasonable. The world is in an uproar. The audience is all amused. How will the Star Ring Group respond? It's obvious. This is robbery behavior, pointing a gun at someone's head and asking for compensation. Countless people burst into laughter. The Third World Industry is really good at stirring things up. On the other side, in fact, all these events in space happened in just over 10 minutes, and everything settled completely. Looking back at the Clash battlefield, 10 stealth fighters took off from the base, and by now, they had already reached the airspace of the government army and the Sali armed forces. The roaring explosions passing through the air couldn't be concealed. Port of Ige. Sully's face was as dark as coal. He received the news. The base launched 3 satellites carrying laser weapons, and directly gave his American ally, the Star Ring Group, a severe beating. Fuck. Why? Why, another laser weapon popped up. Damn it, when will it end? Sully angrily questioned in his mind. Everyone was stunned. Facing the mysterious base, every time they could pull out an ace at a critical moment, this shouldn't be happening. It's impossible. But things are so coincidental, Sally was almost furious, feeling full of anger that couldn't be vented. Therefore, the ever-changing battlefield situation tilted back towards the mysterious base. Sally, in a hurry, took out the phone and called the president of the government army, saying firmly, "Harold, we can't wait any longer. Regardless, our main forces are almost all in position. Send out all our fighter jets, fight for air superiority. If the desert is still inaccessible, carpet bomb it. If it's really the radiation engineer on the internet, designated in desert camouflage, or hidden in measures built under the yellow sand, then use artillery for close-range bombing. Even the air defense can't intercept." On the government army side, Harold also knew that it was the moment of final victory or defeat. The entire army mobilized this time. "It's a fight to the death." "Good," he solemnly replied. After more than a decade of civil war, the two finally formed a firm alliance at this moment. "We really have to thank Jiangchen." Boom, boom, boom. The government army and Sally's armed airport, fighter jets, reconnaissance aircraft, bombers on standby, all airborne at the same time. At this moment, on this not-so-large land of clash, there are nearly 50 aircraft hovering above, 20 kilometers northwest of Hama City, which is the government army's territory. The dry climate, along with the perennial warfare. The people are in dire straits. This has led to Clash rarely seeing large areas of greenery and crops, all yellow soil and yellow sand, similar to the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, a desolate and withered scene. In the past, it was vast and desolate here. But now, on the yellow soil plain, large clouds of dust were raised, all marching soldiers had a cloth wrapped around their mouths. Tanks and armored vehicles raced across the vast yellow soil, along with hundreds of transport vehicles behind. A torrent of steel surged forward. This is the government army's most elite 2nd Legion, with tens of thousands of regular soldiers in this expedition. The 2nd Legion is like a surging tide, waves after waves, swarming from the yellow soil. They are widely dispersed, wary of the base's bombers, so it looks like the team occupies a very large area. Magnificent momentum. Buzz. A base fighter jet flew over the team. The radar on the armored vehicle kept tracking the fighter jet. The elite 2nd Legion did not panic, still moving at the fastest speed. Heading to the designated location, forming a siege on the mysterious base. Even if not launching a strong attack, they intend to trap the people in the mysterious base in the desert. In this hot weather, with no water sources in the desert, how long can they hold out? In terms of battle plans, both the government army and Sally's armed forces have considered dozens of options, each of which could easily bring the base to its demise. This is the decisive battle. Base. In the command center, Jiang Qin divided the satellite monitoring screen into dozens of screens, all showing the enemy forces marching. It is estimated that in an hour at most, the two armies of Clash will completely surround the base. "We can't wait any longer." Although Jiang Qin had some confidence, he dared not say that things on the battlefield could go entirely according to his own ideas. Quietly picking up the communicator in his hand. "All units, attention." The channel was very quiet. The entire base, officers from various departments, all held their breath, waiting for the orders. After a breath, the logistics department, ammunition reserve department, production department, tactical command department, as well as the fighter jets and bombers outside, fire at will, with the highest intensity set, to eliminate the enemy as much as possible. Jiang Chen's voice was not passionate. When it really came to this moment, everyone was serious. After speaking, Jiang Chen paused, then had a sudden idea, adding a sentence in the communicator: "The base will win." Whoosh! Just 4 words of Chunibu seemed to ignite everyone's fighting spirit. For a moment, the command center where Jiang Chen was located echoed with resolute shouts. "Received, the base will win. Received, the base will win." Putting down the communicator after giving this order, Jiang Chen knew that he didn't need to worry about the rest. Norton and Xavier would handle everything. They had already drawn up a battle plan and formulated tactical schemes to deal with the Clash army. It was simple: directly copy the operation of the Gulf War. The first step was precise bombing to destroy all enemy strategic facilities based on the information obtained. Boom! 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 In Clash, including the 15 aircraft from the second airport of the base, there were already 15 fighter jets and 10 bombers. At this moment, the forces split into 2 groups. The first team headed straight for the capital of Clash, while the second team targeted the core of the Sali armed forces, the port of E. The first strategic target was the enemy's airport, power station, communication base, and headquarters. Norton took command of the battle, truly acting as a commander on the battlefield, strategizing and issuing orders continuously over the walkie-talkie. A confident smile played on his lips. You have fighter jets. But what if there's no airport? In the afternoon, the sun in Clash was still scorching. On this day, many people followed Xavier's advice and evacuated from the city. At this moment, people in the villages of Clash raised their heads, carrying a sense of confusion about the future, watching the fighter jets flying overhead. On the table of Norton and Xavier at the base, there were several communicators. Suddenly, one of them transmitted a voice. The first aerial support team reports that enemy air units have been spotted circling 160 kilometers from the capital. The second aerial support team also spotted enemy aircraft. Both E and the capital had fighter jets? Norton understood the information and replied promptly, "No need to report, attack freely. I only need to hear when the mission is completed." Yes. Sully and Herard knew that their fighter jets did not have significant stealth capabilities and dared not fly recklessly, staying in the rear on standby. The advanced fighter jets brought by technology now had advanced radar systems. The radar power of the base was fully activated, covering the entire Clash. Besides spy satellites, the radar was a separate building of the base, costing 1,200 funds. When Sully and Herard's fighter jets were discovered, they had not received any information about the Mirage fighter jets. Both command centers were very tense because there were reports from the lower ranks. Fighter jets were heading towards the capital and E. At this moment, the two armies of Clash were like ghosts, heard but not seen. Sully was talking nervously to Anthony. "We can't deal with their satellite. You figure out a way, use your spy satellites to monitor the movements of their fighter jets, okay?" He sounded anxious. Knowing the enemy was coming but not knowing where they were, it was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, ready to strike at any moment. "I'm arranging it. Can you not be so impatient? This isn't America's war. It's not something you can do immediately. There are procedures, approvals needed. To hell with your approvals. I'm about to meet God." Sully was about to explode, cursing directly. It was already so late, and they were still talking about approvals. As the base's fighter jets headed towards E, Sully knew they were definitely aiming to destroy their important military facilities, which could easily cripple the entire army. "Damn it, wait, you idiot, useless waste." Anthony's temper flared up too, and the two of them started arguing over the phone. Despite the argument, they still had to get things done. Star Ring Group. Brad was staring at the declaration issued by the Third World Industrial Development on his computer, suddenly becoming angry and laughing. "Shameless. How dare they say that, asking me to pay $10 billion US, idiots." Slap. He slammed the lid of his laptop heavily. Out of sight, out of mind. His Star Ring Group possessed highly mature satellite launch technology, rocket retrieval technology, and the capability to equip satellites with weapons. Why would their base threaten him? Just wait, it's only just begun. Brad calmed down, waiting for Anthony's call, as he had already informed Anthony of his demands. To launch satellites into space carrying weapons. As long as it gets approved, he would immediately take care of the 3 satellites at the base. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, the earphones Brad was wearing rang, and he glanced at the table, a slight smile appearing on his lips, as the call was from Anthony. "So soon? It shouldn't be my concern." Brad hesitated, deliberately not answering, while on the other end, Anthony was getting anxious, as he had just told Sally the truth. It's not like the US is entering a state of war. To activate a large number of spy satellites to monitor the movements of fighter jets, it wouldn't happen so quickly, even though the US spy satellites were indeed observing the mysterious base's fighter jets. Synchronizing with Sally wouldn't be immediate. This is how things work in official circles. Small matters can wait, as it won't affect him. Let's hold a meeting first. Therefore, he could only ask Star Ring to help Sally for now. Answer it quickly. Come on. After leaving it for a while, Brad lightly pressed the earphone against his ear and answered Anthony's call, almost pulling the earphone out. He listened with a furrowed brow to the shouting on the other end. "Brad, use your satellites to monitor the fighter jets at the mysterious base and synchronize the information with Sally. It's urgent, hurry up." "Hello? Did you hear me?" Anthony's tone was commanding, and Brad gradually became impatient. He calmly said, "Mr. Anthony, please mind your manners. Is this how you ask for help?" "I know, but it's urgent now. What about the matter I told you about? Instead of worrying about that, you should focus on my task. Maybe the fighter jets at the base have already ceased their activities. Fine, I'll give you an answer within an hour at the latest. You check the situation there first." "Alright, I got it." As soon as he hung up, Brad stood up confidently, but before he could inform the satellite center, a notification popped up on his phone. He looked at it, shrugged helplessly, and sat back down. Latest update. It is reported that Clash has had 1 fighter jet shot down by the mysterious base, and the battle between the two sides has entered the most intense phase. Too late. Brad was well aware that in such a situation where both sides were going all out, it wouldn't be just one aircraft. The following events were bound to be thrilling. Clash. In the outskirts of the capital, tens of thousands of Clash residents looked up in horror as two intense explosions occurred in the sky. This was followed by a series of explosions. The government's fighter jets, resembling broken chicks emitting black smoke, were falling straight down from the sky. At this moment, more than a dozen radar stations of the government, including fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft, had not detected the presence of the Mirage fighter jets. This was beyond visual range combat. If you don't see me, the chance to dogfight with me, beyond your observation, the high-speed air-to-air missiles will take care of you. Beep 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 beep. Suddenly, in one of the fighter jets, there was an urgent warning sound indicating being locked on by a missile. The pilots were panicking, having just witnessed two friendly aircraft being shot down. Even deploying flares was useless. Now, was it their turn? He quickly increased the speed of the fighter jet to the maximum, so that there was a greater chance of intercepting the missile chasing him. Once flying fast enough to exceed the missile's attack range, he could also evade being hit. Boom! Boom! Just after launching the air-to-air missile, the Mirage fighter jet at the base changed position, locked onto an enemy unit again, and fired two missiles. Puff! The detached missile emitted intense flames from its tail and flew away. The capital's air defense alarm continued without stopping. Upon detecting incoming missiles, the anti-aircraft missiles were instantly launched to intercept, but the missile was too fast. Its initial speed reached 3.5 Mach, accelerating to 5.5 Mach. At this speed, it disappeared from human sight, and in the blink of an eye, it was no longer visible. Clash. The two largest cities, the capital and Egon, were like scenes from a war movie at this moment, with full-scale air defense. People could see anti-aircraft missiles launching from the ground in all directions, forming a dense network of firepower like moths to a flame, all aimed at intercepting the missiles in the air. This scene was unreal, like a dream. Being in it felt like being on a brutal battlefield, apocalyptic, with missiles being launched from all directions, leaving people confused. However, the effect was not significant. Most of the anti-aircraft missiles passed by the air-to-air missiles launched from the base. It was purely a matter of quantity to increase the interception rate. The speed of the anti-aircraft missiles was fast, but the base's air-to-air missiles were even faster, and the pilot's skills were highly advanced. At maximum speed, the pressure of the air defense was immense. Whoosh! Whoosh! The targeted fighter jet, like a panicked swallow being watched by an eagle, performed various high-difficulty maneuvers in the air. Report, this won't work at all. We need to counterattack. We need to counterattack. We can't just be treated as targets to be hit. Not to mention the advanced level of the fighter jets and the pilot's personal skills. They were completely overwhelmed by the enemy in terms of momentum, only able to passively take hits without retaliating. This could be avoided for a while but not forever. They were trapped in the opponent's game rhythm. Sooner or later, they would die. The command center instantly issued orders. Divide into two teams, I'll give you the coordinates, go check it out. Once you spot enemy aircraft, shoot it down at all costs. The stealth fighter jets couldn't be detected by radar, but the launched missiles could be detected. Therefore, the Mirage fighter jets' positions were known, and they had to search blindly like this, otherwise, there was no way. Roger. In the meantime, despite the maneuvers of the Clash fighter jets, the capital's air defense fired all weapons, intercepting 4 missiles but still being hit by one. It exploded in the air, turning into scrap metal and crashing with thick black smoke. At this moment, several government fighter jets split into 4 directions and began searching for the base's fighter jets. Among the Mirage 6th generation fighter jets, the base's pilots looked at the information on their tactical helmet visors, seeing several red dots of the enemy approaching rapidly. They couldn't help but sneer, directly piloting the fighter jets away from their original location without launching a missile. The Clash government's and Sali armed forces pilots were on the verge of collapse. They were playing unfairly, there was no way to play against them. Not to mention finding the base's fighter jets, they couldn't even see a shadow. In the vast sky, the Clash pilots were confused, greatly affected, technologically inferior, and a mile behind. With just one stealth function, they were blind. Let alone anything else, even if they found them, could they catch up with the speed, lock onto them with the fire control system, or would they be played with like a dog on a leash? Infrared search and detection technology, abbreviated as IRST, is a type of technology aimed at stealth fighters, but their fighters do not have this system at all. It has only matured in recent years. There is no way to fight back. In a moment of distraction, several fighters once again heard the warning sound of being locked on, breaching their defenses and releasing heat decoy flares. They hurried to escape. No one knows. From the beginning of this clash in the sky, the United States, the Great Goose, and the Dragon Country have been watching the situation closely, especially since the introduction of radiation weapons. The base was under tight surveillance. The spy satellites of these three countries have the capability to fully lock onto the positions of the base's fighters from all angles because it is not based on radar but on ultra-high-definition cameras. They are constantly watching you. Therefore, when the base fighters flew together with the bombers, they were being monitored. They were not aiming to destroy the mysterious base's fighters but rather to analyze the data based on the clash with Clash and assess the level of the base's fighters. This kind of military spy satellite with special features directly calculated the speed data of the fighters in real time on the computer. How's the situation? The Minister of Defense of the Great Goose, Joagu, entered the spy satellite monitoring room with a large group of people. The local soldiers stood up and greeted him. Commander! Joagu's thick palm gestured for them not to be polite and looked at the screens in the monitoring room. One of the wide-angle cameras could see the entire airspace of Clash, with one camera facing the base where it was pitch black, only showing the surrounding desert. Joagu seemed pensive and pointed at the screen, saying, "Fracture generator? Heh, impressive. Red Alert technology, interesting." The mysterious base has sparked interest in Red Alert. Now, many people can name some of the base's facilities, of course, currently believed to be inspired by Red Alert. No one noticed any base vehicles. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. The 5 Constance fighter carrier had already arrived at the Clash port. Shortly after, someone brought some data on the Mirage fighters that the Great Goose had obtained and respectfully handed it to Joagu. As a trusted aide to the president of the Great Goose Federation, Joagu's position was self-evident. He took the data and looked through it one by one. Currently, the data obtained was limited, with the most accurate being the speed of the Mirage fighter and its acceleration. This was easily calculable. Maximum speed reached 3.5 Mach at one point? Joagu read out with a hint of doubt, then looked up. "Are you sure?" "Commander, very sure, calculated multiple times without issue." "Oh?" Joagu raised an eyebrow, exuding authority without anger, his face gradually becoming serious. He looked at the report. The base's fighters could cruise at maximum speed, indicating that they could go even faster without regard for engine damage lifespan. There was something to it. Judging from the size and number of missiles carried, it was clear that this was a heavy fighter, not a light interceptor. The fact that it could reach such speeds was astonishing. When the MiG-25 was introduced, with a speed of 3.2 Mach, it terrified the world, as the missile speeds at the time only reached 3 Mach. This meant that the MiG-25 could easily penetrate any country's airspace, and even air defense missiles were ineffective against it. Of course, the combat capabilities of a fighter are not just about speed but require a comprehensive assessment, which cannot be determined solely from external analysis. However, the summary at the bottom of the data once again stirred a wave of emotions in Joagu's heart. According to the current conclusion, the base's fighter could outperform 4th-generation fighters. It belonged to at least the 5th generation. Excellent. Joagu agrees with this statement and is also quite curious about this mysterious base, inspired by the Red Alert game. It's really interesting. At the same time, the conclusion reached by the 3 major powers almost simultaneously has shocked many people. Just a base can produce 5th-generation aircraft? This is absolutely impossible. And to have a complete production line, otherwise where did so many, 15 fighter jets, 10 bombers, damn it, it's really scary. The Dragon Country, known for its infrastructure mania, cannot achieve this output in a short period of time. With this output, can it not be scary? Dragon Country, Eastern Theater Military Academy. In a meeting room at the satellite monitoring base, the atmosphere was solemn, with the theater commander Yang frowning, exuding a sense of authority. "So you mean, by capturing the mysterious base, there may be a production line for fighter jets inside? Even terrifying robots, as well as radiation engineers, crack generators, and other equipment data and technology?" His voice was low, with an unquestionable tone. This is the temperament brought about by years of high position. Beside him, there stood a young man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and gentle, who adjusted his glasses and quickly said, "Yes, according to the current integrated information, from global trade and underground smuggling transactions, in the past 2 years, no relevant materials have flowed into Clash from abroad. 2 possibilities. First, the time when the base was established probably exceeds our imagination. It was planned for more than a decade and materials and equipment were transported in beforehand. Second, all materials are self-sufficient in Clash. But regardless of which point, it can be concluded that the mysterious base must have complete technology and production lines. If we ignore who is behind them, we think it is necessary to capture the mysterious base." What he said made us think deeply. Yes, they are analysts in the Dragon Country's war strategy. To put it simply, they are the think tank. Don't think they are naive. In reality, this thing, it really exists. The people present, upon hearing this, all showed thoughtful expressions. The problem is too complex, and the Clash government forces are at a loss. Coupled with the upcoming real combat exercise of the Persian Gulf Space Shuttle, countries have already begun discussing plans. They have no idea where to start. How about synchronizing the satellite monitoring fighter jet images and coordinates with Clash, to help the government forces as much as possible? This is the only way. We previously sent someone to negotiate with Xavier in Hama City to see if both sides could cooperate, but no consensus was reached, and their attack on the government forces is undoubtedly not in our favor. What is most puzzling is that they also attacked the Sali armed forces to establish their own regime. Has Western capital intervened? The meeting room was abuzz with discussions. In reality, all eyes were on Commander Yang's face, wondering what to do, or waiting for him to speak. Commander Yang's eyes were calm. His gaze was deep. Obviously, he was also considering, but after a moment, he became firm. Contact Clash and synchronize the information. Sharing information from just one spy satellite. There is no loss to the Dragon Country. If they can bring it down, they will make a big profit. If they can't, there's nothing they can do. Clash. At this moment, it was destined to be the most painful day for the Clash Air Force, as the government's 16 fighter jets were shot down in less than 10 minutes. 7 were shot down. The remaining 9 jets immediately received the order to retreat, trying to preserve as much manpower as possible, so they fled directly, playing hide-and-seek with the base's holographic light. They were seeing through it. To say something very frustrating, it was a complete deconstruction. In the eyes of the pilots, the base's fighter jets were killers. Definitely killers. The losses on the side of the port are even more severe. Sully issued a death order, and anger forced the pilots to restrain the actions of the base. 12 aircraft have already been destroyed. The base's air-to-air missiles, while not extremely advanced, can accelerate to speeds of up to 3 Mach, with an initial speed of 3.5 Mach, almost reaching speeds of 6 Mach. The fastest anti-aircraft missile in the world, capable of reaching terrifying speeds of 9 Mach, but at a cost of $3 million per missile. The Clash armies simply cannot afford it. They can only watch helplessly as the fighter jets are destroyed. There is no way at all. Now, the capital and the port are completely exposed to the Mirage fighter jets of the base. The government fighter jets retreat, and the armed forces of Sully are being easily defeated. It's time to carry out the mission. I am Falcon, reporting the remaining ammunition situation of the 1st Air Support Squadron. Melian has 2 air-to-air missiles remaining, 2 air-to-ground, over. Magnetic Storm has 6 air-to-air missiles remaining, 2 air-to-ground, over. Tiger has 8 air-to-air missiles remaining, 2 air-to-ground, over. The 1st Air Support Squadron arriving at the Clash capital quickly reported, and Falcon, as the captain, immediately issued orders. Magnetic Storm, Tiger on alert, keep an eye on enemy aircraft. Received. The rest, carry out the mission, 2 shots each at the power plant to the west, airport command building, radar base. Received. This time, all fighter jets only carry 2 air-to-ground tactical missiles, with the rest being air-to-air combat missiles. They can only target relatively important objectives. Waiting for the next time. Once the order was given, Magnetic Storm and Tiger quickly chased the government fighter jets fleeing defeat according to radar instructions, while the remaining Mirage fighter jets adjusted their speed and direction. Prepare for tactical decapitation. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 engines operated at full power, and the 5 fighter jets plunged into the sky, then adjusted their angle to 45 degrees. Like a bolt of lightning, with the sound of sonic booms, they dove towards the vast capital of Clash. 8,000 meters. 7,000 meters. The booming sound had already reached the capital of Clash at this time, and the people inside quickly looked up to see 5 black dots rapidly enlarging. 6,000 meters. 5,000 meters. The sound was getting louder, like thunder exploding. The radars near the government army turned towards the base's fighter jets like sunflowers facing the sun, all aimed at them, desperately launching radar waves. A dense array of radar waves, this time, finally detected the air raid, and the air defense alarm instantly sounded. Dozens of air defense missiles suddenly erupted. There were hundreds of them, like releasing air, bursting towards the fighter jets diving down, leaving the remaining government army in the capital of Clash, all nervously watching the sky. This time, they shouldn't be able to escape, right? A dense network of firepower, air defense missiles, almost from all directions, shot towards the diving fighter jets. This scene, everyone, including Manhwa, and the United States, watched, each monitoring, all with puzzled and incredulous expressions on their faces. Their expressions were very strange. What are they doing? Sending themselves to die? Afraid that others won't notice them? Rushing out like this, being targeted by a dozen radars, no matter how strong the stealth capability is, they can't escape. It looks like they are carrying out a mission, but I really don't understand this behavior. Destroying some facilities, losing so many aircraft and pilots, it's not worth it. Maybe, what if they can get away? Hooah! Everyone looked speechlessly at the person speaking. How is that possible? In the brain storage, when reading this chapter, don't use your brain. Just react like a non-human and control your muscles, haha. But if you can react quickly and the fighter jet's performance can keep up, this method can indeed work. In a situation where each fighter jet is locked and intercepted by dozens of anti-aircraft missiles, it's a bit far-fetched. Think about it, since emerging from the mysterious base, it seems that every time they are in crisis, they can turn defeat into victory without major losses. I think they are not stupid and won't just throw their lives away. They must have a way to avoid it. This person is very clever. After his analysis, everyone's eyes widened, unable to refute. After a moment of shock, they all stared seriously at the satellite images. Let's see how they escape this time. Your speed is 3.5 Mach. Even if you can overclock to 4 Mach, you can't escape the Clash 6 Mach speed of the anti-aircraft missile at this distance. When the anti-aircraft missile hits the aircraft, it's just a moment. At this moment, the 5 Mirage fighter jets at the base, with the pilots inside, looked serious and nervous, as if performing this dagger mission was like dancing on a tightrope. One misstep, and it's game over. They are also taking great risks, making this dangerous move, unsure if they can complete the mission and escape smoothly. No one has 100% certainty. The palms of the 5 people holding the control sticks are sweating, adrenaline is pumping, and some can't stop trembling. They are highly focused, each locking onto their target. The air-to-ground missiles of the 2 Mirage fighter jets are directly aimed at the runway of the capital airport. Boom! Boom! The airport runway is directly destroyed, leaving several large craters, rendering it unable to take off vertically. A power station, a large chemical plant, and the administrative center building of the capital were all hit by missiles. The next moment the missiles were launched, the 5 fighter jets released chaff decoys. In an instant, the anti-aircraft missiles plunged into the smoke of the decoys, causing explosions directly, making everyone squint. Suddenly, the 5 stylish fighter jets broke through the flames, soaring out as if the phoenix reborn from the fire. Whoosh, they flew past. Apart from some explosions, the remaining anti-aircraft missiles followed closely, initiating a chase. Soon, another round of missiles was launched from the ground. Dozens of missiles ascended with their tails of flames, likened to a net cast from heaven and earth. At this moment, the 5 Mirage fighter jets maintained their diving posture, ascending in speed, with the 4 engines spewing intense flames of energy. Missiles directly behind them. Missiles flying in curved trajectories from the sides. It seems they can't escape. Now, the aircraft's performance has reached its limit. It will now rely on the pilot's personal skills, but facing so many missiles, they can only give it their all. The base's pilots did not climb but flew straight towards the city center. What are they planning to do? The people in the city were terrified as the jets descended towards the city. Are they planning to perish with the government forces, exerting their final heat? But this is still a loss. A stealth 5th-generation aircraft, no matter how cheap, costs nearly $200 million, and skilled pilots are priceless. Or perhaps, military personnel from 3 major countries watching were shocked, a crazy idea popping into their minds. However, this operation is as difficult as reaching the sky for the pilots. They were a bit stunned, watching the screen as the base's pilots, for the first time in front of the world, displayed their personal heroism to the extreme. Boom! 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 The 5 fighter jets each inserted themselves between the high-rise buildings of the city, their bodies turning into vertical cross-sections at an exaggerated speed. Like cutting tofu with a knife. It passed through the gaps in the buildings and flew horizontally above the streets. Bang! 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 On the streets, people felt as if the fighter jets were brushing past their scalps, making their hair stand on end, their eyes filled with horror. Countless glass shattered. At this moment, 5 fighter jets began to decelerate sharply. If they didn't slow down, even the top pilots wouldn't be able to react in time. In fact, many operations were already handed over to the intelligence systems of the aircraft. Boom! 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 Most of the incoming anti-aircraft missiles directly hit various tall buildings and exploded, creating fireworks all around. At such a close distance to the ground, the radar lost track of the fighter jets and couldn't launch missiles anymore. With a sharp deceleration, seeing no more anti-aircraft missiles chasing from behind, the fighter jets in the air directly turned 180 degrees, facing upwards with their noses and their entire bellies forward to maximize air resistance. While helping themselves decelerate, the 4 engines revved up again. In the moment before hitting the buildings, they pulled up in height along the buildings. It was too thrilling, too exciting. Under the precise control of the pilots, the 4 Mirage fighter jets evaded all anti-aircraft missiles and ascended again. Only one jet failed to shake off all the anti-aircraft missiles. It was hit during the final deceleration and crashed into a tall building. There was a violent explosion, and glass shards and cement blocks scattered like rain. Silence. In the United States, China, and Russia, several military bases were watching this scene through wide-angle spy satellites. All of them were horrified. Silence. Despite being thousands of kilometers away, they were all frozen in shock, with their mouths slightly open and a dazed look in their eyes. Besides shock, there was only more shock. Numbness. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and the sound of their throat rolling was crystal clear at that moment. They were like zombies, with blank expressions and speechless. Everyone had only one thought in their hearts: is this a stunt show? There couldn't possibly be pilots with such military skills in the world. It's impossible. But the fact was happening right before their eyes, and they felt that their beliefs and understanding were shattered at that moment. It's too exaggerated. How is this possible? Are we really watching surveillance footage and not a Hollywood war sci-fi action movie? Forget about World War II ace pilots or top American pilots who flew continuously for 77 hours. In front of these 5 individuals, they would all be outclassed. Yes, just 5 individuals. The main reason one of them crashed was due to their poor positioning, without tall buildings to shield them from all the anti-aircraft missiles. Otherwise, that person would have escaped too. Joey Gu, at the monitoring station, was also watching this scene in a daze, and it took him a long time to snap out of it. But in his mind, the scene from a few seconds ago kept replaying. He gasped, shocked, textbook-level maneuvers. This maneuver alone could be the ceiling for pilots. He never expected that a routine monitoring mission would show him a scene he would never forget in his life. The mysterious base pilot's operation was earth-shattering, and the military of the 3 major countries felt that there was no need to ask. Their own pilots absolutely couldn't pull off such a feat. Not to mention in actual combat, they wouldn't even be able to simulate it. Monster. After a long silence, a description finally came from the monitoring base in China. It's a complete monster. Let's not even talk about the technology. The previous 24-hour operation by the army, crossing 500 kilometers for combat, was already amazing. Now, this. Halfway through, he was speechless, opened his mouth, and swallowed back the words he wanted to say. In short, it was a big mess. Another person also racked his brains, frowned, unable to accept what he saw. What kind of sacred place is this mysterious base? The technology is so advanced, even the talents they cultivate are top-notch. He couldn't understand. Not to mention him, everyone couldn't understand. Originally, they came to watch the show, but ended up feeling a bit depressed, comparing themselves, feeling devastated. In the following days, innocent pilots from 3 major countries were inexplicably targeted, training doubled directly, leaving them confused and not knowing what was going on. The only consolation for the high-level officials of the 3 countries is that aerial combat is no longer the dogfight of World War II, but more of beyond visual range combat. Otherwise, it would be close-range dogfights, where their technology would make even their own mothers unrecognizable. Speaking of clash, when Herard, the commander of the sturdy defense fortifications in the command center, saw this scene, he collapsed in his chair as if paralyzed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He stared at the distant Phantom fighter jets on the screen, with one hand on his mouth, silent and hollow-eyed. Herard finally realized what kind of enemy he was facing. The government forces were being crushed from all sides. Now, the only hope is that the encirclement has been formed. Even if they are trapped, deadlocked, or attacked, they must trap the mysterious base in the desert. At noon, the temperature in the desert can reach 60 to 70 degrees, cutting off their external logistical supplies, and the base can only hold out for 3 days at most. They are dying of thirst. It is this point that still ignites a bit of fighting spirit in Herard. I still have a chance. Just hold on a little longer. Herard's eyes were lifeless, immersed in his inner world, calculating his chances. Beside him, his assistant dared to call out softly, "Prime Minister! Prime Minister!" Seeing Herard lost in thought, the assistant's voice gradually grew louder, and Herard suddenly snapped out of his daze, turning his head in confusion. "Huh? What's wrong?" "We've received news from the Dragon Kingdom, providing us with real-time updates on the base's aircraft situation." The assistant seemed a bit excited, thinking that they now had a chance. For some reason, Herard's face only showed a bitter smile. The battle was already over. What's the use now? Bring it over, don't hold back. Launch whatever missiles you can, intercept in advance, try to shoot down. Gerard shook his head to himself. Then he raised his head and asked, have they granted us satellite guidance permissions? Advanced spy satellites not only provide real-time observation but can also guide missiles to this extent. It's like playing with a full-view perspective. Granting all permissions. Whoosh! A glint of light flashed in Gerard's eyes, his palm clenched tightly. Great! Sync it up quickly. If the mysterious base dares to take off, shoot them down at all costs. Got it! By launching the missile near the mysterious base's fighter jets and using the infrared guidance, they could track the aircraft. They finally had a way to deal with stealth fighters. In reality, stealth fighters are not so easily countered. For example, Jiangchen only has one base. Once they lock onto it, it's done. Unlike the countless military bases the Americans have globally, they can't be stopped. If the territory is slightly larger, building a few secret airfields would render the use of spy satellites to counter stealth fighters ineffective. But at this moment, except for military facilities with backup power, the capital of Clash has already experienced a complete power outage, and the chemical plant has been bombed, igniting a raging fire. Numerous government officials were killed in the administrative building, plunged into semi-paralysis. The situation in the port of Igang controlled by the Sali armed forces is even worse. The Mirage fighter jets here did not take such risky actions, firing missiles in the air and then leaving. However, they also hit some facilities. Currently, the bombers do not have any urgent missions. Since air superiority has not been completely secured, they are carrying aerial bombs and focusing on bombing the logistical supply lines of the Clash and Sali forces. Important transport routes, bridges, railway tracks, some remote factories, and artillery positions where rockets are fired by both armies were bombed. Because under normal circumstances, no one intercepts the bombs. Yes, that's how shameless it is. Expensive anti-aircraft missiles cannot be used to intercept bombs that cost only a few $1,000s. They usually focus on intercepting bombers. But the base is stealthy. It's very annoying. The base's bombers also made tentative bombings around the desert where a dozen troops were encircled, but they were very cautious and spread out. In addition, there were accompanying close-range guns, and many bombs were directly hit and exploded in the air. Their impact was not significant. But in war, it's all about attrition. After the upgrade of the base's air defense system, with the addition of friend or foe identification, the base's rocket launch vehicles are also fully operational, firing randomly. When they see rockets, the government forces of Clash and the Sali armed forces do not activate their anti-aircraft defenses, only using close-range guns to eliminate some dangerous rockets. The rest are allowed to fall to the ground, creating large craters. The base has no choice. In such a small area, there is nowhere to run. Rockets also need to be intercepted with anti-aircraft missiles, otherwise, the base will be turned into ruins. Both sides have officially entered a phase of war of attrition. At this moment, a dozen troops are fully deployed, surrounding the desert from all directions, not launching a major attack for now, but discussing strategies. They need to eliminate the radiological engineers in the desert first before they dare to enter. There are a total of 18 teams, one of which was killed by the radiological engineers, leaving 17 teams belonging to 6 legions. At this time, the weary commanders and senior officers of the 6 legions are discussing via video conference. A ruthless officer of the Sali armed forces suggested directly, I propose using submunition cluster bombs, thermobaric bombs, or white phosphorus bombs. Even if they can intercept them, as long as they are at low altitude, these 3 types of missiles can still harm those people. Hearing the first part was fine, everyone nodded in agreement, but when it came to the latter part, everyone's heart skipped a beat. White phosphorus bombs are internationally prohibited weapons. Submunition cluster bombs carry multiple submunitions that can independently control detonation. The anti-aircraft pressure will be high, and there will inevitably be submunitions that explode upon impact. As for thermobaric bombs, known as mini-nukes, the power is unimaginable, a weapon of mass destruction that generates a temperature of 2000 degrees at the moment of explosion, vaporizing everything. At the same time, it consumes all nearby oxygen, causing a drastic change in atmospheric pressure. Even if you manage to avoid the high temperature and shockwave, it will still cause internal organs to rupture and lead to death. As for white phosphorus bombs, it's needless to say, their chemical properties are very active. Like maggots on bones, when they land on a person, they can burn from the skin to the bones and produce highly toxic gases. Once burning white phosphorus lands on a person, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Therefore, it is internationally prohibited. But now, the Sali armed forces have proposed using these weapons to deal with the mysterious base, and indeed, it could severely damage the mysterious base. Just a note, don't call me little potato anymore, don't I have any dignity? Ahem. The ruthless officer of the Sali Armed Forces was fantasizing, and a slightly awkward but polite cough was heard during the video conference. I would like to remind everyone that we do not have these three types of weapons. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Everyone looked at each other, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ambition unfulfilled, die first. As a clash in a country plagued by long-term war, there is no need for such a large-scale weapon of mass destruction. The Salian armed officer remains silent. So now, who has a better solution? Do we really need to bomb a line in the desert, with a huge amount of ammunition being consumed? Let's send drones first to see if we can pinpoint and eliminate them. They were really stuck by the radiation engineers. There is no good solution. In the Red Alert game, facing the radiation engineers, only air power can be used to eliminate them. Tanks and ground troops are useless against this thing. People are killed by strong radiation before they even get close. It's okay, I think we don't need to rush. If necessary, we can just trap them inside. They should be the ones feeling anxious now. True. Then, send some helicopters to try landing from multiple directions. Maybe they have neglected something in the rear. Everyone expressed their opinions. Various opinions on dealing with the base were put forward, and the meeting quickly ended. 17 teams began to set up defenses around the base. The main focus was on trapping the base. Sandbags, trenches, firepower points, and other defensive positions began to be constructed, while several helicopters flew low into the desert, searching for gaps in the base. The base. Jiang Chen, Norton, and others, through spy satellites, had a clear view of the surrounding situation. The first wave of aircraft that flew out had all returned now. They were replenishing ammunition at the airport. This time, the Mirage fighter jets were mainly replenishing air-to-ground missiles. The air power of the government army and the Salian armed forces had been almost wiped out. Next, attacks on some important facilities continued. The spy satellite kept searching. At the same time, actions against the 17 surrounding teams were also underway. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, looking at the satellite images. These teams were bringing sandbags one by one. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about the ammunition consumption. I don't want to be in a stalemate with them for too long." There were 10 bombers at the base, each carrying 45 tons of aerial bombs, with each bomb weighing 250 kilograms. Even if these people were scattered, a blanket bombing would be enough to overwhelm them. The base had the confidence for this. "Commander." Norton hesitated, feeling that this was a bit wasteful, and suggested, "I have an idea, start a production line for weapons of mass destruction." Weapons of mass destruction? Jiang Chen turned to look at Norton thoughtfully. For example, what production lines does the base have? When he came out of the combat laboratory, he mentioned that the base had many weapon production lines. The tank factory did not come with one by default, but the data and design drawings were available, and an additional production line could be added when needed. Cluster bombs, thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs. Basically, we have the technology for various conventional strategic weapons. Their positions are not well defended against the aerial bombs dropped by our bombers, right? Norton explained in detail. They also didn't defend against rocket attacks much. They just used close-in guns to shoot some down, which might land in densely populated areas. Then, Norton suddenly smiled slyly, so we mix weapons of mass destruction bombs with the aerial bombs, deceive them, and suddenly drop one bomb. It will be spectacular then. Clap clap clap. Great idea. Jiang Chen applauded directly in agreement, his eyes gleaming mischievously. This is called openly repair the gallery roads while secretly passing through Chensong. Let's see how you defend against this. I will go find Nolan now to start the production line. The base is running low on funds, Commander. We must break through the defenses quickly and occupy the oil fields, Norton reported before going to find the walkie-talkie. 10 bombers, 15 fighter jets, just these, cost 120,000 funds, plus the consumption of various types of ammunition, along with the consumption of daily supplies. The base is left with only 190,000 funds. In a tight spot, in the tank factory, Nolan is leading some people, happily directing the engineering vehicles to retreat. The electronic warfare aircraft production line is ready, in the production process. And when the electronic warfare fighter jets are deployed, it will be the real death knell for clash. The released electronic interference can suppress the enemy's phased array radar. The anti-aircraft defense will largely fail. In addition, electromagnetic bombs and electronic warfare aircraft are being built on a synchronized production line to support the electronic warfare aircraft, not only for interference, but also to use electromagnetic pulse bombs to destroy the enemy's electronic equipment. He suddenly received a message from Norton. He smiled, "Okay, just finished busy, so everyone go modify the engineering vehicle program. there is a new production line to build. Okay, chief engineer. In no time, they began building 2 production lines for thermobaric and white phosphorus bombs. Thermobaric bombs are derived from cloud bombs, more powerful and with stronger impact than cloud bombs. So building one is enough. The Sali armed officers probably never imagined that Norton would go with them, and they didn't have mass destruction weapons. But the base does. At 3 in the afternoon, the bombers loaded with bombs took off first, this time without thermobaric bombs, all bombs, to confuse the enemy's vision. Soon, 10 bombers arrived over Hama City. From a high-altitude perspective, they could clearly see that 17 troops were stationed there, building defenses. The bombers directly began dropping aerial bombs and incendiary bombs, specifically targeting the enemy's armored vehicles, anti-aircraft vehicles, and close-in defense artillery vehicles. Come on, like to fight, right? Let you have your fill. The goal is very clear, to blow up all their armored vehicles, bombs falling from the sky with a whistling sound. Several close-in defense artillery positions opened fire at once. Sweeping the sky at oblique angles, boom boom, bombs exploded in the air, burning with intense flames. It was surprisingly stress-relieving. No, they're crazy, keep dropping bombs, we can't hold on like this. Since automatic anti-aircraft defense was not activated, personnel had to operate the close-in defense artillery. In no time, these people realized something was wrong. Last time, the bombers came over and dropped some bombs to assess the situation. This time it seemed different. The pressure was very high in this situation. The fully loaded bombers carried nearly 200 bombs. This is not a matter of 200 bullets. To put it bluntly, the number of bullets fired by the close-in defense artillery in a minute would cost more than many people's annual salaries. The firing rate is tens of thousands of bullets per minute. We have to activate autonomous defense. I can hardly see anything, a soldier reported loudly. They quickly activated the anti-aircraft system, locked the missile module, and only used the close-in defense artillery for defense. They couldn't afford to use missiles. The soldiers quickly retreated. The close-in defense artillery began automatic attacks, but the automatic mode had a drawback. It was not stingy with bullets for the airspace. So, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. The muzzle flames hardly stopped. Seeing this situation, the government army quickly devised a countermeasure and ordered the entire army. This won't work, our ammunition won't last long, order everyone to go up, drive the vehicles away, circle around, or drive into the city of Hama. Yes. Clatter 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 clatter. The drivers of various units hurriedly drove the armored vehicles away, leaving the rest to scatter. You can bomb, human lives are not as valuable as armored vehicles. The close-in defense artillery was also shut down, letting the base be bombed. Seeing the armored vehicle driving away, the pilot operating the base's bomber aircraft smirked and flew off directly. These people were very slippery. The distance between people was only tens of meters, and they would hide when they saw the bombs coming down. It was a loss when the bombs were dropped. Not a financial loss, as the cost of the bombs was very cheap, but in comparison to when one bomb could hit over a dozen people, now it might not even hit one person, so it was considered a loss. After circling in the air, the 10 bombers returned. Flying at a slightly lower altitude, they searched within the crowd, trying to find denser areas to drop all their ammunition. The goal was to make them habitually not open their anti-aircraft defenses. Next time, it wouldn't be bombs, but something bigger. While the bombers were carrying out their mission, the fighter jets did not stop either. In the airspace over Clash, 8 aircraft from the 2nd Air Support Squadron once again arrived at the city of Igang. This time, the sky was empty, as Sali's air force had been disabled, so they kept circling in the sky, searching for the most suitable targets to strike. However, suddenly, in the silent city of Igang, flames erupted, and one after another, anti-aircraft missiles unexpectedly launched a simultaneous attack, all heading towards the sky. Ha! Something was wrong. The base's pilots immediately became alert, their faces tense, pushing the control stick and opening the throttle valve to increase speed. Without radar lock-on, the anti-aircraft missiles couldn't have been launched. Emergency situation. Evacuate quickly, the enemy has cracked our stealth function, this is a trap. Notify again, evacuate quickly. Roger. Roger. Without the need for the captain to say, everyone had noticed that Herard and Sully were very cunning, with the help of spy satellites from the Dragon Kingdom and the United States. They were like patient hunters, allowing the bombers to bombard their own positions recklessly without flinching, not launching anti-aircraft missiles until the base's Mirage fighter jets approached closely. A battle of wits. No one was foolish. Igang City, the capital. The anti-aircraft defenses were fully activated, with dozens to hundreds of anti-aircraft missiles each, all launched, guided by satellites from the Dragon Kingdom and Star Ring Corporation. approaching the fighter jets at high speed. The infrared lock-on tracking function carried by the missiles had been activated, continuously calculating the lock-on to the fighter jets. There was no way out. With the help of two major powers, this time, the base's fighter jets could only frantically flee for their lives. Even the most powerful aircraft, when faced with anti-aircraft missiles, were difficult to escape from when locked on at close range. Fortunately, the fighter jets were flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters, having detected the enemy's anti-aircraft missiles early, giving them some time to accelerate and escape. But obviously, no matter how fast the fighter jets were, they couldn't outrun the anti-aircraft missiles. In no time, all the fighter jets were followed by missiles tracing curved paths from below. The pilots remained calm, releasing the engine protection and accelerating to the maximum speed, directly reaching the Mirage fighter jets at top speed, Mach 4. And everyone gripped the control stick tightly, ready to perform high-difficulty maneuvers. Now, this was the only chance to survive. Don't let the missiles hit you so quickly. Turn to deplete their fuel. For example, performing a rapid Cobra maneuver to evade the anti-aircraft missiles was also possible, but doing such maneuvers at high speed could easily lead to loss of control or even disintegration. At that moment, the pressure from the sudden change in direction could easily cause a person's brain to hemorrhage and faint. But there was no choice. The missiles launched from the ground ascended at a 45-degree angle, approaching in a straight line, while the aircraft tried to maintain the fastest straight-line speed possible. They were on a collision course. A straight line. A diagonal line. Sooner or later, they would meet. What do you think this time? People from various countries who were silently observing began to speculate about the situation at the base, shifting the focus onto other pilots. It's almost a certain death situation, but this is a mysterious base, and they found that they didn't have that much confidence. Last time, it was a test of the pilot's skills. This time, it's a test of their fighter's performance and the pilot's skills. Extreme speed maneuvers. It's a gamble with the quality of the fighter jet. Look, no one should guess anymore, I think. It's hard to guess, but I think, even if they can run, this time they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Yes, same as my opinion. I estimate only 1 or 2 lucky ones will escape. Harold is good. Patiently waited for so long, only then launched the killer move. It's a calculated risk. I think the odds are against us. Inside the base. Upon receiving the news, Norton's face changed directly, turned around. The commander was watching the screen where bombers were bombing the ground. He moved his steps over, a bit difficult to speak, and blamed himself. Commander, something's wrong. What's wrong? Jiang Chen's heart tightened immediately. From the establishment of the base until now, he had never heard such a report from the people below. If that's the case, there will definitely be major losses. We've been tricked. Both the capital and the Portavie have found ways to counter our stealth. They stayed hidden and only launched missiles when the fighter jets reached the sky. At this distance, it's hard to escape. Norton's tone was bitter. Really overlooked this point. No one should underestimate it. What? Jiang Chen was stunned, and hurriedly asked, how did they crack our stealth method? The last wave of bombings had no effect, basically destroying their air force. How did they crack it this time? In such a short time? Impossible. If the radar band is cracked, you adjust, restore. There's not enough time. During this time, Jiang Chen also studied military knowledge intensively. Common sense or not, he knows. Norton glanced sideways, pointing directly at the screen in the command center. It must be the spy satellites of the major powers, or the technology of the Star Ring Company. They can't escape. Clash's technology can only be cracked with the help of others. They can't do it themselves. At these words, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. The government army and the people behind the Sali armed forces? 2 of the top powers. With their strength. Indeed, there's no way. I understand. Let's first check the situation of the fighter jets. If they are lost this time, the base's funds are not enough to produce this scale of air force again. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit heavy inside. Only over 180,000 funds left. The base has come to a critical point of life and death. Norton also sighed, his face heavy, not saying a word. Everyone's gaze was on the radar screen. All our green fighter jets. All the red dots chasing behind. Last night the computer broke down, kept restarting when turned on, went to repair it today, spent 50 yuan. The person took out the memory stick, reinserted it, and it worked fine. Okay. I'm numb. 50 yuan, sub at the current speed of both sides. It seems that being destroyed is only a matter of time. Bring up the satellite images. The radar screen looks too dry. Jiang Chen said, and the base's spy satellite, locked onto the position of their fighter jets, a high-definition satellite image immediately appeared. The situation is very critical. Norton, Xavier, think of a solution quickly. Seeing the situation, Jiang Chen quickly ordered, the base cannot just stand by. Command center. Jiang Chen and his team, including the senior military officers at the base, were all thinking of solutions in their minds. Xavier closed his eyes. Clashes territory, and the distribution of forces, like a memory palace, clearly displayed. In an instant, he opened his eyes and picked up the communicator directly. Base, call the 1st Air Squadron, fly south, General Alpha is over there, I will have them launch anti-aircraft missiles to help intercept the missiles. Great idea. Norton's eyes lit up. Alpha's position, not far from the city of Igang, could indeed be done this way, but what about the capital? Xavier was contacting Alpha. Norton was not idle. Intercepting anti-aircraft missiles with anti-aircraft missiles was feasible, and he ordered the base's Patriot air defense system. Also, a portion was drawn out. Intercept missiles were launched. As long as the fighter jets dragged out enough time, persisted until the missile support from the base, there was a chance to survive. Next, Norton contacted Nolan again. The electronic warfare aircraft had not been produced yet, and the base could only do this for now. Can they survive? Keeping a few Mirage fighter jets, it all depends on the pilot's operations. Boom! Boom! In the base, dozens of anti-aircraft missiles were launched instantly, followed by another wave, some flying towards the capital, some towards Igang. And in the airspace above Igang, the base air force received Xavier's orders, and everyone was ready, while Alpha also activated the multifunctional armored vehicle at the first time. Looked at the distance. Just right. A lot of anti-aircraft missiles were launched. It's easy to say, but it's not that simple for fighter jets to turn in the air, especially at high speeds. They need to make a circle, but in this situation, the missile would come straight. There was no way to go around. Igang. Several pilots from the base, through the 360-degree camera, kept a close eye on the missiles behind them, their bodies tense. The pressure brought by high speed made their nerves like a tightly stretched thin line. Closer. In the case of straight-line travel, the fighter jets were still being chased by one missile after another. At this moment, in the pilot's line of sight, there were only the missiles chasing from behind. To go to Alpha's side, he almost had to make a 90-degree right-angle turn. How to do it at this speed? How to operate? The missile was getting closer. He could even see the blurry letter and number sequence on the high-speed rotating warhead. The next moment was about to be blown up. In the last second of life and death, the pilot forcefully maneuvered the aircraft, directly changing the body from a horizontal plane to a vertical plane. From 1 to 1. Swish! He seemed to hear the sound of the missile brushing past, several missiles. He narrowly avoided them in this risky way. No time to look at the others. He quickly turned the aircraft head, dived down, then circled and flew towards Alpha's direction. The missiles that flew past his head turned in a direction in the sky, tracking the aircraft again. However, this large angle turn consumed a lot of missile fuel, several times more than straight flight. As long as the missile could be made to turn several times, basically, the fuel would be exhausted. At the same time, a large distance was opened up, and the other aircraft, some facing Alpha directly, but were forced to take an S-shaped route, making the missiles constantly adjust their direction to evade. Boom! Boom! In the first evasion, 2 aircraft were directly destroyed in the air, unable to avoid the dense missiles. 1 aircraft was hit on the side of the capital. Just at the first encounter, the base lost 3 fighter jets. The rest were still doing their best to evade the missiles. The Minister of Defense looked at the fighter jet destroyed in the capital, with regret on his face. It's a pity, this one was one of the 4 that escaped last time. Such a good pilot, actually didn't parachute. Wasted. Joey Gu kept shaking his head, feeling a bit emotional. These are talents that are hard to come by. Not parachuting, because even at the last moment, the pilots were still doing their best to evade the missiles. This is too difficult. Locked on and tracked, the fighter jet is basically done for, except for the base's pilots, who rely on their superb skills. They managed to escape by utilizing the fighter jet's performance and intelligent piloting. But this is just the beginning. The evaded missile made a turn and shot back again, slightly less difficult than the first time because this time it was tracking from above the fighter jet. However, they can mimic what was done in the capital before, diving close to the ground, pulling up at the last moment before hitting the ground, catching the missile off guard. It will crash and explode. This is an extreme maneuver, very difficult, impossible on flat ground, as the fighter jet cannot withstand a sudden 90-degree turn. The aircraft would collapse. Therefore, they need to find a protruding building to complete the final arc turn, brushing past the building. Only then can they succeed. Inside the base, Norton and others were also sweating nervously. At this moment, Nolan rushed in anxiously, looking around the command center and then hurried over. "Commander, I heard that the base's stealth fighter jets are being countered." Nolan gasped for breath, running all the way here, very worried about the situation at the base. As the chief engineer, no one understands the performance of various equipment and weapons at the base better than him. Nolan's knowledge of mechanical engineering, intelligent machinery, and other aspects is as vast as the sea. Well, out of 15, only 11 are left now, and we might lose a few more, Jiang Chen said somewhat helplessly. With two major powers secretly assisting, there was indeed no way to handle this situation. In fact, this was normal. The United States wants clashes, oil, dominance, financial hegemony, while the Dragon country aims to Americanize, seeking influence in China and Europe. No one will allow clashes to happen. This has been a layout for more than a decade, not just a matter of 1 or 2 months. The competition and confrontation have always existed since the rise of the Dragon country. I have a solution, Nolan said solemnly, asking Jiang Chen, Commander, can I command them? Jiang Chen really wanted to give Nolan a big fight. Of course, he was joking. He quickly said, no need to ask, hurry up. Nolan quickly picked up the communicator and said a sentence that stunned everyone. Base Command Center, I am Chief Engineer Nolan. Now, everyone, follow my orders, shut down the engines. Ha! Not to mention Norton and others in the command center, even the 11 pilots outside were puzzled at this moment, doubting life. However, following orders is a soldier's duty. They hesitated for a moment and replied, understood. Understood. But isn't it suicidal to extinguish the engines while being pursued? At this moment, Nolan continued, then released the heat decoys, chaffs, and all carried missiles in batches. Understood. Understood. Nolan stared at the screen, commanding in real time. He said one thing, and the base's pilots did one thing. With the engines of the 11 fighter jets extinguished, the decoys were the first to be ejected. Smoke and high-temperature decoys filled the 10,000-meter-high sky instantly. Launch the missiles, fire at will. As Nolan's voice fell, the missiles on the Mirage fighter jet suddenly detached, spewing flames in the air and launching out. About 5 seconds later, he continued, release the heat decoys. Release more chaffs. Missiles. People around the world who witnessed this scene were momentarily stunned. Because the extinguished engines were obvious, the flames from the 4 nozzles at the rear of the fighter jet disappeared, and the aircraft stalled. Some may not know what a stall looks like. At first, everything seemed fine. Speed suddenly dropped, the fighter jet plummeted straight down, the fuselage violently shook in the strong airflow, rocking up and down, very turbulent. The pilot inside feels like the stomach is about to come out. At the same time, from the relatively low air stratosphere, rapidly descending into the troposphere, the air density increased, the fighter jet lost control, suddenly like a flatboat on a surging sea. Started moving irregularly. 360-degree flip. Seen everywhere. However, what dumbfounded everyone was that in this situation, those tracking anti-aircraft missiles actually didn't hit a single fighter jet. It made everyone scratch their heads. Anti-aircraft missiles not hitting heat decoys and chaff. Surprisingly, there were still a few missiles chasing after the fighter jets. Not to mention ordinary people. The Minister of Defense of the Great Goose, Joey Good, was stunned, pointing at the screen, extremely puzzled. What's going on? Is their fighter jet malfunctioning? Or is it intentional? What principle, anti-aircraft missiles, can't even hit these aircraft? He was really curious. Eyes widened, never seen anything like this before, it's simply mind-blowing. Base. As the crisis gradually passed, Nolan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. Commander, it looks like I guessed right. Norton and Xavier were both surprised looking at Nolan. They didn't know what was going on. At this point, Nolan explained little by little, all my knowledge is about weapons and equipment. I am very clear that they cannot crack our stealth performance in such a short time, so these anti-aircraft missiles are not radar-locked, but guided by satellites to a certain distance, then activate the missile's heat tracking function. Norton nodded, that's what he was thinking too. And satellites find it difficult to maintain continuous guidance on fast-moving targets, mainly relying on heat tracking and laser guidance in the middle and rear sections. The base aircraft has stealth coatings, radar waves and lasers are useless, so we shut down the engines and release a large amount of heat sources. The only heat tracking of the missile will show multiple targets. Without adjustments from the fire control radar, they will randomly attack these heat sources. It is based on this principle that we can survive. After Nolan finished speaking, Norton was somewhat incredulous. Ahem. Is it that simple? His expression was a bit unnatural. Why does it feel strange? Strange knowledge points keep increasing. Can it still be played like this? Nolan smiled slightly. Simple? He shook his head in rebuttal. No, not simple at all, but a combination of multiple factors. If we are not stealthy, if the radar can lock onto the aircraft, if the aircraft structure is not sturdy, if any one link is wrong, it's a death sentence. Don't be too happy too soon. Norton's gaze turned to the screen, where the stalled aircraft was rapidly and irregularly rotating and falling from the sky. He also looked worried. An aircraft stall is a very dangerous thing. We have only passed the first hurdle. If we can't adjust, we still can't avoid the destruction of the aircraft and loss of life, and in a stalled state, there is no chance to parachute. At these words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They all knew the dangers of stalling. In fact, in the high altitude, the Mirage fighter jet has been constantly alarming. The aircraft is at risk of disintegration. That's a 4 Mach stall. Directly in this situation, violating aerodynamics. Even if the engines are shut down, the speed drops suddenly, it's still very fast. Extremely dangerous. Even at this moment, some pilots have already fainted in the cockpit. That feeling is definitely not something anyone wants to experience. Quick! Remote operation from the Air Command Center, activate the intelligent aircraft control, adjust the attitude. Yes. At the same time, Sally, Herard, and the 3 major countries are all closely watching the fighter jets falling from the sky and spinning continuously. Big Goose. After listening to the technical staff's explanation, Joagu was suddenly enlightened. The people at the mysterious base are really clever, but avoiding missiles is one thing, dealing with a stall is the most difficult to control. Isn't it just walking into the old dust? Yes, at this level of turbulence, any living being would have no way to control the plane back on track. What skydiving, bungee jumping, in the face of a stall, not even the youngest brother can handle it, at such a fast speed. A soft but strong airflow, even comparable to an iron wall. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, a fighter jet disintegrated in the air, with a monolithic wing much stronger than usual structures. It broke at that moment. Thick flames and black smoke burst out. Joagu shook his head, feeling a bit sympathetic. What a pity. If this wave could survive, this base would teach the world a lesson again. The United States. Everyone's faces relaxed, thinking they could escape, but still ended up on a dead-end path. Like playing tricks? What's the point? Seeing this, Sully and Herard, one in the port of Eye, and the other in the capital of Clash, put their hearts back in their stomachs. Trying to recover a stalled fighter jet is like competing with the king of hell for a soul. Now, I can finally relax in the command center. Sully laughed heartily, feeling relieved and comfortable. Otherwise, he would always be on edge, afraid of a ground-penetrating missile hitting his underground shelter. And at this moment, suddenly, the situation changed dramatically again. Sully was stunned, his smile gradually disappearing, replaced by astonishment. What the hell? Rolling in the air, like a small boat falling into a deep-sea vortex, in this life-threatening situation. Except for the disintegrated one. The remaining fighter jet's tail, like a candlelight in the cold night wind, flickered weakly a few times, then firmly jetted fuel. Chirp, chirp. The light burst instantly, bright and dazzling. Start-up successful. Sully's face was full of disbelief, leaning back. How is this possible? Remote startup. What surprised him was not that, but the strength of the fighter jet's body, that even in this situation, the internal components were undamaged. It could still start? At this moment, the spoilers on the fighter jet started working, adjusting the airflow, struggling to regain control of the stalled fighter jet. Sully suppressed his inner shock. What a terrifying performance. But what's the use? Adjusting a stalled plane is even harder than reaching the sky. Right. Someone, quickly send troops to secure the crash site of those fighter jets, see if we can find some wreckage. An advanced American drone had an accident for no reason. The wreckage must be brought back. If some intact components fall into the hands of other countries, this product developed with billions of research funds will be purely taken advantage of. After speaking, Sully's attention remained focused on the screen. Even though the fighter jet's engine had started, it was still flickering like a candle in the wind, swinging freely, and only 5,000 meters from the ground, just over 10 seconds away from crashing and destroying, just over 10 seconds, trying to adjust back. A fool's dream. The people from the satellite departments of the United States, Dragon Country, and the Big Goose, all looked on, except for a hint of expectation in Joago's eyes. The rest had no expression. In the air, the engines of the Mirage fighter jet are being adjusted. The aircraft is moving irregularly, and to correct it, a vertical force must be applied. And it must be very strong. Only then can this dilemma be overcome. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, as the nose of the aircraft rolls downward, the 4 engines suddenly exert a powerful upward thrust. Suddenly like this. Under the force of the rolling inertia, the entire fuselage seems to bend and break, which is heart-wrenching. But then, just like a slingshot, it jerks for a moment, instantly straightens out, pushing the fighter jet, diving forward, breaking free from the previous stall state, a brief acceleration, and the nose slowly begins to rise. Success! Great! Joey shouted excitedly. At this moment, regardless of nationality, he had just been sweating. His reaction startled the people on the Big Goose. The reaction on the base side. Same as Joey, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Norton Nolan, Xavier, and other officers couldn't help but smile happily. Beautiful. Fantastic. And the intelligence systems of the fighter jets are the same. After success here, the remaining fighter jets basically followed suit, breaking free from the stall motion, starting to return. In this way, the Air Force Base suffered a certain death this time, losing 4 aircraft, a result that they could completely bear. The joys and sorrows of humans are not shared. Long Kingdom, United States. The government army, the various monitoring rooms of the Sali Armed Forces, and the command center all had a tense atmosphere, and their expressions were not good at all. Really? For this time to lure the enemy into the urn, the Clash Army and the Sali Army endured for so long, and when they finally launched into the sky, they thought it was a certain death. But they escaped. The expression on Herard's face at this moment was as ugly as if he had eaten shit, his facial muscles uncontrollably trembling, wanting to burst out and vent. This is fucking ridiculous. It's messing with their minds. Sully was also furious, silent, suppressing extreme resentment, jealousy, and unwillingness. How to play this? Long Kingdom. Eastern Theater. Commander Yang did not show up to watch the aerial battle between the two armies. Joey was also lucky, at their level. It was impossible to waste time watching this. However, when he received the report below, he looked at it, his expression changed, his voice still carried a sense of majesty, like a beast ready to pounce. It seems that heaven doesn't want to take it. Commander Yang put down the report. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, along with amazement at the performance of the fighter jets. Their fighter jets are very powerful. Didn't one crash low over the Clash capital? Ask them to lend it over for research. As a rising star in the Long Kingdom. Although they are currently very strong and have developed many of their own weapons, in terms of specific matters, the first aircraft carrier and the first fighter jet have borrowed a lot from others. Learn from others. As long as they can protect their people and keep up with international standards with their self-developed weapons, they can't blame the ignorance and isolation of the late Qing rulers. It turned a 5,000-year-old great nation into a mere student. Alright, Commander, let's contact Clash. But the current situation may not be conducive to borrowing, and the government army may not be able to hold on much longer. Commander Yang fell into contemplation. This was a problem. So what now? He rubbed his forehead, also very troubled by this issue. Let's first see, isn't the American aircraft carrier almost at the Persian Gulf? They won't sit idly by. Let's see now, whether the focus of the mysterious base is on the government army or the Sali armed forces, and then find a way to talk to them. To be honest, in the layout of Central Europe, they cannot afford to lose. It's not just about the influence in Central Europe, but the influence of the Long Kingdom in the world. If the government army really can't hold on, no one can predict what will happen. Base. In less than 2 hours, 15 fighter jets, 10 remaining. This loss is very large. Next door battlefield, the Big Goose lost a 5th-generation fighter jet. Can all be on the hot search list. Not to mention this time 5 planes. Adding the destroyed fighter jets of both armies in Clash, the total number of damaged planes directly reached 27 fighter jets. This data can directly shock the world. Just happened. It will take some time to spread the news. Jiang Chen saw the remaining 10 fighter jets return, not to the airport, but directly to the ICU, base maintenance factory. All systems need to be checked and repaired before they can be used again. The pilots are all fine, just passed out. Rest for a few days will be fine. The only good news is that mass destruction weapons, thermobaric bombs, white phosphorus bombs, electronic warfare aircraft, and electromagnetic bombs have all come off the production line. Next, the 17 besieging forces of the base, their bases, will become a living hell. The time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Dragon Country. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. Without opening the phone, young people now have news push notifications from some apps, similar to Tencent News in WeChat. 2:10. People busy with various things across the country all received 2 news push notifications in a row. Shocking. S3 season is about to start? Clash half a day, 27 fighter jets destroyed, intense battle. It is reported that 2 U.S. carrier battle groups have officially entered the Persian Gulf, detailing the relationship between the U.S. and the Sali armed forces. Where will the mysterious base go? 2 consecutive news. All the people in Dragon Country were stunned. Some of them had not paid attention to the situation at Jiang Chen's Clash base. They had no idea that the decisive battle had begun. Either they knew a little bit, or they didn't know at which stage it was now, but suddenly seeing 27 fighter jets destroyed, they were all startled. Their mood suddenly became tense, and with the exaggerated headlines of the news, people's minds went directly to the S3 season. Is it really going to start? Those who were paying attention, let alone many people who watched the live battle situation, could only describe it as fierce and astonishing. After reading the news push, many people couldn't wait to open Douyin, Weibo, and check the trending list. Sure enough, the top 3 were all about Clash. The first is still the red alert technology of the mysterious base. The second is the 27 fighter jets battle damage. The third is the US carrier battle group entering the Persian Gulf, but currently, this is more about space shuttles than Clash. Looking further down, the fourth is also very eye-catching. According to the military spokesperson, our aircraft carrier fleet will also head to the Persian Gulf. All the trending topics only indicate one thing: the entire northwest of Jin is in chaos. Almost. Just casually swiping a few videos on Douyin, a video of the Clash battlefield pops up, with more comments than likes. Among them, the most are the 2 waves of high-octane operations of the base fighter jets, which are really the lifelong blood-boiling desires of many male compatriots. Especially the wave in the capital, passing through the city, finally pulling up to the limit, brushing past the skyscrapers, making countless people boil with excitement. Watching it makes your hair stand on end. I thought the scalpel was already the ceiling operation of the fighter jet. Now, I declare that this wave of looking back at the moon is the real peak, unreachable within 100 years. He satisfies any man's fantasy. I can think of passing through a myriad of flowers without a trace, killing one person every 10 steps, not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. This wave of operations really fits my dream of a fighter jet. In this video, there are also scenes of base fighter jets being destroyed. People who see it for the first time are stunned, so out of the 27 jets, the base lost 5. Damn, and not a single one was due to enemy fighter jets being destroyed. Wow, this astonishing record, a casualty ratio of 2,200%? Can only say it's too bad. How can the mysterious base be so fierce, making the Clash fighter jets not even dare to lift their heads? Just one sentence: what's up? What's up? Boldly slap on the face. Except for the Dragon Country. Basically, at this time, various countries have reported relevant information, and unsurprisingly, in the midst of this astonishing casualty ratio, countries are having very intense discussions, group chats among various friends, discussing the Clash war one after another, and then analyzing the international situation in a bold manner. It seems that men are naturally very interested in these things. When discussing, one is more talkative than the other, one has more ideas than the other, as if they are in control of this world's chess game. Even those who are working or studying, the topic in their mouths occasionally touches on the Clash, on the mysterious base. Speaking of this, they are excited. Heroes are indignant, each insisting on their own views, not giving in to each other, spitting while talking, but the words, expressions, and shining eyes can all show the admiration of ordinary people for the mysterious base. Various technologies are really amazing. Of course, in the Dragon Country, it is like this, while NATO countries are more ordinary, although they are shocked by the strength of the mysterious base pilots. However, because the top officials of these countries manipulate public opinion, they always portray the base as terrorists. The headlines are also like this. Invisibly, they are subtly changing the people's perception of the outside world. For example, a certain big country is like this. While the outside world is fiercely discussing, the situation in Clash is becoming more tense, already on the brink of overturning the chessboard. 17 units are urgently building defenses. Helicopters, drones, continuously flying over the desert where the base is located, gathering information, trying to locate the positions of the radiation engineers, and of course, the base is not idle either, getting ready to give these people a big surprise. The desolate desert, never thought it would become so popular one day. Drones from all directions, like a minefield, entering the desert, flying in groups, and even carrying bombs. The high-definition images gradually reveal every inch, searching for any possible hiding place of the radiation engineers. This thing is too small, and too close to the ground. Radar can't detect it unless it gets closer, a bit rogue. At this rate, in no time, they will have captured the full view of the base. However, soon, both sides of the clash discovered that the drones, like poison birds, were crashing from the sky with a plop, plop, plop. Increase altitude, it's radiation. Since the base's weapons became similar to those in Red Alert, everyone has been cramming Red Alert knowledge, of course knowing that radiation engineers can cause damage to tanks and the like, just like an electromagnetic bomb, directly destroying the interior. The altitude was raised from 200 meters above the ground to 800 meters, but the drone group still couldn't hold on. Just think about it. Radiation. Can it be a kilometer or two away? Damn it, retreat, send in the reconnaissance aircraft. I can't do it, the radiation range can be so large. The Clash army is getting tough. Currently, they have not found where the radiation engineers are hiding. Inside the base, Jiang Chen has been paying attention to their movements, and now, the bombers are almost ready. They have not been deployed yet, as the ammunition is being produced. Oh, watching the drone group preparing to evacuate on the screen, Jiang Chen showed a playful smile. You came without reporting and want to leave. What do you think my base is, Norton? Give them a taste of the electromagnetic bomb often. Okay, Norton grinned. Ha! Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Wait, there are big guys coming. Wait for them to gather together, and take them all out at once. Outside Hama City, the government army and the Sali armed forces each had a reconnaissance helicopter, flying higher above the ground, gradually approaching the desert. Drones were retreating. In no time, the drones and the reconnaissance helicopter converged in the same area, with drones densely packed, some flying high and some low. There were at least a few hundred of them, like a flock of birds. Not expensive. It costs tens of thousands of dollars. The key is that this is all the inventory of the two armies, so the strategic value far exceeds the value of the drones themselves. Without this equipment, they would have to risk lives for reconnaissance. The sky was clear and cloudless, pure blue and serene, everything seemed calm, and one by one, the drones were about to leave the desert. And then, suddenly, from deep within the desert, a dozen or so black dots flew in a parabolic arc, swiftly approaching the drone swarm. Ha! The sudden turn of events caught the attention of many soldiers from both sides of the clash, and after a moment of surprise, they burst into laughter. Is the mysterious base stupid? Using artillery to shoot down drones? No, can he hit them? Amused. The government army and the Sali armed forces built defenses, and those who witnessed this scene wore expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, many bloggers from Hama City were live streaming, so viewers from around the world were also a bit puzzled. Is the mysterious base starting some kind of show? Using cannons to shoot mosquitoes? I can't stop laughing. If they can hit them, I'll eat my computer. This is a bit absurd. Shouldn't the mysterious base make such a decision? Isn't it a waste of ammunition? The drones were too small a target. A sniper rifle would suffice, but no one had seen anyone use artillery shells in a parabolic trajectory to shoot down drones. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. A waste of effort. As people discussed and laughed, the black dots in the sky drew closer to the drone swarms. The soldiers of both sides of the clash focused on their tasks, not taking the situation seriously. They just watched where the shells landed. If it wasn't here, let them shoot. If they could hit one, I'd admit defeat. At the same time, shortly after the electromagnetic bombs were launched from the base, around 5:10 in the afternoon, 10 bombers parked at the Air Command headquarters took off with a roar. The base was under constant surveillance, so Herard and Sali were the first to receive the news, both of them looking very pleased. It's like falling asleep and having a pillow brought to you. They had been afraid of the base's aircraft taking off before, but now, the tables had turned, and they were afraid the aircraft would stay grounded at the base. Well, should I say you are fearless like a newborn calf? Or that you are itching to send something? Sali was ecstatic. Just now, the United States had contacted him, asking him to find a way to bring the wreckage of the base's aircraft down over clash territory. The more intact, the better. Depending on the completeness, he would receive $1 billion in weapons aid, and an aircraft carrier would also be in the Persian Gulf to help intercept the base's fighter jets. However, on the Sali armed side, only a few aircraft were destroyed. They all exploded and disintegrated in the air. They had to search slowly. Seeing the base's bombers take off, Herard and Sali's anti-aircraft units sprang into action. They were ready to replicate what they did last time. Bombers were not like fighter jets. Trying to perform the same high-difficulty maneuvers as fighter jets was wishful thinking. Meanwhile, in the desert, with the terrifying power of the base bomber carrying a destructive large bomb, the thermobaric bomb left the airfield. Just now, the electromagnetic bomb was launched. Finally, it reached the detonation position. The electromagnetic bomb does not need to land, but explodes in the air, generating a strong electromagnetic field instantly damaging all electronic components and chips within its range. The explosives are compressed in the bomb. Compressed again. Building up the pressure to the maximum, with a boom, an electromagnetic bomb exploded in the midst of the drone group. The visible shockwave hit the ground, stirring up thick yellow sand. At the same time, the compressed electromagnetic explosion invisibly swept everything away, like a giant rock hitting the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Sizzle! 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 The drones in the air instantly burst into sparks from their fuselages, burning from the inside due to overload of electricity. Immediately after, they fell like dumplings. Just as everyone was wondering why the bomb, when exploding in the air, inexplicably seemed to subject the drone group to a huge gravitational force. One by one, they fell. Countless people widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Damn! We've been fooled, this damn thing is an electromagnetic bomb." The armed forces and government troops stared blankly. It was too late to react now. Not good. Reconnaissance helicopter. The officer in charge of reconnaissance's face suddenly changed drastically, turning pale instantly. An advanced reconnaissance aircraft is much more expensive than an armed helicopter. It's filled with valuable stuff. Two electromagnetic missiles locked onto the reconnaissance aircraft, and in an instant of explosion, the reconnaissance helicopter was seen swaying uncontrollably in the air. And with sparks. Gradually, the fire grew bigger, emitting thick smoke, swaying in the air like falling maple leaves, exploding on the ground. Mysterious base, damn you! The senior officer in charge of reconnaissance couldn't help but curse angrily, his face full of resentment towards the base. This was his baby, and now it's gone. This mysterious base is too damn treacherous, actually launching these unethical electromagnetic bombs. Without thinking too much, they quickly reported the situation. Report, quickly contact the commander. The mysterious base is launching electromagnetic bombs, shut down all electronic facilities. Yes, the electromagnetic bomb doesn't discriminate, regardless of status. As long as it has a chip, it can't withstand this thing. And things with chips are generally expensive. Tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, command vehicles, and other stuff are particularly afraid of electromagnetic bombs, collapsing with just one explosion. As expected, just after reporting, several black dots appeared in the sky direction of the base again, making the reconnaissance officer shudder. Damn, luckily I thought of this, reported it, or else I would face severe punishment. He couldn't help but feel clever. His lips slightly curled up. However, gradually, as the reconnaissance officer watched, his expression changed, his raised lips pressed down, staring straight at the sky. He finally saw it. At the same time, the intercom sounded, "All forces, attention, the mysterious base's bomber is taking off, please quickly disperse, please quickly disperse." Without a second thought, the reconnaissance officer turned and ran. The 17 teams of soldiers building defensive fortifications outside, along with the logistics personnel, were in chaos. They dispersed from the gathering. Then, they watched as the bombers in the sky approached closer and closer, not taking it seriously, having just been bombed recently. As long as they kept an eye on the falling bombs and ran faster, they could escape. Not panicking. As steady as an old dog. The base. Jiang Chen watched the scene and couldn't help but show a smirk of schadenfreude. These guys are not taking the bombers seriously, right? Through the base's high-definition spy satellite. What he saw on the screen in front of him was that on various open spaces, the Sali armed forces and government troops, ground troops were standing scattered, each separated by about 10 meters. They were looking up at the sky. Some people even held their shovels, with one hand on their waist, looking stable, as if what was about to come from the sky was not a bomber but a supply airdrop. Jiang Chen was truly amused. Indeed, weakness and ignorance were not obstacles to survival, arrogance was. What? Do you really think the base's bombers are here to play Tetris with you? Earlier, because the bombers were specifically targeting tank armored vehicles, the government troops and Sali armed forces armored units all entered the city of Hama. The anti-aircraft vehicles did too. They had always adopted a non-engagement anti-air policy, relying entirely on people to hide. The bombs falling from high altitude were not missiles. There was no ground war to distract them. As long as they focused on the free-falling bombs, it was indeed easy to dodge them. Only in the more densely populated areas, a few people might not be able to run away in time and would be killed by the bombs. This casualty rate was entirely acceptable to both sides. Soon, 10 fighter jets from the base arrived at their designated locations, the largest force to arrive this time, with at least 5,000 people. They spread out, occupying an area roughly the size of a school, but from the sky, they still appeared densely packed. The bomber pilots remained calm, operating various buttons unhurriedly. The bomb bay doors opened. Inside were 45 tons of bombs, incendiary bombs, not yet covered, falling one after another, followed by those hanging on the wings and fuselage. Giant bombs measuring 6.5 meters in length and 0.8 meters in diameter were mixed in with smaller bombs. They fell one by one. From the ground, they still looked like black dots falling fiercely from the sky. Everyone kept a close eye on their positions, making sure none landed above their heads. If they did, they would run quickly. Suddenly, the sky was once again filled with rockets, densely packed, like a volley of arrows, directly hitting one of the 17 units. Seeing the rockets approaching in an arc, they adjusted their positions. Gradually, the crowd began to feel something was amiss. Those who had spread out were now being forced closer together by the half-circle of bombs dropped by the bombers and the base's rocket coverage. Hiss! Why are there more and more people here? Can't we hit this position? At this moment, They understood that being close together was very dangerous. Just a glance revealed that there seemed to be only 3 or 4 bombs falling above their heads. Gradually, they dispelled their suspicions and began to disperse again, avoiding these few bombs. Looking at the crowd again, the 5,000 people who had initially been spread out over an area the size of a school now seemed to have condensed into 2 playgrounds. The distance between individuals had decreased from 20 meters to 7 or 8 meters. It seemed fine. This distance made it easy to avoid the bombs, especially since the bombers had finished dropping their bombs and were circling back to base. They were even less worried. Ready to weather this wave of attacks and continue their work, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "FUCK. Run!" The voice was extremely desperate and fearful. Without even looking, they instinctively ran, but as they ran and looked back, everyone's footsteps stopped again. "What the hell are you shouting for? Just 3 or 4 bombs, that's it, run for nothing, scaring the hell out of me." "Exactly, what's with the barking? Those few have already left a clear space, can't hit you, stop freaking out." Due to Earth's gravity and the heavier weight of the bomb heads, they were falling vertically downward. From below, the 0.8-meter diameter made it easy to overlook their size. Only the sharp-eyed ground troops recognized that they were significantly larger than regular bombs. "Run fast! These few are big bombs, they're deliberately forcing us together." The soldier who discovered the problem was about to panic to death, running and shouting loudly. In addition to these people, there was another group that was not forced to this area, but instead moved away from here, so they could see clearly from their oblique perspective. The bomb was several meters long, and from a distance, they waved frantically, their faces full of urgency, signaling their comrades to quickly disperse. Due to their low rank, they were not equipped with communication devices, so they could only rely on manpower to command. As the air pressure bomb got closer and closer, the whistling sound also came from the air. At this moment, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. Instantly, their faces were horrified. Their eyes were full of fear. They wanted to run, only to notice the small bombs falling around them, along with the rockets. The outer perimeter was almost engulfed by the exploding flames. The incendiary bomb burned itself desperately. Upon landing, it was a riotous scene, a violently expanding high-temperature flame, like an exploding oil tanker, the fire becoming tangible. Extremely magnificent and terrifying. The aerial compression bomb was incredibly powerful, blasting open craters, with sand and rocks flying everywhere, explosions blooming all over the place. Boom! 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 It was quite spectacular. However, except for the audiences from various countries watching through the screen, no one present had the mood to appreciate this explosion as an art. What to do? What to do? With wolves in front and tigers behind, they were completely caught in a dilemma. Trapped in a desperate situation, everyone's face was panicked, fearful, helpless, staring anxiously at the huge bomb getting closer and closer. Trembling uncontrollably. There was no way, in order to survive, they had to run. Many yellow-faced Clash soldiers, gritting their teeth, rushed into the bombing area, frantically trying to escape. No one wanted to face this huge bomb. In the base, Jiang Chun chuckled, "Pretending? Why stop pretending now? Weren't you just standing there with your hands on your hips, holding a shovel, and smoking, looking carefree? Why don't you run now?" If there was a horn, he really wanted to make fun of these people on the spot. Of course, the current effect was entirely due to Norton and Xavier's careful design, randomly dropping bombs, deliberately making it look like the bombs wouldn't harm people, relaxing the vigilance of both Clash armies, and then, pulling the rug out from under them, forcing them to gather unconsciously. Finally, the big baby is here. People from all over the world, including those who bypassed the Dragon country's firewall, the United States, France, the United Kingdom, dozens of countries. At this moment, the viewers watching the live broadcast, their hearts were pounding. The journalists in Hama City were very clear about the equipment they were using. They directly focused on the missiles falling from the sky. This size, this magnitude, coupled with an area below that was as large as several playgrounds combined, intending to kill so many people. This thing, damn, could it be a nuclear bomb? Once, in a war between the United States and Vietnam, they used thermobaric bombs, and the Vietnamese soldiers said they saw a mushroom cloud and destruction similar to a nuclear bomb explosion. This is the sub-nuclear bomb. 50 yuan big package, 878954140. It will be available tomorrow too. Remember to claim it, free for love. Claim the second password, expires in 24 hours, April 14th. 22:30. In a moment of thought, many viewers watching the live broadcast shook their heads in difficulty. Deep down, they still didn't believe that the mysterious base had a nuclear bomb. How many countries in the world have one? It was just a momentary illusion, scary enough. If a nuclear bomb appeared, the S3 season would probably really start. But even if it wasn't a nuclear bomb, gradually, no one spoke, all were staring intently at the screen. As the huge bomb was about to drop, everyone held their breath. Clash. The government forces and the Sali militants who were forced together, scattered like birds and beasts at this moment, with faces full of fear, no longer caring about the explosions around them. Fleeing in all directions, they ran while looking back in fear to see the situation of the large bombs in the air. They were less than 100 meters from the ground, and at that moment, everyone's movements seemed to pause, as if in slow motion. Between heaven and earth, there were only 3 exploding thermobaric bombs. Boom! The sound of the explosion reached their ears, causing a buzzing noise as if their heads were submerged in water. They couldn't hear anything clearly. There was no time to think. Between heaven and earth, a tremendously huge flame burst open, violently surging and spreading eagerly in all directions like waves pushing forward. At that moment, even the sun lost its color in front of the thermobaric bomb. Only the enormous flame generated by the explosion remained, along with a rising mushroom cloud, filling everyone's minds. Boom! The second bomb exploded, followed closely by the third, fourth. Surrounding the 17 military units in the desert, 10 larger units were hit. A total of 6 new suns rose. Yes, like doomsday, 60 bright orange suns shone around, bathing in fire. In an instant, it felt unreal, as if this place was not Earth but a world of super doomsday. This scene was so astonishing that countless people watching through screens were left stunned, their eyes filled with shock. They would never forget the sight before them. 60 small suns, destroying everything on the ground, sandbags, trenches, defensive fortifications, all were destroyed in the moment of the birth of the small suns. The intense shockwave swept everything away, destroying everything as if it were made of straw. The lives of the soldiers below were suspended at that moment. In the central 200-meter area, everything was vaporized at a temperature of 2000 degrees, turning people into sand that dispersed instantly. The shockwave was too terrifying, carrying high-temperature air that turned everything flammable on the ground into a blazing red. The muscle tissues of the human body seemed to carbonize instantly, turning into black-red figures. The visible shockwave scene was intense, spreading from the center and destroying everything in its path: sand, rocks, vegetation, buildings. Everything that could be destroyed was scattered by the wind. In the face of the shockwave, these debris became terrifying weapons, accelerated to supersonic speeds, piercing through obstacles, including people. Therefore, in this kind of damage, one could imagine it as a giant fragmentation grenade, with various stones accelerated to the speed of sound in the shockwave. Hitting people, it was like creating bloody holes. After a moment, everything fell silent. The world fell silent, truly silent, except for the slowly rising huge mushroom cloud on the scene. There was not a single sound. All was quiet. Only the broken remnants, the burning flames, spoke of how catastrophic the event was. Looking around, almost no one was left standing, and even the few survivors lay on the ground, trembling all over. In the live broadcast, the audience who witnessed this earth-shattering scene were now also silent, unable to recover from the shock of what they had just seen. They stared blankly at the screen, at all the signs of destruction. It seemed as if they hadn't reacted yet. One moment, there was a bustling crowd, thousands of people in action, laughter and joy, and the next moment, it turned into such a devastating ruin. How could one not be shaken by this? Their hearts were trembling violently, and at that moment, they finally had no desire to watch the spectacle. This was war. Externally, this time, it was a complete and thorough shock, like a global magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred. Mysterious base used nuclear bombs. Rumors spread like wildfire, instantly swept across the globe. Because of the thermobaric bomb, besides no radiation, as long as the dosage is enough, the performance is almost no different from a nuclear bomb, but it was quickly debunked, because official news from various countries was pushed out. Latest news: mysterious base first used a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, thermobaric bomb. 60 suns rise and clash, but even so, it still shocked countless people. The mystery of the base once again made everyone realize it's simply too terrifying. Others used them one by one. The mysterious base, for the sake of convenience, directly used 60 at once. Is this so extravagant? With this much money, why fight at all? Can't we just enjoy life? Whether it's a nuclear bomb or a thermobaric bomb, once the videos from the scene were leaked, anyone who saw such a shocking scene was shaken, with the image of 60 suns rising in their minds. They couldn't forget it for a long time. Such a scene has truly never been seen before, clustered together, exploding together, round after round of intense fiery red suns, will be permanently engraved in countless people's hearts. Clash. The capital and the port of Igang are in a tense mobilization, Herard and Sali, with a look of despair on their faces. The anti-aircraft missiles have not been launched yet. The base's bombers have completed their mission and returned to base, giving them no chance. The sky darkens. The summer wind was supposed to be refreshing, but Sully stood at the port, feeling a chill, with people running past him constantly, busy with preparations. Before long, "Leader, we should go." Sully didn't answer, turning to look at the sky belonging to Clash, feeling inexplicably sad, having fought for over a decade. This was also his home. 7 days ago, victory was within reach. He was about to take over the Heli Lang Canyon, but a mysterious base suddenly emerged, destroying everything. Now, forced to leave Clash. In the Battle of Hama City Desert today, the two armies of Clash were basically defeated. Sully never imagined that the mysterious base still possessed a large-scale weapon of mass destruction that Clash had never had, leading to a disastrous defeat. Sully's eyes were filled with reluctance, feeling the cold wind blowing over him. Standing at the dark port, he unexpectedly felt like a hero in decline. "Leader, the base's armored forces are coming, we have to go." He looked back at Igang again. "I will come back." This evacuation, he wouldn't disappear, but would hide for a while. The United States wouldn't abandon him, they promised. Next, they will execute a decisive move against the base. No way out. By then, they will need him to come back and take charge of the situation. This chapter's password read envelope, 647544940, send free electricity for love, get the second password, 4:15:17:30. Sully was supported by someone, boarded a speedboat, and quickly left. Sully was armed, temporarily becoming history, waiting for a future resurgence. Sitting on the boat, Sully gazed at the night sky, recalling his recent conversation with Anthony, murmuring, "Decisive move. What will it be? Since it's a decisive move, why not act early, why wait until now?" He also asked Anthony on the phone. Anthony didn't know either, just reassuring him that it was impossible for someone to pick him up and take him to the U.S. aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. The United States was also clueless. Who could have thought that in just a few days, you would be defeated by someone? If you have to act, you have to go through a process. How long does it take? Less than a week. No one could react. This time. Anyway, judging from Anthony's tone and the current situation, Sally felt 90% confident. "It depends on when. I hope this day will come soon." A flame of revenge ignited in Sally's heart. Hatred towards Jiangshan surged like turbulent waves. At this moment, Gerard's call came in. Sally answered. There was a long silence on the other end, followed by a hoarse inquiry. "I heard that you ran away." Not a question, but a statement of fact. "I didn't run away, just waiting for another opportunity. How about you, didn't they inform you?" Sally understood that Gerard, his old rival, must have his eyes on this side. "What do you mean?" Gerard was a bit puzzled. "Ha, old friend, it seems you've become a pawn, ha." Hearing Gerard's confused voice, Sally's sadness from Jiang Chen's blow disappeared, and he showed off in front of his old rival. Gerard didn't know what to say for a moment. He hadn't received any news yet, but he knew that the siege of the base had been a success or failure, and with Sally running away, he was torn. To die defending his dignity, or run away like Sally. But, Gerard frowned slightly, listening to Sally's implication. It was obvious that there was insider information he didn't know about. "What do you know?" "Sorry, old friend, I can't tell you about this opponent, you just guard your Clash and wait to die, or surrender and become a prisoner." Sally exhaled a breath, striking a blow at his old rival, feeling great. Gerard hung up the phone. The entire command center fell silent, the top brass of the government army, their dead eyes focused on Gerard, waiting for him to make a decision. Now, they didn't know what to do either. With 60 sons, the army almost wiped out, leaving only 7, totaling only 10 to 20,000 people. Fight to the death in guerrilla warfare? What's the point? It's just to discuss the enemy, and besides, the strong contrast of this failure is a bit hard for Gerard to accept. He turned slowly in the command center. Looking at the two Longwa people, he hoarsely asked, "Friends, what should I do now?" In fact, Gerard was asking for Longwa's opinion. "Fight or not, find me people, find weapons, let's fight, if not, I'm ready to slip away. Can't risk my life here. Ah, Prime Minister, let's retreat too." The command center was filled with sighs. The special envoy from Longwa was also very troubled, constantly refreshing the chat page. "Not sure what to do, we reported it, but there's been no response, let's wait a little longer." Hamas City. The desert around the explosion site was a ruin. The 7 remaining Clash teams were in a daze, completely at a loss. 3 of them belonged to Sally's armed forces, packing up their things, getting ready to run away. The highest command had already issued orders for them to evacuate on their own, wait for further orders, and then nothing happened. Couldn't reach them. The other 4 were government troops, totaling over 9,000 people, also in a panic, not sure what to do. The 6 commanders were not all dead, but they were also at a loss. Base. Norton ordered the radiation engineers to shut down the radiation device. 3 helicopters took off from the base, like 3 big loudspeakers. With the radio on. The main forces of the clash have been defeated. I'm sure everyone has seen the strength of the base. Our original intention is still to establish a country without war. Follow us, and there is a future. Now, those willing to surrender, drop your weapons, go to the center of Hama City, wait for unified reception. An hour later, we will launch the final pursuit. Those who resist with weapons will be killed without mercy. For those captured, you will not be treated as prisoners of war. If willing, you can serve the base, with preferential treatment. If not, you can return home on your own later. As long as you lay down your weapons and enter Hama City, we are friends. The base vows to bring glory and wealth to Clash. Welcome to join. The base's words, with big promises and big threats, quickly spread around. To be honest, at this moment, anyone who hears it needs to consider the weight of the words. They are all speaking the truth. In just 1 week, the base defeated Clash, showing its true value. 7 remaining strongholds. The remaining remnants looked at each other, feeling a bit shaken inside. The fact is clear, the leader of the Sali armed forces has fled. What else is there besides surrender? On the government army side, they received orders to withdraw to the capital, but when the base's radio transmitted, the faces of the Clash soldiers showed strange expressions. Whispers began in the military ranks. Eyes darting around. Who wouldn't want to join a powerful, wealthy force that wins battles and retreats to the capital to survive? They have been in constant warfare here. The military is constantly changing, and the local soldiers have no firm beliefs. For the Clash soldiers, it's all about who pays more. We follow the money. This is why the government army has always been suppressed by the Sali armed forces. Although they are a private armed group, they are treated well. Should we surrender? I think so too. The leaders have fled, the headquarters can't be reached. If we don't surrender, will we starve at home? My wife and children are waiting for me. I also want to surrender. There's really no money to be made at home. Then let's go? Let's just go. The first to surrender was the Sali armed forces, with batches of unarmed soldiers flooding into Hama City. The global live audience was stunned, especially the people of Longwa. Damn, are these soldiers? The mysterious base only made a statement for less than half an hour, and so many people surrendered? I thought no one would surrender. It seems I lost. Following that, despite the government army officers' efforts to suppress, the situation for Herod was already lost, with a group of people confronting the officers loyal to Herod. There was no choice but to let them go. In the final minutes of an hour, these people ran to Hama City, threw down their equipment, and raised their hands high. When the time was up, the base's fighter jets flew low over the city, and soon the sound of intense gunfire could be heard outside. The surrendered soldiers shivered in unison. The fate of those people. It's easy to imagine. They were filled with relief, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the base's leader to hear about their treatment. Their hearts were uneasy. The base. Victory has arrived, and Jiangchen is also excited. Now, Xavier is preparing to depart for Hama City to formally announce to the international community. Clash changed its name. Therefore, Jiangchen felt a bit nervous, wondering whether he should show up. Tomorrow, I will send out red envelopes again. The author is short of money, please give some gifts. Thank you for your support. After much consideration, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, restraining his inner thoughts. It would be too serious to show up now. He had only been abroad for a few days. Even if he didn't admit to being behind the mysterious base, having any connection with it now would do more harm than good. No matter what, you have caused trouble for the Clash government army and provoked Longwa. Although Longwa hasn't made any active declarations, they will remember. Unless he communicates with Longwa and both sides stand on the same front. But Jiang Chen currently has no such plans. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. No matter how strong the ally, after conquering the world together, in the end, there will inevitably be a falling out. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. This has been an ironclad law from ancient times to the present. Premature exposure. Instead, it will make people catch their weaknesses, plan ahead, at least, like the Americans, hide countless bases and nuclear bombs. At that time, no one dared to have any ideas. Xavier, Norton, you guys go, I won't go, don't reveal any information about me. Understood, Commander. After Jiang Chen's instructions, he watched the two of them with accompanying soldiers head to Hama City from the base. Now, news finally spread internationally. The mysterious base has basically secured victory. The news spread quickly, many people are paying attention. What is the blueprint of the mysterious base? Will they establish a new regime in Clash? Will the mastermind behind the scenes show up? What are their plans next? Will they really, as everyone initially guessed, reach out to the space shuttle that crashed in the Persian Gulf? No one knows. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the moon hid and the stars scattered. The Hama city, which had been scorching all day, was gradually covered by dark clouds. It seems that a heavy rain is also needed to wash away the blood and flames here, some things outside the city, the bombed positions, and the burning fires. Boom! Thunder! Lightning flashed across the sky, and a torrential rain poured down. Xavier, Norton, and others' vehicles happened to enter Hama City. At the entrance of the administrative building, which is the City Hall of Hama City, there were tens of thousands of people surrounding it, with surrendered soldiers occupying a large part. The rest are the citizens of Hama City. Along with the journalists who arrived earlier, the roads were blocked, and the waiting soldiers were anxious, not knowing how the other party would deal with them next. Some people are absolutely retired and did not come, but hid on the side to watch. At this time, beep 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 beep, several armored vehicles honked their horns, attracting everyone's attention. The people on both sides of the street turned their heads to look at the armored convoy. Then they made way for the convoy. The convoy from the base passed through. They were greeted like meeting a president of a country, like enthusiastic fans. On both sides of the road, they watched as the convoy stopped in front of the administrative building. The doors of the armored vehicles opened. Dozens of base combatants, holding guns, jumped out in an orderly manner, then found a few high points to guard with their guns. The armored vehicles also formed a semicircle, guarding the surroundings. At this moment, 3 helicopters flew over. One landed on the administrative building, dropped off Xavier and Norton, then took off again, while the other 3 hovered above the crowd. If there was any riot, all the weapons of the base would fire without hesitation. Xavier stood at the edge of the building, overlooking the scene, getting wet in the rain without an umbrella, the helicopter's light shining on him. His figure was resolute. "Everyone, welcome to join the base." Xavier opened his arms, loudly proclaiming, his voice amplified through the communicator, coming from the armored vehicle. Everyone could hear it. There was no response from below. Everyone was looking at him, the spotlight and cameras shining on him, but Xavier didn't mind at all. Instead, he smiled confidently and elegantly. "The Sali armed forces are history. The base's troops have entered the Portavi. It is an honor for the base and Clash that you all can come. Next, the base will rebuild Clash and will need a large number of talents. I hope that the former Sali armed forces officers can set aside their grievances and join us in witnessing a great cause together." Xavier delivered an inspiring speech. As the saying goes, keep painting the pie, keep painting the pie. Puh, if these people knew that the base now actually couldn't come up with a penny, they would probably be stunned. He kept painting the pie for a full hour, and the people below listened with shining eyes, full of infinite hope for the future. The brainwashing was too strong. What developed countries, the world's most powerful military organization, the spokesperson for China and Europe, issuing a new currency directly linked to oil, etc. Netizens watching the live broadcast exclaimed, "The pie is too big. Whether you believe it or not, I really drew it, for sure." Xavier is certainly not just drawing pies. The base has no money, so they really have to print some money themselves. As for this money, how to make it internationally recognized, we'll discuss that later. The pie was quickly drawn. The base began post-war work in Clash, with a total of over 7,000 surrendering and 5,000 willing to continue as soldiers. All accounted for. Over 100 people were temporarily transferred from the base to become officers, with one person in charge of 50 people, still easy and relaxed. The area armed by Sali quickly entered post-war reconstruction work. 2 large oil fields naturally fell into the hands of the base. The name of the new government of Clash has not been determined yet, and they are currently stabilizing various cities, with Alpha leaving troops in the port of Agar after. With the remaining people, they are preparing to besiege the capital. Only by taking the capital can Clash truly change hands. At this time, Gerard, after discussing with Dragon Country, also decided to retreat. Secretly left Clash. No one knows where he went. The next day, once the news was announced, Clash completed a thorough reshuffle, with Xavier taking over the capital. Busy and overwhelmed, politics is definitely the most brain-draining. It's not easy being an emperor. That night, the base's tank factory produced a base vehicle, this big guy carrying a cracked generator to avoid being discovered. Then it secretly headed towards the oil fields. Strict security all the way. Anyone who approached was shot dead, no matter who you were, finally stopping at a large warehouse in the oil fields in the early morning. No need for oil pipelines. Absorbing oil on site, converting it into base funds. With the remaining 150,000 funds, finally replenished, gradually rising, all the oil stored in the oil fields was used to convert funds, plus a considerable daily oil production. Temporarily solved the urgent need. The third day, Helicopters from the base continue to fly out of the desert, picking up officials from various cities in Clash and bringing them to the capital. Xavier arranged transfers one by one. Those who were unwilling went home. If still unwilling, they were directly taken out. You either want to be someone or someone else will want to be. After this meeting, the name of Clash remains unchanged, establishing a state-owned enterprise, the Third World Industry. However, externally, the base's government is widely referred to as the Third World Government, and Clash also has an alias, the Third World Empire. At the same time, the first task of the Third World Industry is to restart the printing factory, preparing to issue a new currency, Xavier declared globally. The Third World Company will sell oil at low prices, as well as various military weapons, and the captured Sali armed forces and government military aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, and other second-hand weapons and equipment. However, settlement must be in Third World currency, with an exchange rate of 1-to-1 with the US dollar, and at the same time, the Third World currency will be issued globally. Countries can use the Chinese yuan, US dollar, euro, and various reserves of daily necessities as foreign exchange. If it catches on, you can make some money once the news spread. It caused a sensation at the global level. This is going to impact the international financial market. Some of the US's NATO allies were shocked. They were taken aback. The appetite of the Third World Empire is so big? What does he want to do? This is a blatant challenge to the United States. Actually dealing with dollarization on this strategic resource of oil? Isn't that pulling the tiger's whiskers on the American side? Dragon Country is laughing secretly. They supported Herard, and the most crucial point was to start with China and Europe Petroleum, expand the influence of the Chinese yuan, and suppress the US dollar. They didn't expect to succeed themselves. Instead, they were outmaneuvered by the mysterious base. Although the mysterious base is not an ally, it has done the work of an ally. Comfortable. On the other side, the United States Capitol is shaken. Wall Street has experienced a significant shock. Oil prices have fluctuated slightly. Of course, all of this is the doing of capital. Based on the current strength of the mysterious base, it still cannot shake the global finance. After calming down, many countries have started to watch the show, led by the United States. Media of all sizes are deliberately mocking the Third World Empire's shameless boasting. Netizens are also discussing this. The news that came out was all met with laughter. Laughed. What is the Third World Empire thinking? A newly established regime, who knows when it will be overthrown, and still promoting oil-based currency. They want to start trading, but have they thought about getting past the sanctions of the American empire first? The Third World Empire is making a joke of itself. Oil is not only found in Clash, other major countries in Europe and China are not lacking in oil. Who would want to store your foreign exchange? Once they are overthrown in a few days, what new currency? A joke, not even worth a piece of paper. I think you should just use US dollars honestly. Indeed, besides the initial shock when the news came out, subsequently, high-level officials of various countries and netizens all switched to watching the show mode. No one believes that the base can raise the value of this currency. It's too risky to want the foreign exchange of the Third World Empire now. Unless it's real-time trading. Smart people all know that if the Third World Empire really wants to play like this, the United States will definitely not let it go. And the opponents to face next will not be like the insignificant Salian armed forces, but the Litu, the small overlord of Europe and China, the loyal lapdog of the Americans. Once fought the entire Europe and China to a miserable state, let alone a mysterious base with only a few thousand troops and a newly established regime. Despite the various sarcastic voices from the outside world, the Third World Empire disregards them and continues to follow Jiang Chen's plan, resolutely executing it. On the fourth day, the currency began to be printed. The first batch, ready to print 10 sets directly, 1 trillion each, but how to give value to these currencies is still a big issue. Base. Jiang Chen, who was in the room, was excited after a recovery of 10 days, and the light on his palm had finally fully recovered. In other words, the cooldown of the golden finger has ended. He can bring things out from the game world again, opened his laptop, and casually started a game. Jiang Chen tried it out, and the golden finger smoothly reached into the screen without any problems. Then happily retrieved it. Now, he hasn't figured out what to take. The base's funds are sufficient, the Third World Empire is rapidly developing, and the next key task for the base is to participate in the competition for spacecraft and give value to the self-printed currency. Otherwise, there will be trouble without salaries. Just then, Xavier called, and when Jiang Chen answered, a bitter smile came from the other end. Commander, the official website of the Third World Industrial Company has been set up. It's been a day, only people have contacted us to buy the captured fighter jets. No one has asked about the oil for now. Damn, no one wants the oil at 80% off? Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, a bit surprised. How could this be? And Erlang, Saudi Arabia, and Libya have all protested against us, believing that we are disrupting the market. If so, they will unite to sanction us, Xavier said wearily. Rebuilding a system is really not something a person can do. He's about to collapse. He hasn't slept much these days. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Damn it, no one wants the cheap oil, and now other oil-producing giants want to sanction us? Fine, I won't use it myself. Convert it all into funds. Forget about them, we'll have reasons to deal with them in the future, let them protest. Estimates are currently being watched, so no one is contacting, just hanging on. Xavier made the Third World Industrial official website similar to Taobao. Looked for customer service. Contact traders on it. Of course, any transaction here is in the tens of millions, not comparable to Taobao. Commander, we can't sell oil, we need to find some items that can stimulate the economy as soon as possible, otherwise the currency we print, no one recognizes. Xavier complained to Jiang Chen. Now there are 8 captured fighter jets, 6 bombers, 3 reconnaissance aircraft, as well as various rockets, missiles. Someone contacted, wanting to buy at a low price. Clashes in constant warfare. The only thing that can be taken out is oil. Xavier doesn't know what else to sell. Don't rush, let me think. Jiang Chen comforted, immersed in thought, wanting to give new currency value. Now, the base must have a globally sought-after commodity to consolidate the position of the new currency. What to sell? It seems that weapons are quite popular. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, thoughtfully, not to mention the need for a large number of weapons in the Second World War. Note, no notes are allowed. Those who know can leave a message for those who don't know in the comments. The Houthis in the Red Sea, the Hamas militants in Latakia, all need a large number of weapons. Central Europe is in chaos now. If it weren't for the space shuttle crash, it would be even more chaotic. Who is behind the Houthis and Hamas? Those who understand, understand. They want to bring weapons over there. It's not easy. It's best to find a cheaper channel to buy it yourself. After all, they can all be produced. How about selling aircraft carriers? Jiang Chen had a thought. Shocking. On the phone, Xavier almost threw his phone. He always maintained the image of a successful, elegant, mature man. His face was dumbfounded. Commander, are you joking? Xavier was stunned. Sell aircraft carriers? Damn, can this thing be sold on a website? Won't it confuse the whole world? What? You say the US dollar is oil-based? Sorry. Get to know the aircraft carrier-based currency. If the world currency can really be linked to aircraft carriers, the value of the currency will be absolutely solid. Unshakable. It's just that the scale of this is a bit unimaginably large. The base is playing around. Don't think too much, of course it's the aircraft carrier that the base eliminated, the one that can carry up to 30 carrier-based aircraft. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice came from the phone again. The base uses a third-generation aircraft carrier, this second-generation one, take it out and fleece it. Anyway, remember one thing. The base's fund compensation mechanism. Used to build aircraft carriers. Earn until your scalp tingles. 5,000 funds, equivalent to 1.25 billion renminbi, over 200 million US dollars. Which family can build an aircraft carrier with 200 million US dollars? If it can be built, Jiang Chen will directly take over the base. And it also comes with 10 carrier-based aircraft, over 200 carrier personnel, just 200 ground troops. It will cost 20,000 to build with funds. It's all about cost effectiveness. Invincible. But in Xavier's ears, he was already stunned. Even if it's the base's initial aircraft carrier, the deck can hold 20 carrier-based aircraft. The hangar can hold 10. In the game's performance, only the carrier-based aircraft in the hangar can attack. But, in reality, who dares to say that 30 carrier-based aircraft are few? Does the Dragon Kingdom dare? Or the Indian Third dare? It's just a bit tricky. Xavier looked embarrassed. But Commander, we just took over the port, built a shipyard, and launched an aircraft carrier in just 1 or 2 days. It's not good. Other countries take a few years to build an aircraft carrier. At least several years. For a behemoth like the Dragon Kingdom, it takes 4 or 5 years, and 3 brothers took 8 or 9 years to get one out, with a shortage of items in clash. Every 2 or 3 days, there are rumors about the aircraft carrier being launched. The whole world is about to experience a magnitude 12 earthquake. The concept of the Red Alert base vehicle, a science fiction idea, has suddenly become a reality, attracting frenzied attacks from various countries. Hee. Over there, Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, somewhat mocking. Why are you panicking? You're still a top commander. Cunning like a rabbit with 3 burrows, don't put all your eggs in one basket. If Igang doesn't work, we'll find another place. Build it and bring it over directly. Who knows when we built it? By the way, wouldn't that place become one of the global bases of the Third World Empire? Killing two birds with one stone. I understand. Xavier suddenly realized, feeling a bit embarrassed, realizing his thinking had become rigid. Yes, there's no need to stick to Clash's small piece of land. Alright, you go busy yourself first. I'll handle the matters of the second base. I see Erlang has been very active lately, and countries are urgently discussing matters of space shuttles, seemingly afraid that we'll interfere once we stabilize. Negotiate with Erlang, send Alpha to stir things up. Yes, Commander. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen took out a world map to find a suitable location for the second base. First, it had to be an uninhabited area, absolutely secret, with no one knowing when the shipyard was built. Second, it had to be by the sea. TSK. Don't say, there are quite a few places, 2 polar regions, both accessible, a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean. Countless options. But these places are a bit far. With the aircraft carrier's slow speed, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to return from the North and South Poles. As he looked, Jiang Chen's gaze settled on the sparsely populated Australia. Having Australia all to themselves. In reality, less than 1/5 of the human activity area, the rest is uninhabited, desolate land where birds don't even poop, and it's close to Asia. Perfect. Near the Philippines. He called for Nolan. Can we use the space-time teleportation to reach this location? Jiang Chen pointed to the map and asked, and Nolan took a look. My goodness, it's so far? This is a strict world, where everything must adhere to the law of energy conservation. Nolan frowned, calculating. Commander, this is over 10,000 kilometers. Our teleportation diameter is only 10,000 kilometers. I'll have to produce more energy templates and charge them for several days, then we'll need a major repair after the transfer. As long as it works, let's get it done. You go do it now, and also produce a few more base vehicles. Okay. In no time, the chimney of the nuclear power plant began emitting smoke vigorously, running at full power to charge the space-time teleportation. Jiang Chen also went to the combat laboratory to check the progress of the past few days. Over 70 top researchers, led by 3 human ceiling-level professors, had completed all the base equipment upgrades that Jiang Chen had mentioned from the beginning. They handed Jiang Chen a booklet. Everything was in order. The strategic stealth large-scale bomber, with a combat radius of 24,000 kilometers, could be called an airborne fortress, capable of carrying 4 large-yield nuclear bombs at once, each capable of destroying a city. Utter devastation. And the quantity of medium and small nuclear bombs doubled directly. Up to 12 could be carried. The interceptors, carrier-based aircraft, carrier early warning aircraft, and the latest carrier battle group were all upgraded by the base's combat laboratory, including a heavyweight contender, the Airspace Unmanned Combat Aircraft. In fact, in recent days, Professor Einstein's main focus had been on this airspace combat aircraft, a decision deliberately made by Jiang Chen. This decision was made during the dispute with Starring. Its function is simple. Like the American Airspace Combat Aircraft, this aircraft enters the Earth's outer atmosphere to specifically attack targets in space. To put it simply, it destroys satellites. No one would think that the base demanding Starring to pay $1 billion was just a joke, right? Jiang Chen expressed very seriously. I never joke with people. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it. If it weren't for the Red Alert base, I would have been played to death by the Starring. This enmity cannot be resolved. I must tear a piece of flesh from them fiercely. If they act cheap, they should be prepared to be beaten. Next, Jiang Chen opened the booklet, browsed through all the updated weapon data of the base, and showed a very satisfied smile. All of them are at the world's most advanced level. The aircraft carrier, directly transformed from the base's initial conventional power aircraft carrier to a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, is 350 meters long, 80 meters wide, capable of carrying 80 independently produced carrier-based aircraft, 2 early warning aircraft, and 20 helicopters. Full load displacement of 135,000 tons. Speed of 40 knots. Just from the paper data, it crushes the US third-generation Ford-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Don't even think about challenging it with any other type or class of ship. But then Jiang Chen calculated. Damn it! Equipping a whole aircraft carrier battle group, with destroyers, frigates, early warning aircraft, carrier-based aircraft fully loaded. The amount of funds required is astronomical. Currently, he occupies 3 oil fields, with a daily conversion of over 10,000, it would still take at least half a month to equip an aircraft carrier battle group. The original carrier at the base was medium-sized. Now this one is large-sized, requiring 7,500 funds to build one, along with 10 carrier-based aircraft and over 300 carrier personnel. The carrier-based aircraft are cheaper, at 1,500 funds each, leaving 70 aircraft, requiring 105,000 funds. Adding other ships and equipment, it would cost around 170,000 funds no matter how you calculate it. He felt like his heart was bleeding. It's a disaster. If other major countries knew Jiang Chen's plan, they would probably want to kill him. Equipping an aircraft carrier battle group in 20 days. Are you still feeling sorry? After spending some time in the combat laboratory, Jiang Chen learned that Professor Einstein was not satisfied with the power system of the Hive drone mothership and was still improving it. Jiang Chen then left. On the other side, in Xavier's office, the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. He had a serious face, negotiating with the foreign ministry of Erlang. Sorry, which third world government are you talking about? I want to ask, is it recognized by the United Nations? The other party's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Norton, sitting on the side, couldn't help but feel some dissatisfaction. Whether recognized by the United Nations or not, Clash is now under the control of the third world government. This is an indisputable fact. As a foreign ministry, do you also make decisions for the United Nations? The other party said so, and Xavier was not polite to him, with a sarcastic tone. Obviously, this had no impact on Erlang's diplomatic personnel. With a big laugh, he teased with a gloating tone. I'm telling you guys, first clean up your own mess. Printing so much money, is it useful? I asked you to come, do I still need to reimburse your travel expenses? Norton squinted, looked at the number, confirmed it was from Erlang's foreign ministry. But why is this person so annoying? Our affairs don't need your concern. Can you tell me if this is your opinion or Erlang's? Xavier's tone was calm, but he was actually getting angry. No, this is the opinion of the United Nations. It is clearly stipulated by various countries that only a fully unified and stable regime can participate. Okay, since you are sure, you can represent Erlang and bear this responsibility for the United Nations. After speaking, Xavier hung up the phone. His face was extremely gloomy. Even a small diplomat dared to be so presumptuous in front of the base, not reporting it and directly refusing. If Alpha knew about it, he would come over now. Xavier didn't rush, calmed down a bit, took out his phone to report to Jiang Chen, but first saw the message sent by Jiang Chen, asking him to announce the news of selling the aircraft carrier in advance. He contemplated for a moment. Xavier decided to handle this matter first. These days, many people around the world are watching the situation in Clash. Money has been printed. With oil unable to be sold and the world currency unable to become a currency, there have been some subtle waves. The U.S. media has been propagating that the Third World Empire, wanting to replace the U.S. dollar, is just a fool's dream, bringing shame upon themselves. Sanctions have been imposed on Clash. Domestic capital is not allowed to trade with it. At the same time, using the deployment of aircraft carrier battle groups in the Persian Gulf as an excuse, all commercial ships are prohibited from entering the Persian Gulf, otherwise they will be destroyed without responsibility. They have started their rogue behavior. In this situation, the valuation of the world currency is extremely difficult, like a stagnant pool of water, without a glimmer of hope. No one is trading at all. Even if they want to trade, they cannot enter the Persian Gulf. Once the U.S. rogue big brother took action, the UK, France, Japan, South Korea, and other smaller brothers, as well as European and North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, smaller brothers, also took action one after another, jointly imposing trade and economic sanctions on Clash, prohibiting any raw materials and goods from being exported to Clash, completely sealed off. In the past, in such a situation, the Dragon country would definitely extend a helping hand to make an ally for itself, but the base has also offended the Dragon country. Therefore, the people of the Dragon Country Goose Alliance are enjoying the show. As a result, the Third World Empire is now in a situation of being isolated by countries around the world, making it extremely difficult to revive the economy. It's been 4 days, and there has been no movement. Is the Third World Empire going to become a joke like this? Hey, they are still recruiting soldiers. I heard they recruited tens of thousands of soldiers. After a month, won't they be handing out waste paper? The main issue is that the sanctions are too harsh. Otherwise, they could still sell some oil. Yeah, without Clash's oil, international oil prices have risen. Don't even mention it, the price of 92 in our Dragon country has gone up by 9 yuan per liter. Outrageous. Even the people of various countries are watching the excitement of Clash, discussing it one after another, and no one believes that the Third World government has the ability to break this deadlock. When the U.S. aircraft carrier stops, who dares to trade there? The U.S. want to be dollarized? Come on, have the ability, first take down my aircraft carrier battle group, otherwise don't even think about it. I don't understand, Can someone explain why the third world government is being targeted like this just because of a clash? Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier move was misplaced. Who dares to fight against Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier battle group? That's just asking for trouble. Let's see how the third world government breaks the deadlock. Stop watching, it's definitely hopeless. Internet users are actively discussing on various social platforms. This society never lacks gossiping masses. American netizens are particularly pleased. On international social platforms, they act arrogantly, while people from other countries can only envy. What can be done? Their aircraft carrier battle group is there to do this job. If they don't like someone, they just park in that person's waters, and the global inspectors are truly in charge. Misfortunes never come singly. Before long, a major piece of news broke out from Iran, undoubtedly adding insult to injury to the recent situation of the Third World Empire. According to Iranian diplomats, the Third World terrorist in clash wanted to participate in the space shuttle election, but was sternly rejected by him. Damn. It seems that countries are really targeting them, not just acting. Damn, when did Iran become so tough, not giving any face at all? Suddenly, the reputation of the Third World government plummeted, which was very bad, but no one outside knew that the base was preparing for a major operation. And it's about to be announced. Countless people are leaving mocking comments under the Third World Industrial account, but at this moment, everyone inexplicably discovered that the Third World Industrial had quietly released a piece of information. Pre-sale of a medium-sized brand new aircraft carrier, 90% new, with a full load displacement of 50,000 tons, capable of carrying 30 carrier-based aircraft, 12 helicopters, 1 early warning aircraft, quantity 1. Attached detailed data. Various audiences from different countries leaving comments below. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, eyes widened in disbelief, as if a storm was brewing in their hearts. Damn! Thank you! Is this a mistake? A third world industrial power selling a major weapon of a great power, the maritime hegemon, the most complex, most powerful, an aircraft carrier. Oh my god, is this for real? Below the message, some began to question their life choices, followed by a series of question marks from everyone who saw it. The first reaction was whether they were seeing things correctly. The second was what the mysterious base was thinking. Have they lost their minds? Is the mysterious base crazy? Selling aircraft carriers, but wait, where did they get the aircraft carrier from? Are they rushing to deceive people? Xavier's statement was like a bombshell, causing a sensation on international social platforms, attracting more and more people. Information is still being updated. Selling for as low as 20 billion world coins, guaranteed brand new, delivery within a month, 3 years of after-sales service, teaching you how to use it step by step. Only one available, no deception. As the saying goes, if you don't mention the price when selling a car, the business won't be big. Netizens from various countries widened their eyes. Are you really revealing the price? However, when this price was revealed, many people once again couldn't remain calm. 20 billion world coins? That's in USD? Those who saw this information all showed shocked expressions. Are you kidding me? So cheap? Are you sure it's not a model of an aircraft carrier? Even for a medium-sized aircraft carrier. Even if you break your head, you can't build one for 20 billion. It would cost at least over 30 billion US dollars. And that's under favorable conditions. Not to mention the cost of manpower and resources. Oh my god, the mysterious base is going crazy again. I highly doubt they actually have an aircraft carrier. This is completely fake news. Wait, the third world government just took over Clash. With the port, where would they build an aircraft carrier? What are you thinking? Is this even possible? The technology for aircraft carriers is not as simple as building a fighter jet. Even Big Goose doesn't have the technology to build aircraft carriers independently now. Are you telling me that a third world industrial power that emerged less than half a month ago has an aircraft carrier? I don't ing believe it. What if it's true? Even if it is, who would sell it for 20 billion, and brand new? Isn't that absurd? The comments section was very lively. The news of the third world industrial power selling an aircraft carrier suddenly exploded like a silent stone pond, quickly becoming a global sensation. It shook the world at a terrifying speed. I'm speechless. The mysterious base is either bluffing or they actually have it. They've said it. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they didn't? In less than half an hour, Xavier's message went viral worldwide. Selling an aircraft carrier, this is definitely a first, and it's brand new. No country has the audacity to this extent. Brand new, ASN held back for 8 years, only to produce one aircraft carrier, spending who knows how much money for it. Damn, the mysterious base, directly selling an aircraft carrier? Oh my god. I feel like this world is becoming more and more unreal. Is there really someone willing to sell a brand new aircraft carrier? To be honest, upon seeing this news, I couldn't hold back. It seems like the Third Empire wants to break global sanctions using this method. The question is, do they really have an aircraft carrier? It's worth investigating. I don't think it's possible. I don't think they have it either. Dragon country, India, those are top countries, gathering national talents, resources, and physical strength. It's only been a few years since they equipped aircraft carriers. You, a rootless duckweed, where would you get an aircraft carrier? It's definitely a scam. The news was too shocking, and in no time, it spread to the ears of high-level officials in various countries: Dragon country, India, South Korea, the United States, Japan. Even those in high positions were taken aback upon hearing this news. They were momentarily stunned. Then they smirked. A minister in the Japanese cabinet sneered, "Why don't they say they have a space carrier of their own? An aircraft carrier? Just nonsense. If they have it, why not use it themselves? Why put it up for sale? It sounds fake as soon as you hear it." The ministers in the cabinet all showed expressions of agreement. The great Japanese empire itself hasn't even thought about it. Firstly, it's a country defeated in World War II, unable to research, and secondly, developing and manufacturing an aircraft carrier would incur a huge cost. Dragon country. The head of the intelligence group, Yang Kuan, discussed this matter with Yi Jianqing and Director Chen. Yang Kuan held a tablet, looking at the message sent by Xavier, looking somewhat hesitant. "Director Chen, do you think they have an aircraft carrier?" Director Chen, who had been embarrassed by the base multiple times, hesitated slightly this time. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, "No. It's so difficult to manufacture an aircraft carrier. We know this very well. Without the support of a major country, technologies like electromagnetic catapults and arresting cables, it's too difficult to overcome. There are rumors among the people that the Dragon Country Military Research Institute was unable to develop arresting cables. They had to conduct a nationwide industrial survey. Only then did they find the arresting cables. Where there's smoke, there's fire." From this, it can be seen that some key technologies on aircraft carriers are extremely difficult, otherwise, even India's A3 wouldn't take 8 years to refine. This is how the Japanese view it, not to mention other countries. Although the information released by the base caused a great stir, in no time, netizens started asking Xavier to prove it below. No one believed it. A netizen from the United States directly commented, "No one understands aircraft carriers better than us. If you have one, I'll swallow my computer on the spot." 66,666. There was a great commotion outside. Xavier and the base temporarily ignored it. He updated the trade information on the Third World Industrial website, including the price and detailed data of the aircraft carrier. After reporting the intelligence to Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. "Don't worry about this for now. Wait a few days. How is Erlang doing? They rejected our diplomatic request, didn't allow us to enter Erlang's territory, and were very rude, very arrogant." "I see." Jiang Chen raised his head, his tone indifferent, but his eyes suddenly emitted a captivating light. "Going to Erlang himself. Those people over there are quite arrogant. When leaving the border, he even personally shot and killed 2 people. Now they are causing trouble again. It seems that in recent years, they are trying to cozy up to the Dragon country. Erlang really thinks of itself as the big brother of Central Europe. They need to get to know the base." Jiang Chen's face was cold. "Stir up public opinion, incite internal unrest, continue negotiations, be more aggressive, release the information, let Erlang's government take the blame. When they provoke us, kill some Erlang people, let the Erlang people know that it's their government's fault, not just ours." Xavier's heart skipped a beat. Courage, but it has to be the commander. If they don't agree, they will have to sacrifice some Erlang people first. "I understand." After saying that, Xavier also showed a triumphant smile. Just then, Erlang's media was widely reporting that they had rejected the mysterious base. Does it make them look powerful? He immediately opened an international social platform, extended that piece of news, and declared to the world, Erlang unilaterally rejecting the participation of the Third World government in the competition for space shuttles is a complete disregard for the lives of Erlang citizens. If a border conflict is triggered, is the Erlang Ministry of Foreign Affairs prepared to take on the responsibility for the United Nations? Can it afford the consequences of countless Erlang families being torn apart? The Third World government will continue negotiations if Erlang persists. The Third World government will also take some actions on this. Half an hour later, Xavier's statement once again caused a sensation around the world, and all the netizens who were still questioning the aircraft carrier were shocked again by the base. Damn it! Are they so stubborn? It's only been 4 days since they settled down. Are they going to cause trouble again? Moreover, this time, they are facing one of the top military powers in Europe, the ally of the Dragon Empire, Ireland.